And just like that, once more, the untouchable True School Sports Empire proudly presents another edition of What the Boxing Game Has Been Missing. Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT, and we are live here once again on YouTube. And we're here to talk some boxing with the thousands of True School Sports subscribers. You know what the deal is, okay? Hope you guys are doing great. It's currently 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Got a special live for you guys today because we got our main man, Thunderdome Boxing Talk, Anthony from Thunderdome Boxing Talk. He's going to be here in just a second, talk with us. So it's going to be a treat today. It's going to be a fun one because I know Anthony hasn't really been making a lot of videos recently. So I reached out to him, and he said he was down for it, and that's just what it's going to be. But while we're waiting for Thunderdome, make sure y'all subscribe down below, hit that like button, and just do all the good stuff. Also, let me know where you're watching from as well. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know all that stuff, and I'll give you a shout out here in a second. Now, let me send Anthony this invite because right now, I just sent it to him. So yeah, there you have it. So we just sent Anthony the invite, and he should be here any second now. Any second now, Anthony should be funneling his way in here. Let me. He said he needs about 5 minutes. All right, so we got about 5 minutes before Anthony comes up in here. So make sure y'all get your questions ready for him and myself. We have a lot to talk about today. Also, shameless plug, guys. Tuesday, I'm going to keep plugging this every time I'm live until Tuesday. Tuesday, my 90-minute interview with Evander Holyfield is dropping on Tuesday. So if y'all want to, set your reminders for that, that'd be the best thing for you to do so that you guys don't miss the interview. I'm going to drop the link for you guys in the comments down below. Let me see. Let me get that link for you guys. Until Tuesday. Oh man, I see a couple of comments. Boom. All right, but there's the link to the Evander Holyfield interview. So make sure y'all go set your. Make sure you guys go set your reminders so you don't miss anything. I would hate for you to miss this interview because it was probably one of the best interviews I've ever did, and I don't really say that. I don't say that just to hype myself up. I really think it was one of the best interviews I've ever did with Holyfield and just in general. So Anthony should be here any minute. I'm still getting a couple of things set up here on the back end, but yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I see official scorecard is in the chat. Shout out to official. Make sure y'all go subscribe to official. Great guy, great channel. Loves boxing. Who else we got here? We got LOL Vargas. Hi BT, great to see Anthony back. Nathan Carey says Thunderdome Boxing the racist. They say he's a racist. I never thought. I talked to Anthony. I never in my life got that feel for him. Thanks, Pops. Thanks. Just another gallon of water. Okay. Yeah.
No munchies?
Nah, I'm good. Official says he's the very first channel I discovered, and through him, I also discovered your channel. And Jay Kodos and Precise. Yeah, a lot of people discovered myself through Thunderdome, and they discovered a lot of channels through Thunderdome. He's kind of like one of the OGs of the YTBC, and he's somebody who I can say, I don't talk to him like all the time, but when we do talk, it's always great conversation, not just about boxing but life. So I would actually consider Anthony like a friend. He's a friend. But yeah. It's your boy BT. Shout out to all 12 of you in here. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Do me a favor, as we always do. While I'm taking a roll call before Anthony gets here. Let me know what city, what state, what continent you guys are watching from, and I will give you a shout out. BT, you only see the good in people. That's how I know you don't know me. Like you, Nathan says that I only see the good in people. That you talk to me, you know better. Do I see the good in people? Do I only see the good in people?
No,
how many times I be telling you about
the good and bad, but he Brandon's the type that he don't bring out the negativity.
I don't have to bring it out. If somebody's a piece of shit, it's just gonna come out naturally. I don't gotta bring it out.
He's not judgmental about that.
I don't gotta bring it out.
I mean, I'll tell you a little story. Brandon got a good friend. He's about 80 years old from church, and this guy goes back and way back. And this guy knows more than me. And I'm an old man myself, but he's twice as old as I am. And one thing he says why he respects Brandon, because Brandon's not judgmental on nobody. And that's facts. And he's tried to test Brandon on a lot of things.
Yeah.
To see his attitude about different things.
Yep.
And one thing about Brandon, he stays neutral and he respects everybody.
Facts.
That's what you're talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Shout out to my man Charlie. I don't know if he's out here watching, but shout out to my man Charlie. We got official in Paris. We got Daz Perez in Southampton, England. Shout out to Southampton FC. We got CMD boxing reports in Camden, New Jersey. Shout out to CMD.
Camden, New Jersey. Bring it on, Cameron.
You live in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, I live in Jersey City.
You live in Jersey City. That's what it is. Official says big up to Pops.
What's up, official? God bless you, man.
Over there in France.
All right. Au revoir. Come on, Talibou, the Eiffel Tower. What's up? Yeah.
All right. But yeah, we're just waiting for Thunderdome. So if you guys have any questions while we're sitting here waiting, go ahead. But yeah, that Holyfield interview is gonna be dropping on Tuesday, so be on the lookout for that Holyfield interview. I'm gonna try to get some other interviews this week. Some will be live, some will just be me going to around South Florida. Because listen, this whole coronavirus shit, I gotta get outside the house. We have to get back to normality at some point. But I was seeing that apparently there's really not much going on in the boxing world. Have y'all seen anything new in the boxing world? Because I've been looking all over for videos to make, and I've only found a handful of things. Jesus says Dea Benavidez versus Charlo. That'd be a good fight. I mean, if he moves up, Charlo's saying that he's moving up to 168. I'm not so sure that's the best move for him, because there's so much at 160 he hasn't even accomplished yet. So I think it would be in Charlo's best interest to at least get one or two notable names at 160, because as talented of a fighter as I think he is, and I think he is a good fighter. I don't think he's like his. I think he's young. I think Jermell isn't as good as he is. I think Jamal is actually the more skilled one of the two. I believe it would be better for Charlo to move up to 160. Or stay at 160, get a notable win, because his whole run at 160 has been very uninspiring. You know, he fought Hugo Centeno, was it Brandon Adams, and then Dennis Hogan. You know, so I want to see more from Jamal Charlo. Official said that he enjoyed the UFC fight last night. I watched the first fight and I couldn't do it no more, man. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, no disrespect to anybody who watched it, but even on quarantine, I can't watch UFC. I'm sorry, I can't watch it. I just like boxing too much, and like I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of the wrestling and whatnot. And the grappling, you know, I know it's like it has its place and it's for some people, but it's not for me. But I heard it was good. I saw Johnny Boy's video on it, and Johnny Boy was he looked like Raleigh Fingers on the Oakland A's back in the 80s. If y'all don't know who Raleigh Fingers is, go Google up Raleigh Fingers, the baseball pitcher. Johnny Boy looked like Raleigh Fingers last night with that damn handlebar mustache he's got going on. Yeah, man. I saw John Ryder. John Ryder's trying to fight Daniel Jacobs. He wants to fight Daniel Jacobs next. That was something I saw. I've been watching all these beefs. There's all these beefs on YouTube going on. Like, I'm not really a part of them, because I don't really get into beefs that often, because I get along with everybody. But like I've been watching that Ring IQ versus H Money beef. You know, that one's been pretty hilarious, because Ring IQ has just been flaming this dude. And I was on H Money's channel because I actually am subscribed to him. And I do watch a video every now and then. And his titles are interesting. Like, the titles of his videos are very interesting. Like, he has, like, he'll name the fighter, and then he'll say he's the next to fill in the blank. So he had a video that was like, Daniel Dubois, the next Riddick Bowe. And I watched it, and I'm like, dude, I like Daniel Dubois, but he's never going to be as good as Riddick Bowe. Never. It's not happening. I mean, it's not happening. He don't got the inside fighting abilities to be compared to a guy like Riddick Bowe. But yeah, anyway, I've been watching their beef, and it's been pretty interesting to watch. But my man Musa out there in Birmingham, two best bros. Musa, here he is. He says the Tony Ferguson fight was off the chain. I keep hearing that, man. I might have to go watch that. I might have to go watch it for myself, just because there's not really a lot to do on quarantine. There's not like any boxing coming on, you know. Why not? I should have watched it last night. I watched the first fight on the card. It was some guy, I forgot his name, some guy. It was a big black dude. I mean, this is horrible to describe, but it was like a guy that was a southpaw, and it was like a big black dude fighting. And the very first fight on the card, that fight was pretty good, but I didn't really watch much more after that, because I didn't have much interest in it. And on top of that, like, it was raining in my area, and I couldn't watch it even if I wanted to anyway. SSB, what's up, champ? How you living? I'm waiting for Thunderdome right now. I just texted him, and he's waiting for his computer to charge. He said he just click the link now? Yes, go ahead. So Thunderdome should be here any minute. Thunderdome should be here any minute. He just texted me saying that his computer's 90%. He was waiting. He wanted it to get to 100, so he'll be here any second. And it'll be a fun live. I'm sure it's gonna be a fun live, and I'm sure it won't be a short one because Thunderdome by himself makes long videos, and we're on quarantine, and I make long videos on quarantine. So this just might be a 5 or 6 hour live. I'm just gonna throw that out there right now. This might be a 5 or 6 hour live. So if you're just tuning in and you ain't got nothing to do, just park your ass here because we're gonna have a lot to talk about. What notable names can he get at 168? Billy Joe Saunders, GGG, Canelo aren't fighting. Charles Jacobs moved up. Maybe Charles should fight Anthony Yarde for a check. I'm sure Anthony Yarde wouldn't mind that. I'm sure Anthony Yarde wouldn't mind that. So why not? 168. I mean, maybe he can get a Caleb Plant. That could be an option if Caleb Plant doesn't really have anything going on. I mean, they're both Al Heyman affiliated. They're both Al Heyman guys. So it's not a fight that's being really talked about, but I know that's a fight that seems pretty realistic when you look at the landscape of things and who they're both signed to and all that BS that normally helps fights get made. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. Everybody's saying this Tony Ferguson fight was mostly boxing yesterday, so that's pretty damn cool. I like that. So now I'm gonna have to check it out because I like seeing the UFC fighters go in there and box. What I would like to see though is I like to see the kicks. I was telling my dad yesterday. I like to see the kicks when these dudes are running off the cage and kneeing each other and kicking each other across the face. That's probably if I had to pick a favorite part about MMA, it's the kicks, not the submissions, not the striking, the kicks. I like the kicks. Yeah, apparently it's been Ring IQ, Jay Cotto, and Mark. They've all just been going off at H Money. I remember when I went on recently when I went on BFTB Boxing's live, in the private chat, the people that were there, I think he was in there and he was saying a bunch of stuff to me when I was on BFTB's chat, but I was so busy focused on yelling at BFTB that I just forgot to even address the chat. But I saw him in there. He was going in. But yeah, man, the LDBC, God bless them. God bless them. See, did I miss any comments? I didn't miss any comments. So yeah, it's your boy BT. We're live here on YouTube. It's 5:12 p.m. here in Miami, Florida. I'm waiting for the Thunderdome Boxing Talk to get here. He said he would click the link. But while we're waiting, any comments, any questions, anything y'all want to get into, it's fair game at the moment. I haven't really seen any new boxing news. Everything I saw from yesterday was the same. I did see also that the World Boxing Super Series did push back. Oh, I think he's here. Yep, he's here. Nailed the plan. Thunderdome Boxing Talk. Here he is. Let's see. Let's click on the link. Let's click on the little box. And
everything cool?
What's up?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, what's up, man?
All right, not much, man. How you doing?
I can't complain. It's good to see you.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Is this water in the back too loud?
I just see a little bird chirping. I don't hear any water.
All right, if it's annoying, just let me know. I'll go inside.
Nah, it's pretty good, but
figured I'd give it a shot.
How you been, man? What's new?
Shit, not much. Not much, really. Being a school teacher is about the only thing new. having to do all the classes for my son since the whole quarantine shit, but
yeah.
It is what it is.
What are you doing to pass the time on the whole quarantine thing? Like, has your life changed at all?
Yeah, a lot. It's gotten very boring, but yeah, I mean, watching a lot of YouTube, honestly. I hate to say it. I wish I could go to the gym now. This would be like the perfect time to get in shape. I do a little around the house, obviously, but about to hang my heavy bag back up, honestly. I got a nice bar over here I can hang it on. It's not quite as high as I would like it to be, though. It's a little lower than it should be, but it's functional, I guess.
Yeah, that's like right now. It's probably the best time to get in shape. Like I've been running miles and doing push-ups and shadow boxing like a maniac the last I don't know how many weeks. Did he freeze? Or did I freeze?
Man, I don't know what that was. Hope that doesn't keep.
Yeah, you froze up for a bit.
Yeah, I saw that. Hope that don't keep happening. If so, I have to go inside for better Wi-Fi. But yeah, they got like a the school is technically closed, but you can still go to the track, like the track down there. So I was gonna take me and my son down there and start running. You know, get his stamina up, get mine up. You know,
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, we're both just sitting on our asses.
Pretty much.
Gotta start getting that blood moving.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, like, how do you I know you haven't really been making YouTube videos, so I wanted to get your thoughts on the whole like Wilder Fury fight, the rematch.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't watched the whole thing from start to finish. I'll be honest, I haven't, so I can't give like a perfect explanation, but I skipped a couple rounds. But
okay,
the one thing I will say is that a lot of people were saying that Wilder wasn't himself, and he wasn't. He wasn't himself, but that's because of Tyson Fury. He was mentally broken already going into that fight. Even like at the start of the fight, you could see it just wasn't himself. It wasn't to the extent, but it reminded me of the whole Tyson in the ring for Buster Douglas at the beginning. Tyson was more like lazy, like I don't want to be here, and Wilder didn't necessarily have the lazy look. He had the more of like, this is probably going to be a bad night. You know, I could see it, and you could see right off the bat he was. I don't know what's wrong with the guy. It's not like he has tremendous boxing talent. I forgot to close my door, but I mean, I know people love to shit on his skills and whatnot, but I don't know what his problem is with not just learning. Like, how hard is it to get in there and work on new techniques? Like, all he does is the jump jab. You know how he covers a lot of ground with that first jab and then just lasers that big right at you, or slap it on the back of your head, but whichever. And that's like his only weapon. Like, dude, like that shit might have worked on the, tomato cans to build your record up, but when you're getting up into that higher, level fighter, the elites of the heavyweight division anyway, you can't be a one-trick pony. And unfortunately, that's what he is, and he knows this, but he doesn't build on it. Like, he has one great weapon, add some new shit. Like anything, a jab to the body even, like anything, just add something. But he don't. Yeah. I don't know if he needs a new team or if it's just him. I mean, I wouldn't say Breland's a bad coach by any means.
No.
So it kind of has to just be him, you would think, right?
What I've heard is that he's a control freak. So like basically whatever he says goes in camp. Like they can't really tell him what to do.
Well, that makes sense then. That makes sense. Yeah, because then you're going to tell him he got to learn something new, and he'll probably just be like, just because someone said that to him, he's going to say, no, I don't. No, I didn't think of it, so it's not true. Like, who was the fighter? Oh, man. I think it was Muhammad Ali, actually, but someone couldn't tell. I think it was Ali. Let's just use any fighter A. But they wouldn't tell fighter A, let's say Ali, they wouldn't tell Ali what to do specifically, but they'd hint at things that might work, and then he would have to think he thought of it. Then, like, you got to figure out.
Yeah, that sounds like Angelo Dundee with Ali. That sounds like Angelo Dundee.
Yeah, I think it was. That's who I think it was. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I mean, you got to figure out his psychology and work with him. I mean, granted, he got an equalizer, so he'll win some fights here and there, but that's not legacy shit. It's just not. He can get in some fights, get some paydays, but that's about as high as he's ever really gonna go. Honestly, I mean, and he's not too old to learn either. That's the thing. He's not an old fighter at all. He hasn't taken much wear and tear, so he just got to spend time in the gym. And every fighter should at least get a little squad together right now during these months. And should be working on all kinds of new shit. Just try things out. Add to your repertoire.
Yeah, just for fun, just try things out. Like, what's funny too is like there's so many people in boxing that have offered their services to Wilder. Like George Foreman's offered to help him, Stacey McKinley's offered to help him, Riddick Bowe's offered to help him. Like, a lot of guys.
And everyone is giving him advice, just like over the internet and phone calls and whatnot too. You know, he seems like a stubborn guy. that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
He's athletic, but he I don't know, man. He's not the one. I'll tell you that. He ain't the one.
So who do you think is the one at heavyweight? Is it Tyson Fury?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like I told you last time we were talking, I mean, I slept on the guy, and it wasn't anything. It wasn't any one fight that woke me up to him. What it was is, I thought about this since last time we talked, but him coming up, when he was coming up, he just looked so uncoordinated, and his body shape and everything, it just made me not even study him. I was just like, eh. But I should have, and that's my mistake. It really cost me. To other people were ahead of the game on that one with me. But yeah, I mean, he's really coming into his prime right now too. Because if you watch his current fights compared to his early fights, he's damn near totally different. Like same style, but he's so polished now. He's a lot more polished. And
yeah,
he's got to beat.
He's maturing into a great heavyweight, like right before our eyes.
Yeah, yeah. And I know it's not just that he's a big guy who can move like that. It's his mental strength. It really is. I mean, you could be built however you want, and if you don't got the mentality to go along with it, it's not really going to do much. And I mean, he has mental issues. I grant it, but I mean, when he's on track, he's a beast mentally. You know, he is.
Yeah, and it's the ways he can beat you too. Like he's so versatile. Like I was telling you the last time we talked about a month ago. I think he's making a case on a fight-by-fight basis now to go down as arguably the most versatile heavyweight ever. He's shown that fight by fight.
Yeah, he's that last fight was definitely impressive. I mean, granted, I guess that's one way to nullify, like, because again, his main weapon is that like slide leap jab and then shoot the big right hand behind it. But if he's either stationary or getting pushed backwards, can't really lunge with all that power behind it, you know?
Yeah.
And when you're one pony and that's your one trick, I mean, come on, if you take that away, you're probably going to beat him, you know? You're probably going to beat him. Now, we all remember, like, Spilka, for example, that fight where Spilka had him on the ropes and came in with the hands down and got clipped and got taken right out. So he still got some power because Spilka's not a light chin guy. He got a good chin. So he still got power, but, I mean, it's not the same kind of power. You know, it's like he really needs to worry on fighting backwards and adding like just other punches, the left hook, the uppercuts, the jab to the head and body. Like,
yeah,
his jab really
from different angles too.
Yeah, and his jab really ain't shit. It's a range finder. That's all he really uses it for. The only time it ever looked good was in the first Stavern fight. Outside of that, it's been extremely inaccurate. It's just not a good punch, you know. And that was, I think,
kind of helped him too. Stavern helped him too when he was just showing up like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it wasn't hard to hit, but that was the only time it ever even looked world class, and it's not world class. So he can even just work on that jab. He's very long. I mean, he could definitely develop a hell of a jab. I mean, and that could take him a far ways. But he just doesn't seem like it. It seems if he hasn't done it by now, he's just not going to, man. I don't think so anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so either. When you factor in now that he's a multi-million-dollar fighter. He's not just the guy from 2015 anymore. He's a multi-million-dollar pay-per-view.
Work on that. Yeah.
I know a fight that a lot of people want to see at the moment is they're calling for that undisputed fight with Fury and Joshua.
That's the fight. That's the fight.
How you feeling about that one?
I'm loving the idea of it. I hope it happens. For sure, it needs to happen. I know that's being worked on and whatnot. I haven't been following this, so I got to ask you: is it been confirmed that Wilder is going to step aside and allow it to happen?
Everything right now is just hearsay. There's the top-ranked president Todd DeBuff. He came out about a day or two ago, and he said that the most ideal scenario would be for Fury and Joshua to honor their fights they had with Pulev and Wilder, and then if they beat those guys, then they could fight each other on Super Bowl weekend in America. That was saying that's the most ideal scenario. That's what he said.
Say that again.
The top-ranked president, Todd DeBuff.
Yeah.
He said the most ideal scenario is for Joshua and Fury to both win the next fights, go through with their originally scheduled fights because Joshua is supposed to fight Pulev, Fury is supposed to fight Wilder. So they win those fights, and then they could stage their undisputed fight on Super Bowl weekend in America, 2021.
Okay, all right. I like that idea, I guess.
Nothing finalized, though.
I'd rather just see them fight each other now. I mean,
yeah.
Look what happened to AJ versus Ruiz. I doubt it'll happen again, but it's boxing. It can happen. Wilder might land the big one this time. He's always got that possibility. And, he might as well next time just go in swinging for the fences nonstop, honestly. What's it going to hurt?
Probably will.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't just sit there and let Fury catch a rhythm on me, that's for sure. I would not do that. I'd go in and let it all hang out, keep him on edge, And if you don't take him out in 6-7 or whatever, you're probably screwed. But I don't know. He's going to lose anyway, honestly. He's a better boxer, and he even is a better brawler. So he just got to get lucky.
Yeah, he's got to pick his poison and hope he gets lucky, pretty much.
Yeah. And I hate using that word luck, but it's not necessarily luck. But you guys know what I mean.
Yeah. What do you think about this whole Teofimo Lopez-Lomachenko fight if it ever happens? I know you're big on Lomachenko.
Yeah, that fight needs to happen. It needs to. I just hope Teo's keeping himself in shape so he can keep making 135. Because honestly, I don't know how long that this is going to happen, that this is going to take for that fight to happen, when the shit will get back to normal. I know Bob Arum was talking about, doing fights like the UFC did last night with no crowd and whatnot, which isn't really good. But if it has to be done, it has to be done, I guess. I just hope that Teo can make 135 healthily. You know what I mean? He'll make the weight. He'll make it. But how much is it going to take out of him if this has to wait until the summer of 2021 or something like that? Because maybe they each want one little tune-up type fight.
That's Teofimo already came out and said that apparently Top Rank told him that Lomachenko wants a tune-up fight and they want to get him a tune-up fight, and he was like, "Nah, man, fuck all that. Lomachenko's gonna be my tune-up."
Yeah, exactly. He knows the importance of getting this shit on quick. He's been talking about that. Him and his pop's been talking about that for well over a year. Well over a year. And he's only growing, man. He's only growing. So they need it to happen. Skill-wise, though, that's a hell of a fight for Loma. He's a better pound-for-pound fighter, but Teo's big, strong, fast, young. It's a dangerous fight, really dangerous fight. And all the pressure's on Loma. It is. It's all on Loma. If Teo loses, I'm sorry, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's got that confidence to where even if he loses, he's still going to have confidence. And I mean, unless he just got humiliated, which I don't know, maybe it would happen. I ain't going to count Loma out, but I think he'd be fine mentally with a loss to the so-called number one in the world. But he needs it to happen. Most people would say let Loma age, but then he won't. If he gets the fight, which he might not even then, because he might not be able to make 135 healthily enough for him to even decide to take it. But if he does take it, he might be so drained and just, kind of a shell of himself.
Yeah, just sluggish, like a fighter, pretty much.
Yeah, maybe even a bit chinny, But
yeah,
that needs to happen. It does. That's the fight, really, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, for me, that's been the fight for like over a year. I've been wanting to see that fight for a while since before.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it comes off because I think that Lopez at 135 at least, he's the guy to beat Lomachenko. I don't think Haney or like any of those guys are gonna have a chance. To be honest with you,
no, not yet. Anyway, I mean, if he keeps fighting, someone will catch him slipping as he gets older. But no, I mean. People say they've seen him slowing down and things like that, and he was obviously he's getting a bit older, but he was injured, and then look at the oh my god, I forget his name, the guy who won the lineal from. How can I not remember his name?
Lomachenko?
Yeah, the guy Lomachenko just won the lineal from. Oh my!
Talking about Linares or Campbell?
Linares. Yeah,
Linares.
He was pretty badly injured in that fight. Still did damn good. And now that I'm sure that's recovered, hopefully, and whatnot. But I don't know, man. It's just the size, the speed, and the power that makes that fight interesting for me, honestly. If Tio wasn't such a big lightweight, it wouldn't really be that entertaining for me, or stimulating, I guess, to think about. But being that he is, and he's probably going to be able to take Loma's shots, he's gonna have to break him down. And how long can he stay in there with Tio, breaking him down without getting caught by one of them big ass counter punches? Because he's gonna have to put some work in on Tio before, if it goes to Loma's plan, he's gonna have to put work in before he can get him out of there. And that's a dangerous time. It's a dangerous time. That kid hits like a mute.
Yeah, it'll probably be like the one of the biggest tests of Lomachenko's footwork thus far in his career, because he's never fought somebody as young and as athletic as Teofimo Lopez. At least I don't think he has.
No, not in the size. It's the size. Because the size is going to allow him to take a lot of Loma's punishment that he dishes out. And, that's going to leave him, if he can take it as well as I think he can, he's going to be right in there just taking it and just winging, waiting to catch him with something. And it's going to get sketchy. It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be real interesting.
No, that it is. Did you see the recent Cholatito fight against Caliafy? I think we talked about it last time.
I only saw part of it. I didn't see all of it, no.
Yeah.
Slipping,
it was a great fight.
I heard he looked phenomenal, though.
Yeah, great performance. It wasn't a great fight. It was a one-sided fight, but
okay, that's what I heard.
Yeah, he pieced up Caliafy, man. It was like round one you could maybe give to Cal, and then after that, Cholatito just dominated him.
Yeah,
and then it ended it with a huge right hand. Like you would have thought he was Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, what's up with the because there's nothing on the BoxRec schedule anyway, but on the betting sites there's a lineup for the Povetkin and Dillian White. Is that shit even still happening, or do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that. I just know that it was supposed to happen. I think it was in July. But I don't think it's still on. Nothing's really official yet. Like I was reading some articles today, and they were saying like they're gonna announce some cards in the next week or so, but nothing's really official at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, Unrivaled. I see you, buddy. How you doing, man?
Yeah, shout out to Mark. Shout out to Mark.
I forgot.
Did you see Devin?
Just did it.
Huh?
I just opened the chat up. My bad.
Oh, it's all good. Did you see Devin Haney's comments recently?
the white boy ones.
Yeah, the controversial ones. Everybody's going crazy over those.
Yeah. What do you remember the exact quote?
The exact quote was, "I will never let a white boy beat me."
Oh yeah. We saw that before. I don't know why. The thing is, like, it's a stupid comment. I mean, but honestly, he shouldn't have apologized. Like, he shouldn't have. It is what it is. You said it. Stand on it. You know?
Yeah.
Because he could have actually built some hype around him that lasted a little more than like a day.
Yeah.
But, hey, I mean, we know it's how you really feel, so just say it anyway, man. Who cares?
Yeah, he probably didn't want to do all the backlash.
Yeah, of course.
He didn't catch a lot of it. He caught a shit ton of backlash. But Eddie Hearn didn't punish him for it. Like, Eddie Hearn was like, "Oh, I didn't think anything of it."
No, if I was promoting him, I wouldn't either, man. It'll make people tune in to see him get whooped or to beat up a white dude. So who cares, right?
I just want to see him prove it now, because there's plenty of white guys at his weight. I want to see him prove it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, man, he has. Yeah, I mean, he's a big puncher, I guess, kind of. He has a weird footwork thing with his knees, though. He like bow legs. His knees go like inwards. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, it's like he's gonna get caught when he does that and just fall straight over. And he just got to fight someone good enough.
Yeah, his knees remind me of I don't know if you watch baseball at all, but there was a guy named Moises. Do you remember Moises Alou? He was a baseball player. He used to stand like his knees were like kind of like this.
No, but you know what I mean, then, right? Yeah. And especially when he'll come in with like the big overhand, and his leg is completely just buckled in, and it's wild. He's gonna end up torquing that thing and hurting it.
Yeah, he's had so many different like coaches in the Mayweather gyms. Like, you know, he always had Floyd Sr. for a bit, and then he had Mike McCallum working with him, and then he had Floyd Jr. working with him, and all kinds of people. So I'm sure he just got a mixture of a bunch of things, and he doesn't know where to put his foot in.
Yeah, we were talking about this before, like older guys, when you get to the stage where you just know how to fight. You know, I used De La Hoya as an example before, to where it didn't matter who was in his corner. He fought the same every fight because he knew how to fight. He knew what his style was. He knew what his strengths and weaknesses were. Like, no one ever really could impress upon him their specific style. He was just De La Hoya. You can swap trainers really all you want, because really they're just getting your mind right and your physical body, you know, ready to go once you hit a certain experience level, I guess I could say. But when you're that young, you should not be swapping trainers like that, man. You just should not. You shouldn't. You got to get a foundation built first. You can't have too many chefs in the kitchen. You just can't at that young of a stage. It's not good, because it could even happen mid-fight, even where, you know, one guy told you to do this, the other guy told you to do that, and then you hesitate on which one to do, and bang, you get caught right then and there. You know, it's happened. I mean, I've experienced that glitch myself. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all.
When you were training?
What's that?
Like when you were training?
Yeah, when you have like. Every coach has a different philosophy. Even, you know, there's the basics, obviously, but, you know, somebody will tell you that you should slip this punch and counter this way, and then someone else will be like, no, your foot should be here. The head should be here this way, and you'll do kind of a in the middle thing, or not know which to do. You think about it too long, and then you just leave yourself in a position for too long. Yeah.
Then you get clipped.
Yeah. Once your mind is already to where you just fire, like it's just going, then it's fine. I don't really see a problem with switching trainers as you're an established vet, honestly. But not young. Not young. He needs to just get a team around him and settle with those guys.
Yeah.
And every young fighter should. Every young fighter should.
Yeah, that was a problem. Like I know, like Jesse Vargas had that problem in his career.
Oh,
like,
McGregor says Lomas not lineal, and neither was Linares. Okay. Well, when they Mark, when they fought, did that count as the winner then becoming lineal? No. Wouldn't that have been number 1 and 2? Or no? That's yeah. I did know he was ring. You're right. I just kind of
you kind of just said
he was lineal instead of ring. Yeah, I did know he was ring, but I kind of assumed he was lineal too. Actually, the winner of that wasn't the lineal though. Is that right? Do you know?
I don't even know. I thought the winner of that was lineal.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, huh?
I don't know.
Hopefully he'll answer that. Anyway, yeah, what were we just talking about? Oh yeah, the young
the
fighters.
trainers and young fighters switching trainers a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. How about like the older guys, Tyson and I know everything. I just asked them a question. How was I arguing? Whatever. The Tyson coming back though for like his little exhibition charity bouts. Man,
Yeah.
if my son to one of those, I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome. It's not prime Tyson, obviously. It's not the same feeling, but you know, it's something.
It's still cool though. It's still pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Evander.
I know. I talked to Evander the other day. I got an interview dropping with Evander on Tuesday, and he said he wants to fight Tyson in the exhibition.
Yeah. I saw him. I think on Fight Hype or something. They had a little video about that.
Yeah.
That'd be. I don't think Mike will take it, man. I don't. Evander, that's just. First of all, Evander's never stopped training. Like he could say, "I'm back. I'm training again." You have to stop. That's one thing about him, and Mike knows that. But man, that's just Mike might be stronger mentally now. I don't know. He'll probably just never be as strong as Evander mentally, man. Just it ain't gonna happen.
Anthony, are you familiar with Dave Allen? You know Dave Allen, the heavyweight from the UK?
Yeah.
I made a video recently saying that I think that Mike Tyson could beat Dave Allen right now in a 4-round exhibition if they fought.
I don't know about that.
No?
Maybe in like a 3-rounder with 2 minutes, 2-minute rounds, maybe. Again, I'd have to see him actually box for like a round or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, hitting the mitts it's a lot different. But
that 30-second clip has everybody hype.
Yeah, it doesn't even come here. I'll be honest.
Well, everybody's asking for Mike Tyson versus Tyson Fury.
Oh, jeez.
Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder and all these guys.
I heard Klitschko's talking about coming back too.
Vlad?
I'm not sure.
I heard that like a year ago, but it was like an April Fool's joke.
So maybe. I saw someone in a thread I go to, a boxing thread. I think they were talking about Italy, though, which I was like, nah. Well, I didn't hear anything about it except for in the comments, so I didn't know how even real.
Them guys ain't coming back.
Yeah.
Them guys ain't coming back.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
They got it. They got it made.
Yeah.
But I know Holyfield's into the charity thing. I know Riddick Bowe's trying to get in on the charity thing too, because I called him the other day and he said he wants to get in on it.
I mean, the Tyson came back like maybe 2 years after retirement, and he had like a little exhibition over in Youngstown, Ohio.
Yeah.
And the whole crowd just booed it the whole time. They were just, I don't know what they expected. Like they must have been. Yeah, they just booed it like crazy. And he didn't go back and do it again because he planned on doing a bunch of them, like in numerous cities around the country. And
like a tour, pretty much.
Pissed me off back then because I thought that was a good idea for older guys to, stay in shape. And that wasn't even for charity though. It was just the way to earn money. I was thinking it was a good way for older fighters to keep earning money. They're not selling it as an actual fight. It's a goddamn exhibition. if you want to go to see an exhibition, more than welcome. I think the tickets were like $25. So, I mean, I thought that was a good idea back then. I'd like to see these older guys, you know, as long as they're in decent shape and, you know, the refs to actually keep an eye on them to make sure these guys don't get too hurt or anything like that. Go for it.
Yeah. But some of these guys haven't even put on a pair of boxing gloves since they last fought. So I think they should stay as far away from it as possible. Like when Bo told me he wanted to do the exhibition, like I know Bo, like so I know how he is, and like I don't think it's a good idea.
No, I don't. Yeah, he's an example of somebody who should just stay away from that shit.
Yeah, I mean he could be a trainer. He'd be a great trainer, but like not to fight or do any exhibitions or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I know.
I mean, they could put on like a all-time greats exhibition type card. I mean, you could have Evander in one fight, Tyson in another fight. Get a bunch of those guys all on one card. They could earn good money. They really could, man. I'd pay $50 or something to go see that in a heartbeat. $50 to go watch these guys? Do it in a minute.
Yeah, they could do Evander Holyfield versus Logan Paul.
I'm down. Get it on.
That would do a lot. That would do crazy numbers.
Yeah, it actually would.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
But it would be. I know. One of your favorite fighters of all time was Paul Spadafora. I know you're a big Paul Spadafora guy.
Yeah, he's not in shape. If you're talking about him coming back, maybe. I mean, he could go a few rounds, I guess. I'm sure his style doesn't take much stamina. But yeah, I know he isn't keeping himself in shape. The last I heard, he may be now. I don't know.
You would want to see Paul Spadafora versus Floyd Mayweather exhibition?
No, not at all. Not at all.
That'd be brutal.
Yeah, I had a couple. Well, one of my buddies did some time with him like last year. I think it was. Well, he was telling me about the story like last year. I don't know when they were locked up. It was recent though, within the last couple of years, and he was still talking that Mayweather shit inside. But I should have beat him. Shouldn't have shot your wife.
Yeah, that would have helped him a lot if he didn't do that.
Yeah. That was the end of him.
This dude in the comments, Nathan in the comments keeps saying, "I want to see Thunderdome boxing fight Travis Gotti." He said Thunderdome versus Gotti, two deluded YouTubers.
I'm down. I mean, I like Travis, honestly. I talked to him. He's a troll, but I don't know. When I talked to him, he was all right.
Have you talked to him recently?
No. I haven't talked to him in years, honestly. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
That was probably like 2015, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he just likes to goof around. So
he does. He does.
Yeah, man. Shit, I think that'd be interesting too. Have a bunch of YouTubers get in there and spar each other. That'd be fucking dope.
On the last live I did, some of the people that I had on here, we were actually talking about like a YouTuber YTBC fights. Like if you did a card, who would you have on a card?
I'd jump in that heartbeat. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I actually threw your name in there. I said Thunderdome versus Travis Gotti. That was one that I. Then I said I think I put like I think I said me versus BFTB boxing. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you've heard of BFTB boxing.
I know the name, but I don't know him personally. I don't know who he is.
I wouldn't advise it.
Probably seen his face, but I can't remember who in that community, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that you do.
Yeah. They're whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, for the amount of shit they talk, though, they should definitely get in the ring.
You know Jay Cotto? You know Jay Cotto?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know Jay Cotto. He's trying to fight one of those guys. He's trying to fight one of those LDVC dudes.
He'd fuck them up.
He even said that he would pay them. He would fly them out to Florida.
I bet he would. Yeah.
Because there was another guy, H Money, a guy named Mr. DAZN. H Money, Mr. DAZN. He's been going off on the people recently.
Oh yeah, I know him. Yeah, I know him.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
again, I don't know him specifically, but I know the name. Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's wild, man. It's wild. With quarantine going on, everybody's just picking fights with one another.
Yeah. There was not a. Did you happen to see those two prison channel dudes who fought? They got into a street fight. The one dude drove like cross country and just fought the dude right in the street, beat the brakes off him. He was leaking, man, leaking. It's funny though. Oh my god, funny. Yeah, the part of the video's out though. Yeah, YouTubers are definitely getting agitated.
Yeah. Somebody needs to set that up. We need to start like a GoFundMe for all the people in the YTBC to get on the card and fight each other. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, shit. I think the fucking viewers would certainly like to see it.
I'd love to participate in that. That'd be great.
Yeah, why not? Right?
Yeah.
I don't think many people would do it, honestly. Sadly. All the shit they talk, and probably still wouldn't get in the ring though.
No, they wouldn't do that.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck if they lost? Like, really? Like, I mean, can't win every fight, right?
No, you can't. People in the comments want me to ask you, what do you think Sergey Kovalev should do next with his career now that he lost to Canelo and whatnot?
Take a decent break. Keep working out, like without taking trauma to the head. Honestly, just keep working. Odie, I'm sorry, man.
It's all good.
Out, keep his stamina up. He needs to give his fucking brain a rest, though. Man, he took a lot of punishment. Not that I think he's like chinny yet, but it could get there. You know, you need a break after a few. I mean, he basically got knocked out twice in a row because he was concussed in that yard fight. It is what it is, and Canelo knocked him out. Just take a break, keep working on the stamina, work on the technique. Just lay off the fucking booze. That's the number one thing you got to do. I don't think he will. I mean, he hasn't been right. I'll say it again. He just hasn't been right since the Ward fights. I don't think he'll ever get back to what he was, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
He's always be and McGirt isn't the guy for him. That's not the guy for him. It isn't.
No?
I don't think so, man. That pitter pat style just isn't him. He's a power puncher. He needs to have a very sturdy jab. All his punches need to really be like 70%, you know? The early Kovalev, when he came in trying to fight like an Arturo Gatti type style, the second half of his career when he was with McGirt, I mean, it got him iced, honestly. And it got him hurt in the yard fight, too. It helps him go 12. He can go 12 fighting like that. But the guys can then take chances with him. Chances that they were normally scared to take before that. You know, and they were always worried that hammer would get dropped on them. It kept them from taking those risks. But when he's just throwing out the little pitters, they're going to start lunging in with the bigger shots because they're not really fearing what's coming back. You know, and that's part of his success.
It might even work out better for them too, because now that he's got knocked out a couple times and he's more vulnerable, like he's older, he's taking some punishment. Those chances can they have a higher percentage of paying off. Absolutely.
Yeah. And even it hurts him also, his mentality of he's going to be scared to take these shots. You know, he'll still fight. That's just who he is. He'll still let the hands go. But anyone, you're still going to be worried about, getting knocked out again. And once he gets like hurt in a fight with a shot up top that hurts him, his hands are going to stay home a lot more from that point on. And yeah, man, he has to scare people. He has to keep them on edge. That's when he can push his pace and push them with his jab and then do what he likes to do, is batter you, but he needs the power. He needs the fear of the power.
Those birds are going crazy back there, man.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one's annoying as hell.
They're having a party back there. They're like Cola on the plane.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, we'll do this.
What were you saying about Kovalev?
Yeah. You know, him and John David were a good pair when they were working well together. Sucks that shit went sideways. You know, John, I'll be honest, John can blame Kovalev for being kind of a dick, I guess you could say, to him at least, or to other people. Maybe he is. Well, you know, it doesn't really matter if he is. A lot of fighters are dicks, especially during training camp. They're fucking agitated at all times. I mean, you have to be a trainer, you got to learn to deal with that shit. You know, you can't like hold a grudge against your fighter because he's, you know, pissed off that he has to get up and run every morning and shit. Like it's just the way it is.
Yeah, half of what makes a great trainer is being able to manage his personalities.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's always going to run into guys who are going to be snippy. It's just the way it is, especially cutting weight.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just is what it is, man. I don't know why. Like, I'll be honest, it's never come out, but I think a lot of people would even agree that dude was trying to get Kovalev beat. You know,
who?
John David Jackson. Like, he was saying how he was happy when he lost. Like, that's your fighter. That rubs off on you too, dude. Like, I thought he was a great trainer before that. The way he would talk, he was intelligent. When his ring IQ was definitely up there with where it should be. But to even, dude, if you're even remotely sick of a fighter to where you're hoping your own fighter loses, it's time to fucking stop training that guy. Like, you don't stay in that camp and keep being like, yeah, that's just fucking weird. That's weird. I don't know. When I heard him talk about how he smiled and was happy that he got beat by Ward that second time, it's like, what? What you do? Even if you felt that way, you should never say that shit. Because
then there was all the rumors of him leaking information towards camp, which we can't confirm, but you know,
yeah, exactly. You can't confirm it, but do you really doubt it? You know, I don't.
Do you think the Canelo fight was fixed?
What's that?
Do you think the Canelo Kovalev fight was fixed?
No, not at all.
No,
I thought that's what was going to happen. Not at all. I mean, yeah, if he wasn't going to deliver power to keep Canelo like off of him, I mean, Canelo's fast. You know, when you're throwing pitter-pat shots, they're lazy too. They're slow because you're not snapping them bitches. You're kind of just pushing them out there, and Canelo's fast. You know, he's going to fly right over the top of those punches, and that's what he did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, Canelo was just fighting out of the high guard, leaning forward. He should have just let it all hang out and started clubbing on him, honestly. But I get it. He knew his stamina couldn't carry him far that way. You know, he wouldn't have lasted probably past 6-7 rounds tops fighting like that in that fight from that camp. Yeah, but it's only hope, really. You can't say Canelo is a power puncher. Like he is. And like that's what Kovalev was too. So you're expecting like these guys to bang it out. But Kovalev was rarely putting anything on those shots.
Yeah, he turned into Paul Malignaggi that fight. Like he was just having the whole fight.
When you have a guy in a high guard leaning forward, you're so much longer than him. One of Kovalev's biggest strengths was his length in the ring. He could reach you from a good-ass distance. And, I mean, he just didn't use it. He was also himself fighting hunched over, and his elbows were bent on all his punches instead of really getting that good extension. It was just bad. It was a bad game plan. Bad game plan. I mean, he could come back. I mean, he'll get fucked up by Better B. I will tell you that. But
Well, before the quarantine, he was scheduled to fight Sullivan Barrera. Before the coronavirus came, he was scheduled to fight Barrera. They were going to fight, I think it was a catch weight of like 177 or some crazy catch weight.
he probably would have lost. Honestly, he's not in shape physically or mentally right now. At least the last couple times he boxed, because he went to 12 with Yard, that's not Kovalev being in fighting shape. That was Kovalev just being able to last 12 in a style that isn't his. Fighting in a style that puts out very little energy, which isn't what took him to success. Like, it's the old saying of dance with the one who brought you there. I mean, it's cliche, but it's true. And especially in his case, I don't know. It just ain't going to work for him.
Yeah. And he's got a lot going on outside the ring with the whole that thing that happened on the plane with that lady.
Yeah, I've heard conflicting reports about that. I thought it was settled, and then I hear it's not settled. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, who knows? Are there any fights that you're really looking forward to aside from the heavyweights whenever this whole thing is over with?
I mean, nothing. I'm not overly anticipating none of the fights that were in talks. Still, just all the main big ones that everyone's interested in and were interested in. Okay, real quick, let's talk about Errol Spence. Actually,
oh, you go.
What do people think about this guy? From what I've seen of him just training in the gym, hitting a heavy bag, it looks like his technique is still there, but I don't know if he's going to be able to take the punishment. I just don't.
Yeah, I haven't seen any footage of him since he came back. Is there footage out there of him training since he came back?
Yeah. I don't know what site it's on, but there's a decent amount actually.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you can see him go rounds at least on a heavy bag, but his technique still looks there. I mean, he's big, he's thick, he's real fucking big right now. Not necessarily fat or anything like that. I mean, just bulked up with a little layer of chub over him. But yeah, he's gonna have a hell of a time making 47. I'll tell you that. And I hate to always be the guy who fucking says it, but you got to get on that shit to make 47. It's the only way he's doing it, man. And everyone knows I love Sean Porter too, and I shouldn't even be saying anything, but I mean, he was fighting Errol Spence in that last fight. In my opinion, they were both on some shit in that fight, man. Like, honestly, it's fucked up. I kind of say that, but
why do you believe that, or why do you say that?
Their bodies just looked. They just had that look, man. They were like,
steroid gut.
Yeah, just look at his body compared to those other fights. I mean, he was shredded, and it's hard to get that naturally, man. Now, maybe there's just supplements out there that are legal that can do that shit. I don't know. These guys are so advanced now, there probably is. But that's the thing. Like, he ain't making 47 naturally. He's too big. I mean, he looks like he's 180 some pounds right now. Easy.
I mean, that's normally what he walks around at.
Yeah, then he's over that. He's over that. He's big, man. He's big. It's gonna be tough.
Well, Mark asked, what do you think about the WBC in Nevada announcing no drug testing during the coronavirus?
Oh, I think you know what I think. Everyone's going to be using this as their opportunity to get a little head start.
Yeah, Canelo's going to come back looking like Anthony Joshua.
Oh, he already does. He already does. But no, yeah, I mean, yeah. Come on, guys. This is professional fighting, man. They're just the thing is they're all probably on some shit, but some people just take it so far. Canelo's the perfect example of someone who took it too far, to where it's it then becomes just totally unfair. Because it's hard to even hurt a guy who developed a neck the size of like a Mack truck tire. Like it's ridiculous. And he doesn't have a neck naturally that thick. You know, he didn't before anyway, and now it just developed. It's like Tyson's neck. And it's that shit. We all know this. It's not just the stamina and strength it gives you. It's your ability to take punishment. You know, so where you can just stay in there, someone could give you everything they have, and you're still right in front of them. You're right there. And that's what makes it real tough for these guys to compete against. You know, certain people just won't touch that shit for whatever. It's the whole body temple thing, against religion, whatever. A lot of guys just won't do it. And for the guys who will, it's messed up, man. But obviously, if they're not doing drug testing, then everyone's running to the drugstore.
It's crazy though that they had the audacity to at least announce it. Like they actually announced it to the public. Yeah, we're not doing drug testing. Like boxing already has so many stigmas that it's a dirty sport, and you're gonna say there's no drug testing during a pandemic that we don't know how long it's gonna last.
Wouldn't they? What was their reason behind it? Like just less contact with people? I mean, doctors' offices are still open. I mean, you know, there's doctors who make home calls still. I mean, that's an essential worker. You know, I don't get it.
Oh no. When they ask, I like how they try to deem who is essential and who's not essential.
Ask who?
No, I'm saying I like how all of a sudden the world is deeming who is essential and who isn't essential.
Right.
Yeah. Unrivaled asked, when are you going to come back to YouTube? And I guess, yeah, we said, when do you come back to YouTube?
Maybe when boxing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll be honest, it's hard to explain, really. It's just the excitement needs to be there. There just needs to be something. I mean, I love boxing. I mean, I walk around fucking shadow boxing like a retard when I'm alone. It's just,
too?
yeah, it's just in me. I don't know what it is. I mean, I love the shit, and I always will. But to get to the point where I want to talk about it more than I already do in real life, there has to be, enough going on in the sport to where it gets me so excited that I have to talk to somebody about it. Yeah. I just wish if promoters would just start working with each other, I'd be in love again. I would be.
Do you think it's fair to say maybe you've lost not your love for boxing, the sport, but the business side has made you lose your ambition to cover boxing on YouTube or make videos?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's one way to put it. Absolutely. It's the lack of the best fighting the best.
Yeah.
We all know who's going to win damn near every fight. Who even really wants to listen to me break down a fight that we all know who's going to win anyway?
Yeah, especially on PBC.
It's just the way it is. I don't know, man. Hopefully this quarantine hurts their wallets enough, the promoters, to where they need a big cash infusion quickly so they'll start making big fights, Hopefully. I don't know, man. The whole, I get it, man. You don't want the other guy's business to overtake yours. And the more money you let them make, then they have the more ability to buy up fighters that you would normally buy up. But that wouldn't matter if they would just work together at all times. But they're all scared that once this guy gets a bigger stable than them, he's going to then cut off communication with the other guys.
Yeah. And it's all just one big pissing contest.
Yeah.
That's all it becomes is a pissing contest.
I mean, I just saw an article. I think I just saw that this morning, actually. I think it was on Boxing Scene where Tyson was talking about it's the promoters are just keeping the best from fighting the best. And it's like, duh, Mike. But yeah, I mean, Everybody knows it. And they don't care, man. They don't care. Until their wallets start to feel it, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. You know? That's why maybe this quarantine is good to fuck up the promoters a bit. I mean, I just saw Aram talking about he needs to that the promoters need to talk fighters into taking less upfront money, less of a guarantee, and more of an upside for pay-per-view sales. And it's like, yeah, but how many fighters sell pay-per-view, Bob?
Yeah, like who's gonna pay for Josh Taylor versus Jose Ramirez, even though it's a great fight? Like those guys aren't pay-per-view fighters.
Exactly. We love them. I mean, you'll get maybe 100,000 or something, 50,000 hardcores that are gonna buy any fucking fight. If it's a good fight, they'll pay for it. But that's not much of an upside for them. Like, I guess it's the whole TV money now being cut short. They're not able to fleece HBO as much as they used to, or at all now. And ESPN obviously isn't paying the kind of money that the bigger networks like Showtime and HBO used to back in the day. But I don't know, man. Their business model needs revamped. I don't have the answers, obviously. If I did, I'd be the most successful promoter out there. But they got to sit down, all the promoters together. They need to sit down and figure this shit out. They just do, man. Like, even make like a cartel, where you all have contracts together to where you can't fuck one of you over. I mean, it's the promoters. The promoters are just whatever's best for them is going to happen. That's just the way it goes. If the best fighting the best ends up becoming the best for them, then that's what they'll do. But the best fighting the best means one of their guys or one of their main guys is going to lose value. Someone got to lose. And
they don't want that. They don't want that until it financially makes the most sense.
Yeah, a lot of that, and the reason for that being is a lot of it came down to like Floyd Mayweather and his whole zeros matter bullshit. Like, and that's on us fans. That's on us for people falling for that shit and buying that bullshit. Because now it's to where you lose one fight and a promoter don't even want to deal with you no more. It's probably the worst at that, honestly. Like if you have a zero, you're one of his favorite guys. You're gonna get big paydays. The moment you lose, you're like third, fourth on the card now. It's fucked up. I mean, I don't know. Fans need to do some kind of PR campaign that lets people, that brainwashes the casuals at least into understanding that the fucking zero don't matter. It doesn't matter. It only really becomes extremely significant if your resume is astonishing. Like you beat so many all-time greats or just great fighters. I don't care how many fucking B- and C+ level fighters you beat to keep a zero. It don't matter. The crazy thing is you really can't see what a fighter's completely made of until they're in that knockdown, drag-out fight, or even lose and have to come back. I mean, that's when you see what their mentality is, their heart. I mean, if you're just able to go in and like outpoint guys, it's like, okay, but what would have happened if you like had to fight like a Sugar Ray Robinson or something like that, and had to sit there and just get your ass whooped and still stay in that fight? Would you even do it, or would you quit? Like, we don't even know this about a lot of these guys until some of them until the very like damn near the tail end of their career, and then they lose once or twice, have a couple wins, and then they're talking retirement already. Like,
what I find crazy is like you get these prospects sometimes, like there'll be a big prospect versus prospect fights, and you hear the prospects talking about we want to build the fight in the pay-per-view. I'm like, dude, you're 14-0.
I know.
You're 14.
You see that with the Ryan Garcia and the Haney's and all that shit all the time now. I just saw Spence's trainer. I just saw it today. I don't know when it came out, but he was talking about the Crawford fight isn't the money isn't there yet, dude. It's as big as it's gonna get. Like, take it or shut up. Like, just take it. Take it, and all your value is gonna go up if you win. So, do you think you're gonna win? Your value is gonna keep rising. Sign a contract that states if I win, you pay me this much on my next one, or more on my next one, or a bigger contract for your next 3, whatever. The whole I need retirement type of money.
Yeah, I need generational wealth.
Yeah, to fight one of the best guys in my division. And as far you're not even fucking. I can't even talk about you as like some great fighter. Then I just can't. I mean, guys used to take very. Look at the money these guys are getting nowadays. Like, even the low end is still tremendous. It really is. Like, I mean, when you're getting some of these guys, like I think Garcia's literally getting 7 figures for these fights.
Danny Garcia?
No.
Mikey.
No. I'm sorry. De La Hoya's guy.
Virgil Ortiz?
No. De La Hoya's.
Ryan Garcia.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's like already getting 7 figures.
He is.
So you've had that for like 2 fights that I'm pretty sure he got that. You should be willing to fight anybody. Anybody. Like, you got these kids in the gym. They'll literally fight anybody. If fucking Terrence Crawford walked in the gym, they're gonna beg to spar him for free. Like, just to see where they're at even. It'll happen. Like, these guys are out there, but they're managers. It's not the fighters. It can't be, because I know fighters. They're not like that, man. I swear these guys, these agents, whatever, get into their heads and just start talking this money shit, and it kind of changes their thought processes. It's like they already think that they've like established themselves or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they think they've arrived already. Like they've done something.
Yeah, like I already proved myself. Now it's time for the payday. It's like, what? You haven't proved shit. Like, I don't know, man. Boxing could be, like I've said it before, man. If boxing is fighting, period, but boxing or the UFC, whatever, the biggest fighting sports out there. So they should. Boxing, especially because of the history, it should be in the top 3 of sports at all times. It should be, because just use in high school, if there's your high school's basketball team is going against the next high school's basketball team, and you 2 are the 2 best, okay, you want to see that. But if there's 2 dudes fighting out in a parking lot, everyone's going to see the fight instead.
That's right. The
fight is way more important. And it could be just 2 average dudes, but you still want to see that. I mean, the fights are what people want to see. That's the real fucking sport. That's the sport. And these promoters can't even get it right. It's like, come on, man. All it takes is making the fights that the people want to see when they want to see them.
It's not rocket science at all. Like,
no, it's just not. And
some of these fights are big enough to stop the damn country. Like, we had a guy on here yesterday when I was talking about Fury Joshua, and he was a British dude, and he was saying, if Fury and Joshua fight in the UK or at all, it'll stop the country probably more than when England was in the World Cup semifinal just recently.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, just think of I can only imagine. I've never, been there or lived there or anything, but I can only imagine fight week for AJ Fury in England would be off the chain. It'd be off the chain. Oh my God. All their constant little sports shows talking about the fighters, interviewing other fighters and analysts. I mean, the bars, it'd be a great atmosphere, and these fights, that's definitely a country stopper, man. But any of these fights, like if say Spence Crawford fight, who cares who loses? I still want to see them fight other people, and I'd still pay to see them fight other people. Like, I don't get it, man. The fans are fickle in boxing.
That's part of the reason. I think the fans are the problem. If fans weren't so harsh in the fight when they lose, I think it would be a lot better.
It would, absolutely.
Yeah.
The fighters themselves get to the point when they're not earning money, they'll literally fight anybody for like $5,000. They don't care. They want to get that recognition. They want to start proving themselves. Like Floyd Mayweather, a perfect example. The dude who, like, you better pay me $100 million or I'm not even fighting a tomato can named Conor McGregor. But early on, he was willing to fight. Like, he had, I think, a $25,000 guarantee for his very early fights of Top Rank. And they were like, we don't even got the money to pay you right now. You got to wait until next quarter or something. He'd be like, well, what do you have? They're like, $2,000. He's like, I'll take it.
I'll take it. Yeah.
You know,
fight.
Yeah. Perfect mentality. And then you see it change. And a lot of these new guys, they think that their value is, and it's kind of true. I can't, they're not wrong because the fans are fickle. They're so worried about their stock plummeting if they lose. If the fans would just get through to them, or if the fans would get through to themselves and just realize, the shit don't matter, man. It's the entertainment of the fight. Like, I don't know, man. And if you're building your whole reason that people want to see you fight around you having a zero, that you got to stop doing that, first of all, because that's only going to last so long, for most people.
And it's pretty corny. It's pretty corny to have invested in
Yeah, that shouldn't be your whole, like, your basically your career's worth is your zero. The reason people want to see you is to see you lose that or keep extending it. That they need to just, the teams need to maybe even get like PR guys to work on their character and shit like that to make, because it really is about attaching the fans to the fighters. When you feel that you have something, when you even consider yourself or have something invested in the fight, we all know that makes the fight so much more interesting. You're on the edge of your seat that whole damn fight. This shit ain't rocket science. Like, it's just not rocket science, man. It's easy to figure out. But they just don't do it. The promoters are just going to keep pushing out bullshit as long as networks will keep paying for it. And I saw someone in here, was it maybe Kevin, talked about networks not working together. But yeah, that's a huge problem too. The alliances that the promoters make with networks. I mean, I don't know how you stop it, but it needs to be handled. It does. I mean, if Bob Arum and Don King could work together all those years, these guys certainly could.
That is true. Those are two of the biggest egomaniacs in boxing history, and they found a way to put on some great fights.
And they completely hated each other.
Yeah.
Completely hated each other.
But in a way, like, their hate was them hating each other was kind of good for boxing because it forced them to try to outdo each other and see who could put on the better events, and the fans won,
Competition, it breeds a better product. If I got a pizza shop and this guy got a pizza shop next to me, all of a sudden, I better make damn sure my pizza's better than his. But they don't want to compete. They don't want to compete.
They don't. It's weird. It's like they have a piece of the pie and they just want to close that section of boxing off to the rest of the boxing. Like, it's weird. Like, it's almost like all the promoters are operating in their own bubble. They're just in their own little bubble.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, their own little bubble. That's the perfect way to put it. Their own league, whatever. Yeah, this is the top ranked league. This is the Matchroom League. This is the PBC League.
And then think about how confusing that is for somebody who doesn't know shit about boxing, who's like, you know what, I like this. I like boxing. I want to follow it. And they think they don't know what's what.
Yeah, you're right.
And then when they figure out what's what, they're like, man, well, this shit is kind of corny. I'm out.
Yeah, why hasn't, or this dude's a bitch. He hasn't fought so and so. He don't even call him out.
Yeah,
because he knows calling him out is pointless. Or the guys. Then you got the other guys. Some people will think a street fighter is scared of this other guy because this other guy will always call him out, knowing that the fight will never happen. So he's safe in calling him out because it's never going to happen. He's never actually going to have to get into the ring with him. He's just going to keep calling him out to use his name, to help build himself up, which, that's not fair to either fighter truly, because the one fighter might really want to get in the ring with him to prove himself, and the other fighter probably wants to smash him for constantly putting his name out there.
Yeah. That's why I like that's why people always ask me like, BT, why do you like the smaller weight class so much? I'm like, because this bullshit doesn't exist as much in the smaller weight classes. It's rare. It's very rare.
They need to work together to get that big money in the smaller weight classes because the money just really ain't there. Yeah.
You're not getting $1 million paydays and $2 million paydays in the flyweight division. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, very, very. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, but no one. Only the hardcores care about the littler divisions, man. It's just,
I know.
It's crazy.
I wish it wasn't like that. I feel like if anything, the small weight classes should almost be put on a pedestal at this point because they're the only ones who fight each other.
Yeah, dude, and they fight everybody. They get it in. And their fights are action. The vast majority of the fights are action packed. The UFC somehow, I know their lightest weight class didn't get much love. I do know that. Like, I don't follow.
What is the lightest weight class? Like
what? I don't know. But their lower weight classes get basically just as much love. There isn't the big gap that I see in boxing. I wonder why that is.
Promotion.
It probably it has to be, right?
All the fights in the UFC, like from what I've seen, is like when all the UFC fans I know, they know all the guys in the undercard and the co-main events because UFC spends the money to promote and tell the stories of those guys. As to where boxing is like all the money's put into the main event and maybe a little bit's put to the co-main event, and then everybody else is just like, fuck you guys. Like
yeah, you're right. That is why. Yeah. Okay.
Because sometimes I follow boxing and sometimes I watch undercards and I'm like, okay, who's this guy? Who's that guy?
Keen. I'm sorry, I think I called him.
Yeah.
Keen. Point there. I just read that real quick. Yeah, their most fighters' only income are their fight purses. And their very few of them have actual sponsorships outside of for fight week. Wear this clothing for this week, you get 10 grand or something, blah, blah, blah. Outside of that, they don't get the yearly contracts for promoting certain whatever. But yeah. And they could even, extend it on to television or whatever. But yeah, they need to, maybe fighters themselves need to start hiring PR teams and agents to actually push them outside of the ring. Just to make them
They do, because
well, yeah, we know some do.
They have to.
Maybe need to. Any of them that actually are decent money. But yeah, we know some that some of them aren't really, and then you have the other guys who just use their own mouth, like Malignaggi back in the day, just talked and ran his mouth so much he got a ton of promotion, self-promotion, which gave him all that visibility, which got him big fights.
Yeah. He built a good profile for himself that way.
Yeah, because early Malignaggi wasn't, the shit talker that he later became. He started doing that basically to get into the ring with bigger money fighters like Cotto and whatnot.
Yeah. I always like when Keith Thurman told him, "You better not duck me, son." Speaking of Thurman, Thurman's been really sad to watch. Like, it's been sad to watch the way his career has progressed. Like, he's still a good fighter, but like, remember back in 2015, 2014 when everyone thought Keith Thurman was gonna be the man for like years and years and years to come.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah, man. My comments used to be filled with one time. Yeah. Man.
I remember.
Yeah. He man, his career did really. He got a decent career money wise. Got some big fights. Got to get in the ring with good fighters. Don't get me wrong. He's had
fuck Pacquiao.
Yeah, but he got in the ring with Porter and Garcia. He got some decent money, decent fights, decent resume for sure. But yeah, even though you still look at all those names and the money he's had to have earned, it still didn't go as well as it should have. Yeah, I guess his inactivity had a lot to do with that. But yeah, also his promoter, taking favorites, showing favorites with other guys.
Yeah, because I just remember at one point I'm like, man, Keith Thurman's probably. There was a point where everybody universally agreed Keith Thurman's going to be the next big American star. Like he's going to be the face of American boxing, probably.
Yeah, because that's the thing. That's the thing. If you look at it back then when he was coming up, and then you were just think to yourself, man, where this kid will be in 7, 8, 9 years. What you had envisioned for how he would kind of be perceived in the boxing world and everything isn't what it is. It definitely kind of got off the tracks in those regards.
Yeah,
kind of. I didn't think he would necessarily be like a Floyd Mayweather or a Pacquiao or anything, but I thought he would be a dominant force. At least they're kind of trying to think of someone I could compare him to. Take away like the Puerto Rican thing and maybe like a Miguel Cotto, outside of the love that he had from his the Puerto Rican fans. But the way I'm not Puerto Rican, I guess, so the way I see Miguel Cotto is a solid ass fighter. Totally put him down in any way. He's a fucking monster. But yeah, kind of like how I kind of would have perceived them to become. I wonder why that is. It has to be an activity.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think that's what it is. This dude, Trash Boat says, I miss Thunderdome's channel. I started following boxing during the May Pack buildup, and he is one of the main reasons why I fell in love with this sport.
Glad I could get you into boxing, bro.
Yeah. I know quite a lot of people who say that, actually.
Yeah, you hear that. I'm sure. I'm sure anyone who has a channel hears that though too.
Yeah, it's true. I know one of your most popular videos, I think it was the first video I ever saw on your channel, was the Al Heyman slave contract video.
Yeah, that shit still gets watched, surprisingly. And I still get the most common comment on that shit though is, you gonna do one on Arum now? That's not really what this was about. This was kind of a big discussion that was happening in boxing at the time. The way he was paying out his fighters and all that. I just wanted to kind of explain it to people back then, but yeah.
How do you feel about Al now? Like 5 years later after that video, like what's your take on Al Heyman now?
It's kind of it's a good question. Let me think about that, honestly.
Yeah, I'll let you mull that one over.
Where I thought he would go, I knew he wasn't going to take the sport over. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. And then, so I guess where he's at right now, I guess, is one of two outcomes. Either he was going to switch his model up and basically become, less of an insular promoter that just works with like this certain, because he still just doesn't really work with people. Other guys it's very rare, and he kind of has that same model. His model hasn't grown, it's so I guess where he's at was one of two outcomes. He was either going to become, because at least in my opinion, I don't see him as a dominant promoter. He's a guy who's out there. He has a nice piece of the pie, which is weird that I would say that because he gets some big fights now and then. But I still don't see him as promoter-wise on like an Eddie Hearn or Arum's level. I just don't. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, he's not really a promoter because he didn't even call himself a promoter.
Yeah, it's true. He kind of doesn't. Yeah,
he's an advisor. He has promoters that front for him. TGB, DeBella Entertainment. These are the people that act on his behalf, but he's not formally a promoter.
Yeah, you're right. That is. Yeah. Right. Yeah, as an advisor, I guess he's good. I have no one to compare him to. But yeah, he needs to become a promoter. These guys need some fucking exposure. I know Sean Newton used to always harp on that these guys, especially these, because he has so many of the American fighters and much of America don't even know they exist.
It's sad. It's the saddest thing.
Yeah.
It's like because of that, I feel like the American fighter has been very devalued.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Extremely devalued.
They used to be the ones who were up on a pedestal,
Mm-hmm.
as looked at as like the cream of the crop. You know, the Leonards, the Haglers, even on and on, way back in the day, even further to throughout the 80s and 90s. Yeah, and it definitely fell off. They definitely fell off. I mean, you got Floyd Mayweather, obviously, but he's just a different. He's in a class by himself, kind of there. I mean, I guess the last Mike Tyson, was he like the last huge American fighter? Who?
The last huge?
Mayweather.
Yeah. I mean, Holyfield, Bo,
yeah, that would kind of be like the last era.
The 90s heavyweights, pretty much. I mean, because
like the last era.
What? Roy Jones? Roy Jones.
Roy Jones is a good one. Yeah, he's
Roy
Jones. Yeah, I knew a lot of casuals who would even buy his fights, actually.
Yeah, I would say Roy Jones Jr. is probably the cutoff. Like after Roy, there really wasn't besides Floyd.
Yeah,
after Roy, there wasn't a big American star.
Yeah, that's when Floyd kind of took the throne, and Floyd even kind of, because of his own ego, which it's not his fault or anything. I'm not blaming him for this, but he even kind of kept the other American fighters down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of it was intentionally, obviously, because he wanted to always be looked at as the man.
But, yeah, numero uno.
Yeah, because the other eras you had like the Evanders, the Bows, the Tysons, all kind of intertwined, being talked about, the same, even though certain people might have liked certain guys more than the others. In a general consensus, they were kind of all, equals. And same goes for, back in the 80s and whatnot. But yeah, Floyd was like head and shoulders above the rest, and they were all kind of looked like just lower level American guys. That definitely hurt their brands or stock, whatever you want to say.
Jack and Keen Mitch in the comments both named Oscar De La Hoya. They said Oscar De La Hoya, but Oscar De La Hoya was before Floyd. Floyd took the mantle from De La Hoya.
Yeah, I was thinking of him. Even though he is, East LA native and American, I'm still kind of looking at him as more of like Mexican. But
yeah,
he was the fucking superstar at the time for sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's odd too, because you know what it is though. I don't think that it's just down to part of it is the promoters, but like speaking as somebody who interviews fighters from all the cultures, I do actually think part of the reason that a lot of the American fighters aren't succeeding is because a lot of the American fighters don't really put themselves like out there as much. Like sometimes it's like pulling teeth trying to interview these guys, but then you'll talk to somebody else from one of the other countries and it's a bit easier.
Yeah. I can understand that. I mean, I see that. I know, like, what's the channel? The English one, IFL. IFL, like, they interview all the guys, like it don't matter. They're interviewing people I've, never even heard of in my life. But
me too.
And when they do, I'm like, oh, I then get a little interested in the guy. So then I want to follow him, and I like that about that, but in America, it's not really like that. The channels here, and I'm not saying you, but they kind of, you actually are maybe the exception. To where you interview. Yeah, you're like, you're a fighter. I want to interview you. Let me see what you're all about. Let me give you that exposure.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to.
Yeah, everyone else wants the 5 biggest fighters, and they're just constantly chasing those same guys.
But my thing is like, what happens if the guy that you interview might be becoming one of those 5 big fighters later on?
Yep, they're always gonna remember you.
You just don't know. You don't know. That's why, like, especially when it comes to people from my area, like the South Florida area, I always interview them. I always show love to the local fight community here.
That needs to happen more. Other people need to. Hate to say they need to barge in on your little slice of the pie, but they need to start doing that too, man. Everyone does. It would help American boxing, that's for sure. Definitely would.
No, absolutely. Trash Boat says it's pretty telling when a guy like Ryan Garcia, who barely speaks Spanish, acts as if he's some sort of Mexican icon. I made the joke with my dad one day. I said that Ryan Garcia speaks less Spanish than me, and he's Mexican all of a sudden.
Is he full blooded? Is he 100%?
No. Ryan Garcia, he grew up in California. He's a California boy.
Well, I know but are both of his parents like fully Mexican?
I actually don't know. I don't know that. I know one of them is, but I don't know if both of them are.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah. Well, like you heard now, I don't know if you heard now, but Oscar De La Hoya said
European features. So I don't know.
Oscar said recently that that Golden Boy took over Cinco de Mayo, and now they want to take over the 4th of July. So now they want to start doing big fight cards on the 4th of July.
Yeah, Golden Boy does.
Yeah, Golden Boy. Oscar said that. He said Golden Boy took over Cinco de Mayo. Now I want to do the 4th of July.
Yeah, but see, I'm not sure if that would really work as well as they want, because a lot of Americans like to go out on the 4th of July.
That's right.
They're out on the streets. They don't really go to the firework things, whatever. That's kind of like the culture.
It is.
Many people would decide to then stay home. Yeah.
You know what it is too? It's like a lot of the Golden Boy rosters like Mexican fighters. So like, I mean, I don't know if you're gonna do a holiday, if you're gonna do fights on an American holiday, maybe you should get some like American fighters.
True. Yeah.
Because like you can't. I mean, maybe you can. I mean, I don't know. Who am I? But like, you can't make the 4th of July an extension of Cinco de Mayo.
No, you can't. Definitely, it's not. And like it's the differing cultures too.
Yeah,
it's just what it is in America. Like, go to any major city, and the streets are packed because they're all outside.
You can't even go to the beach here in South Florida on the 4th of July.
Oh yeah, is that what it is down there? They all go to
the and if you do go to the beach, you better make sure you're there like early in the morning to get your spot, because if you try going in the afternoon or like anytime past 10 a.m., it's gonna be flooded.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What do they do? Like light fireworks off of a boat or something like that out in the ocean?
Well, no. Well, yeah, they do that too. Like they usually have that, but no, people bring their own fireworks. They'll be in the sand, bunch of fireworks.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome then.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, there wouldn't be many people in the house for the 4th of July. I don't know. That just don't seem like it would work that well. I mean, maybe like Memorial Day.
That could work.
A lot of family, they get the break. Families are all together, the big groups of people. That would probably be the day, not the 4th of July.
Yeah, or Easter.
Yeah, really. Yeah,
and then
Easter.
This dude, Dark Noise, has been going hard in the comments. He says that PBC has the best talent in boxing and that nobody on PBC is on the shelf. You only fight twice a year when you're on the elite level when you're with PBC.
If you're lucky.
Well, I'll say this, Dark Noise. I have a friend that's signed to PBC, so I'm speaking as I know someone who's with PBC, and it's Isaac Chamberlain. He's the cruiserweight from the UK. He signed an Al Haymon advisory contract. We talked about him last time. He's never met Al Haymon or spoken to him. He's only spoken to his secretary Sylvia. And you know what? He's not the only fighter I've heard that about.
But he has a contract with Haymon as an advisor, or is it just like a PBC Haymon sports type contract?
I think it's like an advisory contract because I think because the way he does things is the way like Daniel Jacobs does things. Like how Daniel Jacobs is advised by Haymon, but he's promoted by Eddie Hearn. It's like he's got that kind of setup. So he's advised by Haymon, but then he's like promoted by Mick Hennessy. He signed with Mick Hennessy in the UK. Okay. Yeah. But like I'm just saying he's been on the show since he signed with Al Haymon. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not sure about all the guys he has right now, but that's one example. Back in a couple years ago, that was a big problem. He had a lot of guys signed, and they just couldn't even get a fight. It was like pulling teeth to get in the ring.
Yeah.
He got plenty of cards, at least. Like, just stack them. Just stack them. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe a money guarantee you got to pay certain guys or something. I'm not sure.
The guys. I mean, not all the guys, but like the guys that have been with him at least since 2015 are extremely spoiled.
Yeah.
Extreme,
for sure.
Because Danny Garcia, he's seeing 7 figures easy every fight. It don't matter. Like the last fight he fought Ivan Redcat.
Yeah, I understand how it was hard for those guys to not just sign from the amount of cash that was thrown in their face back then. It would have been hard for any kid. So,
The other day, I had Adrian Granados on here, and he was telling me that.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, he was here. He was on the other day for like, I think 30 or 40 minutes. He was here.
Nice.
And I was asking about his career and stuff, and he was telling me that before the Robert Easter fight, the guys at PBC were telling him, yeah, if you lose this fight, Adrian, you might need to get a job.
That's crazy. That is nuts. He's probably been like, he's definitely one of. He might be the most screwed over fighter of his generation.
He definitely is.
I don't know if off top, I can't think of anybody who's had it worse than him, man. He had it bad since early. I mean,
he got robbed. How many fighters do you know can get robbed in their own hometown? I mean, because he fought Kermit Cintron, and I thought he'd be Kermit Cintron. Teddy Allen thought he'd be Kermit Cintron. Yeah, and he got robbed in Chicago.
Yeah, and I like him.
He's become like, I mean, I don't have a lot of friends. I don't have a lot of fighters that are friends, but he's probably like one of them, one of the only ones.
I can see why. I mean, he's somebody who they should like. He's the type of guy who fans can actually get behind and feel invested in when he gets in the ring. You should maybe get a job. He has a hell of a story to tell. Like, you could really get people involved in his story just in a purely boxing term or purely boxing avenue, just on the struggles he's went through in the sport. Just that alone would get people behind him. Not even talking about like the family life and the friends, blah blah blah, the street.
Or him growing up in the ghetto in Chicago.
Yeah, other branch that they could have developed and promoted him through. But yeah, oh my God, yeah, that's he's trying to get away from them. Like he was telling me recently that he's trying to get away from them soon, because he's got one more fight on his deal left, and then it's up. Yeah, I saw something on online. He was talking about that.
Yeah,
which good for him. I hope he does. I hope he finds success wherever he goes. Again, it's depressing though that a lot of these promoters will look and be like, "You have too many L's. I can't sell you." When I don't know anyone who doesn't like him. I really don't. Like, every boxing fan I know likes him.
Fuck, most of the fighters like him. Because everybody I know.
Fight could have been a hell of a springboard for him. Everyone knows he won that fight. Because yeah, and he got screwed over in that one too. And that was a big fight to take an L in.
He actually he revealed when I interviewed him, he actually revealed something that about that fight that he's never said on camera. Like, I've known this for years, but he finally said it on camera, so now I can talk about it. Adrian Broner, like About Billions Promotions, when they were putting up the money for the fight, like their checks were bouncing. Like they would go to these hotels and everything, and like people's checks are bouncing, and they couldn't even put the money to the hotels. So like TTV Promotions had to put up the money just for the fight to go on. Adrian's company, the company Adrian signed to, had to put the money for the fight to go on. Yeah, it was crazy.
Wow. And that's really all the promoter is the bank. So he was the promoter.
Yeah. It was insane.
He got robbed on his own card.
He got robbed. Yeah, pretty much.
Jeez.
Yeah, because it happened to be in Adrian Broner's hometown. They had it in Cincinnati. They changed from a 12 rounder to a 10. They changed it from a 140 fight to 144 because Adrian Broner couldn't make the weight.
I mean, I get it. It was yeah, I forgot all about that actually.
Yeah. I'll never forget it because I was supposed to go to that fight. So I never forgot about that.
Yeah. That's I mean, it was a good fight. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like the worst robbery I've ever seen or anything.
No.
But
It was bad though. It was
yeah,
bad.
I thought Granados clearly won. Yeah. And Broner at that time still had a lot of cachet. You know, that would have been a good ass springboard for him. Sucks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had it off. That's sad.
Did you see his last fight by any chance against Robert Easter Jr.?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
He did. That's up there with some of the one of the worst ones because he beat the brakes off Easter.
Yeah, he did. The it's like I don't even know how it keeps happening. Like, you would think the fans would fucking rush the ring at one of these things. For real. I mean, and then you even want to, you know, he's going to win these fights, but you can't even put money on him. Like, bettors, they're scared to gamble. You're just like, I know he's going to win, but I'm going to bet on the other guy. You know, it's sad. It is.
That's how the game goes, though. That's how the game goes.
Did he have anything about future plans, like his next fight? I know, obviously, one more and he'd be free. Or
yeah. He mentioned a couple names. He did. He said if PBC paid him enough, he'd fight Thurman. They paid him enough money because he knows that he's not gonna get a fair shake. So if they paid him enough money, that he'd do Thurman. He mentioned Devin Alexander. He mentioned Victor Ortiz. Guys like that.
Who was it he just lost to?
Robert Easter.
No. That he actually lost to?
Oh, Danny Garcia.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah. Danny actually looked pretty damn good in that fight.
Damn, that was the best Danny Garcia we've seen in years. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, he looked like a beast in that fight. That was hard to watch.
I was pretty sad. I was live for that fight. Like, I was live, and I'm like, I was just sitting there like I was beside myself. Like, damn, what's really happening right now?
I didn't like seeing him take that punishment.
No, it wasn't fun.
Yeah. Was that Danny's last fight? Has he fought since then? He has, right?
No. Yeah, he fought Ivan Redkach in January.
That's right. Okay.
That fight was horrible. That was a fight where I think Ivan Redkach bit him. They bit him in his.
Wow, I didn't watch that fight.
Oh, you didn't miss much. It was a pretty boring fight. Redkach just like postured. He just postured the whole fight, and then he sat there, just counterpunched him, but didn't really hurt him. So it was whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Man, I thought Danny might have carried that beastly momentum with him.
Nah, he didn't really build off of that fight at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to drop the link down below, so if anybody wants to join me in Thunderdome, there's the link. Let's see.
Let me look at this chat.
Because I know Troy Graham wants to join. Troy's always on these lives with us.
Fight Scout. What's up, brother? See you in the building. What else we got here?
All right, yeah, there's a link, guys.
What's that? Oh.
No, I'm saying the link is, I dropped the link down if anybody wants to join.
Yeah, I don't know why it came up on my recommendeds, but I just rewatched that Crawford versus Khan fight a couple days ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's one of those fights where I watch it one time and I'm not going to go back.
Yeah, I don't know why. It just came up. I was like, let me check it out.
I watched Oscar De La Hoya Felix Sturm for the first time. I never seen that fight. I watched that recently.
I bought that pay-per-view. Me and the girl out there at the time I ordered it on our cable bill.
You a savage.
I had to watch it, man. I had to watch it. He lost. She did it. She let me do it, I should say, because she liked Oscar De La Hoya, obviously. Yeah, even she admitted he got whooped. So it is what it is.
That's how you do.
Yeah. I mean, it was clear as day.
Yeah, she must have really liked you. She must really liked you at the time to let you do that.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I already asked him about the SSB about Devin Haney's comments. We touched on that already.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I will never let a white boy beat me.
Well, gotta fight a good one to prove that.
Oh, here we go. We got Troy Graham here, so we're gonna click on this little box and get Troy Graham in here. Let's see what Troy got to say.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Troy? I can hear you. I can't see you, but I heard you. Troy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Troy. Troy, you're breaking up.
I'm gonna call you back.
Okay, come back.
I'm gonna step outside. Come back.
All right. Oh, SSB20 also wanted me to ask you, what did you think about Paulie Malignaggi's comments? Did you see Paulie's comments recently about how how black fighters aren't the dominant fighter anymore? He said that recently.
Did not see that. No.
Yeah, it's an IFL interview. He said that the Eastern Europeans are the ones that are the dominant fighter now.
Yeah, I mean that's obvious.
Yeah.
Anyone without an agenda anyway was saying that fucking years ago. Yeah, they it's not just down to who has the roughest background or whatever, but when you have a rough background that kind of builds a fighter's mentality, a fighter's mind, and then mix that with top of the line trainers, that's a recipe for success in boxing, man.
No, that it is. We got the Brotherhood. Who's the Brotherhood?
I got a boxing channel myself, man.
Oh,
I'm just wondering.
So,
I'm just wondering, bro. What the hell? Why do y'all have a problem with the PBC? They've been giving the boxing world great content for free at that.
Well, first of all, it's not for free. If you don't pay your fucking cable bill, you ain't getting PBC.
Well, a lot of it is. A lot of it is.
What did I say? I mean, yeah, that's cool. I wish they would, and this goes for all the guys, any of the promotional office, equally, they need to work together. There's only so many, matches they can make with inside of that one stable. He keeps his fighters. I mean, I don't know. You're trying to make me defend a point that I'm not really arguing for, but they should.
Well, I'm not making you defend a point, but it seems like both of y'all have nothing good to say about the PBC, which is why I asked. I don't think they deserve the hatred.
Let me ask you, what did we say that you're specifically?
Yeah, is there anything specific?
It ain't about what y'all said. I'm saying you guys don't have anything good to say. It's not something you said specifically. It's everything is negative.
That's false, because we have both promoted and bragged and clapped and cheered for many of the fights.
I mean, I thought Pacquiao was a pretty damn good fight.
Spence,
I had no problem with that.
Tremendous.
You can name about 20 more good fights they put on.
Yeah, and anytime they do, we definitely say they're good fights.
Yeah, like I don't know. I've been live for a lot of PBC's fights and their fight cards, and if they put on a good fight card when I'm live, I have no problem saying that it's a good card. I don't have any vested interest in Eddie Hearn or Bob Arum or any of them. I just think if you want to go by this year's fight cards, PBC, and I'm talking about PBC alone fight cards. PBC hasn't put up any good fight cards this year. Not one. You can't really count.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Name one.
Serious?
Name one.
Keith Thurman versus Manny Pacquiao. First of all,
that was
versus Harrison. Charlo versus Harrison too. What you mean this year? You talking about 2020, the year of the coronavirus? Nobody's put on cards this year.
There was 3 months of boxing before the coronavirus.
Okay, so you judging a whole year off of 3 months. That's not fair.
I mean,
I would never
they didn't put out one good boxing card, bro. Not one.
Not one good boxer. I guess,
Not
man,
in
but
2020. Name one. Name it. I'm listening.
I don't remember any boxing cards this year because it's been fucking coronavirus most of the year. So
Well, we got Troy Graham here. What's
I
up, Troy?
don't think they
My
do.
only,
Hey,
my only
how you
complaint
doing?
would be that
Well, I can say when it comes to the
players feel more active. That's it.
Yeah.
And work.
yeah, when it comes to the when it
Go
comes
ahead,
to the
Troy.
PBC when it comes to the PBC cards, they're usually good. They're not great. I watched a couple of them on TV. Right? They've been good, but they've rarely have you been great. I mean, Spence when he was talking about Spence and not Spence. I'm sorry, Thurman and Pacquiao was a good fight, and then. I might be wrong about this, but back in the day with Menzor and Cunningham, that was PBC. That was a few years back. Was that
Mansour and
was that a PBC card?
I can't.
Yeah.
I think it would have been.
That sounds like that sounds like a PBC
Okay.
card.
And yeah, it's been a few good cards, but rarely has it been great. So their standards are just good for right now. But they're not great, and it always surprises me that their fighters, the top fighters, whether it be the Charlos, Russell, you name them, they can't seem to get big fights made for some reason. And all these cats will tell you that we actually own a promotion company. So how come you can't get the fights made? What's the holdup with that? Because when Crawford was at 147, Spence told him to move up. So he moved up and he said, okay, go ahead and get a belt. He got a belt. Then it was, well, you cross the street. There is no street to cross. There is no, that was started with them. There's no street for anybody to cross.
And the thing,
Hagler.
another thing with them, a complaint I would have is they give you a lot of fights on like basic cable. Those fights, like he's saying, they're good cards. There's nothing, it's boxing. You get to watch some fights for sure. But when they even have like a fight that you're kind of not all that's not 100%, but most of the time, if it's like a fight that you're eager to see, it's pay-per-view.
No, that's not true at all. Come on, man.
It is.
You're telling me?
Be honest.
You're telling me
pay-per-view.
only the only fights they have that's worth watching are pay-per-view? That's not true at all, man.
What was a big?
I agree. I agree with him when it comes to the PBC. Most of the fights that you want to see with the PBC never get made. Joshua.
I'll say this. One good fight they had last year on free TV was the Julian Williams Jarrett Hurd fight. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a great fight, actually. I love that fight.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Yeah, Hurd is from Maryland.
What's up, champ?
Yeah, what's up, BT? Thunderdome. Man, I remember you from way back. Way back in the Kovalev days when he was on the come up.
Oh yeah.
One of the OG channels on YouTube.
I remember them days.
Good to hear from you, man. Hey, what are we talking about? PBC and the pay-per-view stuff, right?
Man, they're saying the only PBC cards worth watching were on pay-per-view, which it's hard for me to agree with that.
Well, I'll say half of those pay-per-view fights aren't even worth watching.
The pay-per-view fights were actually some of the worst cards they put on. It's like the opposite, to be honest.
Like Spence,
big fights like Spence Brook, Spence Porter, Thurman, Pacquiao obviously, Thurman Garcia.
Spence Mikey Garcia was pretty trash. Not gonna lie.
Like Thurman Porter, that shouldn't have been pay-per-view. Honestly, it just shouldn't have. Like
I'm saying, you didn't like Porter versus Ugas? You don't like Laura versus Hurd?
That was a good fight. But wasn't Laura versus Hurd a Showtime fight? That was PBC, but it was Showtime though.
I mean, if it ain't pay-per-view, it ain't pay-per-view. I don't think it matters if it's Showtime or Fox.
I mean, it
Hey,
does kind of
Brotherhood, what were the best?
if you're selling the idea of free boxing and you're putting fights on closed circuit television, then people are still having to pay extra money to get those channels. So it's not necessarily free boxing.
Well, every single promoter is putting boxing on the apps. Showtime has an app, DAZN has an app, ESPN Plus has an app. So I
You
don't
want to
see
know
the
the
difference.
difference, though, Brotherhood?
No
The difference
fight-
is you can get all ESPN pay-per-views and ESPN and DAZN for less than you can get all the Fox pay-per-views.
Yeah, and they're not, and ESPN and DAZN and Top Rank, they're not selling you the idea of free boxing for all. PBC came out the box saying it's free boxing for all.
when there's no such thing. They just don't.
Well, DAZN is selling you the idea of killing pay-per-view when they're
right.
I hope they
Go
do
ahead, Troy.
pay-per-view.
No, I was gonna. Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that if the fights were that good, we'd be having a conversation about the fights and not the cards and the stations and different this and that. We'd solely be focusing on the fights, which prove that the fights are really not that good, and that actually goes across the board. You can't really say PBC. Very few people are putting on great fights anymore, because it seems to me that very few people know how to sell fights, and then it always comes down to this one wants this one wants that. Great, the fighter gets the money, and then the fans get what? They get a shovel and they tell us to go find a grave to dig in, because you're not going to be happy with what you get. Right?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I could vibe with that. Manuel Char, who's Manuel Char?
Hello, my brother. It's me, Manuel Char from Germany. How are you?
What's up, Nathan?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Hello,
Can't
everybody.
complain.
Hello, Thunderdome Boxing. How are you?
How you doing, brother?
Hello. Are you right, mate?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
Good. I'm good, mate. Yeah.
Glad to hear.
I'm just trying to. What were you guys discussing? Because I wasn't listening earlier. I've just jumped in.
Okay, we had a guy on here. He just left as you were talking, but we had a guy at the Brotherhood who was upset at us because we stated that he said that me and Anthony are only saying negative things about PBC, and he said that PBC has been getting everybody free boxing. So how can we hate on free boxing? That's what he was saying.
Let me just say this real quick. Reality. Hold on. Let me just say one thing. The reality is, we all say good things and bad things about every promotional outfit.
Everyone.
It's inescapable. No one does everything good and no one does everything bad. But those him and his little cronies, they only seem to remember you saying one thing. Like, there's good and bad with every promotional outfit. It's just the way it is. No one's saying only bad things about anybody.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I just think that fight fans on a whole today are very sensitive. This word, you're a hater, and hate is entirely overused. You know that? It has no place in the conversation when you're talking about sports, because you don't hate anybody for playing a sport. You might have a disagreement, right?
Yeah.
But how could you hate somebody that you don't know?
And isn't talking smack like one of the best parts about sport?
It's part of the business. It's part of the business.
It's what we do as men.
Or
the thing about
hey, bro, wait a minute. I didn't say that you only talk about PBC in a bad light. I'm saying I clearly said that.
Well, no,
I didn't hear you.
I shouldn't basically say anything bad about them because they give me free boxing. That's what you came in.
No, I didn't say that either.
Okay,
stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
The thing is, they don't give you free boxing though.
I heard exactly what I said, but you want to twist it for some reason.
ESPN pay-per-views.
I said you. It sounds like you don't have. I said you seem like you don't have much good to say about PBC. I didn't say only PBC anything.
Well,
okay.
Are you LDBC?
I just don't think.
What I said is you seem to only remember the bad and don't remember the good that people say, though.
Deserve that.
I just don't think he didn't hear us say anything good about PBC when we were talking. So maybe that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He didn't hear us say anything good about PBC at that time.
You go look at my channel, my whole history. Just said great things about it. Said some bad too, but that goes for everybody.
Right, let's get to the bottom line. PBC played people like Amir Khan way over what they're worth. That's what PBC were doing. I mean, they were paying fighters well over what they were worth. And they're giving us good fights. What's wrong? How can you criticize the fights, you know? You can't.
You can't criticize.
No one can really, you know, no, I'm saying is you can't criticize Al Heyman too much. You know, PBC have done okay. They've run out of good fights to put on there, haven't they? You know, that's the only criticism I'd have of them is that they don't work with the promoters too much. That's the only thing I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest criticism, but that goes to every promoter as well.
Well, I have a question for the Brotherhood. Why does it seem that the PBC can never get the big fights made? Like, say, Crawford and Spence. How about Wilder and Joshua? Is it that they're just not initiated and enjoy chaos and not giving the fans what they want? I asked this question for you.
Oh,
Hey,
I do
man.
this. Go ahead, man.
That was you?
It was.
Yeah.
I'm like, who the fuck is talking?
oh my God.
That was Bane, man. That was Bane.
That was good.
What the fuck is wrong with that Brotherhood, guys? Is he on fucking drugs? You can't criticize PBC, man. Can't do it. Can't do it.
I'll say this though, like when they say the PBC is bringing free boxing, no, like you could get all the ESPN pay-per-views they did last year at DAZN cheaper than you can get all the PBC fights because they put on like a bunch of pay-per-views, and the pay-per-views they put on, most of them were garbage, man. Like Broner Pacquiao, that shit sucked. What else did they have? You know, Spence Mikey, that sucked. Wilder Ortiz 2, possibly one of the worst pay-per-views. I mean, look, I'll pay for pay-per-views if it's Pacquiao Thurman, Spence Porter. I'll pay for those, but you know, Ortiz Wilder 2.
Wait,
no.
Did you say Thurman versus Pacquiao sucked?
No, I said that was one of the good ones.
The undercard was pretty bad, though. I'm not gonna lie. Do you remember the undercard?
Yeah, the undercard that was bad.
Pacquiao versus Broner sucked.
Yeah,
right?
Pacquiao Broner sucked.
Pacquiao Broner was the last pay-per-view fight I ever purchased.
Like when you're putting on so many pay-per-views, you ain't bringing free boxing, man. That ain't your goal. That's not your goal. Your goal is to use Fox and the large audience they have to market your pay-per-views.
Like the problem I have with a lot of their pay-per-views is it'll be like the number 3 guy versus the number 5 guy is the main event. Porter Thurman even. Like if they weren't neither one of them was the top guy in the division. They're not like a Pacquiao or a Floyd demanding pay-per-views. How was that fight even
Come on, man.
Well, that fight
Thurman was the top guy in the division.
No, he wasn't.
That fight actually wasn't even on. That was on CBS. That was on local TV. Yeah, it was on CBS. It was on CBS.
That tier of fight, like I don't know, pay-per-view to me should be a kind of rare. You know, like
yeah, I agree. Pay-per-view should be reserved for like the Canelo Triple G or you know Wilder Fury or something like that. You know,
yeah,
it shouldn't be around for some, and that's why I like ESPN because last year we got Vosdik Beterbiev. I mean, that's a great unification fight, and we got that on free TV, which is what I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I wouldn't. That was a great fight, you're right, but I wouldn't have liked to see that as pay-per-view.
Yeah, no.
Troy, I see you thinking over there, Troy. What you thinking, man?
I think boxing's just lost its way because everybody's so focused on getting a big fight, which takes big money, right? Whereas back in the day, you had Tuesday night fights, you had Friday night fights, and you got to see fighters on their way up, right?
Yeah,
I can remember seeing Tua on his way up, and then he fought. Then they had the night of the heavyweights with Tua, Ruiz, Shannon Briggs, and Tua took out Ruiz in 19 seconds.
Yeah, just
19 seconds, right? I think, to be honest with you, that's what the sport is missing, because boxing, more so than any other sport, they have to connect to the fans, right? Because, people tie themselves to boxers because there's no team. So, you tie yourself to that boxer. If you're a fan of Spence, you're a fan of XYZ boxer, you are a fan of that boxer. But the thing is that no one is telling stories anymore. No one is being allowed to show who they really are. There's a lot of talking, but there's nothing really being said. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's nothing for like the fans to grab onto.
Right, because a lot of people were born into the darkness. But go on.
Teams, they got their fan base.
I just feel like playing the name of good.
Teams get their fans based on a city, but an individual sport, you have to have something to connect to. Well, you don't have to, but that's what helps them get to that next level, is when the fans connect to them in some way.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's hard for me to criticize PBC, because they've been giving you that. They giving these fighters hometown fight. What the fuck is J-Rock and Hurd getting hometown fights for? They getting their life stories told before they get these hometown fights. They are connecting you with the fighters. I feel like they're doing the best job when it comes to any promotional company or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Let me jump in on that. Just because you're fighting in your hometown, they don't really tell any backstories a lot of time, brother. They just
I
they
just
might be
told
fighting
you
in
they
their
did.
hometown.
They did, bro. They did exactly that. You don't remember J-Rock getting his life story told before that fight went on? You don't remember her getting the same thing, and all of these other fighters, the Banana getting his training camp showed?
Like when they tell a guy's story like before the card in like a little 5-minute thingy,
that's what I mean.
That ain't the same as what he's talking about. Is like, kind of, giving you like even a 24/7 when they used to do like 4 episodes over a month. That was one way to get hella people brought into their lives. But like when he's talking about like different weeks, like Tuesday night fights, there's Wednesday night fights, Friday night fights, and Saturdays even. When you get to see all these different guys, and then every time they're giving you little bits of info, you might see them on other sports shows being interviewed and talking, to where it wasn't even just boxing. You'd see them kind of outside the ring, talking about whatever, and then you'd be like, oh, that guy seems real personable, or that's a crazy story about him.
Yeah. But you know why they don't do that? It's because these shitty fans don't appreciate it. When you do get a fight on Thursday night, Demetrius Andre versus Killer, these motherfuckers are making fun of the fact that it's on Thursday night.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was
Brotherhood, you said the opening wild as dick.
weekend. Go ahead, Nathan.
Brotherhood, how much does Al Heyman pay you, mate, to suck Deontay Wilder's dick, mate? Because that's what you sound like. You sound like a little bitch, mate. Seriously, shut up.
Bro, what the hell are you talking about, bro? I just literally got talking done talking about the DAZN fighter. Chill.
Nathan, come on, Nathan. You're going a bit too far, man.
Sorry.
Bro, I gotta be an Al Heyman dick sucker because I like PBC's content.
Yo,
that's not right.
Everybody has their own preferences. I'll tell you this, brother. One thing I think PBC does do good, and I've said this in the past, but if you didn't hear me say with Thunderdome, I think probably the best thing they do is the whole like inside PBC thing. I think that program is really good when they have the guys come in the studio and they show the different sides of them that way. That's probably the best piece of programming they do at the moment, in my opinion.
Yeah,
brother,
every promotional outfit gets shitted on though, because no one's fans of promoters.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing. Like, don't dare shit on this promoter. Like, if it's a fighter, that's one thing. But no one fanboys for any promoters. Like,
that's the state of YouTube boxing these
I don't
days.
know about that, bro.
That like YouTube boxing these days, you just have fanboys of specific promoters. Like the
Yeah, exactly. That's the
LVBC and
problem.
New Media, they're fanboys of the PBC.
Well, yeah, I know.
I don't care what anyone says. They're fanboys of the PBC. They always shit on DAZN. They always shit on ESPN. They big up the PBC. It's just so weird to me, but
Yeah, really weird.
I mean, whatever,
Yeah.
I don't give a
I
shit.
think the best example of what I was trying to say to y'all was Saturday afternoon fights back in the day, back in the late 80s, early 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when you got to see the Sugar Rays, the Simon Browns, the Mark Brelands coming up, and they had real good fights. Okay, like Mark Breland, right? You know, he talks with that soft voice.
Yeah, real soft.
If you go watch the fight with him and Aaron Superman Davis, you'll see why he talks like that. Aaron shattered his nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he talked like that. But it was a great fight because I'm from the Bronx. Aaron's from the Bronx. Mark is from Brooklyn. So it was a fight against the boroughs, right? And Mark was a champion at the time, right? And Aaron was undefeated. And he was getting beat. Mark actually turned his eye. He closed his eye and turned it into like an apple, man. His eye was just huge, and he really should have stopped the fight. But he caught him with that punch. Simon Brown, Tyrone Trice was on air. Was a lot of good fights that were on air. Chavez was on there a lot. Julian Jackson, Terry Norris. But you always heard their backstory for about 25 minutes or 20 minutes. They would talk to the main event fighter, and they had a small screen with the actual other little fights going on, right?
Yeah,
You got the fighter that was the main card, where Julian was the puncher, Terry Norris was the speedster and the mover, right? Julian froze him up and just took him out in the second round. Took him out nice, just nice in the second round. But you don't see that a lot no more. What's the brother name? Brotherhood was saying that they give you that on PBC. They give you
Julian
spots.
Williams.
Huh?
He mentioned Julian Williams.
Yeah. He's still in here. Okay, like giving someone like a spot is not like having a conversation. Like, you see how we're having a conversation right now, brother? I don't know anything about you. You don't know anything about me. You could tell me things about yourself in spots, but it's not an actual story. And I know I went long-winded, so I hope that made sense.
Well, I think that's more up to the fighters nowadays because you got Instagram, you got all of these platforms where you can connect with the fans nowadays. So maybe we just got a lot of lazy boxers nowadays.
I tell you what I learned coming up. When you have too much, you actually do too little. Right? When you have less, then kind of like if you had a bunch of money right now, if you were like a multi-billionaire, you really wouldn't want to be doing anything right now. You want to chill. But if you had $10,000 in the bank, you'd be working your ass off, right? You see the difference?
Yeah. When it's available to you, you like it's always there, so I can do it anytime I feel like it. I guess that's what you mean.
I couldn't hear you over the ice cream truck, brother. He's parked by my house.
It's even though I agree that fighters definitely need to take full advantage of social media. They have to in this generation. But it's hard for them to even still gain any traction with fans if they're not able to still then see them fighting. And they're going to have to fight like someone else that they know. So whether you want to call it clout chasing or whatever, they might have to use their name, someone else's names on social media to call out people.
And they do.
And for sure they do, and they kind of probably should. But if we're not getting to see them in the ring, it's still going to be hard to gravitate to it. And they still got to be able to deliver in the ring. Not winning every fight or anything like that, obviously, but at least be the good.
Oh, it's the damn ice cream truck making me want to buy ice cream.
Yeah, but I feel like today's fans are putting more energy into going out of their way to hate on these fighters rather than getting to know lesser known fighters. You know what I'm saying? Like I
I
see
know what
that
you mean.
every day.
I know what you mean. I'm not one of them, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, the truth is, you can't get to know the lesser known fighters unless you see them more often. Because fighters who are on the back end shouldn't be fighting once a year. They should be fighting. If you fight on, let's say, a Friday, then 2 months from now you fight on another Friday and keep going like that. I can't remember the brother's name from back in the mid '90s. He drove himself to fights. I cannot remember his name, but he would. Let's say if he fought in Cleveland, right?
Look how far Triple G built himself up a huge fan base just from fighting 4 times a year. Like that's where the fan base came from because he was he'd be announcing his next fight at the post-fight presser. It kept people. Triple G.
Oh yeah. Okay.
As soon as you got to watch his fight, you instantly could go online and see footage for the next training camp, and there's already promotion for the next fight. So for like 2 years there, he was like front and center with being promoted. And these younger guys, they could do it, easy 6 fights a year as long as they're not cut or something like that. There's no reason that they couldn't. But I guess they need the outlets.
It boils down to that money, baby.
Yeah.
That's all it boils down to. If you listen to Wu-Tang, they got a song called Cream. That's what it all boils down to.
You get the money.
Yeah, a lot of these cats are not going to take chances like that because they feel they might hurt themselves with a loss. Where, to be honest with you, a loss is not a death sentence. I'll give you a perfect example. Freddie Pendleton. I don't know if y'all remember him. He knocked out Roger Mayweather.
Right there.
Okay? He had about 15, 16 losses when he knocked out Roger. But the thing is that Freddie started all over again. He fought the top 15, top 10, then the top 5. Then he got a fight with Roger, and he just kept going. He kept going.
Yeah, me and BT were just talking about that earlier. With fans need to get out of the mindset of a loss is is devastating to a fighter's value. If a fighter loses, oh well. If they lost to a good fighter, who cares? Someone got to lose. We shouldn't. Now it's like if you don't have so many fighters, the moment they get that first L, half their fucking fan base leaves them.
Exactly. They disown them.
And that's where these fighters get scared to take these so-called risky fights because they're like, if I just lose, if I don't have this huge payday to fall back on, and I happen to lose, I'm screwed.
Yeah, fighters are scared shitless to lose these days. I mean, I've had fighters tell me themselves, like, yo, if I lose, like, I don't know what's gonna happen. And like one fighter told me one time he signed a Top Rank, and he said, yeah, Top Rank told me if I lose this fight, they're gonna make me an opponent the rest of my career, and I'm with them.
That's terrible.
That's terrible.
You shouldn't have signed the contract.
He probably shouldn't have did that, but hey, that's what he told me.
No, man, these fans just got to be better, bro. We can all agree that the fans can do better. The fans are ruining the sport, and they don't know how important they are. I feel like they don't know.
Yeah, that's like great point. Great point.
Tell me this. How do you ruin something that you have no power over?
Well,
they do have power. They got all the power. Yep. They just don't know they do.
Look, let's use
me again how the fans are. Because all the fights they see, they're not getting made. So if you have all this power, which you're correct, they do. How are they not using it? Because you can't say that they're ruining the sport, and then you turn right around and you can't get the big fights made. Because wouldn't the fans be getting the big fights made?
It's like, look, whenever let's use Gary. I'll use an example to do this. Gary Russell, when he was going in to fight Loma, undefeated, had all the fans, so many people were behind him. He loses to what's now considered one of the best fighters in the world, and a lot of people even had him ranked that high. Not as one, but really high back then. And it was a close fight, still a good fight. And he lost. Half his fans left him. It's like, and that can go for a lot of these guys who have zeros and then lose their first fight and stuff like that. Now we have the power. All the fans have the power and really should use it. And when a fighter they like loses, they shouldn't throw him to the curb. Now, obviously, we don't all do that, but way too many of us do. These guys would be willing to risk a dangerous fight a lot more for a lot less money, which would make the fights easier to be made if they weren't worried about their payday for the next fight if they happen to lose this one, which is why they like fucking retirement money to take a tough fight.
Well, the truth is, if you lost half your fans, that means you still have half your fans, and you can still fight. No one is putting chains on your legs and telling you can't fight. There was a fighter down here in Maryland. He lived on the Eastern Shore. He was a Latino brother, and I can't remember his name. He was dark skinned like me. He fought. He had an arena down here. It wasn't his, but that's where he did most of his fights, and they were broadcast on Showtime. And he made at least $200, a quarter of a mil every fight. And he was local. You want to know why? Because he had a Latino fan base. He was right here. He started losing once he started stepping up, but they still were there. They said so. It's not, fans don't have that type of power, because if they did, we would have been got Crawford, Spence. We would have had Wilder, Joshua, so on, etc., etc.
No, we don't get them fights because people look. For example, Danny Garcia loses to Keith Thurman and goddamn Sean Porter. So them are not two people to be embarrassed about losing to, but the fans nowadays will make you look like shit for losing to them, whether they were close fights or not. Now somebody like Terrence Crawford, Terrence Crawford will fight way lesser competition than Thurman and Porter, but the fans are more happy to see him fight these lower level guys and stay undefeated rather than boost a guy like Danny Garcia. It's backwards. It's ass backwards. They don't realize they're working against themselves. That means when they're happy with that type of shit, then Crawford's going to be happy fighting that level of fighter. He's just going to keep doing it over and over because he knows y'all are happy with it.
I'm so glad you said that Crawford is fighting lesser competition. Let me break down his competition to you. The first fight he had at welterweight was an undefeated champion. He stopped him. Second fight he had was the #1 contender, undefeated. He stopped him.
What are you talking about?
No, let me finish. Khan was just a name builder. And then whoever came next, was it Crab? How you say his name? Crab. He's actually a very tough fight, and he beat and he stopped him. So in all reality, Crawford is the one fighting the tougher competition, not the boys on
Oh my God!
Well, that's actually a debate.
Let him finish. I want you to name Errol Spence's last 4 opponents. Go ahead.
You want me to name them?
Tick, 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 baby. You.
Who was talking about Errol Spence?
You said Crawford is fighting lesser opponents, which means that everybody else is fighting better opponents. I just threw Spence's name out there. And Danny. Okay, well, name Danny's last 4.
The point you're making has nothing to do with the point I was making. That's why I don't get it.
But you said the man was fighting lesser opponents. Lesser opponents than whom?
Well,
then I just said it clearly, bro. Danny Garcia lost to 2 top opponents in the welterweight division.
Hold on, you guys are getting mixed up. What Troy is asking you is, do you think Spence has fought the better competition in his last 4 or 5 fights than Terrence Crawford?
And I'm asking, where the hell did Spence come from in the conversation?
You said that he's fighting lesser opponents and the fans are accepting it. So I'm trying to figure out who's fighting better opposition besides Porter.
What you said was Spence fighting lesser competition and keeping his 0 lets Terrence Crawford then feel that he can also fight lesser competition as well to keep that 0.
Lesser competition. lesser competition is he
and
fighting?
I was comparing him to Danny Garcia, so I don't understand where Spence came into the conversation. That's where you lost me.
Good. Okay, good. But what lesser competition? You said he's fighting lesser competition.
Has anyone Terrence Crawford fought at welterweight been on the level of Keith Thurman and Sean Porter? It's simple as that, bro. And that was regarding Danny Garcia. That's a fucking capital N-O.
But at the same time, if they're not fighting him, what's he supposed to do? He fights the next level of tough competition.
You don't get what I'm saying. You don't get what I'm saying. Danny Garcia is being punished for fighting that level of competition. That's what I'm saying. He's being punished.
Being punished
Danny
by who?
Garcia. By the fans. Who else are we talking about?
How
the fans.
I don't think Danny's an example for that.
Don't stop him from signing a contract to fight Crawford for $3 million.
Why would you sign that contract when lower competition is? That's what I'm saying. He's being punished. You want to pay him $3 million for losing to that level of competition, but pay Khan, who's been getting knocked all over the fucking place,
behind him.
If you want to pay him $7 million, so if Danny Garcia ain't being punished for that, then what is it?
City behind him. You understand? Khan has
no, I don't understand you at all.
Well, I get what brother would say now.
He's from the UK. Where's Danny's fan base?
New York City and Philadelphia.
Yeah, the biggest market in America.
Big in New York. Trust me.
Nobody obviously wanted to see Khan because the pay-per-view didn't sell. Numbers don't lie.
Okay, you know what? And the same could go for Danny Garcia because he's sitting on his ass, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go for him because if you would have actually paid him what he was worth, then you would have sold the pay-per-view.
$3 million, brother. You win, and then you move on and get more money. I mean, because you saying A, and then you saying
no,
Z.
You don't understand what I'm saying, bro. You should get rewarded if you only lost to that level of competition. First, you should be happy that these guys risked their O and ended up losing to that level of competition rather than rewarding Khan.
Here, I definitely agree with him. Danny has, first of all, for Crawford to be able to get a name like Danny Garcia on his resume, someone who is as proven as Danny Garcia, that alone, in my opinion,
Danny Garcia contract
deserves him
just that
paid fat.
You gotta
I want to chime in.
The points you guys both making.
Yeah, explain it to him because I can't, man. I did the best I can.
I wanted to chime in on the Brotherhood's point about Danny Garcia. I don't think people are sliding Danny Garcia because of him losing to Thurman and Porter. I think that all started when he fought Rod Salka and he got what many people deemed as a gift against Herrera, and then Porter and Thurman was backing off that.
Though, I think in this specific instance, he's talking about the amount of money that the promoters were willing to pay Danny Garcia because he had just lost to those two guys who nothing shameful in losing to.
Dillian White, what do you think?
Dillian
White, what do you think?
Oh, my brothers, I think I agree with my brother Troy. This brother knows his shit, bro. He does. I agree with Troy. And this Brotherhood boy, I think he's been smoking some bad crack, to be honest.
Hey, y'all some hostile motherfuckers, man. I don't know what's up.
Start with me, my brother. You don't start with me, brother. I'll put you in your place.
Hey, look, check this out. Terrence Crawford himself says a Sean Porter fight doesn't make sense because he just lost to Errol fucking Spence. Perfect example. He's being punished. He's being punished for losing to somebody in a fight that everybody wanted to see. You get punished for stepping up. That's why these people are getting so comfortable fighting bum after bum and keeping their O. You can't argue with me on this.
Name the bums that he's fighting at 147.
Bro, okay, all of the people he fought at 147 don't compare to Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Sean Porter. As simple as that.
People
But does it make them bums?
Okay, man. All right, they're not bums. I'm sorry for using that word. They're lower level competition. Like I said,
competition weak and trash. How are they weak and trash if they all are champions? They have O's. They never.
Guess what? Look.
I think
This is my point.
I think we can.
This is my point.
That they're lower level than Porter and Thurman, right?
Right. But if he can't get them, who's he supposed to fight?
That's my point, bro. You're sitting here proving that you're happy with that level of competition that Crawford is facing. So don't be mad when Crawford doesn't step up to the guys that I just said that lost to higher level competition.
Okay, listen.
You proving it.
Okay, listen. When it comes to the PBC, there's always the same sing-along. The fighters.
Oh my God!
Move up.
It's the PBC. It's PBC now.
Let me finish, please. They'll say to so and so, move up. Fine. The person moves up. Then they'll say, okay, fine. You'll get a belt. Okay, that person gets a belt. Then what happens? This is the same routine that Spence said to Crawford. Same routine that Tank, who's from Baltimore like me, said to what's the brother from Philly? Help me out. Farmer. He said it to Farmer, and they never fought. So it's the fans have no control over making or not making fights. It's the fighters. Fighters fight. Fight.
It's
every fight, whether it be Leonard, Hagler, Hearns, they took short money for the long term. Each and every one of them did.
It's the way you react to these fights, man. Look, Keith Thurman loses to Manny Pacquiao when people are writing him off as if his career is over. You can't tell me that's not true. Now Thurman has every reason to not fight somebody on Pacquiao level because he getting rolled off for having one loss versus a legendary fighter, bro. You can't tell me that's not true. People saying his career over, he's a fat man and all of this crazy shit, man. Y'all gotta appreciate these fights more. That's my point.
Listen to me, right? Wilder. I'm not going to the past no more. Let's focus on Wilder. If Wilder comes back, passes out Fury, then he comes back and he actually does the right thing and fights Dillian White and stops him, his career is now back on track. Okay? You can't. It's you all that are saying his career is over now, the glove, the XYZ, this and that. But if he comes back and he wins those 2 fights, guess what? He's right back where he started from. No fan has the power to say, we're going to stop you from fighting. Because if the fan had the power to say, we're going to stop you from fighting, then the fans can say, we're going to get this fight made. No.
Bro, fighters have feelings too, bro. If you discouraging them for doing what you say you want them to do, then they're not going to be so willing to do it next time around. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Wilder just lost to Fury, and people writing him off saying his career is over.
Oh my God! How do you discourage?
You kind of agree.
Stop fighting. How do you discourage a grown man to stop fighting? Because how do you do that?
What are you talking about? The amount of money they'll earn in their next fight or two, whatever, and the level of competition they might get to fight in their next fights is what he's talking about. These fighters are scared that if they lose, they're going to be written off by a portion of the fans, and it's true.
Yeah, I don't see how you can disagree with that, bro. It's right there in your face.
Afraid of losing. He wants that fight. I go back a few years again with a Menzor.
We're not talking
Menzor
physically scared, not like physically afraid though to get into the ring with somebody. They'll do that.
And I'm
the gym. They don't care.
I'm just about losing.
No, it's more long. It's more like the money end is what he's talking about with the fighters, and all the fighters are
100%.
Money and respect, bro. You are getting disrespected for doing exactly what you're supposed to do, which is fight the best, the fights that the fans want to see.
That's what I'm telling you. That has nothing to do with fights not getting made. The fan has no control over that.
Yes, it does. The fans buy the fight. Who buys the fights? The fans.
Okay, well, tell me this: if the fans have control to do one thing, how come they don't have control to do the other thing, which is get the big fights made? Help me out.
All right, guess what? If the same fans we're talking about actually bought Crawford versus Khan, then his next fight would have actually been a big fight. But they didn't, did they? So the fans do have power, as much as you want to deny that. Man.
Since the fans have so much power, can't the fans just say we want Spence Crawford and the fight gets made?
No, the point is you gotta respect these fighters, man. When they put their shit on the line, and you're not getting respect for you're not getting respect for that nowadays, bro. It's not that hard. I'm not saying anything crazy.
I don't know how long you've been watching boxing. Fighters have always got criticized. Always. That's part of the business. You know, you win some, you lose. Come back.
Brotherhood, I've got a question for you. It seems as you think you know everything about boxing. What British boxer put Muhammad Ali on his ass? I bet you don't even know the answer to that, do you? You don't know fuck all about boxing, brother.
Bro, you ain't no need to be disrespectful.
Well, tell me, then I ask you a question. Do you know the answer? Yes or no? Simple.
No, I
What
don't.
British heavyweight put Muhammad Ali on his ass? You don't know, do you?
No,
you don't know boxing.
I'm not a historian. I'm not 40 years old and 50 years old like you either.
Excuse
that
me?
Is the okay. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you speak. No, the guy.
I'm not obligated to know that shit.
You don't know boxing. That's why you don't know what you're talking about. So do your research.
I know what I'm talking about, bro. So me and
Thunderdome
know.
I can tell you don't. I can tell.
Bro, but you can't refute my point. You're talking about some whole other shit, but you can't refute my point.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just
prove the point.
Getting crazy. Brotherhood's not saying anything that's like outlandish.
Exactly.
No, he's not saying it's outlandish.
Specific points. Like,
okay, that's fair enough.
Because you guys are kind of Troy. You're making good points too. That's like you guys aren't far off. I think you kind of agree. Honestly,
here's the disconnect. Here's the disconnect with brother and someone like myself. I am 40. Actually, I'll be 50 next year. You said you're not a historian and this, that, and the third. You don't need to be a damn historian with Google. You could go there and read on your own time and learn. You can't say that you love a sport or you're really involved in the sport if you know nothing about the history of sport and where you came from. Because if you are doing that, then you're simply just as casual that you talk about. And there's a lot. That's why these podcasts, 99.9% of them are like that. These cats don't know the past of the sport. They don't have a passion for it. Like you hear the passion in my voice because I have a passion for it. I have studied it since I was 15 years old. I have boxed and all that, but I had to stop. But if you don't have a passion for something, how could you possibly be a fan of it? All you then become is someone who's...
I was at Muhammad. I remember watching Larry Holmes fight. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
How did we get here from the conversation we started? I don't understand.
I don't know how we got here, but it was Henry. It was Cooper, by the way. It was Henry Cooper he was talking about.
Okay. Yes, I'll drop it. Okay, I'll drop it. No problem. Carry on with what we were discussing.
Y'all just sound like y'all want to find a reason to disrespect me just because I made a point.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm shutting
up, okay? I'm being quiet. Carry on.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm simply saying like this. Okay, here's an analogy for you, right? You fall in love with this beautiful queen and you all want to get married, but you know nothing about her past, but you still marry her. How do you say you love someone, but you don't know where they come from and you don't know how they really work? All you see is the surface of them. You see the beauty, you see the booty, you see nothing else.
Please tell me what that has to do with the fans disrespecting the fighters for stepping up to elite level. Please tell me what that has to do with anything I was talking about.
I'm simply telling you, brother, in the simplest form, that if you don't know where something started and how it was, how could you speak about how it is? That is my point.
I'm sitting here watching how it is. That's what the fuck are you talking about? We're in this day and age. Now y'all just went back 40, 50 years because you didn't want to hear what I'm talking about in this day and age. Y'all are making no damn sense.
Brother,
I'm talking
you don't
about
like
right now. I'm not talking about no
you wonder
goddamn
why
40
people
years
don't
ago.
like you. They think you're a piece of crap. You wonder why people don't like you. Don't listen. You don't listen to what people say. That's your
What
problem.
the fuck does that got to do with anything I said?
With the boxing, you don't know what. I give up with you. I'm not going to bother anymore. Just carry on talking, whatever you're talking about. Okay, get on with it.
The
Carry on.
fans of today, the fans in general of today, they definitely hold. They definitely put more value in zeros. We know that. They do. You know. That's. I don't know if that'll go away. That's probably the main thing that fans need to understand. That losses are a big deal. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. But it doesn't mean like a fighter is no longer what you thought he was. Like these guys think that these fighters are like supposed to be Superman and just never lose. And the moment you lose, it's like, oh, we lost. That means someone can beat them. Like everyone can be beat.
The fighters are human beings. If you punch them in the face, they're gonna bleed. You know, like they're gonna feel pain. Like, so
Yeah.
I think there is a responsibility. I think fans should stop condemning fighters so much for a loss. But then I also think that fans should also be as well read up on the sport as possible, no matter how old they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but sorry to interrupt you, but I remember you did a video, brother, talking about Deontay Wilder and his loss, and you scathed him. I haven't forgotten that. I saw that video. I'm not going to bring it,
bro.
But you said when a fighter lost, and you were very scathing. You know.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. But anyway, we sitting here talking about the post Floyd Mayweather era specifically. That's what y'all don't seem to understand. That's when the fucking losses. That's when the fans start disrespecting fighters more often for stepping up and taking a loss, no matter who they lose to. That's what I'm talking about. When you lose to
fans who you mean fans who don't know the sport.
No, I'm not, bro.
No,
fans who don't know the sport.
Yeah, but they still
have power.
Sport though, they still spend money.
You haven't explained it to me.
I'm not going to keep explaining the same point.
Explain it. Listen to me, man. I'm not dense, dumb, or anything like that. If I say you haven't explained something, it's very simple. You have not explained it to me. Explain how they could take away. You said the fans could take away something from a fighter, but at the same time add anything to a fighter.
Okay, I got you. Okay, if nobody shows up to a fight, all of the seats are empty. Nobody turns the shit on TV. Nobody purchases a pay-per-view. Let's see how great that fight goes and see how willing the promoters are, ready to put on the next fight versus two elite fighters if it ended up being that way. Let's see how much power the fans have if the shit ended up like that. Since you say the fans have no power, let's see if that happened, how shit would turn out.
You're talking about nothing because you're talking about if and maybes, man, because the truth is, right, if I was gay, I would be sitting down, right?
Bro.
Oh my God.
Bro, man don't make no sense, man.
Basically, you talking about ifs and maybes. You're not talking about nothing solid and concrete.
No, I'm giving you example after example. You just don't want to hear me. I told you these fans didn't show up to Crawford versus Khan. They didn't buy the pay-per-view. So they're not going to be.
Fans showed up? Zero.
You don't make no damn sense, bro. I'm good, man. Like I said, I haven't said anything crazy. Y'all want to make it. Y'all done went back 40, 30 years to Muhammad Ali.
I need you to, man, and stop bringing up my. Listen, I need you to.
Y'all didn't fucking disrespecting me for it. Y'all didn't just say but.
Finish my point because you.
Y'all done did everything but stick to the point I'm making. The fans.
Shut up.
The sport is nothing without the fans. Period.
For Crawford and Khan, right? Zero people. Right? Are you telling me that?
What did you say?
You said zero people bought the pay-per-view for Khan and Crawford, and zero people showed up to the arena, right?
Thunderdome,
No, I
please
said
say
I'm
something
saying
funny.
the pay-per-view was a failure.
Yes,
Please.
I'm saying the pay-per-view was a failure.
pay-per-views fail. It happens. It happens to Floyd Mayweather too. It
And who
fails.
has the power to tell me who has the power to make them fail or succeed? Tell me who.
You know who has that power? The people who, number one, the people who put the fights together, and the fans who choose to pay their money. But
Oh, the fans. Can you repeat that? The fans, right? Repeat yourself. The fans. Yeah. Yeah. Now we getting somewhere.
Mike check. Mike check. What are y'all arguing about, fool?
Nothing really.
you said
Dude, these
You like
dudes don't.
PBC,
These
he
guys
don't,
don't
or
want to.
whatever.
No, that's not the point here. It seems like they want to make that the point, but I'm
No, but
sitting here
I
telling these
know,
guys
but
that the fans have more power over the sport than they want to admit, and they want to
oh my,
argue with me and disrespect me for making
Hey,
that
Thunderdome,
point for
get
some
rid of
reason.
this guy, please.
can I?
okay.
Go ahead, Kane or Boogie. You got
Yeah, fool.
oh, shit,
No,
Boogie. What's up?
everybody in the panel, Brotherhood, Troy Graham, Thunderdome, my brother. Hey, good to see you back,
Same to you.
and Mr. Dillian White.
Hello, brother.
Hey, greetings and salutations. I just want to say it like this. I understand the point of view that the young man is talking about. I'm talking about Brotherhood. I understand his view about what he's saying about the fans. I understand that. I understand the other guy, Mr. Troy Graham and Mr. Dillian White. I'm pretty much saying this because out of a middle, just listening to background and listening to the everybody has a valid point. You know, I don't disrespect Brotherhood for what he's saying about the fans, which is actually it's partly true, and it's also true what Mr. Graham said, because he said it's the promoters and the fans, but you can't just put it in one narrative. It's both of y'all are, and like I'm going back what Thunderdome said, y'all both are making the same points, but it's probably in a different metaphor. Okay, and I understand both of y'all points, which to me, as a bipartisan person right now in this conversation, I understand both your points, and it's valid, and that's all I had to say.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
And this is look, and this is coming from a 51-year-old man. So,
well, hallelujah. I'm 49. Hallelujah.
God bless you, brother.
All right. Well, let me ask the brother.
Congratulations to both y'all old asses. Congratulations to both you old motherfuckers.
Hey, one day you young man's gonna be that age too.
I hope so.
Thunderdome boxing. We should change the show to the LDBC. The way these guys are talking, I'm telling you, it's man. Please say something. I know you hate the LDBC guys. I know you do.
What are you bringing up LDBC for?
Yeah, really.
What's the point? Because it's two black dudes. What's the point?
He has no point, man.
Let's talk boxing.
Okay, good.
Troy Graham.
Actually,
Troy, let me ask Troy a question. Fall back.
Brother, ask me a question. Go ahead.
It seems like you like Crawford over Spence, which is cool, right?
No. Okay, but keep going.
Okay, but I just at 147, Spence has done more. Overall, Crawford undisputed, hands down, can't argue that. Moving up, beating guys, can't argue that. But at 147, Spence is looking like the stronger candidate. And I don't understand why people try to bring up like old fights and compare to old fights, because there's no comparison. If Spence has fought Sean Porter, he's better than anyone Crawford has faced at 147. Like Jeff Horn, he wasn't even supposed to have that belt, but they gave it to him. And we cool with that. That's fine. You know, we thought Pacquiao was over. But whoever fought him for that belt was going to win that belt. You can name any top contender at that time, they were going to beat Jeff Horn. Credit to Crawford for stopping all of these guys, but he was supposed to.
Easy fight.
Huh?
How come the Spences and the Thurmans and Danny Garcias didn't fight Horn since he was such an easy fight?
Because Arum owned him.
Because Bob Arum, top rank, got the belt. That's why they took it from Pacquiao, because he was getting ready to leave top rank. We all know this.
Listen to me. There's a dude named Don King, and Don King hated Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron hated him, and those two worked together. So I don't want to hear that. But go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is,
the only color that matters.
Crawford was going to get that crack, yeah, for sure. But Terrence Crawford was going to get the first crack at that because he was with Bob Arum. Like, let's not play games here.
Not if he got outbid, he wasn't.
Who's going to outbid Bob Arum? Bob Arum is the GOAT.
Arum wanted to keep that belt in his stable. He wanted to give it to Crawford so Crawford would have a belt and leverage for future fights with guys like Thurman.
Of course. That point that Troy just made is like, that's a slash. Like, you just lost that one, Troy.
Yeah,
cool, man.
And look, that goes back to the original point I was making.
All I'm saying is this, right? You all are saying that
Crawford. You all, I'm me, not you all, me right now. You two were saying that Crawford fight is lesser competition, but I'm trying to figure out what lesser competition did he fight.
Right,
look. Can I say this, please?
I just named his last four fights.
Let me say this, please, man. He's so stuck on the fact that I said Crawford's fighting lesser competition that he forgot the original point I made. I said Crawford is okay with fighting lesser competition because look, you can look at Danny Garcia who fought better. Can I finish? You can look.
because I don't think Danny Crawford is okay with that. We all know he's not okay with that.
Can I make the point, man? Danny Garcia is getting backlash for fighting Thurman and Porter and losing close fights to them, and while Crawford is sitting next to him fighting lesser competition and getting more praise than Danny Garcia would ever get for even stepping in the ring with higher level competition. That's what's ruining the sport. That was my original point, but he's stuck on the fact that I said Crawford is fighting lower level competition and he just ran with that. You lost the whole fucking point.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The thing is now again, this lower here, the Terrence, he would like to fight other competition, but the guy who owns the contract isn't necessarily giving him the options either. And Heyman isn't the options either. We don't really know which promoters like more at fault than the other for keeping, Crawford and Thurman or Crawford from Spence away from each other. We just really don't. Honestly, we can't even lie and say we do.
I can say this much, right?
It depends on who has what belt and everything else.
I'm not a fan of that, but he has a history of making big fights. It don't matter who he is. Heyman does not have a history of making big fights, does he?
That's your call.
Heyman made the biggest fight. Pacquiao and Mayweather.
Who?
Huh?
Dude, this dude just out to get Heyman.
The biggest fight was Mayweather and Pacquiao.
That was 5 years. That was the worst fight ever.
What Troy meant was like that. One example, but he's talking about like history of many times doing this. But again, he has.
When I first got in here, I said he's the GOAT. Like, we know that. We're not talking about promoters here.
I know. I hear you.
Guess what people say when it comes to Crawford fighting Danny Garcia? Well, why should he fight Danny Garcia? He lost to Thurman and Porter. He doesn't have a belt. He doesn't. You know what I'm saying? They punishing you for giving you what we want.
Look, here's the thing, fellas. We all know that fighters, you become the hunted when you get the belts. We know this. You know what I'm saying? And you become the money man from a certain standpoint. We know this. So if honestly speaking, if I'm Crawford right now and the PBC offers me any fight, I'm going to look at them and say, why are y'all offering me any fight unless it's against Pacquiao or Spence? Why would you guys come over? Why would we do business just for Sean Porter? What am I getting out of that?
What you getting out of
what
me?
I'm saying?
Is you
you beat a good opponent and everything, but what I'm saying is for these two guys to do business together because they feel like they don't want to do business unless it's big and huge. Why would you bring Sean Porter or Ugas or Mikey or Danny Garcia to me? Bring me a belt. And I'm not mad at
foremost.
Right?
If I'm offered Danny Garcia, I'm taking it. If I'm offered Porter, I'm taking it, and I'm gonna do my best to knock them both out because neither one of them are easy, and neither one of them have really ever been stopped, right? So
mind you, I think Crawford will do that. I think he will, but you're not understanding what point I'm making. Of course, I would take the fight just to whoop some ass and get a name under my belt at 147, which he desperately needs. That you don't want to admit that, but bring me Spence or Pacquiao. And he already said he don't want to fight Spence next straight off because Spence is coming back. He want to get credit for that. So if he can't give me Pacquiao, then why are we talking to the PBC if I'm
what the promoters need to do, especially like a Heyman and Aaron, is instead of just worrying on like the right big money for this one fight, they should make like a group deal between them two for like multiple fighters in different divisions, like a kind of a 5-fight deal or something between the two. 3 fights.
Too many parties involved, but that would be great.
Yeah, I know. They can sit it down and figure it out somehow. I'm sure they can. That might get.
It sucks. I feel for Crawford, man. I feel for Crawford.
Yeah, that
he can't
risk a guy that he might not want to risk, and then Heyman could also risk a guy he might not, or Aaron might not want to risk a guy in another fight. You know what I mean?
Right.
Make risk reward equal for both sides.
If you don't risk, act like rewarded.
What's that?
That's true, but people act like Fury versus Wilder was like the icebreaker. No, that was the big money, man. Of course they were going to make that fight, and it was a rematch, so it was just easier to make. It was already in the contract. It just so happened that he signed with Top Rank after the first fight.
You want to know the truth about Fury Wilder? That was Wilder. He was chosen for Wilder because he was the biggest, safest name they could find.
Exactly.
And that is the truth. And it went wrong for him.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. They thought Fury was going to be a bit easier than he was.
I don't know. I think Fury's the best. I think Fury's better than all the other heavyweights, so I can't really agree with that.
What does it say about a man?
I agree with that also, but I think that
you know what I'm saying.
Wilder's yeah, for sure. I think Wilder's team though was thinking, all that time off, he's not going to come back. They were just thinking he might, kind of be a shell of himself, not completely a shell of himself.
What does it say about the heavyweight division if a man can put on 10 stone, take loads of cocaine, and come back and still beat the best guy? It doesn't say much, does it, really? It's kind of
it says he probably took the cocaine to hide something else. He probably took the cocaine to hide something else. He took the cocaine to hide something else. Or Fury's a good boxer. What do you mean? That's what it means. He's a good boxer.
But he comes back and he beats you, the best your country can produce, the best heavyweight your country can produce. And we got a guy from Britain who's put on 10 stone and can do that to your best guy.
Congratulations, he's from Britain. I hope you get a win out of that somehow personally. But
okay, mate. Thank you.
Good for you, mate.
Yeah, you're great. Yeah, you're great, pal. Yeah,
good for you, mate.
And he did the same thing to Klitschko. He did the same thing to Klitschko, man. I don't understand
Shouts
why
to Tyson Fury.
You keep bringing your American heavyweights over, we'll keep beating your heavyweights. Simple as that.
I ain't said shit about no heavyweight the whole time I'll be on here.
These UK dudes on here emotional as fuck, boy. This like the third one to pop up talking shit like that.
Okay, brother. You say something, man. You talk a lot.
It's all good. We're gonna talk shit and swallow spit. It's alive. What you mean? It's alive.
Crawford's clearly the best fighter. You can see it.
Based on what?
Well, he is.
Based on what?
Errol Spence didn't look great against Porter, did he? Come on, he looked ordinary against Porter. Porter made him look ordinary. It's as simple as that.
Right. So there's no chance that Crawford.
Then what's he going to do to Crawford? Come on, get real. Seriously.
Porter, who hasn't Porter made look ordinary though? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Huh?
That's the question. Who hasn't Porter had a tough fight against? Who hasn't he made look ordinary? That's your fault. That's your fault for thinking Spence was the next Mayweather.
Who told
Crawford is?
It's Mayweather.
Who?
Crawford could be the next Mayweather, but not Spence. No.
Yo, stop.
Spence
There's not
will
going to
get
be
beat very
another
soon. He'll get
Mayweather. Stop it.
Oh,
Let's not do that. We love
Thank-
Crawford, but stop.
Thank God for that. Boxing
We
is
love
not going to
Crawford. Stop.
Boxing's not going to miss him. He ain't
Okay.
do nothing for the sport. He ain't going to be missed. He did a
Hello,
lot for
friends.
himself.
Welcome back to your own show.
Who's not going to
Floyd.
be missed? Floyd? Bro.
Yes.
See, like, listen, I hate to, I don't like caping for people, but anytime Floyd does anything, boxing says, hey, Floyd, you coming back? Like, come on, bro. Let's stop the bullshit.
He'll put a training video.
Yeah, come.
Is he gonna fight Canelo next?
Right, and
That's
then you got like how can you say like boxing don't miss him when boxing like wants him back every month, every day, every week? Like, stop that. If you don't like Mayweather, cool. But come on.
Nobody missed. Dude was dry.
You're the only one that wants him back, mate. You're the only one that wants him
Whether
back.
people want him to come back, lose, but they want him back.
Want him back for what? Was he exciting to watch? Was he fan friendly? Why?
If you like boxing, it's hard not to like Floyd. But if you're a casual, it's easy to say it's not a lot in it. But
as a boxer, he's great. As a person, he's that sort of
bro, we don't know none of these boxers personally. Maybe BT does because he gets to see them, you know what I mean, talk to them. But other than that,
I know a couple.
Cut it out. Right,
That's the attitude that's ruining boxing. Y'all don't fucking respect
as
any
a
fighter.
person,
Y'all don't respect any fighter, even Floyd.
Attitude and
as a boxer, as a person.
I used to be, I guess, what you can consider a Floyd hater at one point. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Floyd, but as time has gone on, I've really grown to appreciate the guy.
He makes it easy, but you gotta appreciate it.
It was an exceptional talent. I mean, listen, when you pick up the gloves and you try to do some of the shit he did in the ring, then you start to appreciate it a bit more. You go to the gym and try to pull counter.
Right.
Yeah, but
it's all the little nuances.
He's not as good as Sugar Ray Robinson.
Man, I ain't
Who
see
cares,
him. I don't.
man?
You
That ain't
probably
his
didn't
era.
even see him.
You know what? All I can say is that he's not the definition of boxing. He's very talented, and I hope he just stays retired. Mike Tyson put out a 5-second clip of him just having a good time, and now everybody's interested in Mike Tyson. What you have with Tyson is simply a man who's just doing what he wants to do. He's happy now, and that 5-second clip that's gaining more attention than anything Floyd has done in years. Anything.
Because Mike Tyson was a character.
Oh, that's not true, bro.
Y'all crazy, man. I'm about to jump off of here, Brendan. Appreciate it, man.
And come back anytime. I know it's a bit hostile, but come back anytime.
All right, man.
Okay. Tyson can fight on the same night. One of them is on this channel, one's on that channel, and he gonna outsell Tyson.
To Floyd?
Who's this? Floyd?
I'm talking about right now.
I need to know both of their opponents. But that's like
Tyson made big numbers, and I'm not a numbers guy, fighting Peter friggin' Neely. Floyd never sold anybody, never sold a fight. Tell me a fight he sold that didn't have a name or the fighter wasn't Mexican. Go ahead.
Tyson was the man.
Huh?
Pacquiao's not a Mexican, by the way. So watch what you're saying here.
Well, most of the guys Floyd fought on pay-per-view had a country behind them. I mean, I wouldn't say they're all Mexican, but they had a country behind them.
I didn't say Mexican. I said a name or someone who's Mexican. Name me a fighter he could just pick out of the blue and fight and it'll sell. Peter McNeely was a nobody. See what I'm saying?
I don't see what you're saying.
What he's saying is when Floyd had big fights pay-per-view, he fought guys that were already established and had countries behind them. They had a lot of backing behind them. As to where Tyson fought a guy in Peter McNeely who was a club fighter from Massachusetts that nobody knew of, and it was one of the biggest events of all time.
Tyson's a phenomenon, bro. We know this. Like,
yeah.
We understand this. Tyson also got his ass beat a lot of times. Tyson also did a lot of fucking up as far as boxing is concerned. So
he didn't want to fight a former British championship German friend no one's ever fucking heard of, and got sold out. That fight got sold out in England. Tyson was massive, man. Controversy.
Tyson was the man.
I would watch Tyson's last 4 losses over Floyd's last 4 fights.
Anyway.
Because there's this thing called passion there. Passion in it. Even though Tyson
wasn't no
just
passion
wasn't there.
that Mike Tyson that Lennox Lewis fucked him up. Wasn't no passion there, bro.
Passion. It was.
You gotta like. You just throwing out these emotional words like it's gonna be like we gonna agree with you, bro. Stop. Like we all love Tyson. We know what that time was.
I'm gonna
chill. Chill.
I'm talking about me personally. So I don't know which we you talking about.
So who you talking to?
You. Who's the we?
What we?
You said we.
French? What we? What I say?
Oh, dear
okay.
We as in we all know Tyson. Yeah, everybody on here knows Tyson. Yes, we.
The panel.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we all know Tyson, baby. We know Tyson's an icon.
He can sell by himself, and his name still has incredible value. Mayweather's name right now, you take him away from boxing, nobody gives a damn.
Exactly.
Bro, what are you talking about? You can't take Michael Jordan away from basketball and sneakers. What do you mean? Like, take boxing away from Floyd. Huh. What are you talking about?
That's my point, then. Tyson is on a whole nother level. If you take him away from the thing that got him his name, and his name still has meaning, then he's on a much higher level than Floyd Mayweather, because Floyd needs boxing.
No, that means we saw Tyson. We saw Tyson grow from an animal, from a not so good person, into a person that shows a lot of gratitude for everything he's been given through his life. We see that. That's why we like Mike Tyson right now.
He's not anymore?
He's not.
You
what?
think he's anymore? Huh?
Do I think he's not an animal anymore?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Okay, because
no. Good. Have you been watching his hot box? Because he's been talking about this, how he don't even want to be that guy anymore. So understand what you're saying here. If a guy says it out of his own mouth, then I gotta believe him. And you can't argue against that with me because he said it.
He said what? That he's not an animal anymore?
He said he said he don't want to be that guy anymore. He's scared of that guy.
But listen,
you asking me what he said? How you gonna argue against some shit and then asking me about some shit he said?
You know what? I'm talking too much. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Mike Tyson pretty much said that he doesn't want to be that person anymore. He said that he doesn't like to work out as much because when he starts seeing himself cut muscles and his body get in shape, it strokes his ego and he becomes that person again. And he doesn't want to be that person because if that person comes out, hell's coming with them. Those are his words.
Yeah, because he found peace, man. He's at peace, which makes him a whole lot more powerful than when he was in his 20s and all that. Once you find peace, there's really nothing that anyone could do to hurt you. Nothing. And that's what makes him so popular right now today, because he's found peace. And my simple point was that we know Tyson's story because he's told it more than once. We don't know Floyd's story because he's never really connected with the fans.
Yeah. But what I was really saying was that with Tyson's story, with Mike Tyson's story, he came from nothing. He had tragedy his whole life. That was his drive. And Customata was his drive. We all know that. Such and such. He's an old man. He's not what he was. And he's moved on with his life, like Troy said. He's moved on with his life. And Brendan said as well, he's moved on. He doesn't want to be that person. Okay, fair enough. I get it.
I think it's still there, though. I'll be honest with you. I think that that person is still somewhere in there.
He'll never change. Not deep down, never. It's still in.
It's gonna forever be in there. But he ain't no going back to old Tyson. That shit is done. It's over.
No, we don't.
Ain't no more
No
eat your
one's
kids
doing
and step on their testicles. That shit is done, Tyson. It's over, baby.
Talk to sell a fight. He doesn't talk so.
What I'm saying is he was
That
a
shit was
legend
funny
to
though,
so
wasn't
many
it?
people. He was a legend to so many people. You know, he influenced so many people. The same way Ali did
Right.
to the generation before. Yeah.
100%.
Someone else was saying
I
this.
agree.
Come on. Okay.
If you ask any boxer though, who you want to be, you want to have 50-0, or you want to be Mike Tyson shit.
I want to be Mike Tyson. I would prefer to be Mike Tyson.
These boxers these days, they all looking at Floyd. I'm gonna tell you that. You know that.
You said these boxers, but I'm thinking about life after boxing and life overall. Tyson's name is still powerful. 50 don't mean nothing.
But that's not to diminish Floyd Mayweather's name though, because his name is still powerful as well. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
I think both of them are marquee names. I mean,
It's two powerful names. Two black American fighters. Gotta, if you're from America, you gotta love that.
God bless
And
him.
the truth is, Floyd is not 50-0. Yeah,
Was 49-0?
he fought in his 50th fight. Who's the boxer that he fought in his 50th fight?
Conor McGregor.
That's like me for 24 hours and getting in the ring in there and say, "Oh, look, I'm his 50th fight."
No. You're not Conor McGregor. We can't do that. Here you go again. Stop.
Why not? Why not? The dude could sell on his own, right?
But that's just that was stop.
I'm just trying to.
He did like kickboxer though. He did like that kickboxer in Japan though.
Oh, Ten Chin? That guy was little, man. That guy was little, dude.
Probably smaller than me.
You trying to tell me
that looks bad, bro? Ten Chin, some shit. Takashi, some shit.
Tenshin Nasukawa, that was his name.
The kid didn't look bad when I was watching his highlights.
Can we have Brotherhood back on the show so I can insult him a bit more?
No.
Don't be a bully. Don't be a bully.
Don't be a bully, Nate.
I got a panel. Who's the most powerful current boxer?
Who's the most what? Powerful?
Powerful current boxer, meaning that he could fight anybody and the people will come out.
Canelo.
Joshua. Canelo.
I say Joshua in the UK for sure. Joshua in the UK.
Saudi Arabia.
I don't know, man. Joshua is an easy answer, but like he's not really a marquee in America yet, so I can't really give him. I can't give him that yet.
Wouldn't you say Joshua is the most manufactured fighter you've ever seen in your life? He's so manufactured, whereas Canelo, at least he's worked through the levels. He hasn't been fast tracked. Joshua is just so manufactured.
I wouldn't say he's
for what he has. Nobody gave him anything.
Charles Martin in your first world title fight, yeah. All your Christmas.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that he walked into the ring and they were like, "Here, sir, thank you for coming."
They might have acknowledged it and said, "Here you are, Anthony. Martin's too scared. He's too high on crack. There's the belt. There you go. He doesn't want it. Give him $5 million."
Thunderdome, do you think Anthony Joshua is manufactured?
No.
To the point what his PR company have done with him, yeah. In the ring, no, not in the ring, but what they've done most of
it. Yeah, and what regards, like, obviously he's had a huge PR machine behind him to make him, fan friendly or whatever, to give him a, just a bigger cachet, bigger name. But he has proven shit in the ring. I mean, it's I don't really.
Yeah. You have to go to people.
Tough word.
Because his tribe is Yoruba, right? I'm actually Yoruba, but I was born in Jamaica and I grew up in New York. So I guess I'm more New York than anything else, right? Yeah. So if if I was in his position, I'd be easy to sell because obviously I got the gift of gab and I could do all that, right? Plus I could fight, right? If I'm him. Now, he could fight, obviously, but his thing is I think he's more of a quiet person who likes his anonymity. But because of his status,
it's all part,
he has to
put on. It's all part.
Huh?
It's all a show. His dad coached him to do the way he is. That's not the real him. Him being polite. That's not the real agent.
Well, that's okay. That's okay because he's a brand and he's selling himself as a brand. So it's okay. It's not obviously he's not hurting him because he lost in the rules. Then he got like 65 mil coming off of a loss. So obviously he's not hurting him.
Okay, now I see what you guys are talking about with manufactured. If we're using like that definition of their scorecards are pretty fucked with, things like that. Okay, yeah, I get that. I mean, but these guys can fight though. Like that's what I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, but you watch Joshua in the next year or so. I tell you what, he's not going to keep that belt very long. Someone else will come along and beat him. We've seen how vulnerable he is now. He's a good fighter, but I think if he's going to do the Klitschko thing, he's not going to hold him to the belt too long. So you watch how carefully Eddie Hearn selects his opponents from him. He'll even vacate a belt if he has to.
I agree with that, for sure.
Do you think he really wants to fight Dillian White again? No, he doesn't. I think he knows that Dillian knows how to beat him. Dillian's got his number now. Maybe I'm not.
It's good live, huh?
Nathan, as a fan of boxing, which one do you care about? The stuff that goes on in the ring or the stuff that goes on outside the ring? What do you pay for?
What goes on inside?
You pay for personality or you pay for a fight? Huh?
Say that again?
Do you pay for a personality or do you pay for a fight?
I pay for a fight, obviously.
Yeah. A lot of.
I didn't hear you, man. My signal was kind of breaking up.
I said, yes, my friend. Of course, you pay for the fight.
But a lot of casuals, and they do count. They pay for personalities.
Well, it's like I use a British boxing reference for Nathan, but like Dave Allen is selling tickets because people in the UK look at the guy as like the local lad who you can go to the pub and get a drink with. He's not selling tickets because he's this great fighter. He's never won a Southern Area title.
Look at the women in Oscar De La Hoya in the 90s. They didn't care two shits about the fight.
Yeah.
It happens.
I mean, Hatton was a personality. He really didn't win any big fights besides Costa Zoo, right?
He wasn't. We knew he wasn't in the same league as a Mayweather or people like that. We knew he wasn't. Even in Britain, we knew he was good, but he beat an old Costa Zoo, didn't he? Not a young Costa Zoo. So Costa Zoo was right at the end of his career. So Hatton was built up in Britain. The casual fans they thought he was as good as Mayweather, but I knew he never was. We all knew he was, or the real boxer. Would you agree with that?
I do.
Right, because it's very rare that you get a fighter who comes with a great personality. I could name one, like Tyson is one, and then Crawford. No, not Crawford, but I'll give you two like on a smaller level, right? Gotti and Ward. They both had outgoing personalities, and they both just came to fight. People love watching them fight.
Yeah.
Remember the 3 fights they had?
I just watched them the other day.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. James Toney, great fighter, great personality. The only thing with James is he wasn't acting. What you saw on TV was James, the way James is. I'll tell you a funny story. I used to do some business with the brother, right?
Oh, okay.
And James is sharp as his mind is as sharp as the tip of a diamond. You all could think that he's something wrong. He's not. There's nothing wrong with James. His mind is sharp as the tip of a diamond. But he got all these suits. And I told James, look here, man, I will spar you for some of them suits. He said, what? Oh, man, I'll tie my left hand to my right leg and kick your ass down right one leg. Right.
The thing I never got with James Toney was so disciplined later on in his career. Like, he went from middleweight, when he got to heavyweight, when he finished cruiserweight, got up to heavyweight, he started to look like a fat guy off the street. I never got it. He's so undisciplined towards the end of his career. James Toney.
Yeah. If James was as focused as Floyd Mayweather, he would have been something else. But he still had a great career. I mean, I used to love to watch him, man.
He could have been like an Ezra Charles had he been a bit more disciplined.
And if he'd not taken drugs for that fight against John Lewis, I would have loved to have seen him as the proper WBA champion.
Yeah. I just watched that Jirov fight again. That's one of my all-time favorite fights. But it just got someone just uploaded it on YouTube again. It popped in my recommendeds, and I just watched that. Man, was that fight tremendous!
Oh, the Jirov fight.
Oh my God, the thudding power shots they were landing the entire fight. The first punches landed were like boom, boom. Oh
yeah. They had a different sound to them.
Yeah. You know, you take someone like Wilder. He had a great personality when he wasn't talking foolishness about wanting to kill people in the ring and wanted to be a killer and a tough guy, which he's not, right? Yeah. He's just a good old boy, biscuits and chicken and Kool-Aid, just like, you know, a good old boy. But but at the same time, he didn't have the fundamentals. He did not have the fundamentals, so he doesn't have it both. He has the personality, but he doesn't have the fundamentals of boxing.
It reminds me of another fighter who could have been good. Tavares Cloud. What the hell happened with him? Jesus.
Oh, Tavares Thunder Cloud.
Strange. Very strange.
What better be have happened to him?
No, long before that, he beat one of our good champions, Clinton Woods.
Yeah. Yeah, it was over before that, but that was devastating.
Yeah, I remember Clinton Woods. He fought my boy Glenn Johnson.
Yeah.
A couple times.
Yeah. Good fights.
Where's
the other guys gone?
I don't know.
Troy, where Troy? I think Troy dropped out.
I don't know. He's gone.
He's gone. You scared him away with your thick Brahmi accent.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Northampton in England, mate.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not that far from Birmingham, right? That's like what, 30 minutes?
About 40 miles away. About 40 miles away.
Okay.
Come back, Troy. I hope my troll bloody troll.
Do we blame the promoter for not preparing Deontay well enough? A little bit, but not really. Blame himself and his team, his coaches, more so than anybody.
Yeah, I would blame Shelly Finkel and Wilder. Because Shelly Finkel is the one that's matching him, you know. Shelly Finkel is the one that has a certain opponent in mind when they go to make these fights happen.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, Wilder never developed any additional weapons. Ever.
No. You know what, him though, I'll say this. I think I was watching some interviews recently about him and his I guess his wife, how they met and stuff. I don't know. I think she has a part to play in his downfall. I don't want to just blame everybody else with Wilder, but like she met him, like according to her, she met him right after he won the title against Taverne. They met in the airport, and you know she's like one of those like business career women, like so she's just seeing the dollar signs. And then, like, not too long after she got with him, maybe like a year after she got with him, that's when he started wearing all those costumes. Remember when he starts coming out all the, you know, Mortal Kombat costumes, and then we starting to see his attitude slowly change.
Yeah, I wonder how much influence she had on him to become more of like a character.
Yeah, I'm sure it's more than we think.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
Yeah. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah, I think you've got to blame the management a little bit for not matching him for a little bit earlier. You know, it was a very soft matchmaking, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'll give him credit though. Like for a guy who was so raw to take him to 10 title defenses, it's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, the fact that he didn't have a great deal of boxing skill, but when you've got, like you said in previous videos, when you've got that kind of power, it doesn't matter. Somebody could outbox you for 10 rounds. If you got that knockout punch, then you're going to knock them out, aren't you?
And that happened so many times in his career.
Like when he fought.
Too many times.
Like when he fought Spilka. I mean, he was Spilka looked like freaking the Polish Pernell Whitaker. He was in there.
He couldn't. I know he did. Right? He couldn't even outbox Gerald Washington. He was getting outboxed by Gerald Washington.
Gerald, the same Gerald that got folded up by Charles Martin. He really made Charles Martin look like he walked this earth like a god when they fought.
At least made him think.
For me, with Wilder, his lack of defense has always bothered me, and he's got good movement and that lot, but his defense is awful.
Yeah.
No disagreeing with that.
I think we need some more people on the show, guys.
We will. We'll get some more. Anthony, I never asked you. Did you see Andy Ruiz? He's with Eddie Reynoso now, Canelo's trainer.
Yeah, I did hear that.
What do you think of that?
I didn't know if it was for sure. One thing I want to say about the Reynosos is, he started off, he started off not. They learned a lot on the job. I will give them credit for learning, bettering themselves fairly quickly. They definitely get some credit there for me because I didn't think very highly of them when they were starting out, and not many people did. But they've come, whether it's from Mexican supplements or technique or maybe both. They're definitely stepping it up a bit. I don't think it'll hurt them. That's for sure. I think it'll definitely help. I'm pretty interested to see if he's going to have a physical transformation. To be honest, that's what I'm more interested in anything. To be honest.
Yeah, that's probably the most intriguing thing to see is to see if he's going to come in fight shape and shed some pounds and regain some of that speed back that he had in the first Joshua fight.
Yeah.
He needs to be built up the right way, doesn't he, this time? I mean, he's never given himself much of the chance to get as good as we want to see him, We've only seen it once.
Yeah.
There's more of him. I think he's better than that rematch he showed against Joshua.
He's going to live in the gym for whatever, however long his next run is going to be. Just stay in the gym. It's not like he has much time left in the sport. And I think that even from himself, he's looking for like one more run, honestly.
But the problem is, how much money did he make from the second fight? Because that he doesn't need to work again in his life. Where's his motivation? Now.
I wouldn't say that because he's been. I'm not looking at the man's pockets, but it appears that he's spending a shit ton of money.
I think him, he really screwed up in the second one. I don't know if he could have won either way, but he didn't do his best. That's for sure. I'm sure that eats at him now. He felt what it was like to be on top of the world, and now he don't have it. And I'm sure he's willing to do basically anything to get back there.
Look, we've seen how good he is when he fought Parker. Yeah. But actually, now we realise how good he was. It wasn't until he fought Joshua how good we really knew how good he was. So then that also proves that Parker's a very good fighter. I think Ruiz is like the third or fourth best fighter in the division. You've got to say that, haven't you? Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, make a case. I'd probably put him around that fourth spot.
Yeah, that second tier, it gets a little tricky, but he's definitely right there.
I'll tell you this though, with Parker, I don't know, man. I'm starting to lose a lot of faith in Parker because they're trying to match him with Lucas Brown now. I mean, he just fought Shondell Winters, and the fight before that, he fought Alex Leopold. He's fighting all these old guys, and I don't know, man. I like Parker, but I just think he's not physical enough for the heavyweight division. I think he lacks that physicality to win those fights against the upper echelon fighters in the division.
Yeah, he's kind of like, I still think in a rematch he could beat Dillian White. I believe that. If he fought a bit more aggressive, he could have beaten White.
That's what I would like to see from him, a bit more aggression, a bit more of a killer instinct.
He's like softly. Like if he'd been more aggressive in that Dillian White fight, he would have stopped.
Yeah, he would have folded him up.
And he could have taken some chances in that AJ fight. You know,
the AJ fight's a bit
But
of a
now
weird
we
one.
know that
I think the referee did kind of ruin the fight.
yeah, a bit for sure. He was too involved. It wasn't as bad as a performance as like David Tua when he fought Lennox Lewis or anything like that. He still could have taken some chances, some more chances. Yeah, Smarty Jones says he thinks that the issue is his mentality. That's kind of what I lean towards as well.
Who, Parker? Parker, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen those videos recently that he's been putting on Instagram. Like he's been doing these little funny skits, and people like them. A lot of people are saying, "Well, this is why he's not going to be champ again because he's too damn nice."
Yeah, I heard about them. I didn't watch them, watch any of them, but I have heard about them. Yeah.
again, it's all to do with motivation, isn't it? With him, I mean, he's made enough money where he doesn't have to work again. He hasn't spent being mad with his money. So where's the motivation? He needs to find it from somewhere. You know, he's been the world champion once at such a young age. He's got it so young, and he's matched so correctly. You know, he got the title a couple of years before he was ready to be champion, in my view.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah,
and
he might, with the mentality thing, he might just never develop the right mindset that you kind of need to at least to win it and keep it. You know.
We'll have to see, man. It might honestly. Joseph Parker is one of those fighters. I feel like for him to get some sort of killer instinct, something tragic might have to happen in his life. Like sometimes that's what it takes. Like if you look at like a Buster Douglas, like he couldn't get right until he fought until his mother died and he fought Mike. So it might take like that to get Joseph Parker right. I don't know. But I'll tell you what's not going to get him right. Matching him with Lucas Brown and Shondell Winters and Alex Leopold is not going to get him right.
Yeah, an emotional purpose, because the financial probably isn't there, since he probably does have a nice size.
Did you guys see Lucas Brown's last fight? He looked dreadful. He looked against a guy called Hoppergate. He took some Islander guy. He looked dreadful. He nearly got knocked out.
I didn't see it. Last time I saw Lucas Brown, he got dropped by Dave Allen.
Yeah. He's had a couple of fights since then, and those guys he's beaten are like people he's fought earlier in his career. Like some guy was about 350 pounds, nearly knocked him out in the first round.
Yeah. We got Intangible Boxing joining us. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up, fam? This is the first time I've been on your channel.
Hey, good to have you.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, what are we talking about right now?
We were talking about I think we were talking about who are we talking about, Nathan?
Parker mindset.
Joseph Parker, then we're talking about Andy Ruiz.
That's what we're talking about.
Ruiz, Reynoso, Parker.
Yeah, Lucas Brown. I mean, getting beat by Dave Allen. If you get beat by Dave Allen, you should be stripped of your boxing license. You shouldn't even be qualified to fight anymore. Dave Allen he's less than unskilled. I mean, he is. I don't even know what to say about that. But yeah, Lucas Brown is finished. Joseph Parker is fighting too much lower levels of opposition, and I think part of that is because Eddie Hearn has sort of put him on the back burner ever since the Dillian White fight. I think that was a fight where, you know, whoever came out, then that would sort of have them punch their ticket into being able to fight the top competition or to get bigger money fights. But ever since Joseph Parker lost those two fights against Joshua and White, that pretty much just sent him back on the back burner, and he's been fighting Flores, Alex Leopold, and Shondell Terrell Winters. And he's pretty much just gone nowhere.
And yeah, now they're trying to get him Lucas Brown. So it's almost like Eddie Hearn and DAZN are setting up their own witness protection program for Joseph Parker.
Lucas Brown, Jesus Christ! I mean, how low can you possibly? How low does Joseph Parker is fighting prospect level opposition?
He can fight Shannon Briggs.
They're looking for a pushover who still has some sort of name value.
Yeah, Lucas Brown is one of them. Hell, they could give him Dave Allen.
Yeah, that might be his next one.
Or it might be what's that guy Dubois fought? Fujimoto, Kyle Fujimoto.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, give him
Oh,
Fujimoto, the Japanese market, and put the fight in Japan. I mean, hey, his best win is against a guy who got knocked out by Golovkin. So, hey, he's got some name value, eh?
Funny you should say that. I remember Brent VT brought out a comment about Daniel Dubois saying he's no Riddick Bowe. That I agree with.
Yeah, because there's a guy on YouTube called H Money Mr. DAZN, and
fucking Christ.
Yeah, and the title of his videos are normally like he'll put the name of the fighter, so it'll be like, you know, for example, Daniel Dubois is the next Riddick Bowe. That was the title of the video I saw. Daniel Dubois, the next Riddick Bowe. So I watched the video, and he's talking about Daniel Dubois, how great Daniel Dubois is, and I'm sitting there watching. He puts Riddick Bowe, Holyfield, one of the legendary fights on the camera, and he's saying, Do you see Riddick Bowe throwing this jab and throwing this right? He's looking like Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois is the next Riddick Bowe. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Dude, there's one of his streams where he went like 10 to 15 straight minutes just saying, let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. And he also made another video saying that MJ Akhmadaliev was the next Lomachenko when they fight nothing alike.
I saw that.
That dude's a straight clown. He comes on different people's channels under fake accounts. He came on, I think it was Johnny's channel under a fake EJ Boxing Live account.
Oh no, that's bad. Listen,
he's stooping low.
I know a lot of people. A lot of people who I'm cool with seem to have issues with him. Like Mark has an issue with him. Johnny Boy has an issue with him. J Code has an issue with him. I don't have any issue with him because I haven't had any reason to have any issues with him. But yeah, I even told him on his channel on that Riddick Bowe video. I said, look, man, I appreciate that you're showing Riddick Bowe love because Riddick Bowe is one of my favorite fighters and he's my friend. But Daniel Dubois, as good as he is,
he's insulting him by comparing Riddick Bowe to a prospect.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, Riddick Bowe was a monster when he was in his prime. You know,
he was.
It was, but when it was all coming together, he was super powerful. He was very fluid. You know, the thing that was impressive for him at that point in time was his fluidity for such a big guy.
Yeah, he was very skilled, a good all-around boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one thing that helped him was like the way his body matured when he was like a young adolescent kid. Because like when he won like his first New York City Golden Gloves, I think he won it at like middleweight. His first New York City Golden Glove, and then it wasn't until like maybe he won his fourth New York City Golden Glove that he was actually heavyweight. So his body matured, and he actually got the skills of a smaller fighter. And then he matured into a bigger fighter, but he still maintained those like smaller fighter skills.
Oh, I didn't know that. That could explain some of that.
Yeah, no, that's what he told me. Like I talked to him one time. He's like, yeah, you know, when I won my first New York City Golden Gloves, I was like 165, and then he said his body gradually, you know, he grew quickly as a kid.
So he didn't learn to box as a big guy. So he had a lot more mobility when he was younger. Probably why he kept much of it then too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would have been hard to beat if he stayed committed and he actually fought guys.
Yeah, I was binge watching a bunch of his fights recently. I recently rewatched that Jorge Luis Gonzalez fight. That one's pretty funny to watch because Jorge Luis Gonzalez is all angry, and they show the segment like where he's all angry about just his upbringing in Cuba and how he's gonna whoop Riddick Bowe, and they had the whole back and forth, and then he had no tactics. He had nothing. He had nothing for Riddick.
Yeah, Riddick Bowe, I mean, what was his second best win aside from Holyfield? Andrew Galata?
No.
I would say his second best win?
Herbie Hyde, no.
Probably Herbie Hyde. I would say Herbie Hyde. You can't really say Michael Dokes. Michael Dokes was shot when he fought him. Jesse Ferguson, maybe, because Ferguson.
That's what I'm thinking.
Jesse Ferguson beat Ray Mercer and derailed those plans because Bowe and Mercer were supposed to fight each other. So maybe you could say
a shot Pinklin Thomas. Nah.
Bert Cooper?
Nah.
Second round stoppage? No, Bert Cooper.
I mean, I'm just talking about like who is like the best name. I'm not necessarily saying how impressive the victory was.
Oh, okay, the best name.
Oh, name value, Galata then for sure.
Galata.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying individual performance.
Okay.
We'll go with a lot of that on that one.
Yeah.
2 DQs, weren't it? Yeah, from what I remember.
They were.
Yeah.
Galata just he couldn't compose himself. He just had to he had to go down there.
Yeah, nuts.
What a way to lose. Wouldn't you rather lose a fight getting knocked out or losing on points rather than going out like that?
I'd rather get knocked out, to be honest with you.
And he was
Exactly.
good in the one.
Yeah, because at least your opponent establishes that they're better than you, and that's it. If you get disqualified, I mean, you fuck yourself, basically.
Yeah, and the fans, too. Like,
And you get embarrassed.
yeah, yeah.
Intangible, were you on an unrivaled boxing talk stream where we were going through the box rankings?
Yeah.
That's where I remember your voice from.
Yeah, that was one of the that was a crazy experience.
Yeah,
Ezra Charles is the greatest fighter of all time. He's a good fighter. I have him as my profile picture, actually. But that's a bold statement, actually.
Yeah, they had like
greatest of all time, but he definitely has one of the best resumes of all time, honestly.
Oh yeah, his resume is sensational.
They had like Deontay Wilder with like 50th or something like that. It was like crazy.
I don't think so. I don't think they actually did, but they had him above Sam Langford in like 1,000 positions above him.
They had him. I think didn't they have him above Romo Gonzalez?
Yeah, Roman Gonzalez is probably really low on the list because with smaller fighters, they barely give him any points whatsoever. Like for every fighter there has like 300 points at most.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I never understood how their point system worked. Like I never took the time to try to understand it. I just thought it was weird.
Be right back.
I wish they had like a page on the site that explained it.
They should do that. They should have like they should have like a calculator, like a box rec points calculator.
Yeah.
So you can see how they got there.
Yeah, because I mean their pound for pound though makes 0 sense. It's all over the place. There are divisional rankings for active fighters. Active are pretty good though. Those are pretty solid. You know, obviously no rankings are ever going to be perfect, but for a computerized, an algorithm, they do a pretty good job.
Yeah. Oh, Nathan, did you see that? You see that John Ryder's trying to get a fight with Daniel Jacobs?
I didn't know, but I'm shocked at that.
Yeah,
good fight.
Yeah, he deserves it after he got blatantly robbed by against Caleb Smith.
Oh, it was dreadful. I think Jacobs would knock him out. I think Jacobs would knock him out.
We'll see. Thunderdome, have you seen that fight? Caleb Smith versus John Ryder?
I haven't seen it, no.
That one was pretty. That was a pretty bad robbery. You want to talk about robberies?
Jacobs is, he's definitely grown into a solid ass, middleweight, super middleweight, whatever. His Canelo performance, he was real stiff. He seemed very tense.
He was.
I would have liked to have seen him a bit more, fluid and relaxed in there. Like the Crawford fight.
It's interesting. Like I feel like these fighters, when they get in there with Canelo, they're like really weary about his speed. I feel like a big reason why he probably got tense was because of the speed.
You're probably right. Yeah, it probably wasn't. I mean, he showed up for Golovkin and didn't have that nervousness or that tenseness in him, however you want to put it. But yeah,
he was throwing the kitchen sink at Golovkin in that fight.
I know, yeah. Yeah. He was even aggressive. He was ready to fight. But again, Golovkin ain't as quick as Canelo. So probably is why, it makes you keep your hands at home a little bit more. It makes you tense when you do extend because you're afraid of what's going to come flying back at you.
Keen Mitch asked, "How good is Caleb Smith?" Caleb Smith is one of the most overhyped fighters in all boxing. That's not even like debatable to me. The guy is so he's so huge for 168. The guy could right now be a full-fledged cruiserweight. That's how huge he is. He's a gargoyle of a man at 168. And when I watch a fight, he leaves a lot to be desired. Like I haven't really been too impressed with him since his prospect stages. What do you think, Nathan?
Well, because he's a British fighter, I've got to get behind him. But I see what you're saying. He is a bit overhyped. He's not as good as I thought he was.
He's very overhyped.
Yeah, he had a lot of hype coming up.
Do you think that it's the weight drain, the fact that he's weight drained, making the weight at 168 is the problem?
That could be a part of the problem. I think it's a problem. That's part of the problem because his punch output can't really be that high if he's weight drained. You know, he's got to conserve his energy, and then that allows the opponents to walk him down, cut the distance, push the pace, and that makes the fights more difficult for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I think at light heavyweight he might be a little bit better. I don't think he'll beat the top guys, but I think he could be like a B level guy in the light heavyweight division.
That's a tough division, but I see what you're saying, and he could hang in there somewhere.
He could mix in there with the Joe Smith Juniors of the world.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure he would beat I'm not so sure he would beat an Elliot Alvarez at light heavyweight.
Probably not.
I don't think he would. No. But yeah, I mean that's kind of where his tier is, though. So if you want to put, top of the third tier, something like that.
Only way he will win a world title is if he goes the Nathan Cleverly route, gets given one, and fights somebody who's not moving. That way I can see, because Eddie Hearn's right, he can spin it to where he can fight for a vacant belt. That's the only way he'll win a world title.
Goofy 030 says, my question is, were you guys saying this before the John Ryder fight? Well, I remember when he fought Nishiki Holskin in the one of the first rounds of the World Box Super Series, he looked like trash. I thought he looked horrible in that fight, and that's why I kind of started to begin to think that he was overhyped.
I was never big on him.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him look impressive since he knocked out Rocky Fielding 4 years ago. That's the most impressive I've ever seen him look.
Yeah, you'd have to go all the way back to Rocky Fielding and Luke Blackledge to find quality performances from him.
And then the George Groves performance, but Groves was already long shot by that stage.
Would you want to see Callum Smith versus Anthony Yard?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. The overhyped versus the muscular bound steroid.
Nah, Lions in the camp. Lions in the camp. I like Anthony Yard. I want to see him do well. I like Anthony Yard.
He's overhyped as well, but he's got talent.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't really quite know where to put him. I'd have to see a little more from him. I mean, I know his general level, but yeah, he definitely. I mean, he's never going to hit that top tier of that division. That's for sure.
He had his chance to beat Kovalev. Kovalev was there to take him. He hurt him. All he had to do was press boy. He would have had him out. He didn't have what it takes to get it done.
Yeah, he didn't have that extra bit of quality, and he damn sure didn't have anybody in his corner that could help him.
No giant. God. If he'd had a bit more season, if he'd had another year or two, I think he would have won that fight. If he'd had a bit more season,
I think he would have.
Probably right.
Because I remember when Yard had Kovalev hurt, all I could hear from his corner was "Lions in the camp, Anthony Lion." It's brutal.
oh dear.
All right, we got
to put some punches together, man.
Yeah. What's up, Intangible?
All right, I'm back. I had to handle some stuff for like 5-10 minutes or whatever it is. Yeah, Kovalev. Who almost beat him? Oh yeah, Anthony Yard. I see.
Yeah, we were talking about how when Anthony Yard had Kovalev hurt, you had Yard's whole his whole corner was just yelling "Lions in the camp."
Oh, I see. Yeah, he did. I remember that.
Yeah. And then Yard is just
the definition of a rushed prospect. He had no business getting in the ring with Kovalev. And I just knew he was going to get knocked out because Yard is just so unpolished. He makes so many basic mistakes in the ring. His chin is too high up. He lunges in with his punches. I mean, he should have gotten at least some type of tune-up or some type of step-up that was not Kovalev.
Well, that also kind of shows you, that also kind of shows you where Kovalev is at now and where he was at then anyway. The reason Canelo was eager to jump on that fight.
Yeah.
If Yard could have success.
Right, but I mean, Kovalev's always had some issues with stamina, and his chin. He's a little bit chinny. So I mean, even if he had gone the full, I think Yard has the power to have still hurt him in his prime, but it would have been much more difficult because Kovalev was quicker, and he was just he had better reflexes and things like that.
Kovalev needs the fight to be fought at his pace.
Right.
He's always been that way. Yeah.
Kovalev. I'm gonna say that. Put it like this real quickly. Kovalev is a very limited fighter. He's not a guy who can fight anywhere besides his style, which is basically just sit at range, keep your opponent at bay with the jab, and pretty much use the right hand. He doesn't really have much of a left hook. He has the jab and the straight right hand, but he's so good at that style. And it's so effective, and he's layered his game so well to where he doesn't have to come out of that shell. And he can't really fight on the inside. So, but that's not really much of a factor when it comes to Kovalev. Kovalev's just very good at what he does. Good jab, good footwork, good speed, good power.
Yeah. He gets real good range in that ring, so he can, stay safe while peppering them up.
Yeah, he has every variation of the jab you can have, to the body, to the head, feinting low, feinting high. Okay, using a blinding jab to set up the right hand, splitting your guard. He
can vary the speed sometimes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, you shoot an up jab, a straight out power jab. Yeah. Definitely he has mastery of the jab.
That's better than a lot of fighters. The jab is almost a lost art.
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah, a lot of fighters, it's almost like they learn a jab when they go to the boxing gym.
Some fighters got good jabs today, though. I mean, I think Wilder is decent at feigning with the jab, or at least using it as a probing weapon. He doesn't really have any type of variation to his left hand at all. He doesn't really punch with his left hand, but he's good at being able to set up the right hand with his jab. I think AJ has a solid jab. I mean, nobody has a Kovalev level. Dimitri Bivol has a great jab. I will say that. And some fighters like Roman Gonzalez have an underrated jab. I think Kazuto Ioka has a great jab. I think some fighters got good jabs.
No way.
Yeah, Wilder likes to use it, as a rangefinder.
Yeah, he's very good at that, but if you take that away from him by establishing your lead hand first, like Fury did, it takes it all away. Yeah. But if he's able to establish lead hand dominance on you, it's going to be very hard for you to beat him.
Yeah, and at that point, he's pretty much just a novice amateur. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, just throw a right haymaker and then a wild follow-up left.
That's right. But I mean, I watched like Kazuto Ioka fights last night against Akira Yagashi. That was a great fight, and he is really skilled. I mean, I kind of underestimated his skill set before I started watching smaller fighters, but that dude has a great skill set. He can fight outside, inside, body attack, really good jab. He layers it well. He can fight behind it. He can fight on the back foot, coming forward. And he's improved since he came in.
Yeah, Ioka is really underrated. Like to be honest with you, I still probably need to watch more on Ioka before I could really speak about him like more in depth. Because I've only seen like 2 or 3 of his fights.
Yeah, I've seen many of his fights. I wasn't able to see his first title fight because I don't think it's on YouTube against Kirpan Jagrajang. I think that's his name. But I watched his fight against Akira Yagashi where he unified the 2 belts at minimum weight. And I watched his fight against Javier Cintron, which is his last fight. I watched the Nietes fight. I watched it's one other fight. Juan Carlos Reveco.
That's the one
That was another great fight.
That's the one I watched.
Yeah.
I watched Cintron.
Yeah, Juan Carlos Reveco fight was a great fight as well.
Yeah, I like Who do you like more between those two? Do you like Tanaka or Ioka? Whose skill set do you think is like better?
Kazuto Ioka's. I like Kosai Tanaka. In fact, he's my favorite fighter. Actually, I love Kosai Tanaka. He is fun to watch, but the guy just makes too many bad decisions in the ring. When he's inside, he doesn't know really what to do besides shell up. He can get off some punches on the inside, but he doesn't have a defense on the inside. He could just shell up and get into the high guard. He throws body punches from his stomach. He stands in the pocket way too long. He has a skill. He's very talented. He's a very talented fighter. And I think that if he were to become more polished, he could become a much better fighter. But I do think he's a bit raw still. I think he's got some things to work on. And also his chin stays too high up in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them fighting each other, Tanaka and Ioka.
But I mean, don't get me wrong though. Kosai Tanaka is a skilled fighter. I mean, he has a good jab, good straight right hand. Is very good at counterpunching with the straight right. Has an excellent motor. Has a good defense at mid range. And I like the guy, but I mean, he's got some things to work on. That's it. I mean,
I'm gonna have to check him out.
Tanaka, oh, he's amazing. Tanaka is the truth.
Yeah, 3-weight world champion in 15 fights. He's defeated 5 world champions, 6 top 10 rated fighters. He's beaten unified champion Hiroshi Taguchi. He's beaten multiple-time minimum weight champion and light flyweight champion Moises Fuentes. He became WBO flyweight champion, which is what he was before he vacated to go up to fight Ioka against Sho Kimura.
Yeah, and he's never fought anybody with a losing record ever in his career.
Never. There's one guy who actually ended up having a losing record before Kosai Tanaka, or after Kosai Tanaka faced him, which is Oscar of Naka. That was like his second and third fight. But I mean, he fought a top 10 rated fighter, Ryuji Hara, in his 4th fight.
That was a good fight.
Yeah. And his first title fight against, I think it was Julian Yedras. That was sensational. That fight was really fun. Tanaka, I think, was down on a card.
That's crazy how you said that. That's your favorite fighter. It's like you don't really get that. That's how I know you don't.
Yeah. I would have to favor Ioka against him if they fought. Also because, I mean, Ioka's just bigger than he is. I mean, super flyweight. So.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely daring to be great.
Yeah, if he wins that fight, he goes into my top 5 pound for pound easily. I
think when I did my pound for pound list, I think I had him at I think I had him at 6 or I might have had him at 5 already.
I had Tanaka at 8 or 9, I think.
I had him at 6, something like that.
But I mean, if he were to do that, he would go above Usyk, he would go above Crawford, he would go above Loma. He'd probably go to 3.
Which fight? If he wins, which fight?
Kazuto Ioka. That'd make him a 4-weight world champion in 16 fights. And he'd become a champion in arguably the toughest division in boxing against, in my opinion, its second best champion.
David, what's up? David Weir?
I'm sleeping on him. I definitely got to check him out. Gives me something to... You there, Dave?
Is this plumbing?
I'm not sure. All right.
You playing the drums, bro?
Dude, African.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, fam?
Hey, chilling.
What's up, Carlos?
Hey, what's up, BT? Hey, Thunderdome, what's up, man?
What's going on with you, man?
Yeah, big fan of your channel, man. Good
Thanks,
to see you out here.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So you guys were like talking about the fight between Ioka and Tanaka.
Tanaka,
yeah. Also, another reason I favor Ioka is because Kosai Tanaka does not like getting hit to the body. Sho Kimura hurt him to the body in the middle of the fight. He got dropped by a body shot against Jonathan Gonzalez. Granted, he was sick in that fight, but he still got dropped, and he was hurt to the body against Vic Saludar in his 6th fight.
What do you guys? Someone just threw out Billy Joe Saunders' name in the chat, but What do you think about him and Canelo possibly fighting?
I'm dying for that fight. I'm dying for Canelo to fight one of the top southpaws, whether it's Saunders or Boo Andre, because I feel like
since Laura,
ever since Laura and Trout and like them guys, he really hasn't been fighting, and he hasn't really been eager to fight any of the top southpaws. Be a good match for me.
I would definitely have to favor Canelo against Andrade, but I think Billy Joe Saunders versus Canelo is a bit more difficult for Canelo.
Yeah.
But I do think Canelo would eventually get to Billy Joe Saunders because, I mean, I feel like his stamina just isn't there. It's always been an issue, and Billy Joe Saunders' dedication, his sort of lackadaisical sort of dedication to his craft, just I think it's cost him to a certain degree because some fights he shows up, other fights he doesn't, and he's blowing up in weight and he's getting in all these issues. That's one thing. And his stamina, like I said, was an issue. He's a very skilled fighter, though, I will say.
Maybe he is Fury's cousin because Fury's had that same problem in his career.
Yeah, although I don't think Billy Joe Saunders is out here doing coke.
For him to have just the best chance of beating Canelo, I would think to just use his basics, footwork, keep moving, keep that long jab touching him, throwing a right hand behind it, and just keep moving. But that's obviously going to require a lot of stamina, and if he starts to slow down, Canelo will catch up with him.
Let's be honest, though. The only really high-level win that Billy Joe Saunders has actually looked spectacular in is the David Lemieux fight.
Yeah, and that's.
I mean, David Lemieux is a guy whose style is just meant to. I mean, it is just gifted for solid boxers like Billy Joe Saunders with good footwork, good jab to pick apart.
And Lemieux wasn't even, Lemieux was subpar in that fight too.
I think Lemieux had an off night that night.
I do too. Yeah, his footwork just like he doesn't have like great footwork or anything, but he can move quickly on his feet to corner guys and get him against the ropes. Usually pretty well, but
like he wasn't like the way like. He wasn't like really setting up his punches the way he usually does. Like you see how like Triple G beat Lemieux. That was like that was probably the like that Lemieux would have given Billy Joe Saunders a lot more problems and stuff. I think, but like I think like I don't know maybe because of like the weight cutting that weight he wasn't able to make 160 or something. But he just wasn't like the same. He wasn't the same.
If you remember, he blamed it on just wanting to take his head off with one big shot, which maybe is true. Who knows? But, if he would have fought more like he did versus like Hassan Ndam and Rosado, like when he was using his speed to get him to, cut these guys off, which he didn't in the Saunders fight.
Yeah. He basically didn't do those things that night.
Yeah, and I mean, what else was I going to say? I forgot, actually. Go ahead.
I don't know. But yeah, I'm interested in I know a lot of people don't really think it's that, I mean, legacy-wise, it might not be that big of a fight for Canelo, but I'm still interested to see him versus Saunders.
Well, that would make him a more recognized four-weight world champion. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I wanted to see, I'd rather see that fight than a third Triple G fight. I'm not trying to see that again.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yo, who playing that?
Who is that? Broner?
Antonio DeMarco. I remember that fucking interview.
Remember that beating he spoke about Valero or Valero? Edwin.
Yeah.
Who's playing that? Is that?
I guess so. Okay, maybe that was actually the Granados fight, since that was when he was actually at welterweight. Maybe after fucking Gavin Reese, since that's when he moved up to welterweight.
Oh, Broner.
Yep.
Four division champ.
4-weight world champion.
He just.
Do you remember when he was being interviewed and they were like who was it? I think it was
You remember when he smashed his computer on his YouTube channel?
Yeah. He said, bah! He said, what the fuck is an acer?
I'm not gonna lie, Broner was entertaining. I wish we had him back just to get him just to see some press conferences. He was hilarious during the Vargas press conference. Yeah, he's weird, but I mean, like that press conference, he was like dancing. He was like, "Why you ask me that stupid ass question?
Yeah,
fuck out of here, with that
Oh
bullshit.
yeah,
Al Bernstein fucking."
$10 million there. He's not getting back in the boxing ring. So Heyman and Showtime better figure it out.
they better figure it out. They better make Broner versus Keith Thurman. I want to see that fight, just for the build up.
He's gonna fight again regardless, but it's just him talking smack.
Fuck it. Keith Thurman loses against Broner. I got Broner knocking him out.
Especially if he's focused.
We're going to conduct this professionally. We're not going to have an interview. You make the decision. What did you think about the fight?
I beat it. Everybody
Okay.
else knows I beat it.
I hear that shit.
Everybody else knows I controlled the fight. He was missing. I hit him clean one time.
He was missing. He was missing.
I beat him. I'm 3-3-1 my last fight. I'll be 7-0 against you.
Y'all know I beat that boy.
Him more than he hit me though.
So I already ain't got a fair shake talking to you. But let me talk something. Let me let y'all know. I want to thank the whole hood who came out here. I love y'all. I did this for the hood. Y'all know I beat that boy. What they trying to do is they trying to get that money again with Pacquiao and Floyd. But it's cool. I ain't worrying about it. I'm still that nigga, man. I'm on top. Cincinnati, stand up. West side. 2 times.
Hey, thanks, David. Good shit, bro.
What he said, West Side. What's
But
funny
he's
is
not
that's
even from the West Side. He's from fucking Cincinnati.
Maybe the West Side.
I beat him. I didn't lose to him. I beat him. I didn't lose to him.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
the
even-
can man. I'm the can man.
Yo, I remember when Adrian Broner was in this press conference with Maidana, and he was like, "Yeah, I understand. The crowd has a whole lot of Mexicans, even though Maidana was Argentine. A whole lot of Mexicans, but I'm gonna have y'all rooting for the American AB."
Yeah, the best thing you said.
Trainer, what did he just say? He's talking all that shit.
I'm the can man. I didn't lose to a white man or a Mexican.
He actually sounded like him right there.
I'm Ronan. I didn't lose. I didn't lose.
That low in his voice.
I'm the can man, motherfucker. Who get out of my hood? My whole hood behind me. Yeah.
And then he said, "What else did Broner say? Oh, when Broner told Maidana, I'm gonna make her speak English. He gonna speak English."
Oh
I
yeah,
ain't making you speak English, boy. I ain't making you speak English. Yeah, I'm the can man. Yeah.
Yeah, man, he was interesting to follow. Then, I mean, hell, him fighting Maidana was just great. That was like just such a because it was a dangerous fight. Obviously, he even lost it, but the amount of shit he talked going into that fight and people wanting to see him lose, yeah, that made it really exciting, man.
That fight sort of reminded me of I think it was Fernando Vargas versus Trinidad.
Or De La Hoya.
Except, of course, Fernando Vargas really had little to no title fight history, whereas Broner did. I mean, that build-up was similar, how Vargas and Broner were the ones talking shit, and Trinidad and Maidana were kind of reserved. And, I mean, the fight was even similar, how early on Trinidad got the knockdowns. Early on, Maidana was just beating the shit out of him and got the knockdown. In the middle of the fight became interesting, and then Maidana came back and won.
Yeah, they definitely rushed Fernando. I mean, he had a good fight with Ocampo.
I will say, I mean, I give Broner some credit for actually moving up to 147 with little to no history of an actual resume, with basically DeMarco being his best name, or maybe Ponce de Leon since he has a better overall.
I thought Ponce actually outpointed him in that fight, though.
Yeah, I did. I actually did too.
Yeah, that's when he had a ton of hype around him, and I had only seen a couple of his fights before that. So I was, watching it, and I was like, oh, my God, this guy?
I had seen one of his fights before then. I think it was against some guy on the undercard of Maidana Ortiz.
Yeah, I didn't see much of him before that. I just don't know what. I don't even remember what fights I saw before that. But I just remember the amount of hype, so I was interested to see him. And then, you know,
I remember one of the first Broner fights I watched was the Emmanuel Taylor fight.
oh yeah, Transform.
Oh yeah, that was a fun fight.
That was a really good fight.
That's probably the one I saw.
Guys, what the hell was that guy? Who the hell was that?
I don't know.
That's crazy, man.
Manuel Taylor, I remember when he fought him. He fought him in September 2014 after he fought who the hell was that? Carlos Molina. He fought Carlos Molina on the undercard of Mayweather Maidana. I mean, he fought on his daddy's undercard twice. Jesus.
Didn't he fight Granados after that as well? In the next fight, did he fight Granados? Was that later?
No, he fought Ashley Theophane.
He fought Molina first before.
Then he fought that
he
guy.
fought John Molina, then he fought Porter, then he fought Khabib Alakaverdiev, then Ashley Theophane, then Granados.
That's it.
How do I know this off the dome?
Because you're a big time, you're a Broner fanboy. That's why.
Yeah, bro. I'm a huge Broner fan, bro.
The can man.
You know, one time I think it was before the Pacquiao fight. This is like 2 years ago. Before the Pacquiao fight, I remember he had a media workout in Miami, and back then this is when I had like a regular job. I was working at Publix in the deli, and I remember like I was trying to get off work to go to the gym to see Adrian Broner, and they were like, "Nah, don't do that. You can't do that. You gotta come here and make these sandwiches."
I know some guy who worked at some gym, and Adrian Broner was like stopping by to play. I think this was when he fought Alakaverdiev in DC. It was some guy who fought in DC, but like I think it was on the undercard of Porter versus Malignaggi. I don't even remember. But basically, he came over here to basically just relax and just chill out with some of his friends here. And basically, the only thing I heard from him was he saw him play and he was trash. He was fucking sucked at basketball.
Adrian Broner?
Yeah.
Adrian Broner makes it look like he's the greatest basketball player ever on Instagram.
Bro, he's horrible. From what I've heard, at least.
I've seen clips of him. I've seen clips of him playing basketball. He looks like he's got a decent jump shot. Like if you leave him open, I'm sure he'll hit the shot.
I mean, he said that his handles were good, but he couldn't shoot to save his life.
Oh, the shot was all right to me.
Mayorga, yeah, I remember when Mayorga slapped Shane's girl's ass. That was hilarious.
The best part was when they were at the face-off, and he had a cigarette, and Shane slapped the cigarette out of his mouth, and then Mayorga did that fake push, that exaggerated push.
I think he actually blew the cigarette smoke in Shane's face.
Yeah, he did. And then he smacked it out of his face.
Yeah. Oscar De La Hoya versus Ricardo Mayorga. That was fun. I share a birthday with Ricardo Mayorga. That's good.
Oh, man, what a legend. What a legend. I was watching this fight with Vernon Forrest.
Yeah, remember the first one?
Ooh. Yeah, a couple months ago, I was watching the fight with Vernon Forrest, and I always laugh at the part where in the post-fight interview, he's smoking cigarettes. He's smoking cigarettes and blowing cigarette smoke on HBO. What a legend.
Celebratory smoke.
Yeah. What a legend.
Yeah, he blew smoke right in front of Larry Merchant's face.
What a boss.
I remember Forrest had so much, I don't want to say hype, but kind of hype at that time. And then Oregon just came in and was like, give me your best punches. And then bombed on him.
No, he didn't give a damn.
We need a great fighter with Mayorga's attitude.
Yeah.
He'd be the greatest star in the history of the sport. If Mayorga could speak English, he'd be the greatest superstar in the history of the world.
Oh, my God. I never thought about that, but you're right. You're right. Like, what I always find funny, too, is, like, I've interviewed Stacey McKinley a bunch of times about Ricardo Mayorga, and, like, he always used to say, like, he would buy Ricardo Mayorga a pack of beer and cigarettes, and he would give it to Mayorga every Saturday, and he'd watch the other fighters spar just as long as he trained hard the first 5 days of the week. So Monday through Friday, he trained hard. Stacey McKinley would give him a cigarette and beers, and he would just sit near the ring and just smoke cigarettes and drink beer.
Jeez.
Because he had a manager. He said that Ricardo was going to do that anyway, so he had to learn how to manage that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what fight it was, but Mayorga was like eating a pizza during the weigh-in.
I don't know. That's pretty cool though. At least
It had to be after he weighed in because that'd be a very dumb decision.
Yeah.
At least he didn't put any socks down his underwear like Dave Allen. Oh, that was ridiculous.
Why would he have to do that? I mean, that's gonna maybe add 1 or 2 pounds to his 240-pound stature.
I think he was just being funny because he created a big bowl right where his dick was. Like,
oh, I see.
He put a bunch of socks right in the middle of his underwear.
Oh, I see. What was that fight?
I think it was Dave Allen versus. I don't remember. It was either. It can't be David Price. It was before David Price. It was probably like Lenroy Thomas or one of those random British fights.
Yeah, you got to give Eddie Hearn some credit because he's turned pretty much a club fighter like Dave Allen into a main attraction who headlined with Luis Ortiz in America.
What do you guys think of Virgil Ortiz?
Good fighter. Good fighter. He's the truth.
Yeah,
but at the same time, this is how I see it's going to be with Ortiz. He's not going to get any fights at 147. He's going to pick up a vacant belt after either A, Spence leaves or Pacquiao retires. And then he's going to move up to 154, and they're all PBC. There's no way those fights are going to happen. And he'll get a shot at 160 since there are some DAZN fighters there like Derevyanchenko, Golovkin, and Andrade.
Yeah, I like the whole package with it, but I love how fast he can pull the trigger on that straight right. I mean, it just shoots straight out.
Yeah, his counter punching.
Yeah, it's similar. It reminds me a bit of Eric Morales. But, yeah.
Anthony, what do you think about Jaron Ennis?
Huh?
What do you think about Jaron Boots Ennis? Have you seen Jaron Ennis fight at all?
Yeah, I have. A decent skill set. Good little skill set. I'm not super high on the guy. I've heard a lot of people talk about him, though.
Yeah, I like Jaron Ennis a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I actually like Jaron Ennis a lot.
I watch more of him. I think I've only seen a fight or two, maybe 3. Can't even remember. But yeah. Good little fighter for sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Shout out to Eldar with the $5 super chat. He says he wanted me to ask you, who do you think is the best heavyweight prospect? He says it's Filip Hrgovic.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are agreeing with. I'm not even gonna act like I know enough to. I mean, he'd be my pick as well, but I honestly don't know. There's probably someone else out there that I just don't know about. Also,
there's Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, I'm not big on Dubois.
Not huge on Daniel Dubois' skill set, but he's making the greatest strides in terms of all the heavyweight prospects because he's set to fight Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
And I mean, think about it. He started late, and he hasn't really had much of the amateur pedigree. So I think he's going to get a lot better as his career goes on.
You're probably right. Yeah.
It is also worth noting that L-Dog is like a massive Filip Hrgovic fanboy.
He is. He's like half Croatian, I think.
Yeah, but I like Hrgovic too. I love Hrgovic myself.
He's good.
Yeah, he's definitely someone to follow for sure. Yeah.
Tashi Sang post said they mentioned Guido Vinialo. Wow, I forgot about Guido.
I think he's a good fighter. I don't know who my favorite is. It'd probably be Bakadir Jalolov.
You're over my head with that one, champ.
He's from Uzbekistan. He's a pretty established amateur. He went to the
Aren't
Olympics.
they all?
Yeah. I mean, Dubois isn't.
No, but I'm saying all the Uzbekistanians.
Yeah. Most of them actually are.
Oh yeah.
There are like very few that aren't. But I mean, Jalolov is particularly established in the amateurs.
Do you know how old he is, or even a roundabout?
He's 25 years old.
Oh, really? Usually they're fairly older once they hit the pro ranks. Oh yeah, he'll be interesting to follow. I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, but he's actually defeated some really good guys in the amateurs. He's beaten Alier and Demirezin, who Efe Ajagba struggled with on the undercard of Pacquiao Thurman.
I remember that fight.
I don't. I watched it, but I can't remember it.
Yeah, I remember that because I remember all Efe Ajagba's fights. I'm not really high on him at all.
I mean, nobody really is at this point. He's not the greatest skill set.
The first time I saw him fight was 2017 when he fought on the undercard of Wilder Stavern 2. I was there, and I remember I was like, "This is the guy they've been hyping up."
Yeah, because he just reaches too much with this. He's so technically unrefined. He doesn't fight like a guy who's been in the amateurs too long, but he was in the Olympics, I will say.
He was.
And beat a decent name, I think, in like the qualifiers. I think his name is Muhammad Arjwal.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right,
but,
we got. I think this is G Boogie. Man, G Boogie, he's here. What's up, G?
What's up, Brandon? Hey, appreciate your content the whole day. This shit is crazy. You know, I was going back and forth listening to Johnny Boy and everybody else, and you know, and when Brotherhood came on, he was arguing earlier with Johnny Boy, and he didn't answer what was put forth to Johnny. You know, everybody has their own perspective and their narrative. I don't mean to change the content. You know,
No,
please. You know, I just want to let everybody know. Everybody has their own opinion, their own ideology of everything that's going on. We have to understand as individuals and men and women. I don't want to sound biased. You know, to come into a platform and speak and give each other the opportunity to speak their opinion. And we all got to understand and agree with that. We all may not agree with each other's opinion, you know, but as an individual and in a platform, just speak what you need to speak. Let the other person speak, and create a remedy for it. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
Yeah, they were kind of, they weren't listening very much.
No, they were just going tit for tat.
You know, it's some of it is testosterone driven. Some of it is, you know, ego driven. You know, we got to put aside all that shit, man. You know, this life we live in is short. We all have opinions. We all need to, whether you don't agree with that person, just listen. And then even if you don't meet common ground, okay, cool, whatever. It is what it is. You just don't agree with each other. That's it. You know, there's more to life than just an argument.
Yeah, no doubt. It seemed.
You go.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I think me and you even agreed that they kind of agreed. There's just little things, whatever they didn't on, but if they, yeah, I don't know. It was like some people were looking for an argument rather than a discussion.
Yeah.
So
Yo, Boogie, is that fat bastard on your picture?
Crikey, I had to poke out my fat one out.
Go ahead.
I know Mark wouldn't like my Irish accent. He always
Yeah.
Geez,
Mark,
stop.
Mark would have loved it.
Nah, I just like Fat Bastard because he makes levity of everything what he says, even though he when everybody in the movie was downgrading him and he just had a cheerful attitude and shit, and that's the representation I'm giving.
Fat Bastard was the man. My favorite part was when he was in the bathroom and he looked in the toilet and he said, "I didn't eat any corn." When he said that?
Yeah. And that shit was funny with Austin Power. He wanted some coffee. He said, "It tastes a little nutty."
I saw that movie at the theaters. I was dying. Can't remember who I saw that with though. What do you guys think of? No one brought up Inouye. Does everyone think of Inouye's development?
Number 2 pound for pound fighter for me.
I think the world of him. I have him number 1.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
I got number 1.
Yeah, in his division, he proved with Donaire's. I mean, dude, that was a hellacious fight, man. That was respect of Donaire's past histories and stuff. He showed up to fight, and then anyway took what that veteran had and built upon it and showed him, no, I'm here to fight. Dude, he broke his orbital bone, broke his nose. What more can you say about the kid? Shit.
Well, I mean, it's always fun. He's very fun to watch, but I mean, it's not even just the work he's done at 118. He's beaten arguably the best fighter in all the divisions he's fought at. In the first weight class, he defeated a long reigning champion, Adrian Hernandez. Mm-hmm. He defeated the guy who was tied with Chavez Sr. for having the most successful title defenses for an entire career in history, Omar Andres Narvaez, and he knocked him out in devastating fashion, beat him much more easily than a prime Donaire did.
Narvaez, to me, was one of his most impressive wins. That's when I was like, oh, the kid's solid.
Right. Yeah. And he's also moved up, and he's managed to defeat Juan Carlos Payano, Emmanuel Rodriguez, Jamie McDonald, and Nonito Donaire. He's beaten a Hall of Famer already, and he's beaten 8 world champions in 19 fights.
And he's killing these. I mean, like when he fought Manny Rodriguez, I mean, that's a prime undefeated champion, and he's just killing people. 2 rounds.
He's so versatile. Like he can bang. Right. He can box for points. He can become a boxer puncher. I mean, he's a well-rounded fighter, man.
He can hurt you backwards. He can knock you down going backwards with a hook.
Yeah.
Right. He's met very aggressive fighters such as Donaire, Adrian Hernandez, Ryoichi Taguchi, and people like that. And he's fought very good boxers such as Omar Narvaez and Emmanuel Rodriguez, who's more or less a boxer, and he's pretty long, got a long reach, bigger than Inouye. He's encountered so many different styles that even though he didn't really have much of an amateur pedigree, all the styles he's encountered, it's really taught him a lot throughout his career, and he's improved.
Yeah. What I like about Inouye.
Hello, guys. This is me from Glasgow. How are you guys doing?
Oh, no.
What's up, Rodney King?
From Glasgow, Scotland. Nice to meet you guys. How you doing?
What's up, Josh Taylor?
Good. About yourself, Josh Taylor?
No. In Scotland and Glasgow, mate. Josh Taylor is the king. Anyway, continue talking about what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say thank you for that. Inouye.
Why is everybody going quiet for?
Letting Bogey talk.
I was going to say about Inouye, his footwork impresses me.
M6, carry on talking, mate.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, his footwork impresses me, from where he started from and then where he's going.
I can't because Brendan's muted me, so you guys continue saying what you're saying.
Okay.
Chill.
Thank you. So,
guys, why are you going quiet for? Keep talking, guys.
Oh my God! All right, I'm sorry, bro.
Rodney King,
he's just trolling, man.
Can't we all just be friends, Rodney?
Out of all people you could have impersonated on this site, Rodney King is the last person I would have expected.
Can't we all just be friends?
Yeah. What impresses me is Inouye's footwork and man, that hellacious. Because I'm a body. When I used to fight, my goal was to destroy your body. I'll break you down from the bottom up. And I love that liver shot he got, man. That shit is nasty.
Yeah, he used to just throw those shots from his body. He used to not really be able to change levels as he's throwing his shots, but he's much better at that. He throws a committed body attack, and he can attack you from all different ranges. And on the inside, he's so fast that he can just step in and step right out in a blink of an eye and knock you out.
Yeah, and we're seeing him develop at a very rapid pace against high-level competition, too. You know, which, man, it's going to be very fun to see where he goes because he keeps growing as a fighter. You know, it hasn't slowed down yet, that's for sure.
But only thing that I have a difference with is his defense. He needs to brush up a little bit more on his defense, on his head movement.
It's a good idea.
And his cutting his angles. I know when Pacquiao went over there, he showed him different angles on how to throw that hook, because he showed him like a up angle, a down angle hook while the guy is coming in to try to throw a body shot. And I just think that he needs to work a little bit of head movement and a little bit of more angles in delivering his shots.
I think the issue. I don't think he has issues with his head movement. I think his head movement is perfectly fine. I think the issue with him is he keeps his head on the same line for way too long, and his chin is too high up in the air, and sometimes he keeps his hands down. But he can definitely box and be defensively responsible. Watch the Adrian Hernandez fight where he was going backwards in the high guard, jabbing him, keeping him at bay, and was pretty defensively sound in that fight.
Yeah, but you got to also look when he was fighting Donaire, when he was doing the aggressive actions towards Donaire. There were situations that Donaire, didn't have the optimal angle to deliver that punch, but he still wound up catching him. And then that's my point. Why are you allowing, knowing that you have the superior speed, the youth, to be able to not allow your opponent to catch you? And if you would have used your head movement a little bit better and more proficient, you would have been able to avoid any of that. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, I think the issue there was he kept moving back in a straight line.
Oh, then the Nair fight?
Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Like he would be in the center of the ring, then Donaire would change the angle on him and put him on the back foot, and he would move straight back. He wouldn't move laterally enough.
Yeah. I'll have to watch that fight again.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch it myself. I that's that one's been on my list of fights to rewatch since this whole thing started.
What one? The Donaire one?
Donaire versus Noy.
No, yeah. Actually, I should rewatch that too.
I just watched Arturo Gatti versus Ivan Robinson for the first time. That was a pretty damn good fight.
Yeah. Famous fight.
I've never seen it.
They recommend. I go to like R boxing on Reddit, and they'll throw up like a couple fights every day to rewatch. So I go there to pick them out just because I don't have to, they just throw something at me. So I'm like, all right, watch that. It's a cool place for just random good fights to rewatch.
What is that?
The R boxing, just the boxing subreddit on Reddit. You don't remember?
I go all the time to check the news.
What's that?
I go on the Reddit boxing subreddit to check the news for like videos to do for like ideas.
Yeah, you'll see all that too.
Oh, I watched a fight recently between Charlie Burley and Oakland Billy Smith.
Yeah, it's his only one on video.
Yeah, that was a great performance by Burley. That's probably the last fight I've watched. Before that, I watched Ioka versus Yagashi. I watched who else? I watched Inoue versus Hernandez. Some other guys.
Oh, I agree, L Dog. Those there's not many bright boxing minds in there. I don't talk because it's pointless. But yeah, how about the way Burley would the jab in that fight was perfect, first of all. But the way he could slide, he just glide across that ring.
Burley's in Pittsburgh, right?
Hmm?
Charlie Burley's in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
One thing I really noticed with Burley is he was so good at just feinting, and he was so good at controlling his opponent and maintaining lead hand dominance. And especially, he would stand in the pocket but feint with his lead foot. He would step in, step back out, and he would constantly control Billy Smith, and he'd keep him sort of confused and unpredictable, and he'd have to keep up with his rhythm, and it was so difficult for him to, and he would just land on him at will.
Yeah. One of the old, he's passed away now, Mike Bartow. He was a cop back in like the 50s in my part of the city, but he was like 80 something when I was started going to his gym. But he fought Charlie Burley. He fought Fritzy Zivit for the title too, lost in a decision, but Burley knocked him out in 4 rounds. Yeah, he got sparked by Burley. Yeah.
Fritzy Zivit was a tough fighter.
Oh yeah, dirty, but tough as hell.
Yeah, he was like that day's Salido.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. He was. Yeah.
Did he drove cabs? Did he drive cabs too? Salido was like a Uber driver.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, but Fritzy Zivit just has those standout victories on his career. Those 2 Armstrong victories are legendary wins.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Like L Dog said, I mean, most boxing communities outside of YouTube are just so stupid. Twitter is a little bit better, but I've gone on boxing Facebook posts and they're just retarded.
It's hard.
Reddit is worst.
Decent people to talk boxing with who actually really can actually know what they're talking about and don't just fanboy for someone and get angry. So it's tough.
It is. I mean, most fans of sports are casuals.
They are. Boxing Instagram is pretty bad though. Boxing Instagram is pretty brutal.
Yeah,
Instagram, any sports is trash.
I don't know that one.
Unfortunately, I spent a lot of time on Instagram, so I'm very aware of what goes on boxing Instagram. I follow a lot of pages, and all they do is just post the same damn Canelo clips all the time. There was this one clip of Canelo hitting a punching bag recently, and I swear to God, the 20 boxing pages I follow all posted talking about Canelo. His left hook is so vicious. Does Canelo have the best left hook in boxing?
I know the video you're talking about.
I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, yo, there's 100 million fighters in the world. You guys don't hold the post Canelo.
The only Instagram accounts I really keep up with in terms of boxing is just the actual fighters themselves.
Yeah, that's the way to go. That's probably the way to go.
I don't follow anyone, but I go and check out their individual pages all the time.
Yeah.
I just stay on Instagram because there's a lot of people there's a couple of people on boxing that I know that I only know on Instagram.
My son has an Instagram page and follows all the boxing ones, so he'll always come up to me like, "Watch this! You got to see this. Did you watch this yet?" It's chill, yeah.
Yeah,
that's how I get it.
What's gonna be really bad soon though is boxing TikTok, and yes, there is gonna be a boxing TikTok. Because I have a friend actually who has a boxing Instagram page, but he also started a boxing TikTok page, and it's exploding.
What do they do on it?
I mean, they just post pictures or videos of clips of fighters with songs.
Oh, okay.
But he tells me he'll tell me which fighters get the most views, so he tells me he posts Canelo a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. The ID people did that, and I'm like, yeah, because he's gonna bring in the views.
Well, who the fuck else are you gonna post besides Canelo on TikTok?
I mean, Loma, he posted a TikTok of Rolly, that Rolando Romero kid. He posted one of him. He posted Romo Gonzalez. He posted Wilder, Fury, Joshua. But Canelo's the guy that's gonna get you the views on TikTok.
Yeah, they're gonna go on TikTok and create a fucking Kazuto Ioka highlight reel account.
We were talking earlier about the Loma and Tio. Real quickly, Loma's gonna have to break him down. In my opinion, he's gonna have to break him down, and that's gonna be a hard task just because of the size of the kid, the size, the power, and the speed is gonna be dangerous. You know, constantly touching him up, breaking him down, and avoiding getting caught by something big. That's really the fight to me. I mean, Loma, in my opinion, is a far superior, pound for pound type fighter. But just the size and power, along with his speed, it makes the fight dangerous for Loma. But that's one of the fights I am looking forward to the most. I just hope it happens sooner rather than later. That way, Tio doesn't have to kill himself to make 35.
I agree. On paper, skill for skill, Lomachenko should easily dominate Teofimo Lopez. However, the intangibles like the power are going to be tough on Lomachenko because if he gets hit by if he gets hit by the shot Teofimo landed on Comey, he's in trouble. He's never taken really a shot like that before. I mean, because he's never really put himself in that kind of a position. Yeah. Even the Linares shot was not that type of a shot. But I do think Lomachenko has what it takes to outbox him, but can he avoid that power?
Yeah.
He can definitely outbox him. I mean, if once Teofimo sets his feet to try to counter, just move. You know what I'm saying? Just move to his right and get out of the way of his right hand and his jab, and that's all you got to do. But
what do you think about this? That being his size, that he's going to be able to absorb a lot of punishment. Before it really starts to take its toll. So it's going to kind of leave him in the fight for a while to give him them opportunities.
Well, if Lomachenko wins, it's going to be by decision. I don't think he's going to be able to break him down enough to where he's actually out of the fight.
No, yeah, I agree. I don't predict necessarily a KO. I think if he would win, it would be a decision also. But just Tio's, just the size and strength of him alone, mixed with that speed and power, it's a real dangerous combination unless he kind of just does, play the point game and just avoid any shots from him and just keep touching him up, which might be the plan. But I'm really looking forward to that fight.
Yeah, me too.
Me three.
GMB says Loma because it's hard to train for Loma unless Tio has the payroll to train with all the best little guys. I doubt that'll happen. He'll have some good ones. Tio can stay in the narrow stance at a higher level of intensity than other fighters. Yeah. I just think he's going to have more opportunities than most of Loma's opponents because he's going to be able to absorb a lot of shots, better than most of Loma's opponents, if not better than all of them.
I think he's going to catch Lomachenko. I think Loma's going to get folded up in this fight.
Definitely possible.
Yeah, I could see that happening with Teofimo's youth, speed, aggressiveness. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying his timing as well.
Yeah.
Counter-punching.
Oh, I wanted to, when, I didn't want to interrupt Anthony. When the alarm went in the background, you heard that alarm? I was about to say, Gojira!
Oh, man. He's Godzilla!
Gojira is coming!
I'm looking through this Reddit boxing thing.
Yeah, Reddit boxing.
Yeah,
I never actually read the actual post. Like I know people posting it, but I'll never read the comments. I just go through the article.
Don't do that.
What do they say in there? What do they say in the boxing subreddit?
I mean, just your typical fanboy shit mostly, but they'll straight like they'll block your ass in a heartbeat just for like disagreeing with the over simple matters. They're pretty petty.
They're pretty militant, huh?
Yeah, it hasn't happened to me because I don't comment, but I see it happen all the time.
Yeah, I don't have any I don't have any type of Reddit account. I don't really look through it very much. Oh God, I just saw a Lennox Lewis versus Anthony Joshua Reddit post. I can't wait for Anthony Joshua to be up 80-20.
I think I actually saw that too. I think Lennox Lewis blew him away.
Oh.
Which was kind of surprised me too.
Are they saying that Anthony Joshua would stop Lennox Lewis?
It's just who would win. They also did a Lennox Lewis Tyson Fury one, and Lennox was edging that one as well. Not as much though.
At least they're not posting the same clip Canelo 15 times.
Yeah, I see the Tyson Fury Lennox Lewis one. That will be pretty difficult for, I'd say, both of them.
Yeah, I think it would be somewhat of a fight, but I would still sort of lean towards Lennox Lewis because I think Lennox Lewis will be able to take the fight to him.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I definitely think Fury has a better chance versus Lennox than an AJ would for sure.
Yes, definitely. AJ, if he fought Lennox Lewis in his prime, that would be no contest.
Yeah, none. Like David Grant all over again.
Yeah, unless he proves me wrong. I don't know what's in the mind of the boxer at that moment. But skill-wise, verbatim, I will put Lennox Lewis over AJ.
Yeah, in my opinion, he's just too stiff for someone like a Lennox. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him from every damn angle, man.
And fucking Lennox Lewis got them fucking man. You ever seen his hands? That dude got fucking paws in that hand, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lennox.
Yo, Lennox had some huge ass hands. I saw him in person one time. His hands were about the same size as Riddick Bowe's. Riddick Bowe's got paws as well.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get off here, man.
All right,
I'm gonna go check in on my son. It's been a while here. We're fine. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Yo, it's good to see you back, man. And I know why you're doing it because you need to be with your family, which that's important. And just want to say, God bless to everybody. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, same to you, brother. Enjoy your family during this time. Happy Mother's Day to your people as well, all you guys. Yeah, sure I'll see you soon enough. If it ain't on my channel, I'm sure I'll be back on B2. If he would welcome me, I'd jump on whenever.
You can come on whenever. Honestly, you're welcome whenever.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Cool. I'll definitely. I'd like to jump back on. This was fun, actually.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, man. Thanks
All right.
for on though once again. Peace out, fellas.
Take care.
Peace, Ant.
Have a good
Peace.
one.
I want to say thank you to you for putting this platform together this whole day. And say pops for me.
I definitely will. I mean, I'm not sure I'm gonna get off though. I might keep this thing going.
No worries, man. I'll come back. I'm gonna eat something right now.
All right, you do that because I know people from the West Coast are probably gonna start coming in soon.
Yeah.
All right. All right, G Boogie. All right. Well, there you go. Now it's just down to one. It's your boy Beat C. We're live here on True School Sports. That was Thunderdome. He was here. He came out. He came from the abyss, and he blessed us with his presence. And he talked boxing with us, and it was a hell of a live. And it's only it's crazy. I've been live for almost 5 hours, and it's not even 10 o'clock. Normally when I'm live for 5 hours, it's 5 in the morning. But it's only 10 o'clock, and I'm a quarantine streaming veteran now. I've got hours upon hours of quarantine streaming. So listen, like 10 o'clock ain't shit to BT. I've been live for 12 hours. So anything goes. Pops, you want to say something? Because you've been trying at the bit to say something.
It's been a great live so far. And
You've been watching. I've been hearing you laughing in there.
Yeah. Oh man, this one of the best lives I've had. Listening to Brotherhood, listening to
Thunderdome, Troy.
Thunderdome, Dome. I mean, all the input. It just makes it a great show. So I really enjoyed it. Keep giving us your feedback.
There you go.
Yeah.
You go get some rest now, Chops.
Yeah, I gotta go
you got work tomorrow. But yeah. So listen, anything goes, man. Fuck it, anything goes. All right, anything goes. Y'all want to talk boxing? We can talk boxing. You drop your questions down below. Y'all want to talk about other sports? Fuck it, you can drop what other sports down below. Y'all want to talk about, I don't know, whatever. It could be anything. It could be women. It could be freaking world issues. It could be what you're doing on quarantine. You could, I don't know. By the way, just out of curiosity, for the 16 that are here, what have you guys been doing on quarantine to keep yourself entertained? Because that's probably been, not just for myself, but I think everybody, the most challenging thing. The most challenging thing is because everybody's used to like filling their time up with like sports and going to the gym, but there hasn't been any gym because there's no gyms open and there's no sports because there's barely any sports on. So what have you guys been doing to keep yourself busy? For me, I'll tell you what I've been doing. I've been working out. I've been obviously making YouTube videos. Fuck it. I recently started investing. Like I'm gonna say like about a month ago. Around a month ago this time I started investing. So now I got some shares and some stocks, and that's pretty cool. I'm doing something good for myself at a young age. I've been reading a lot of Ring magazines. I got like 4 or 5 copies of Ring magazine since I've been on quarantine. I'm about to buy another one. I'm about to buy the most recent edition of Ring magazine with Mike Tyson and Tyson Fury on the cover. I'm gonna read that, and I haven't even finished reading the ones that I bought. Like I read most of the one with all the cartoon fighters on the cover. I haven't finished reading the other ones. SSB says he's been reading like a prisoner. Official says, I like to L-Dog, but I'll have to go to bed soon. Yeah, we can't all just stay up. Some of us have, actual things we got to go to. So you see, for me, like, look, I make the majority of my money on YouTube right now. I make a lot of money on YouTube, and I'm putting it away in some stocks and other things. I got other investments. I'm starting to sign Floyd Mail there. I got other things I'm putting my money into so that I won't have to, get up at 9 to 5. I don't want to do that because I hated 9 to 5. I had some shitty 9 to 5 jobs. I just don't want to go back. I really don't. I'll be honest with you. If I could say, if I have anything to say about it, I don't want to go back. But I want to give a shout out to everybody who came onto this live tonight. Obviously Thunderdome, obviously Troy Graham, Brotherhood, Keen Mitch, G Boogie, just everybody. Hopefully, my man Hyro comes on. I like Hyro. Hopefully, Hyro sees this and comes on. I like Hyro. Key Mitch says he's been watching hella old fights on YouTube. Yeah, I've been watching some fights here and there. Not as much as probably I should be watching, but I've watched a good amount of fights since we've been on quarantine. I've watched some Casemiro fights. I've watched a ton of Arturo Gatti fights. I've watched a lot of Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd. I'm gonna watch Simon Brown versus I forgot that guy's name. There was a guy that Simon Brown fought. SSB28 says I've caught up on a lot of sleep. Listen, getting sleep has never been easier. I mean, I can go to sleep whatever. I mean, I can really go to sleep whenever I want these days and not have to worry about anything because, like, normally if there's boxing and all the boxing gyms are open, I would have to literally go to sleep at a certain time, to be awake by a certain time, to go to the boxing gyms by a certain time, to get interviews, to go take the train or the bus. Well, I take the bus and then I take the train. So what I do is I take the local bus, one of the local buses in Miami, to the nearest Tri-Rail station. The Tri-Rail, for those of you that don't know, the Tri-Rail is the local train station, and then I'll take the Tri-Rail to wherever the nearest boxing gym is, and I just get off at the stop. But I have to be awake by a certain time to do this in an efficient manner and come back home. So like, I haven't had to worry about that because there's no boxing gyms open except Stacey McKinley's gym, which I might be heading down to very soon. Yeah, official. Listen. You got to do that. You got to be working towards that financial freedom. So I'm pretty happy because I'm pretty happy with where I'm at in life right now, because I remember a year ago around this time I was going through it. Last year around this time, and I'm actually proud of myself that I'm at where I'm at in life. And the crazy thing is, like, it's only getting started. Like, it's only going to get better from here. Like, I've come so far in a year, so I can't imagine where I'm going to be at in another year from now, because last year around this time I was around 15,000 subscribers or something like that. Now I'm about to be at 30 soon. So I'm about to be at 30 soon. Got my investments going. I'm pretty healthy. I got some other things I'm working on. My book's about 75% done. How's your diet been since quarantine? A lot of people have been getting fat. That's what SSB asked. To be honest with you, my diet's been the same. I've been eating the same. I mean, I'll be honest with you, my eating habits aren't the best. Like, I do like junk food. I do like, I do eat a lot of Spanish food, like rice and beans and pork chops and arroz con pollo and all those kinds of things. But honestly, I always make sure that I drink a lot of water. I try to drink as much water as possible. So, I drink water and I run miles on miles on miles, and I take my multivitamins every day. I got like four things of multivitamins on my desk over there. So, that's actually like one of my favorite things to do is wake up taking my multivitamins every single day. I got my B12 vitamin gummies, and I got my vitamin gummies for like your hair and your skin and your nails and things like that. So it's good. I can't complain. My diet's been good. I don't really put on weight because I'm 25 years old and I got a pretty quick metabolism, so I don't gotta worry too much. I can eat like trash and not put on any weight. I could legit go to Burger King or McDonald's, order a quarter pounder with large French fries and whatnot, and I'll be good. As long as I drink water and run a little bit, I'm gonna pretty much stay at the same weight. Official says you're preparing a book. More details, please. Yeah, official. I'll tell you. So I haven't really talked about it a lot recently and I haven't worked on it a lot recently because I just haven't had any motivation to write, and I haven't had any motivation to write because I just been so busy, and I feel like it's better to just let life happen. So I'll have more things to write about whenever I do get in a space to write. But not this January, but January of 2019, I started writing a book about my experiences covering boxing. So like in the book, there's chapters in there about myself. It's like first of all, there's chapters in there that are very personal about me and about how I came to become a boxing fan and why I love boxing so much. So you'll learn a lot about me. But then there's also chapters in there. I got Riddick Bowe stories in there, Shannon Brick stories in there, Adrian Granados. There's a chapter about Adrian Granados because he's a good friend of mine. There's a chapter in there about Pops. There's a chapter in there about my trip to England. There's going to be a chapter in there about fights that I've covered, all kinds of stuff. So basically, the name of the book is called Just a Kid from Dania, The Boxing Journey of True School Sports. That's the name of the book. I don't know when I'm going to finish it. I don't know when it's going to be done. But whenever it is done, I'll make a video about it, and you guys will hear all about it. But I'm trying to write 12 chapters because, a boxing fight is 12 rounds. So, like, I wanted my book to be 12 chapters. But it might be more than 12 chapters, so I'm not sure yet. But it's in the works. We Winning says, don't stop investing. You made a great decision by doing so. I've been told to recently, but never did. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. Investing is like an addiction. Like I can see why people get addicted to gambling, or why people are addicted to like some people are addicted to drinking, some people are addicted to sex. I think my addiction is investing. I love investing money. Like I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like I look forward to getting my YouTube checks so I could just like put some of it into investing. Um, I love looking at it because I know like with every share that I acquire, the dividends are gonna stack up slowly but surely over the years. And I'm hoping by the time that I'm 30, because I'm 25 now, so I'm thinking like by the time I'm 30, if I just keep doing what I'm doing now for 5 years, I'm gonna be in a great place. I mean, I'm gonna be in a place where I'm not gonna have to really worry about a lot of things. You see what I'm saying? But I do like it. I do enjoy researching about different companies and learning about what companies have debt, what companies don't have debt, why certain companies profit and why some companies don't, why companies pay out a certain level of dividends and why some don't. It's all fascinating to me. Like it's all like one big game to me. I know it's not a game because you're playing with your own money, but to me, I look at it as a game. Makes it funner to me. Is there any food you don't eat for a specific reason? Foods, I can't really say about foods. I pretty much eat what I want because I work out really, really hard. But I would say I try not to drink soda. I really cut soda out. I mean, every now and then I'll have the odd soda to just enjoy myself. But for me, and this is for me, my body, I noticed that because I remember in 2018, like the latter stages of 2018, when I was going through a bunch of bullshit with my ex-girlfriend, I got really depressed and whatnot. So I remember at that time I was binge eating and I was drinking a lot of soda. But the soda I noticed was big. When I drink soda, I began to put on a lot of weight. So like my weight right now, I'm 130. Right now I'm 133 and a half, and I think my body is getting a bit bigger and I'm maturing. So the 133 and a half is I carry it around pretty good. But like back in 2018, I don't think my body was as matured as it is now. So I remember I got all the way up to 143 and a half, which is the heaviest I've ever weighed in my life. I've never weighed above 143 and a half because I'm a pretty short guy. I'm skinny. I got a fast metabolism. So 143 and a half was a lot of weight for me to carry. And I remember looking down on myself and I started to see this little bulge in my stomach. And I said, yo, BT, you get fat. So I started to just run and just work out. And, I haven't even came close to touching 140 since that time. But I remember that was a bad time. So 143 and a half was somewhere, and I never, unless my body gets bigger and it just naturally turns into muscle, I don't want that to ever. I don't ever want to weigh that much again. I'm good on what my weight is at now, as long as I can just continue increasing my stamina and things like that. I'm good at my weight now. SSB28 says, "Did you go to college?" I never went to college. I graduated 2013 here in South Florida, and I had the option to go to college. But I'll be honest with you, I was pressured by my dad and many people in our family to go to community college. But I always knew deep down that community college wasn't for me, or college in general wasn't for me. Every time I stepped on a college campus, I just felt way out of place. I felt like there was no reason why I should be here because I kind of knew what I wanted to do. And I knew based on other people that I know that I didn't really need a college degree to do what I wanted to do. I knew that, especially living in America where there's so much opportunity, there's not really a necessity to go to college. Cause like, I know this one girl, right? There's this one chick I know, she went to the University of Arizona, and, Arizona's a good school. She has a 4-year bachelor's degree in communications and sports journalism, and she couldn't get no damn jobs. You would think somebody like that would be getting hired by all the networks, and she's attractive too. She's an attractive, girl with a fat ass. You think everybody would hire her, but nobody hired her. It took her years to get anything going. So I just knew from then on that college wasn't gonna be the move, and like I got shamed for it so I graduated 2013. So literally from 2013 to probably like 2017, people pretty much just said, BT, you're wasting your life. Because when I got out of high school, I jumped right into covering sports. I started covering the NBA. I moved to Dallas. I did stuff for the Mavericks and all other NBA teams. And it didn't really take off at first. Nothing was really going, like things weren't really moving, but like I knew I could see the future. I knew that I was going to be successful. Whether it was with the NBA or boxing, I knew I was going to be successful. And, you know, I like where I'm at now. I can say confidently now that I made the right decision. I always knew I made the right decision, but now I really know I made the right decision. Because like most kids my age, right? If you look at most people my age, 25 years old, they just graduated college maybe a year or two ago. They have they're up to their eyes in student loan debt. Maybe there's a relationship that they got in college, and now that maybe they're married, maybe they have kids now. Look, like me, maybe I don't have the most money in the world, but look, I don't got no student loan debt. I got zero student loan debt. I have I don't have any kids. I don't have none of that. So like I'm good. I can just worry about BT and set myself up for later on in life. Be prudent. SSB also asked, did you lift weights or just body weight workouts? No, I don't really lift too much weights. I haven't really done any sort of weight training since the middle of 2019 when I was going to LA Fitness with my boy Juan Pablo. Like that was like the last amount of weight training that I did. And then eventually I focused more on I started to focus more on just boxing. And I found for me, this is me, my body, I like how my body felt more when I was just doing boxing training as opposed to weight training. The weights are good. Like the weights might be good. They might look good for your arms, and you know, aesthetically, it might be more pleasing to women and things like that. But I really don't care for it. I feel like I get a better workout in just running and getting my boxing workout in and doing some push-ups around the house. I have no problems. I like how I look in the mirror. But yeah, official, that book's gonna be something special when it comes out. I probably should finish it on quarantine, but I just haven't even thought about it. And the funny thing is, like, look, well, you guys can't see my home screen, but like, there's a bookmark on my home. I have a bookmark on my home screen. It's bookmarked in the middle of my home screen, so like, it's always there for me if I ever get an idea to write. It's always there. But yeah, hopefully people like it whenever it comes out, because it's a lot of stuff about boxing and the things that I've experienced, being around the sport, behind the scenes, traveling, as well as my own personal life. So it's gonna be a great book. I think people will learn a lot from it. There's something in there for everybody. But yeah, it's your boy BT. We had Thunderdome boxing talk on earlier. It was great. I probably should end the live because people might click on this and they expected Thunderdome, but they can always rewind it back. We're gonna stay on live. I told y'all when this live first started, this is probably gonna be a long live. This is probably gonna be a 5, 6, 7 hour live, and I was right. We're in the 5th hour, going on the 6th. Nathan says, Brendan, I have that boxing monthly for you. All right, bro. Well, I'll message you my my address on Facebook later on. Yeah, because I'm stacking up these boxing magazines. Like I got like 5 or 6 boxing magazines now. I used to have more before I lost everything in storage recently. So because I had my stuff in storage recently, and then I lost everything in store. I lost a lot of things in storage, so I lost like about a good 10 or 20 boxing magazines, and lost some baseball cards and all kinds of stuff. My journal. I used to journal. I don't journal anymore though. I probably should journal though. Probably good for me. But yeah, anything goes right now. Anything goes. Anything goes right now. Right now, what's that point in the live where I turned on my the red light of my lamp and it's dark in my house and I'm just laying down. I'm just chilling. Ugh, fuck. My back gets really tense doing these lives, man. You know what? I just figured it out. I just figured out the first thing I'm gonna get when this thing is over. I'm gonna give me a massage. I need to give me a massage. Key Mitch says, "What will be the first fight without spectators?" That's a good question. I have no idea. Top Rank was saying that they're gonna announce some fights real soon, within this coming week. So we should be expecting some cards to be announced this coming week. So we'll see. I'm just ready for boxing to come back, man. Just for boxing to come back, not just boxing, sports in general. I'm ready for baseball to come back because like I've lived in South Florida my whole life, but I've never lived in Miami. And I finally moved to Miami, and Marlins Park is down the street. I was gonna go to a bunch of baseball games this year. I was gonna do like some vlogs at Marlins. I had vlogs planned at Marlins Park. That was gonna be fun. It's a lot of stuff. I don't know. Oh, I can tell you this. I mean, not that it matters to anybody who's not in Florida, but like there's a fight card happening July the 11th that I'm 95% sure I'm gonna go to. It's a kind of a local fight card. It's not in South Florida. It's more like in Central Florida in St. Augustine. But Christy Martin Promotions is putting on a fight card on July the 11th. So I'll probably be at that. That'll probably be the first fight I cover coming out this damn epidemic. So I mean, it's not big time boxing, but it's still boxing. It's good to see some fighters there. At this point, I'll take anything, man. I mean, as long as it's not UFC, because I can't watch UFC. UFC is not my cup of tea. I can't watch it. By the way, guys, I plugged it earlier, but Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, my Evander Holyfield 90-minute interview is going to be dropping on the channel. It's going to be dropping on the channel. It'll be premiering. So the link should be. Well, I posted it earlier, but if you just look into my channel, you should find it. If you go to my community post, you'll find the community post where I mentioned it. There's a link. So set your reminders and be on the lookout for it on Tuesday. It's going to be a great interview. It was a great interview I did with him. And then I'm planning on getting some more interviews for you guys this week. I'm gonna try to get Sinisa Estrada on this week. I'm gonna shoot her a text tomorrow probably and see what her schedule's looking like this week. We'll get Sinisa Estrada on here. I'm sure that one will get a lot of good comments because I make a lot of jokes about how she's my baby mom and stuff like that. So people are gonna have a lot to say when they see her live. She's cool though. I like Sinisa Estrada. Yeah, it's your boy BT. I'm surprised. I'm not even gonna cap. I'm not even gonna front. I can't believe there's 10 people here still. I'm really surprised. So shout out to the 10 of you that are here. Let me know where you guys are watching from, what city, what state, what continent, all that good stuff. Drop your comments down below. Anything goes right now. You know what? I'm gonna call my boy Hyro. I want to see if Hyro wants to jump on this live. Let me call Hyro right quick. Let me see if what this man's up to. Well, I'm calling my boy Hyro right now. I guess not. I guess not. Ugh. Anyway, by the way, Keen, you asked for it. I completely forgot. I can't even believe I forgot to do that. Before the live started, we're supposed to do before the live started. So Keen asked for it, and he's right. So like we always say here on True School Sports, True School Sports has been sponsored by
Kool-Aid with no motherfucking sugar.
That's right. That's right. Raider from LA. He said LA. We got France. Yeah, anybody's welcome to come on. Nathan can come on. Nathan, you're being a bit weird earlier. That's why I kind of I was like, I'll delay Nathan coming on until everybody gets off. But yeah, Nathan, you can come back on. Official can come back on. Keen can come back on. Anybody who's watching who comes across the link can come back on. There's a link. And like I said, in case you didn't get it the first time, True School Sports has been sponsored by
Kool-Aid with no motherfucking sugar.
You know, it's funny. I pay extra a month on StreamYard just to have these overlays, just to click that. Let me see. We got my man We Winning says, "Wow, that's amazing. Never thought the risk of investing, describing it as addiction, and the knowledge you are learning in just weeks sounds like something that can come easier to you than others." Yeah, no, man. I love investing, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like I'm waiting for some money to transfer to my account so I can buy another share of something a company I'm trying to buy soon. A share of a company I want to buy into. It's addicting. Anyway, we got Nathan here. What's up, Nathan?
I wanted to discuss this boxing monthly thing. Obviously, you know, it's been around a long, long time.
Yeah.
And it's a shame they've ended it, really.
Yeah, yeah.
End of an era.
Boxing Monthly, I mean, I know it's huge in the UK. It's been big for a lot of hardcore boxing fans over the years.
I mean, when I started buying it, Johnny Nelson was the world champion. So I started reading about 20 years ago. So the magazine was about £4. Obviously, Michael Montari, you know Michael Montari, he written it, did some articles in it. And he's a good man. He did a few articles. And Steve Farhood, do you know of him?
Yeah, Steve Farhood, he's the guy that does the scoring for Showtime.
Yeah, very, very, you know, it's a good magazine. Been around, it was around 100 years. Was it the pandemic that forced it to show, or just the digital age?
What I was reading is that, well, not what I was reading. What I heard, Montero made a video. Michael Montero made a video about this, and he said in his video that even before the pandemic, I guess a new company bought the magazine. And I guess the company has other things they're gonna invest their budget of money into.
Yeah.
And Vegas, they were already considering cutting Boxing Monthly out before the pandemic. So the pandemic was just the final nail in the coffin.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's sad, isn't it? I mean, I like buying a boxing magazine like your Ring magazine, or like it's, you know, it's interesting. There's hours to read it. There's stuff to read in it.
Yeah, yeah. Fortunately for me, like when I was in the UK in this December, and when I was stuck at the Gatwick airport for 12 and a half hours, waiting for my flight, I remember I had nothing to do, so I went to one of the local stores, and just to see a boxing magazine on the shelf, I went crazy, because you know in America, Ring magazine's a thing, but you got to order it. Like you don't really go, at least not in Florida. I don't know about California or other states, but like in Florida at least, I've never seen a Ring magazine like on the shelf at a grocery store or like in a convenience store. So you have to go out of your way to find that stuff. But like, you know, in England, like just to see like 2 or 3 boxing magazines just sitting on a shelf, like I grabbed the first Boxing Monthly I saw and I bought it.
I mean, there's Boxing Weekly, which I buy, which this week's I had articles about Audley Harrison and the British heavyweight stuff. So it was all old school sort of stuff. You know, the magazine, there's not a lot of like relevant stuff in it. I find in the British Boxing Monthly was the best all round magazine next to a Ring magazine.
Yeah, it's one of the true fight publications, and it's no longer here, unfortunately.
I'm sure it will come back. I mean, I don't know why they can't come back online and make it a digital subscription.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, honestly though, I don't see what the point of having it as a digital subscription if people want the physical thing, like the magazine. I mean, at least I do.
Yeah, I do as well.
I'd rather have the physical thing, like on my desk right here, like my desk. I always keep about 5 or 6 boxing magazines near my computer.
But before the internet age, obviously you're too young to remember the pre-internet age, when people didn't have the internet. I mean, I'd have to wait like 2 weeks to find out the results of some fights. You know, a week in America would be like a week behind with stuff. And when I got Ring magazine, it was all out of date.
That's insane.
So I fought with the champions. All the champions weren't the champions anymore. Because obviously you can't remember growing up in a digital age, can you? Where there was no like internet.
I can, but I was because the internet. Like I remember, because I vividly remember in 2001, because one of my uncles who I lived with when I was 6 years old, he was like a computer nerd, and I remember he had like dial-up internet. So I remember the internet at a very young age. But I do remember a time without the internet. Like I'm part of that last generation who played outside.
Yeah. But with fights, I remember the only way I would find out about a Lennox Lewis fight would be on news the next morning. Like when he lost to Oliver McCall, I still remember the news broadcast of that particular day.
Yeah.
You know, the pre-internet era was nice, but now it's nice that I can get all my information on Facebook or whatever, and the internet. You know, Eastside Boxing is something else I've read a lot over the years, and Boxing Scene and World Boxing News, all these particular articles I read.
I read Boxing Scene all the time. Boxing Scene's bookmarked on my computer.
It's the best one. It's the best out of all the sites. I say it's the best.
Yeah. I
But
mean, I know a couple of the guys that write there too, so that makes me like it more.
But Boxing News 24 is not the best when you look at it next to Boxing Scene.
Because anybody can write an article on Boxing News 24. I wrote an article on Boxing News 24 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I wrote two. I wrote two. They were about, but the reason I wrote them was because I was doing an experiment. Like I was gonna see because I remember at the time I was interviewing Shannon Briggs a lot. So I would put the links to my videos in the Boxing News 24 article, and I would write about the what was said in the video. And like a couple of the first couple of times they published the article, they included the links in there. But by the third time I did it, I guess they started to pick up on it, and they would have my link in there. So I said, man, forget this.
I mean, I think it's bad that anyone can just write. I think you've got to have some sort of knowledge of boxing and also some sort of journalistic thing. They shouldn't let anyone just write articles in there.
Yeah, because when you
it's crazy.
When you read some of these articles, you can just tell anybody can go in there and write an article.
Oh yeah, the spelling mistakes. Scott Guilford, he's well known. Some of his stuff is all right. Some of it's not. I mean, but the amount of spelling mistakes you can spot in it, it looks very amateurish. But Boxing Scene's definitely the best one.
Yeah. I really like Boxing Scene.
Bad Left Hook Boxing is okay.
Yeah, I like Bad Left Hook. I read some Bad Left Hook stuff sometimes. For me though, I like Boxing Scene. I'm a Boxing Scene guy.
I just want boxing to return. It's getting boring now, isn't it? This lockdown. There's no boxing. I always look forward to the Saturdays. When the Dave Allen, Allen's fight, and
I'm so upset because, for me, Saturday fight nights are everything. Because I get, especially if the fight is one that I'm excited for, I get extremely excited because I have the live fight reactions, and I love those live fight reactions because they're fun. They're fun to do, and it's fun to see people everywhere. Those live fight reactions, I'll be getting 300 people on, 400 people on, it's crazy.
Can you not get on Radio Raheem? Can you not do a video for one of his shows, or Michelle Joy Phelps? Some of these bigger YouTubers.
I probably could, but I have Raheem's number in my phone. But one time in January when I saw Raheem, I actually told him I was like, yeah. I asked him to let me know where he was staying in Miami, so we can do a video together because he said he was going to be in Miami for a while. So I said okay. So his response to me was, "Oh, I don't really do interviews," and then a month later he went on the Joe Rogan podcast.
You would have thought he would want to help you out, wouldn't you? You being a newer sort of YouTuber, he would want to help you out, give you a bit of a rub, give you the magical rub. So
I don't know. The thing is, I feel like he said that, but I don't really think that's how. Me and him have a bit of history, so there's a reason as to why I think he said that, but I don't know.
What was that? Did you have some disagreement years ago?
No, we had an incident. We had a bit of an incident 3 years ago. So what happened was, right? I'll tell you what happened. So, it was late 2017, right? New York City. I traveled to New York City for I was traveling to New York City to support my friend Adrian Granados, who fought Sean Porter on the Wildest card. That's why I went there. And so I went to the media workout. I went to the media workout at Gleason's gym, and he was there. So I went there and I had my camera and I was interviewing people. I interviewed Iron Barkley that day, and I interviewed Granados and a couple people. So after all that was over, he came up to me, Riz Raheem. He comes up to me and he says, "Oh, could you help me hold the camera for this interview?" So I think he went to go interview because I was just hanging around the gym, just talking to people. and so I guess he needed help. So I said no problem. I helped him out. So he went to go interview Sean Porter, and I held the camera for like one of his Sean Porter interviews. And after it was done, he then comes up to me and he asked me, he's like, "Oh, do you have a press pass for the fight?" And I didn't. I actually didn't have a press pass for the fight. I was just gonna buy a ticket to the fight to watch. And he was like, "Oh, well, I can get you a press pass or whatnot." So what happened was, I actually was gonna. I thought at the time, I wasn't gonna get a press pass through TSS because I had applied for one, but I wasn't sure at that moment in time. So I was just figuring things out on the fly when I was there. And when I was there, basically, like, I agreed to it. So I agreed to help him out. But then, like, the way Raheem is, when you help him out, you can't really, like, I couldn't really get anything for myself. So, like, in my mind, the way I rationalized it was like, well, what's the point of me coming all the way to New York City? Yeah, I might have a press pass, but I can't do anything for True School Sports. So it defeats the whole purpose of everything. So then I had talked to somebody else about what I should do because I wasn't sure how to handle it. And then my friend told me, well, if you don't want to help him, then just don't help him. So I took his advice, but then, like, I didn't tell Raheem about it. So, like, fight night happened. I bought a ticket. I sat in the nosebleeds, didn't tell Raheem about it. And then he got mad at me because I didn't show up. But it didn't matter if I didn't show up because somebody still helped him anyway. Held the camera.
You're not his toy.
That's what
you're there to get ahead. You got to get ahead because you're good.
And Nathan, this is when my channel had like 7,000 subscribers. So just
that's
imagine,
crazy. Isn't it?
This is back when my channel had like 7,000 subscribers. I mean, I'm happy now that I'm almost at 30. It's crazy.
Yeah. But this thing, he had a leg up from much bigger names than you ever did. Larry Merchant, these guys helped him out, you know, and yet there you are, younger, doing it yourself. You're doing more or less everything yourself. I mean, I still respect what he's done, but just don't forget people on the way down.
Yeah, yeah.
What happens if you get big one day and he says, you know, I want your help?
Yeah, I don't
piss off.
Yeah, I don't hold it against nobody. I mean, I don't hate the guy or anything like that, but yeah, I just know how he is. Cause like the thing is, me and Raheem, we have a mutual friend in boxing. We're both close friends to somebody in boxing. And one time I actually stayed in the same house as Radio Raheem, believe it or not.
Oh God.
We stayed under the same roof for multiple nights in Las Vegas because my friend in Las Vegas, I have a friend in Las Vegas, and I stay at his house when I go there, and Raheem happened to stay at the same house while I was there. So like I got to see what Raheem was really like in like his most natural form.
I take it he ain't too nice a guy because he don't come across too nice. You can see there's something stanky about him.
He's very hot.
You know, I don't mean
the best way I could describe him is like he's just he's very, very Hollywood. He's very Hollywood, which is funny, like because like he's a boxing interviewer. Like he can't be Hollywood.
But he started somewhere. You started somewhere. Everyone's got to start somewhere. If you can help someone on the way up, then you know more power to you.
Absolutely. So like
you can't go through life being nice to the people not helping. If you can see they've got potential, help people. But then he might see you as a threat or something in some sort of way one day. You know.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't compare myself to none of these guys. Like I have my own journey. They have their own journey. Like best of luck to him. That's all I can say.
Thunderdome was a good sport tonight.
I love Thunderdome. He's
a good guy.
I've
changed my opinion of him after spending time talking to him. He's actually a decent guy.
Yeah, people have their opinions on him, and I guess their misconceptions of him. But he like I said, like I told him many people, if you talk to the guy, he's probably one of the most down to earth people in the boxing community.
He wasn't in his videos. He puts on an act. That's not the real him. So what we saw tonight was the real him, and you know he's a good guy.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say he puts on an act. You think he puts on an act in his videos?
Some in one or two I've seen. Yeah, it looks like he's trying with the sunglasses. Yeah, he's a decent guy. I think I don't know. You know, when everybody does their videos, everybody's different, aren't they? You know, everyone has their own sort of way.
Because you know, I don't know. Somebody told me that, oh, Brendan, you put on an act. I'm like, I'm pretty much the same. I just when I'm in these lives, I'm just more like, I'll talk about whatever. Like I'm more relaxed in the lives.
Yeah, but it also depends on the show and who trolls them.
That is true. Like
yeah.
Or like you know, the other night we had Raekwon Bell on here. Again.
Oh right. Oh, yeah.
He said, "You know the fuck this is Raekwon Bell."
I Brotherhood puts it on a little bit. He makes me laugh. The Brotherhood. I was probably a bit too harsh on him, to be honest.
I never knew of him
I only did it
until today. I never heard of him until today. So like when I saw his name, I'm like,
I've
damn.
come across. He goes on Johnny. You know Johnny Boxing. He goes on Johnny Boxing.
Johnny Boy or John Boxing?
Yeah, Johnny Boy Boxing, or is it John Boy?
Johnny Boy, yeah, Johnny Boy. I know Johnny Boy.
Do you get on with him, dear?
Oh yeah, I get along with him.
He's a character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like your I know a lot of people like Johnny Boy, like from those Midwestern Italians.
Yeah, he doesn't take any nonsense, does he?
Yeah,
John. He's actually thrown me off the show, but not banned me, but he's thrown me off the show.
Oh man,
you know.
SSB says that he thinks you're talking about when Thunderdome used to make those Mayweather Pacquiao videos.
Yeah. That's what I was referring to. That's what I thought of the old. I thought he had certain views, but I obviously got it wrong. You know, everyone makes mistakes, and obviously. Yeah. Anyway, let's get some more people on. And
yeah, look, Anthony Santos, or SSB or We Winning or just anybody who's here. There's the link. Like, you know, I'm a quarantine streaming veteran at this point. You know, none of my lives are almost never under 3 hours these days. They're always 3 hours or more.
What boxing news have you seen today? And then we can find some stuff to discuss. If you go on the old Facebook or whatever, have a quick look.
I saw recently that the World Boxing Super Series pushed the third season back
because of the outbreak.
Yeah, pretty much.
What tournament was that going to be? What weight was that going to be at?
I have no idea.
You see, this is the problem.
I'm going to assume one of them.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that one of them will be cruiserweight because they always have cruiserweights in the tournament.
Can't we have a lightweight, or or a super, a lightweight one, or a light heavyweight one?
Flyweight,
or a light heavyweight one? Be nice to see a light heavyweight.
It'd be nice.
And also a middleweight one. Heavyweight. Well, I don't think we're ever going to see a heavyweight one, are we? I mean, I'd love to see a heavyweight one.
Not with the top guys, not with like Fury and Josh. If you get a heavyweight one, it's going to be all like third tier guys.
But wouldn't it be better to try that just to see what it's like? You know, if you get your BTGK, your Derek Chisoras and your Joseph Parkers in it, you could have some good matches. And I saw something else today. Andrew Tabiti says once he moves to heavyweight, he'll be able to beat Andy Ruiz.
I did see that. That is definitely
shocking.
That is happening.
Tabiti's a good fighter, but he's already beaten. He lost, didn't he? Got knocked out by I've forgotten his name.
Even before that fight, I used to watch Andrew Tabiti as a prospect when he fought on Showbox, when he fought like Keith Tapia, and I was never impressed with him. He fought this Puerto Rican fighter named Keith Tapia, and every time Keith Tapia closed the gap on him, this dude would just tie him up and just excessively hold him. It was one of the worst performances of 2017.
Who did he lose to? I forget who he lost to. Was it Dorticos? Was it Tabiti who lost to Dorticos? I've got such a bad memory.
He lost to Uniel Dorticos, yeah.
That's it, yeah. So.
Yeah. Man, I remember watching that fight. I remember when I watched that fight. That was one of the very few times where when a fighter gets hit with a right hand, I didn't even look at the TV. I immediately pulled my phone out and started making my post-fight video.
Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? I do like the guy. I think he's got talent, but he beat Steve Cunningham, didn't he?
Did he?
No, that was to be.
I think it was to be. I know he fought him. I think he fought him on.
Yeah, I think he did.
Mayweather McGregor.
But if they did do a heavyweight tournament, like you say, it would only be guys like your Gassievs and people like that.
Gassiev and Ivan Ditchko.
Ditchko, he's only just recently turned pro in the last year or so, hasn't he, Ditchko?
Yeah,
he's won about 7-8 fights.
I've been to a couple of his fights because he's fought in my area a couple of times.
I haven't heard any videos from Mr. Boxing Today 2 recently on any heavyweight stuff. He's not made a video. He doesn't do a lot these days, does he?
No, he doesn't. That's one of my top 3 favorite channels ever.
He's good. He's very good.
I love Mr. Boxing Today.
He's great. He's got a great channel.
Yeah, I used to have his number. We used to talk all the time, but I lost his number recently. So Gotta get it
He's
again.
banned me. He's also banned me from his channel.
You've been banned from everywhere.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Do you go on all the channels and start trolling?
Not everyone, no.
So how
I
do you
did
get
with
banned?
Travis Gotti. Sorry.
How do you get banned if you're not trolling? Like what do you say? What do you say or do?
Just to piss people off, but I try not to do it for you. I try not to do it when I'm on yours.
I appreciate that. You know what's funny? I like that because I feel like when people come on my channel, like because even Mark on Rival Boxing Talk and News,
yeah,
he's the same way. He says, when I come on your lives, I try to tone it down a bit.
I think the difference is because me and you are friends. I think that's the reason why I don't. Like with the Adrian Broner stuff, I thought that would just lighten the mood a little bit. That's all. I shouldn't really do it, but
yeah,
it is a bit tiresome.
They can be. I'm like, yo, this man every time he comes, and then you're Rodney King.
Yeah, that was a bit stupid. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
It's all good, man. We all like to push the envelope.
I think I just do it, just to try and lighten the mood. Like fun. Brotherhood. I mean, Brotherhood's hilarious, isn't it? I was arguing when you disappeared. I thought, where you gone? Where you gone?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh, hilarious. Come on, people, press that link.
Click the mother loving link. Whoever is out there in the world, there's like nothing going on. Like I'm on here now. Mikey Garcia praises Andy Ruiz's decision to join Eddie Reynoso. What else is there? Amir Khan, even for big money, I won't fight without fans.
Wow. What site is that off?
Boxing scene. I'm just on boxing scene.
Okay.
George Foreman, Mike Tyson. George Foreman said Mike Tyson can really be a top contender.
What?
And George Foreman said Mike Tyson can really be a top contender. That's right.
What, the same Tyson that lost to Danny Williams?
That's right. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson versus Joseph Parker. Make it happen. Joseph Parker the one.
Did you hear about Sonny Bill Williams wanted to fight him? He's a former rugby league player. Wanted to fight him for $1 million in Australia.
I think I saw something about that. Yeah, it's the very first article on Boxing Scene. It says, SBW. Mike Tyson views SBW fight as insult to boxing. Wants a real boxer.
SSB 28. Come on the show.
I want to see Mike Tyson versus Logan Paul. That's what I want to see.
It would be a massacre.
That's what I want to see. I don't like the Logan. I don't like them. I really don't.
He's all. I enjoy the YouTube boxing. I know I shouldn't as a real fight fan, but I do. It's just hilarious to see how bad some of the fights are.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's entertaining. I'll give him that. But I don't know, man. Some of these guys think they're like legit fighters because I was there the night that Jake Paul fought Gibb, and then him and KSI had that little face off, and then when KSI got out the ring, and he walked to wherever he was walking, he walked right by me. So I saw KSI, and these dudes think they're legit fighters, but
they're not. They're not. Basically, KSI is just he's just a kid who lived a normal life and got famous for playing FIFA on YouTube.
Yeah.
He look, but the dedication he took, he did look in good shape. He threw a few good punches, but obviously it's not real boxing. But when you see people like Devin Haney and Billy Joe Saunders undercard, it is a bit of an insult to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, if somebody offered you money to do it, would you do it? If somebody said, right, Brendan, Travis Gotti wants to fight you, would you do it?
Smoke.
Yeah, if somebody said, here's an amateur fight, YouTube fight on the undercard, you'd do it, wouldn't you? If somebody offered you stupid money.
Brendan, here's $5 million to fight BFTV boxing.
I mean, could you beat Logan Paul, do you think? Because obviously you must be better than Logan Paul with the way you work on the back.
I would have to put, obviously, a little bit of weight on because Logan Paul's a big guy, but I would beat the shit out of Logan Paul.
This is what I'm saying. You're a guy, you're not even a pro fighter, but you train. You go to the gym 3 or 4 times a week and you train with the heavy bag and everything.
Yeah. All that stuff.
And it's insult, isn't it? All you have to do is become viral and you could become a multi-millionaire.
the guy Jake Paul fought Gibb. I met Gibb, right? I met him. I shook his hand. I almost interviewed him, but he was being too Hollywood. He wanted me to interview in the media scrum. I'm like, I'm not gonna interview in the media scrum. I'm either gonna do it now or I'm not gonna do it. So like, when I met Gibb, I thought what I was thinking in my head was, yo, I would fuck this dude up if I fought him. I would absolutely. Like I never felt that way. You know, there are certain fighters I talk to, like, you know, like I'll talk to fighters sometimes who are like around my weight or my size, and I'll think to myself, you know, if I train and I really took boxing seriously, I think I have a good chance to beat this guy. But like, I've never really thought to myself, yo, I would beat the living shit out this dude. But when I met Gibb, that's what I felt like. And then when I saw him fight, I was confirmed right. I'm like, yo, this dude got
he didn't do anything. He threw one punch, fell to the ground, and that was it.
That was it.
He's not a fighter. I think in fighting, you've either got it or you haven't. You know, when you look at fighters, you can tell if they got it or not, can't you? By their body language, the way they move in the ring. You can tell by their body language. It's like O'Hara Davis. Have you heard he wants to fight Scott Fitzgerald?
Yeah, or yeah, they're trying to make a fight with him and Anthony Fowler, though, right?
Yeah, but Anthony Fowler. Anthony, he wanted to fight Anthony Fowler. He's 2 weights below what Anthony Fowler is. Naturally, Davis is a lightweight. He'll be fighting a guy who is a middleweight, more or less. Mm-hmm. He's too physically small to beat someone like that.
They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight at a catchweight. I think they're supposed to fight at 150 or something like that.
But it's not going to end well for Davis, is it at all?
I mean, I don't know, man. Anthony Fowler is pretty bad.
He's not. Look, he's only a prospect, and I know he's not awesome. He's British sort of level, but I can see he's getting better. But when I look at O'Hara Davis, I don't think he's ever going to be a world champion. You know, he might be a European level fighter, but I don't think he'll ever be. I don't think mentally he's got the. You know, I don't think he's got the strength to be a world champion mentally.
I think he's improved.
I think he's got the talent. But I think
O'Hara's improved a bit over his last couple of fights.
He has. But who has he fought? I mean, he's fought those 2 guys, you know, Yoon and the other guy. Those guys are not
Jeff Ofrey. He fought Jeff Ofrey and Logan Yoon. He fought Logan Yoon, who most people view as a green. He was a green prospect. Was like
very green.
Not ready for that fight. Got killed, and then he fought Jeff Ofrey, who got a good win in the first round, but really is not a highly regarded fighter.
But O'Hara Davis got this far in his career by talking a lot. You know, he's got talent, but he needs to know. You know, he's got to be humble. Like I remember when he argued with Mayweather about 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
About and I'm like, what? Give up! Stop being so disrespectful. You know, I know he wanted to make a name for himself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you though. I actually like when he pulled on Mayweather like that. That was pretty cool. I like when he did that.
It was entertaining. But the problem with Davis, I see him write stuff on Facebook, posting stuff like, and I'm like thinking, if you spent more time on your career than worrying about your social media, you might be a world champion.
Yeah, you know,
it's just something.
You know what worries me sometimes, because like, you know, a lot of times, you know that saying, birds of a feather flock together?
Yeah.
So, like, a lot of times I look at fighters and who they're friends with, and then I'm just like, no. So, like, for example, I worry about my friend Isaac Chamberlain sometimes because O'Hara Davies and Deontay Wilder are both his friends. He talks to them all the time, both of them.
What I worry about Isaac Chamberlain is that he's sort of gone a bit Hollywood, isn't he? With his connections and that lot, and the way he is. I like him.
I've been around him. I've listened to him talk about like himself, like in the gym and stuff, and I think to myself like, look, Isaac, you're talented, but calm down.
He hasn't even won a British title yet. When he wins a British title and wins a European title and does what Lawrence Coley's done, then I'll take him seriously.
Yeah,
but until he wins a British title or anything, you know, we can't take the guy seriously.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got talent. Obviously, he won the Southern Area belt.
Mm-hmm.
Against Vaddy Camacho with a dislocated arm, but you know I've got to see more of him. I've seen him fight for a year and a half.
I mean, nobody has. I mean,
nobody has. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I've seen him train, but that's about it. But training's not fighting.
But it's like what we said about Mike Tyson. Wow, anyone can look good on a pad for 5 seconds of footage if it's edited properly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to think that Mike Tyson could beat Dave Allen, no.
I think it could be Dave Allen though. I'm sticking to my guns on that one. I think he could.
I don't believe at 53. What I'm saying is, if you look at like Larry Holmes stopped fighting when he was like 49, didn't he? 50. You know, he was active. Tyson hasn't been active for the last 15 years.
Dave Allen doesn't even keep himself in shape.
Dave Allen doesn't. Yeah.
Dave Allen doesn't even take care of himself.
But if Tyson could, obviously Tyson's got the power to knock him out. Obviously, the old Tyson would kill him in one round. We know that.
Oh.
You know, but we just need to be realistic. He's 53 years of age. If it's for an exhibition, I mean, what sort of level of opposition would you put Tyson there with someone like a journeyman who's really bad, like a Mark Demore? Would you say that would be about what you'd start him off with, just to see if he's still got anything?
Mark Demore or like Dorian Darch.
Yeah, could he beat that kind of? Surely he could beat Dorian Darch.
I think he could.
But you know, at 53, we don't know what he's got left. You know.
Yeah, we don't.
I'd love to. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see him come back, prove people wrong. You know, make some more money.
It'd be great.
He deserves it.
It'd be a big boost for boxing's popularity.
But what I worry about is his own well-being. You know, like you said, when he starts, his body changes. He becomes an animal, and he doesn't want to go back to that person again.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm sure, even though he's saying that, I'm sure that's a small part of him that does want to be that person. It's a very small part. You don't want to.
I'll tell you.
You don't want to feed that.
I'll tell you what would be good. Get Marvis Fraser. Have you ever interviewed Marvis Fraser?
I've never interviewed Marvis Fraser ever.
Have you thought of interviewing him, or is he not a big enough name?
No, I would love to. I'll interview anybody, but it's never crossed my mind. I've interviewed all kinds of people. Aren't big names.
The only reason I ask is so you get more insight about his dad. You interview him, then you talk about his dad and him and his career. Because his dad was only 15 years older than him. 16 years older than him.
That's never crossed my mind to interview Marvis Fraser. I should go. Is he on Facebook?
He might be, yeah. Also, if you can get George Foreman or some of the older, or the other heavyweights, like it's not Ken Norton. Is it Ernie Shavers? Is Ernie Shavers still alive?
I think so. Marvis.
Yeah. Or Chuck Calavo, whatever, Shalava, the guy who fought Ali. You know, some of these people.
George
Muhammad
Shabbat.
Ali's brothers, yeah, like Muhammad Ali's brothers on Facebook. He's still alive. Rahman Ali.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these would be good interviews for you, wouldn't they, if you could get them?
I couldn't get them. Yeah, I think I could.
And even Muhammad Ali's son. His oldest son. You know, if you could get them, because they're not rich, they're not loaded. You know, you could get hold of these guys. And Peter McNeely, you could probably try and get hold of him.
Oh,
if you could get,
he's on Instagram.
Yeah, try him. Even if you could get, I mean, you've done Larry Holmes. He's the biggest name you've done any Larry Holmes.
In boxing, is he the biggest name?
Yeah.
I mean, he's up there. I would say him and Holyfield.
I mean, Holyfield, he's an amazing guy. I will watch that interview when it's on Tuesday. When did you do this interview?
I did it on, what's today? Today's Sunday?
Yeah.
I did it on, I think I did it on Friday. I think it was Friday I did it. Yeah, I did it on Friday. Friday afternoon.
Very interesting career, Holyfield.
Oh, yeah, very interesting. I mean, yeah, just how he moved up and you know, everybody says he was a cheater and he took all these PEDs.
No, he wasn't a cheater. But if you're talking to cruiserweights, he's number one. Then Usyk would be number two. Then David Haye number three.
Not Tony Bellew?
In terms of the best. And Tony Bellew, they're the fourth best. For the three best, two of who've won most of the belts.
Yeah. O'Neal Bell.
Steve Cunningham.
You know who was going to wait? Carlo. The dude just passed away. That Holyfield beat Carlos De Leon.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It was a brutal fight.
Yeah, he was a good cruiserweight because I know he was champion multiple times. What about Johnny Nelson?
Johnny Nelson was good, but he beat Carl Thompson, a guy who beat Chris Eubank Jr. in '97.
Yeah,
and he won the WBO belt. He reigned as champion, from 1998 to 2005.
How about Mark Huff got to be up there?
Mark who?
Marco Huck, the guy that lost.
Marco Huck. Oh yeah, he was a brilliant cruiserweight. Made 14 defenses. I believe he leveled up with Johnny Nelson. But I mean, he's heavyweight now, isn't he, Marco Huck? I believe.
Marco Huck's. I don't think he's even fighting anymore. I think he's
Yeah,
retired.
he's a heavyweight. Yeah, he's a heavyweight now. He's
When
had
was
a
his last
couple of fights at heavyweight. Oh, about 6 months ago, beat some guy called Saglem Islam or something.
Oh no, that guy's a middleweight.
Yeah,
Okay,
something.
I didn't know he was fighting still. I thought he was done.
No. Maguire's not fighting anymore. Thank God.
Who is it?
He retired. Ricardo Maguire was fighting up to about a year
Oh,
and a half ago.
yeah. When he fought Shane Mosley for the rematch.
Oh, in that rematch, God.
You know that was on pay-per-view here in America. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, you're joking. How much was it?
I think it was like $30, $30
for that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. We're talking about guys 15 years removed from their sell-by date, or 10 years removed.
Let me see. I want to see what that did. I'm gonna Google it up. What did Ricardo Mayorga versus Shane Mosley do in pay-per-view buys?
The first one would have obviously been good, but the second one would have been terrible. Mosley's broke here, from what I know.
He was that might be why he was Jake Paul's trainer for that fight with Gibb.
Oh dear, he must have got some good money for that.
Oh my bad, I was wrong. It was actually more expensive than I thought.
What?
It was $49.95. So $50 basically.
Vito Corleone, yeah, Thunderdome went a couple of hours ago.
Yeah,
click on the link and join in.
He was on here for like 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. So right now we're in the latter stages of the live. I'm probably gonna be on for like another hour or so, and then I'm gonna hop off. But right now, me and my boy Nathan, we're just talking about whatever at the moment. But anybody's welcome to join.
Please come on, people.
Please come on. So apparently, when Mosley fought Mayorga in the second fight, he only needed 30,000 pay-per-view buys to break even. So I'm trying to figure out if they actually broke even. I can't find the pay-per-view numbers for it. I want to see how much they actually earned. Man,
they wouldn't have got much of it, would they? 100 grand a piece.
Yeah, something like that. I love Ricardo Mayorga though. He's amazing.
Yeah, he in his day he was decent. You know, in his last fight, he lost to a guy on his debut. So he fought as a career. Was it welterweight? He fought at, wasn't it? Was it welterweight or lightweight? I forgot. Bad man. Welterweight.
It was
yeah, light middleweight as well. Yeah, and light middleweight. He won a world title at light middleweight and lost to De La Hoya.
Keen Mitch said Blair Cobbs versus Sergey Lipinets. Oh my gosh, that'd probably be hilarious.
Dear.
I think Sergey Lipinets would stop Blair Cobbs. That would be the fight where Blair Cobbs' chin finally catches up to him. And I like Blair Cobbs. You know, I actually knew who Blair Cobbs was before most people. Do you know who Blair Cobbs is, Nathan?
No, I've never heard of him.
Blair Cobbs. Okay, Blair Cobbs is this. He's this southpaw welterweight prospect for Golden Boy. He's like this mulatto southpaw for Golden Boy, and he's got this interesting story because like his dad was like a fugitive from like the FBI here in America, and
yeah,
he sold all these kilos of coke, and then his family fled to Mexico. So this kid grew up in Mexico, and his father got arrested for like 30 years, and then he just got out of prison recently. But anyway, this kid Blair Cobbs, he's very like gimmicky. Like he calls himself the most exciting man in boxing, and he comes out to like wrestling music. Like he came out to Shawn Michaels theme song the last fight, and he says woo like Ric Flair. So he'll say Blair the Flair Cobbs woo. It's like a thing. But his fights are entertaining though. Like, but he gets dropped like in almost all of his fights, or like at least in the last 4 fights, he's been dropped in like all of them. But he comes back and he wins. He got good power. So this dude Keem Mitch asked me about Blair Cobbs versus Lipinets. I think Lipinets would fold him up.
So who would you compare Ty Cobbs with anybody from any era?
Blair Cobbs. Let's see, a chinny southpaw welterweight. I'm
Amir
trying
Khan.
yeah, way less talented than Amir Khan. Yeah. I mean, Amir Khan's obviously way more talented. Kima said he's like Emmanuel Augustus, but not as good. Yeah, that's a good comparison. I would say a more chinny Emmanuel Augustus with less talent.
Oh dear. But that kind of describes to me a Vivian Harris type of kind of guy.
Yeah. Oh, Vivian Harris.
Yeah, he was very chinny.
Yeah, I remember when he was has he retired, Vivian Harris? Because I remember he was still fighting.
Yes, he retired about 2 years ago, I think.
Okay, because yeah, I remember he fought Pritchard Cologne. Like he was still active not so long ago.
I mean, he was world champion he lost to, is it Junior Witter? I think it was 2006. 2006 he lost to Junior. Oh Jesus. Yeah, 2006.
Lipinets versus Jaron Ennis. Now that's a fight I'd like to see. That'd be a good step up for Jaron Ennis. He needs to step up to that Lipinets Kavlukis level next. See where he's really at.
Is Lipinets 140 or 147 now?
He's a 147 pounder because
147.
In one of his most recent fights, he fought.
Wasn't he a 140 chat? He was a 140 world champion IBF, wasn't he? I believe.
Yeah, he won a vacant belt when he beat Akiri Kondo.
And then he lost to Garcia, from what I remember.
Yep, then he lost to Garcia.
Since the lockdown, I've had trouble keeping up with any sort of news. It's because obviously the fights are not on. It's kind of taken me away from the website.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, man, like I just need boxing to come back for some sort of normality.
Same here.
I miss going to the boxing gym and getting my interviews and talking to people. And now I feel like even when this thing ends, they're probably gonna have. They'll probably say you gotta wear a mask, guys. You guys gotta wear a mask. We gotta fight this virus. I'm like, we're not gonna like wearing a mask is gonna do anything.
It's crazy, isn't it? In England, are you on complete lockdown in Florida, or is it gone?
No.
Or is
I can still go outside. It's still normal here because like
all the shopping centers open.
No, that's not open. Like
ours are all shut.
And most of like all the stores that are open, like the local supermarkets and stuff like that. Like we have a supermarket here called Publix. It's like the biggest supermarket in Florida in the Southeast. It's like our Tesco's, and like
like in England, yeah.
Everything is closing early. Everything is closing like early. So like places that places that used to close at 10 p.m. are closing at 8 p.m. or 7 p.m.
Jesus.
Look at this.
I can't wait for the bars and the cinema to open again. I tell you what, I miss being able to go down the pub for a drink.
You know what I just
simple things like.
I miss that too. I miss like just going eating at like a restaurant and just watching the world go by. But one thing I really miss is going to the beach and just seeing beautiful women everywhere and just having a nice water or lemonade and just chilling.
Do you live on the actual beach then itself?
I don't live on the actual beach, but I live close to it. When you live anywhere in South Florida, you don't live that far from any beach really, because like the closest beach near me is South Beach. South Beach isn't that far from me. But then like if I go back more north where I'm from, then you have Fort Lauderdale Beach, you have Hollywood Beach. There's a lot of beaches.
See, in England, the nearest beach to me is probably about 70 miles away. You know, it's all, as you know what England's like. You know what the weather's like.
Oh my God! Unfortunately,
it's depressing. Isn't it? England is depressing.
I'll never forget it. I told my dad because today it was like 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. here in Florida, it was raining and it was dark outside, and I had to ask Dad, you see how it is outside right now? I was like, if the sky was about 3 times darker, and it was like 10 in the morning, this would be like that's what being in England is like.
I've had 37 years of it.
I mean, yeah.
You only had a month of it.
I had a month. Not even. I had 3 weeks since like about 21 and a half days. I couldn't take it. I'm like, I need to
Do you
go
like
home.
Birmingham? Do you like Birmingham then?
I did like Birmingham. I did like Birmingham.
Oh, dear.
I like Birmingham.
Imagine that. I live in like a village where there's nothing to do. There's about 3,000 people there. There's no culture. You've got 2 Chinese restaurants. That's about it. You've got no different like ethnic groups of people like Cubans or anything. It's so so white, should we say?
Oh no, it really is. Like when I was in That's why like anytime I went somewhere, anytime I went outside, and especially when I started talking, man, I was getting looks all the time. Everybody was looking at me. They're like, why is this yank in our country?
Look, as English, we're pretty up our own asses. You know, not everyone in England's like that. Thank God. You know, we're a bit. Some of us are a bit more open-minded.
Well, no, like when you go to the they become open-minded because they have alcohol in the system. They love everybody at that point.
Yeah, the English people, mate, I'm telling you, when we have our drinks, we're a different breed.
Oh, I know.
If you go to fights, if you go to boxing fights, if the British there, you know there's going to be some sort of trouble.
Yeah.
No, we're the loudest.
No, I know. When you got like, it's funny too. It's funny saying that too because everybody's like, the Brits are so loud, but like when Brits don't have alcohol in the system, the British talk so low. Like most British people talk extremely low, but you get some alcohol in the system, and the whole game changes.
I don't know. I think if we had guns in our country, were more people with guns in our country like you did, I think there would be more chaos than what's in your country.
You think so? You think so?
Hell yeah, the knife crime in London, it's horrific.
I know.
Gangs, it's a joke, mate.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, our country's pretty huge, so like the crime is pretty spread out. Like you don't really
is a good thing.
You don't really get shootings like in the same place, like in a big amount. You know, you might hear about a shooting in Colorado, and then a shooting in California, and then a shooting in New York. But those places are all so far from each other. You know, it's like if you guys had if that happened in the UK, then like, you know, people who are getting shot in Liverpool, like that's not that far from London or West Brom or anywhere.
No,
hours away.
But to us, it is. It's like 100 miles away. To me, that's miles away. Obviously, to you in America, things are a lot kind of smaller. You know, some people do 100 miles a day to work. You know.
Mm-hmm. It's like like in America, like if I watch the news, right? I watch the news sometimes, and like you'll hear things about people and stuff happening in New York City because things are always happening in New York City. New York City to me, like I know it's a great city in terms of boxing and entertainment, but to me, I think it's the most overrated city in America. It's not even close.
I've never been. I mean, I wouldn't want to go.
Huh?
I want to go see Colt. I wouldn't want to go. The only thing I want to go there would be to see the boxing. You know, I've always wanted to go and see it. You know,
don't get me wrong. New York is a great city, but like I think it's very overrated because the thing is, like, if you come to America, right? The New Yorkers, and I'm not speaking for all the New Yorkers because there's a lot of great New Yorkers that I know, but like a large percentage of New Yorkers have this mentality that New York is the best at everything.
I know, yeah, it's crazy. Isn't it?
It's bad, and like
it's
funny too because like in American sports, the New York teams normally have a big rivalry with a lot of the Miami teams. It's like a big thing.
Yeah. I mean, if I could go back in time and watch any boxing match, it would be Muhammad Ali against Sonny Liston. I'd have loved to have been in the crowd for that.
That was in the first one or the second one?
The first one.
I think the first one was in Miami.
Was it?
One of them was in Miami. I think it was the first one.
I think the second one was in New York. I got such a bad. Oh,
I think it was the first one. One of them was in Miami because I remember I made a community post like maybe like a month ago about like historical fights that happened in South Florida or like the South Florida area. And I remember I named that fight because I remember it was in Miami.
Another thing to tell you about. There's a channel called Elusive Blue. They colorized all the old fights. Have you seen it?
No.
He's been colorizing training footage of Sugar Ray Robinson.
How do you do that?
I have no idea. This guy does, he goes on his computer and he just colorizes it. But it doesn't look that, some of it's good, some of it's not. The best fight I saw was Sonny Liston against a guy who Ali beat. I can't remember his name. But it's on there and it's really, really good. You could tell the film quality is not the best. They've even colorized Jack Johnson fight.
That's pretty. What was the channel name again?
Elusive Blue. I'll send you a link for it once we're off the podcast.
Yeah, the first Muhammad Ali Sonny Liston fight was at the Miami Beach Convention Center. That's crazy. I know exactly where that's at too.
I mean, there's all sorts of things on this channel. There's stuff from Primo Canera. There's like a whole colorized fight of him, but some of it does look terrible. to be honest. You know.
I'm gonna check it out right now while I'm talking to you.
Right. So I'll go to main event, and you'll see a couple of posts that say Elusive Blue, or just write colorized Sugar Ray Robinson training, and you'll see it.
All right, colorized Sugar Ray Robinson training
against Randall Turpin or anything. You know, it doesn't look bad, but the Sugar Ray Robinson training looks okay.
I'm watching the Sugar Ray Robinson versus Carmen Basilio. That's crazy.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. How do you even do this?
I have no idea. If I could do it, I would, you know, myself. But surely somebody has to. Even the Muhammad Ali one, Sonny Liston, has been colorized.
Let me see. What other ones you got? Dick Tiger versus Henry Hank.
Yeah. You got Sonny Liston. That's the best quality one, is Sonny Liston.
You said
Sugar
Ray Robinson training, right?
Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. And then the one with the Sonny Liston is probably the best one with it. Even Joe Lewis is colorized.
Hey, something different. I like it.
You like it?
I do like it. It's pretty cool.
Wouldn't it be good if somebody actually did a reproduction, like somebody bought the footage and colorized it properly, you know, like they did with Technicolor, and put it on cinemas, you know, so people can watch fights like they used to, you know, go to the cinema and watch it on the big screen.
I would love that. That'd be the best thing ever if they did that.
But in color, you can see it more, can't you? You get more appreciation for it, don't you? I find.
You can, like, it gives the fights more life, which is probably like the main criticism. Like, if you watch some of these old fights in black and white, like, I mean, it's enjoyable, but like, you know, when it's in color, you can there's just more life to it.
Yeah, especially there's one where Rocky Marciano knocked out Josie Joe Walcott. You know, the famous punch where he smacked his mouth. You know, that famous picture.
Yeah.
There's even that fight. You know, there's everything on it. Sugar Ray Robinson against Randolph Turpin. I mean, that was amazing.
Absolutely. You know what's funny? Somebody actually, one of my friends in England, he messaged me yesterday and he said, "BT, because when I was in the UK in December, I was planning back. I told him I was planning on come back in July, but like, you know, all the virus stuff and whatnot, and plus, next time I go there, I want to really make sure I have my stuff in order. So like, I told him, like, look, I don't know when I'm coming back, but it's not gonna be in July. It's not gonna be in July.
When you come down, make sure you meet me next time when you come back.
Absolutely, yeah. If I do go, honestly, when I do go back there, like if I had to take a guess, that's what probably not this summer, but probably the next summer.
Okay.
Probably the next summer, because I don't want to go when it's cold again. I don't. I'm gonna take everybody.
You've got to try and get. You need to get down for a matchroom card. Make sure you come down for a couple of fight nights. You know, get your passes and everything.
I want to hit up my boy Frank Smith at matchroom. I'm gonna say, listen, Frank, I'm coming. Give me my press pass.
Didn't you interview Eddie Hearn briefly? Didn't you? I saw a little bit that you briefly interviewed him.
I guess you could call it an interview. I asked him a question or two.
Is he a friendly guy? Is he? Because I like Eddie.
He's very accessible. Like, he'll give everybody time, but I don't know, for whatever reason I don't really get along with Eddie as much as I do the other people from Matchroom. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't hate the guy or nothing like that. I like Eddie actually, but the guy that I get along with is Frank Smith. I like Frank Smith. I don't know if you know Frank. Yeah, I get along. I get along great with Frank Smith.
But in Eddie's interviews, he comes across as everybody's mate.
Everybody's what?
As everybody's best mate in the interview.
Yeah, I can see that. When I interviewed him, I'm not gonna lie to you. The last time I interviewed him, I mean, I've interviewed him a couple of times, but the last time I talked to him, it was kind of like I was in the media scrum when I was interviewing, and sometimes when you talk to Eddie Hearn, it can feel like you're talking to, like, you know, I guess a robot, because he does so many interviews that he gets, like, he has all these responses ready. Like, you gotta really ask Eddie some off the wall stuff to really get through to him. Like, you know, when I asked him about Tyan Booth.
I do, yeah. Oh God.
I
think you pissed him off when you did that. The look on his face, Jesus.
I did. I made history. I think I was the first person to really make Eddie Hearn become speechless.
I mean, you know, I don't like Ty and Booth either. I've never liked the guy. You know that.
I know you don't like
No.
Ty. I love Ty and Booth.
I think with him, when I first saw his video, I thought, is this guy for real? Or is he having a laugh? I didn't realise that he was comedic until you told me. I didn't get it at first. I thought, is he being this silly on purpose or is it a joke? You know, I couldn't work it out.
He's taking the piss out of everyone.
But the thing with the way he did it, I thought like he did it to be nasty on purpose.
Yeah.
But you'll have to get him on the show.
I would love to. He's a bit of an odd one though. He's a bit of an odd one. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a couple months, so I have to see.
You could get O'Hara Davis. That would be entertaining.
That would be entertaining, especially because he got mad at me because he said I thought Logan Yoon was gonna beat him. I thought Logan Yoon was gonna beat him because I know Logan Yoon. He's fought in my area and whatnot, and he's a talented kid. But honestly, looking back on it now, it was just way too early for him. But I thought based on what Logan showed me in the fights I watched him, and based on O'Hara Davies not having any sort of technical improvements over his last couple of fights, I said, well, you know what? You could probably outpoint him. I think he's gonna outpoint him. And then
I remember when you didn't.
And then all of a sudden, O'Hara, I don't know, he was piecing him up, but like he actually showed a decent amount of skill in that fight. It wasn't like he just obviously he hurt him and he got his respect, but he was doing some different things in that fight because he hired one of Anthony Joshua's coaches, one of the guys Anthony Joshua.
So, did he contact you directly, or did he meet you in person when he?
No. I never met him, and he never contacted me directly. What happened was he did a video on his channel talking about the Logan Yoon fight, and he mentioned my video that I did about that fight because I was saying that Logan Yoon was gonna beat him, and he's like, yeah. I came across this channel called True School Sports, and he was saying Logan Yoon is this and Logan Yoon is that. And then I was fighting Logan Yoon, and I realized after a couple of jabs that this kid was a hype job. So I commented and I told O'Hara, I said, look, if you're gonna mention the video where I said you were gonna lose, at least mention the video where I humbled myself and gave you your credit.
He's a sensitive individual. He's old O'Hara.
He is.
You know, if he put all his energy into fighting, he might be a world champion already.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is too. I know with him, he gets based on what he talks about in his videos, he gets really caught up with women and having girlfriends.
He does. Yeah, I saw when on Facebook he posted about this woman who was just clearly using him, and she was well out of his league. And I sort of like thought to myself, this woman's using you, mate. Can you not work it out?
Are you talking about the Turkish girl?
Yeah. She took the piss out of him.
Yeah, freaking Ty and
oh God, yeah, and Ty and Booth got it right. Said this bird's just fucking using it.
Yeah, he called it the Turkish asylum seeker.
Oh, that was hilarious. Oh dear.
Oh, that was brutal. It was brutal.
But he puts his too much of his stuff on Facebook. I put a comment. You put too much of your personal life on Facebook. You know, dial it back a bit. Then he wrote a video on Facebook, on his YouTube channel, saying that people shouldn't say to me who I can and can't reveal in my life. And then I put in a comment, well, if you concentrate more on your boxing and less about your love life, you might be a better boxer.
Yeah, he might have himself a higher quality woman.
oh yeah. But he just doesn't seem to get it. There's something not mentally right with him, I believe. Yeah, I don't know what it is. He just doesn't. He doesn't have the mentality for this game. He's a good fighter.
I talked to him on Instagram when I was in the UK, and he was pretty cool with me. So I have nothing bad to say about him.
But I just find it that he's putting too much of his life out there. You don't see Evander Holyfield putting stuff of his life, love life in the papers, do you know?
Evander Holyfield is so secretive about everything in his life.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Like, yeah. You don't know who he's...
David...
Go ahead.
You don't know anything, yeah. Whereas someone like David Hay, he puts all his life out there, don't he, David Hay? Instagram having parties, oh, dearie me.
It is
and Eubank Jr. with the robbers.
That was the funniest thing of all time. He's like, yeah, if you if you want to climb over the fence and climb 30 feet up and get past the security cameras, I got the CCC cameras. If you got to get through me and this baseball bat, and I'm like, and then they robbed him. They robbed him. And then he said, "You guys are so stupid when you so carelessly disposed of this Garmin. If you were good at your job, you would have taken this."
Oh dear. It's almost a shame with him, and he could be something special.
Yeah.
If he only listened to what his trainer. Apparently, he's been training with Roy Jones Jr. And legend has it, he's not been listening to anything that Roy Jones has told him.
And he's a lost cause. If you can't listen to Roy Jones Jr., then listen. You're like, there's no hope. There's no hope. If you're not going to listen to a former pound king of boxing and a future Hall of Famer, there's no hope.
No, if you've got to listen to a guy who's won 5 different weight divisions, been a former heavyweight champion of the world. Come on, I don't know what's wrong with him either. It seems like there's something wrong with certain British fighters. It must be a British thing.
You know what it is? I'll give you my take from my American perspective. I feel like British boxing, the fighters, like the fighters within British boxing, when they're in the UK, they're like in their own bubble, which is very, very small. And if they're like big names, particularly in the UK, normally if you're a big name in the UK, you're normally gonna have a lot of media attention and more hype than somebody else would in another country at a certain stage of their careers. So
Ricky Hatton had it, didn't he? Ricky Hatton had it when he was coming.
Actually good though. He beat Costa Zoo.
Oh yeah, he was always awesome.
So it was different. Ricky Hatton actually earned it.
Yeah, he did. But what I'm saying is, back in the day, do you remember when we used to the WBU belt was exclusively like in Britain? Do you remember? We used to have the WBU belt, right?
Yeah.
And Enzo McAnally made 16 defenses of the WBU belt, and Sky were promoting it like it was a proper world title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and yet the WBU had no ranking. You could fight anyone. You could fight a Southern area person for a title defense.
I was talking more like your Anthony. I don't know if this is a good example, but like your Anthony Fowlers. Your guy gets hyped up for no reason.
Ted Cheeseman's another one. Ted Cheeseman is the same.
Yeah, and I like Ted Cheeseman, but like
he's a good fighter.
He's fun. I mean, he's fun to watch. He's a good TV fighter.
But he's still young. I mean, he fought Carson. Yeah, it's Carson Jones. He fought. That was a good win.
No, I like him, but what I'm saying is, I think a lot of British fighters, they operate within the very small bubble of British boxing. They're on Sky Sports. They're getting all these sponsorships, JD Sports and all those things. So like when once they actually get out of the UK, or if they try to get somebody to teach them something, if their heads if they get so much so soon that for a lot of these fighters, they can't handle that because they're not mature enough to handle all that sort of money and accolades and attention before they've really done anything in boxing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You won't have that problem in America because hell, if you got fighters in America who are 26-0, can't even get attention. So
this is the problem. It's like if Charles Martin had lived in England, he would have got a world title shot long before. If he was English.
If Charles Martin was British, he would have been one of the most hyped up fighters in all of boxing.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
They would have said, yeah.
But domestically, your heavyweights are not that great, is it? At the minute, your heavyweight division ain't anything special. Neither is British, neither is the British.
Trash. For lack of a better word, trash. Like Deontay Wilder's the best heavyweight. It's the best heavyweight at the moment. And then after him, it gets even worse.
Look, Charles Martin's improved a lot in the last couple of years, to be fair to him. He has upped his game a little bit,
Yeah.
He's visibly improved. He's been involved in some entertaining fights, hasn't he? His fight where he beat, was it Dominic? Not Dominic. Not
Gerald Washington?
Gerald Washington. Oh, it was a great fight.
It's a great
the knockout. Yeah, the knockout.
Yeah,
he needs to fight Robert Helenius, though, don't he? Next, I think. If he wants to get anywhere.
Helenius, Ruiz, there's options out there for Charles.
But Charles is better than Helenius, isn't he? Come on, I think he is.
I want to see him prove it. I want to see him prove it.
I think he could do it. I mean, I think he will get another world title shot very soon. The way he's going.
I mean, to be honest with you, like, I mean, I'm sure he still posts crazy things here and there, but you don't really hear as many crazy things about Charles Martin as you used to. I feel like he's a bit more dedicated now.
No,
to
you
boxing.
don't. When he lost the world title, he went crazy.
I know.
He just lost it.
He was calling himself Black Tarzan.
Keen, can you come on the show, mate?
Keen. Well, anybody who wants to come on, listen. I'm surprised. I'm surprised we're still at 12 people. Like, there you go. That must be those West Coast people, because in America right now it's like what, maybe 8:27 p.m. on the West Coast.
Yeah. I mean, it's 4:30 in England in the morning.
Yeah. Well, honestly, when I was in England, every day I was there, I felt like it was 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, Jesus. It's. I mean, one of the places I like to go to Vegas to see the fights. That would be an experience. Have you been to Vegas fights?
I've been to one Vegas fight, but I wouldn't say it was like a big Vegas fight. I went to Kovalev Ward too.
But it must have been a good experience, a nice experience to go there. It must have been fun.
It was fun. It was at the Mandalay Bay, which is like it's a good venue, but it's not like the MGM Grand. I want to go to a fight at the MGM Grand. I was supposed to go to Inoue Casimiro, which was going to be at the MGM Grand, but the coronavirus had other plans.
Jeez. What other fights do I want to see in lockdown? I want to see. Obviously, I don't want to see the Wilder Fury rematch. I'm not interested in that. It's pointless.
You don't want to see Clarissa Shields versus Layla Ali?
I want to see that. Yeah, that would be a great fight. But oh dear. But I'd like to see Joshua against Tyson Fury once he's finished with Pulev, and I think the fight should be in America, not Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I think the fight would be good in America. In Britain, it would sell out stadiums, but I think to be global, it's got to be in America, isn't it? Then the whole world will kind of watch. If it's in Vegas or something, that fight would be worth millions.
I'm glad you
but
said
it would probably end up in Saudi Arabia.
I'm glad you said it and not me, because I said that yesterday on a live, and all the Brits are like crucifying me for it. They're like, oh.
No, but if it was in America, it means something. When you say Las Vegas or Madison Square, people know it means something. When it's in Wembley, it's like, oh, it only took place in England, because it's a worldwide. This is a massive heavyweight fight,
Well, it's not even. It's not even just about it being in America. They were talking about the top-ranked president was talking about staging it
in Saudi Arabia.
Well, no, not in Saudi Arabia. In America on Super Bowl weekend, on Super Bowl Sunday. So if the Super Bowl starts at what, like 8 p.m. or whatever, 9 p.m., whenever they're gonna start it. If the fight takes place in the afternoon, let's say the fight takes place in the afternoon around 4 p.m., 5 p.m. U.S. time, which would be 9 p.m. UK time.
Yeah,
that fight would do crazy numbers. That fight would be huge, because the Super Bowl is a. I mean, I know American football is like, people in America care about that, but like the whole country watches the Super Bowl. And then the point I was trying to make was, so much of the entertainment industry is invested in the Super Bowl, so that's going to create a lot of exposure opportunities for Tyson Fury to reach people aside from sports fans that aren't going to be available if they fight in Saudi Arabia or the UK.
But Tyson Fury, he's like the hope that everybody's wanted, isn't he? He's that great white hope that people have wanted for years, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? He is, though, isn't he? It's a marketing dream.
I mean, I guess you could say that, yeah.
But it's going to divide so many fans, isn't it? Ethnically and everything. And everything.
I don't really see color. I just see a great fighter.
No. But I love Tyson Fury. I think he's great. You know that. I think he's the best fighter we've had since Lennox Lewis. I don't think he's better than Lennox Lewis, but he's not far off.
Yeah. Is there anything he could do to surpass Lennox Lewis in your eyes, or no?
Yes. If he beats Joshua, makes 3 or 4 defenses, fights Wilder again, fights some of the other big name fighters, Dillian White, and then he will be one of the greatest. If he beats Joshua, makes a few defenses, fights Dillian White and a couple of other people, he will be one of the best we've ever had. He'll be neck and neck with Lewis. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I can see that.
But Lewis has made like 13 defenses combined. That's the only difference.
The longer Fury stays at the top of heavyweight boxing, the bigger he's gonna get as a global figure. So like, I feel like even if he never does all those things you said, like I think he has the potential to be a bigger name than Lennox Lewis when it's all said and done.
But the only way for me this fight could be even bigger would be if Joshua was to fight Wilder if they won the rematch. That would be even bigger, wouldn't it? I believe that fight would be even bigger.
Yo, if they wanted to make Fury Joshua as big as possible, Joshua should fight Deontay Wilder at the MGM Grand. That would make this huge.
But wouldn't Joshua America versus Britain would sell even bigger, wouldn't it? Rather than Britain versus Britain.
I think it would. I think it would.
So economically, it's a disaster, and it's a PR disaster having two British fighters fight for a world title. You've always traditionally had Americans, you know. It would have been like, you know,
to the casual American sports fan, they're gonna say, oh, like they don't know any better. They're to say, oh, who are these two British dudes?
That's what I'm saying. So when it was like, what is it, Lennox Lewis against Holyfield, it solved the nationality thing. Solved that fight. That was massive.
Yeah, I really think America needs a heavyweight soon. And honestly, I don't know where it's gonna come from. Like I can't really see where it's coming from. Like, who's the next great American heavyweight hope?
Look, Wilder will win a world title again, but I mean, Fury's not going to stick around, is he? Longer than 2 or 3 years, he'll be gone.
Yeah, I don't know. He changes his mind every day. He said he's gonna box till he's 40.
But I think what will happen is, I think in about 5 or 6 years' time, you'll still see Joshua in the ring, and still probably holding some sort of a title or being a top contender. But I think Wilder and Fury will be long gone by then, and Joshua will still be hanging on.
Yeah, and then my boy Philip Hergovic will come up and knock him out.
Hergovic is a very underrated fighter. He's got some good skills.
I like Hergovic a lot.
I was impressed with his knockout of Gregory Corbin.
Oh yeah, I was hoping that Gregory Corbin would have put up a better fight because Greg trained in my area. I know Greg, and that was depressing to watch. That was depressing to watch.
The problem with Hergovic is it's getting the fan base, isn't it? I mean, he's obviously a matchroom fighter, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or is he not anymore? Is he?
No, he's still a matchroom fighter. Yeah.
But Eddie Hearn's got a big problem. Has he got Anthony Joshua? He's got Dillian White. He's got Parker. He's got Hergovic. He's got a couple of other heavyweights, isn't he?
Michael Hunter, Joseph Parker.
Yeah, he's got a big problem on his hands, doesn't he? Could you imagine having those top 5 heavyweights on your hand? You've got a problem.
Yeah, well, solve the problem. Match them against each other. Problem solved.
Dillian White's never going to fight Hergovic, is he? You know, it's too soon.
Not if he wants to.
The money's not there. Too risky for Dillian White. I think some of the prospects we got now are probably better than White, like Hergovic. You know, potentially going to be better. Dubois, they probably could beat him now, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe
Dillian White,
Tony Yoka as well. Don't forget Tony Yoka.
Oh yeah, he's decent. He's very good. But he needs to be fighting more over in America or England. Is it Top Rank he's with Tony Yoka now, or is he? I forget.
He's top rank.
Top rank. Yeah. So it's heavyweight. It's got to be the hardest thing to match up in it. Knowing when the time is right, such and such. Like Dubois, I think they need to slow down with Dubois a little bit. I think they're hyping him up too much.
Daniel Dubois.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only the hardest punching heavyweight the country's produced since Lennox Lewis. Frank Warren was saying yeah, he's got a jab like Larry Holmes, and he has fighting a Riddick Bowe. I'm like, dude, like Frank Warren, stop it.
He's 22 years old. Give the man time to develop. Don't put that Audley Harrison saddle on him straight away.
You got the British media and the British boxing establishment is going to ruin Daniel Dubois. They keep going.
Do you remember what happened with Audley Harrison? Do you remember when he was coming through?
Yeah, I remember it. He was supposed to be the next.
And he was coming through. He had £1 million contract before he'd even thrown a punch.
Oh.
Off the BBC, right? And he had about 15 fights. And then as soon as he lost, his first loss was to Danny Williams.
Daniel Dubois, if Daniel Dubois never becomes anything in boxing, he's going to be like the boxing.
The Harrison.
Well, not even. I'm gonna use a football analogy. He's gonna be like the boxing version of like the England team, that had like Michael Owen and all those guys that didn't win the World Cup.
That could never win the big one. Yeah.
Yeah,
the could never win the big one.
Generation that had Michael Owen and Beckham and all them guys.
In a wrestling analogy from the late Gorilla Monsoon, you remember him, don't you?
The wrestler.
No, he was a commentator in the 80s. Sorry, I forget how. He said that there's no close, so close but no cigar.
Yeah, I've heard him say that. I've heard that saying.
Yeah, so I just think that Dubai, he's got to be matched correctly. It's got to be done slowly so we can see him develop into the fighter we think he's going to be. If you rush him in there, I even think this Joyce fight is a little bit too soon. Myself.
I could see that.
But for Joyce, this fight is very risky, isn't it? Because if Joyce loses this, he's done. If Joyce wins it, where does he really go? He gets a European belt. If you win the European belt, that gives you a WBA and WBC ranking because the EBU title is affiliated with the WBC. You see?
Yeah. Yeah, Keen. Yeah, Daniel Dubois, like the Buffalo Bills of boxing. If you don't become a champion or anything like that, I don't know if you know. You probably don't know anything about American football, but the Buffalo Bills were a team in the '90s. They got to the Super Bowl 4 straight times, and they lost all 4 times.
That's bad luck, isn't it? Jeez, that's bad luck.
That's horrible. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine?
But it's fuck that.
It'd be horrible.
The heartbreak. But it's no different to Frank Bruno losing 4 straight fights, is it? In heavyweight titles.
Yeah.
But in the end, he won it in the end. But on the 4th attempt, you should win it, really, shouldn't you?
I forgot who did he win his 4th world title? Who did he win that world title again?
Oliver McCall.
Okay, Oliver McCall. I always forget. Yeah, because Frank was beloved in England. Like he was like the man.
Yeah. But I don't think he's as good as Dubai is, or as good as Lewis was, or as good as Joshua. Any of those guys. I know your dad rates him.
Who, Frank Bruno?
Yeah, your dad liked him, didn't he?
I mean, yeah, I think he's better than people give him credit for. I don't think he's as bad as people make him sound, but like.
No, he was in a tough era. He was never going to do anything in that era.
Brutal.
No,
Thank God he didn't fight like Riddick Bowe or anybody like that.
He'd have got killed.
Yeah.
By the time 95 came out, Riddick Bowe was shot, and so were the other guys. Tyson was just about coming out of prison.
I don't think Bowe was shot in 95 because he still had that fight against Jorge Luis Gonzalez.
But he wasn't.
Where he showed
he wasn't the same fighter,
No, he wasn't the guy on the first Holyfield fight, but he still had it in him to beat the Frank Brunos of the world and do it in dominant fashion.
He never fought Lewis, though. That's one thing he should have done. And rather than throw the belt in the bin, he should have fought Lewis.
Yeah, that's the biggest knock on his career.
I think Lewis had his number.
I think
to this day.
I think if they would have fought, Bo would have just destroyed Lennox Lewis.
Yeah,
I think he would have.
No, but Lewis beat him in the Olympics, didn't he? I know that doesn't mean anything.
I mean, yeah, he beat him, but I mean, Jorge Luis Gonzalez beat Riddick Bowe in the Pan Am Games, and what happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, I know amateur doesn't mean anything. It's like Batavia beat Kovalev in the amateurs. That doesn't mean anything either.
Sean Porter beat Alexander Usyk in the amateurs.
You're joking.
No, I'm serious. Look it up.
Crazy.
Yeah, Sean Porter fought Alexander Usyk in the amateurs because he's a big guy. He fought a bunch of huge people.
Did you know Ricky Hatton fought Jürgen Bremer in the boxing championships at light heavyweight?
I had no idea. He fought Jürgen Bremer?
That's crazy, isn't it? You know Jürgen Bremer, don't you?
Yeah. I remember Jürgen Bremer. I remember when he boxed Rob Brandt's ears off in the Super Series.
Oh, yeah, that's hilarious. He's still boxing, I believe. He's still doing a little bit. I mean, do you remember his run with the WBA title?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear. And he lost to Nathan Cleverly on the stool. Oh, dear. I never thought much to Nathan Cleverly. I thought he was a good European level fighter, but he was winning. I think it was good matchmaking and promotional work that made him a world champion rather than natural ability.
Cleverly's Welsh, right? He's from Wales.
Yeah. He's Welsh. Okay. I mean, do you remember when he fought Badu Jack? Oh, that was a beatdown, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember when he fought Bellew in one of the worst fights of all time.
Jeez, he beat Bellew the first time a few years earlier. But then the best fight I ever saw him fight was against Funfara. Do you remember that fight?
Yes.
That was a great fight.
Yeah, that was a good performance. Yeah, Cleverly was it. Cleverly was whatever.
I mean, he was one of the best fighters It was one of the best fights I'd ever seen in a long time. The Funfara fight. But Bellew, I mean, he's got to be one of the biggest overachievers in boxing.
I love Bellew.
His attitude, he's got the right attitude. He gets really pumped for it. It was a shame he had to retire when he did. I think he could have gone on.
It's a shame that
he
ended him the way he did. The way he did.
Oh, it was brutal, wasn't it? I was watching it, and then Tony was winning the fight. Then out of nowhere, he's on the floor, and I'm like, bloody hell.
Yeah. I was going for him too, as my fellow Evertonian. Yeah, I was going for him, but didn't.
But Usyk, even though Usyk is a weirdo, he's one of the best cruiserweights I've seen. Usyk, next to Holyfield.
Yeah, it's neck and neck.
Good fighter. But I don't know what he's going to do at heavyweight, though, really, Is this Chisora fight going to happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen in boxing. I'm just like everybody else. I don't know. I hope it does.
But Chisora's got to be a tough fight for anyone for your first fight at heavyweight, isn't it? Jesus. That's shown some ambition.
Especially if you're a cruiserweight.
Second fight.
Yeah, because he fought, what's that guy, Witherspoon?
Chaz Witherspoon, yeah. Oh, he was terrible.
Yeah, I remember that fight. Some people, I mean, it depends on who you talk to. Some people think that Usyk is going to take over the division.
He's not going to take over the division. He'll win a belt. But it won't be against,
beat Fury.
No, he wouldn't. I think stylistically, he could beat Joshua.
You think so?
Stylistically, yeah. And also probably Parker as well. And Dillian White, but I don't see him beating Fury. I think Fury and Wilder are too big for him.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think Wilder would knock his head off. Even though Wilder hasn't got the skill, Wilder would hit him with something. And Usyk, he looked hurt when he got hit by Witherspoon, didn't he? A couple of times.
No, he did. That he did.
I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Witherspoon. I mean, he's a big guy, 6'5" or whatever he is. Built like a train. Obviously, his uncle is Tim Witherspoon, isn't he, or something?
Terrible Tim.
Yeah, he was a good fighter in his day. Have you seen much of him?
I have. I've seen a couple of fights. I saw his fight with Larry Holmes.
But Witherspoon was around in a very different era when he was around champion, like in the 80s. When he won the WBA belt, he didn't really beat anybody any good for it.
Yeah, and they didn't really give him that respect.
But in the 80s, the WBA belt was passed around by everyone. Greg Page, Michael Dukes, everyone.
Michael even won it at some point.
Jerry Cortese,
South
African, everyone had it. I mean, I've never seen Cortese fight. Was he any?
Iran Barkley beat Jerry Coetzee later in his career.
You're joking.
I'm serious.
But Barkley was a heavyweight later on in his career, wasn't he? Towards the end of his career.
Later on, he won a random belt for the when he beat Jerry Coetzee, because I remember
the board belt, the World Boxing Board.
Yeah. When I interviewed Iran Barkley in 2017, this old guy was he jumped into the interview and he told me, yeah, he beat Jerry Coetzee for the whatever belt.
Oh, it's strange. I mean, Iran Barkley. I've seen his fight. I posted his fight against who is it? Nigel Benn.
Yeah.
He lost to Nigel Benn in the round. That was pretty brutal. Did you ever see much of Chris Eubanks Senior's fights or not? Not really.
I haven't. I'll be honest with you, I haven't. I have to go back to this fight.
I don't. I think the thing is, when you're on the other side of the Atlantic, you're not going to be interested in those guys, are you?
No,
really.
I don't really. To me personally, that doesn't matter to me. I watch all kinds of boxing. I just haven't gotten around to it. Like there's some fights I just haven't gotten around to watching for whatever reason.
And it's also what era you're from, isn't it? It's like I watch a lot of people from the late 80s and early 90s.
For me,
like British middleweight.
When I watch boxing on my own time, I have like different seasons where I watch different fighters. So like right now, I'm watching a lot of Oscar De La Hoya, and then
very good.
A month from now, I might be Pernell Whitaker. 2 months from now, I could be watching freaking Tony Zale. It could be anybody from any era. That's just how I watch boxing.
For me, the best era of boxing that I saw, obviously, was from '99 to like 2006 in the middleweight division and the welterweight division. You had the Ricky Hattons the Costa Zoos and the Mayweathers about.
You sure
that was a good era of boxing.
You sure this isn't the best era of boxing? PBC putting on so many great
Yeah,
fights.
yeah. But what I'm saying is we take it for granted what we had in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
How bad certain divisions were. We take it for granted. We're spoiled. We might not have boxing like this again for another generation.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would have loved to have seen the 70s era of Ali and that lot.
I think I would have really enjoyed the 60s.
Great era of boxing.
Like with Tony
And
Zale,
I'd love to.
Graciano, and I think what Ali was, younger.
I've got a friend, right, who I do a podcast with. His name is Tom Mandola. He's an Italian American. He's in his late 60s. He told me that his uncle was part of the mafia, right? He actually saw Rocky. Rocky said that Rocky went to one of his uncle's gyms.
That's crazy.
Told him to piss off and said he was a joke, and they sent him away from the gym. I'm not making this up. They said they sent him away from the gym. Told him to get out of there.
They told his uncle?
No, his uncle told Rocky Marciano to leave. He thought he was a joke.
Why?
Rocky had because he didn't see any talent in him. Rocky had no amateur experience. He'd only boxed for 3 years. He only had before he won the world title. What he did was a big achievement. He never got the credit he deserved, Rocky. I don't think.
No, he still doesn't. People try to demean his accomplishments to this day.
You can't. I know he beat an old Lewis and an old Jersey Joe Walcott, but they're still big names, aren't they?
You know what it is?
Still got.
People only look at the 3 fights. Those 3 fights: Lewis, Walcott, and Lewis Walcott. I think it was Ezra Charles.
Yeah, and then Ezra Charles knocked him on his ass, didn't he? I believe.
Yeah, but nobody ever talks about when he fought early in his career. Like I'm talking like in his 20th or 30th fight when he fought Rex Lane, and Rex Lane was not that far removed from beating I think it was Walcott himself, and Marciano went into the Rex Lane fight as an underdog. When nobody talks about that, nobody talks about when he fought Harry Kid Matthews at Yankee Stadium, and Harry Kid Matthews was a great light heavyweight that moved up to heavyweight, and people were looking at they were looking at that fight as a fight Rocky Marciano could lose. So he had great wins all over his career. It wasn't just those 3 fights.
He never will get the credit. I mean, even Larry Holmes said it best. He couldn't carry my jockstrap. I mean, that was a bit out of order, wasn't it? Really.
Listen. I am a huge Larry Holmes fan, but
I like him. But he was well out of order for saying that. He had no right to really say that.
And honestly, if Marciano fought in that time with that, I mean, I guess with the training methods and nutrition and whatnot, and he could be a bigger guy, he might have punched freaking Larry Holmes' jockstrap off.
Yeah. He wouldn't have beaten Ali Marciano, I don't think. Too physically small for him.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, Joe Lewis was another great fighter. I mean, I love watching Joe Lewis.
I wouldn't count him out though against Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali got dropped. He got dropped by Chuck Webner. Anything is possible.
I know, yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. But I'm talking about the prime Ali from '65, not the '73 Ali.
Yeah. Okay, well, what about Doug Jones? Doug Jones beat him when he was early in his career.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Who else was there? Was another heavyweight I used to like.
Ali struggled in all. Ali struggled in all different types of stages of his career. It wasn't just like he was great. It was great, and then when he was shot fired, he started losing bad performances.
But if you look at the time he was on his exile for 3 years, came back and fought Oscar Benavidez. He didn't look the same fighter at all.
Yeah,
he looked more or less. He wasn't the same guy. But I mean, I've seen about 10. Have you watched all of Ali's fights? Most of Ali's fights. I mean, I've seen about 10 of his fights.
I've seen probably about 17 of them, something like that.
17. But I'm not going to sit back and watch his career. I mean, I've seen the Archie Moore fight.
Mm-hmm.
That was quite hilarious because Archie Moore tried to train him, didn't he? I believe. Yeah. And then he mocked Archie Moore and then laughed at him, and then Archie Moore got his ass handed to him.
Have you seen the Henry Cooper fight? I'm sure you have. The Henry Cooper fight.
Which one? I have. Yeah, amazing. I don't know how he got up from that. Jesus. That fight made Henry Cooper's career.
Yeah, people like honestly, most people can't even tell you anything else about Harry Cooper other than the fact that he dropped Muhammad Ali.
I can tell you more than that. He was the British champion. He was a good fighter. He was around in a tough era. He was around in the wrong era. I mean, he had more talent than Frank Bruno. He was better than Frank Bruno, I thought. Then have you heard of Joe Bugner as well? He was another top British heavyweight.
Yeah, I know Joe Bugner.
Yeah, he fought Fraser twice and he fought Ali twice. And he never got his ass kicked or anything. You know, he lost the fights, but he always put in a good showing.
Yeah, he was a good loser.
But, oh yeah. But in us being British, we're used to losers, aren't we? I mean, David Hay.
Oh man,
David Hay at heavyweight. It was brutal, wasn't it?
Tyson Fury says, "This country doesn't like this country doesn't like losers. That's why they don't like me."
No, we love Tyson Fury, and that's the truth. You know, I'm proud that he makes me proud to be British.
Yeah. Well, he said that earlier in his career, like when he was like a prospect. He did an interview and he said that. He hasn't said that recently.
Yeah, I mean, but David Hay blaming his toe. Do you remember the press conference? Oh,
yeah.
I was so embarrassed.
David Hay is a funny individual. Do you remember when they did the round table for the Fury Wilder rematch, the round table, like the show, and they would ask David Hay a simple question, and he couldn't give you a yes or no.
Oh no, yeah, it's shocking.
It was like talking to a woman.
It's hilarious. But I mean, David Hay used to be my favourite fighter, you know, at one point.
He used to be a lot.
I don't know why. My favourite heavyweight at the minute is Dillian White and Tyson Fury. I like watching Dillian White fight because he's vulnerable. He's exciting as well.
Not Dave Allen?
Dave Allen used to be, but he's not anymore.
Not anymore. He said used to be. Well, he was. Are you joking? Or are you being serious? Or are you joking?
No, he wasn't my favourite at all. I was just joking. But he was like a guilty pleasure, you know, that band you don't admit to liking.
Yeah. Dave Allen. Yeah, you know, Dave's like the local lad at the pub that you can get a drink with, so we're gonna get behind our man Dave Allen. I'm like, dude, he's not. He hasn't won a Southern Area title. Calm down.
He's a bit of a joke, isn't he? Old Dave.
Yeah.
Carry
on. He got sparked out by David Price. That tells you everything you need to know right there.
I mean, David Price had no chin, did he?
He lost. He got stopped by the big stiff idiot, the plumber from Liverpool.
Don't get me wrong. When Price was coming up, he was knocking people out. He was beating the Matt Skeltons and the Audley Harrisons, the people you meant to be, you know, to make you look good. But I didn't realise how weak his chin was.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone did. You know, I found it quite shocking.
He was like, he was supposed to be the next big thing. David Price.
He was. Then he got knocked out by an old Tony Thompson. Yeah, I thought that said it all. Did you know what I mean? I just thought that was the last straw, really, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah.
I mean, did you ever used to see any of Matt Skelton or not really?
I've seen a couple of fights where Matt Skelton got destroyed. Like he fought. Didn't he fight? He didn't fight Joshua, did he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He fight Joshua. Okay, yeah. I remember the Joshua fight.
But that era of Matt Skelton, Audley Harrison, Danny Williams was a pretty Spartan era, you know. And then you had David Hay come out just afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very brutal era, you know.
like that was like what that era was to you guys is what this freaking era right now is to us American fans. Yeah. Like we don't got nobody. I mean, aside from Wilder. Like, and then after the Wilder, you got what? Jarrell Miller, Trevor Brian Jennings. Like, wow, no, man.
But watching Danny Williams against, you know, it was heartbreaking to see, you know, we had to wait like 8 years to see another world champion again. After that, you know, after Lennox Lewis.
It's a long time.
Then we had to wait another what?
We had to wait.
Another 6 years.
We had to wait 9 until Wilder got a title again because Shannon Briggs had WBO in 06 and Wilder won the WBC off Stavern in 2015. But to be honest with you, neither Shannon Briggs nor Wilder are like fighters that I think you should be proud of, like too proud of getting the belts because of the circumstances.
I mean, Shannon's look it should have been a proper world champion long before that. But he just did. He had the health issues, didn't he? You know, with everything like his asthma. If he hadn't had those health issues, I think he would have been a world champion long before.
It's not even just the health issues. He was a party animal when he was young.
Yeah, but he looked. You know, he was a great fighter, but he was gassed out.
Gassed out, but like the lifestyle he lived didn't really help either. Because like he'll tell you himself, he used to party a lot when he was a kid.
Really, I'm shocked at that.
I'll tell you a story. There was one time, like 4 years ago, when I went to the heavyweight factory to go do some interviews, and I had like I was like dirt broke. Like I mean, dirt broke. Like I mean, I'm talking like so broke I couldn't even afford money to get on the bus to get back home. So I walked.
Jesus.
So I walked from my apartment to the gym, which was like an hour and 20 minutes, and then I was gonna walk back after I got out of the gym. So like I was So after I had just got done interviewing Shannon Briggs, and I walked out the gym. So I'm walking, right?
Yeah.
I'm walking home, and then all of a sudden I see a car pull up to me, and it's Shannon Briggs. He's like, "Do you want to ride home?" He said, "Do you want to ride home?" So I said, "Yeah." It was about 99. It was about 98 degrees outside, and it was humid as hell. So Shannon drove me home, right? And when he got to my area where I lived, and he starts telling the story, and he starts pointing out certain areas of my neighborhood. He's like, "Yeah, it was this girl that used to live over there, that house." And one time I came over here to come, he said I came here to poke her. Like he said, I guess to have sex with her. He dropped me off. So like that right there let me know. I'm like, man, Shannon Briggs was coming to Dania Beach to bang these women out like 25 years old, 26 years old. And then he always says too, like, he did dedicate himself to boxing. So yeah, he's an interesting person.
When he came to England to fight on the David Hay undercard, I thought that was a bit of a circus. That whole card. Did you watch that whole card?
Was that the fight? David Hay fight Arnold? Was it Arnold Jerajai, or was it who did he fight after Arnold Jerajai?
Arnold the Cobra.
Yeah. What was it? Was it on the undercard Arnold the Cobra?
Yeah, it was on the undercard of that fight of the Hay.
Arnold Jerajai, yeah, Arnold Jerajai, and then Shannon Briggs fought some random dude from like Argentina, and knocked him out.
Zarate. Oh.
Yeah. And yeah, he became a big hit with the British fans.
Yeah, I did like him, but I just thought to myself, I actually, when I look back now, he would have beaten David Hay. I mean, the David Hay of now.
I think David Hay is scared. I actually think David Hay was scared of him. Like Shannon said, a lot of people are scared of him, but I think David Hay was actually scared of shit. He's nuts.
But do you think Hay would have lost to him? I mean, I think I would have done because of the injuries and everything.
I think so. I think Shannon would have touched him in the first 2 or 3 rounds and got him out of there.
But I'm saying the prime Hay would have beaten him from 2009. Would have beaten Shannon.
Yeah.
But Hay, his body had worn down so much by that point.
I liked when Shannon went right up into his face and he said, "What's stopping you, champ? What's stopping you?"
But Hay was scared. I mean, he burst into the conference room, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I mean, Shannon hasn't fought since then, has he?
Yeah.
Is he? I did hear that he was going to start fighting bare knuckle.
He is.
Is that a good move?
I don't know. I don't know anything about bare knuckle fighting, so I can't say.
Bare knuckle fighting is brutal. Completely.
I know it's brutal, but like he's got some ridiculously. His hands are cinder blocks.
Really?
Yeah, Shannon Briggs has almost like vicious looking hands I've ever seen in boxing. I mean, I've seen these. His hands look like they've been through stuff.
But he's an inspiration. I've seen his hands. He's massive. His hands are massive. But
Yeah, they are.
to come back, what he's come back from, from a near-death experience, to come back and, continue fighting. Like when he came back in 2012, he went on that 3-year run, didn't he? Where he did a tour, pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, he should look at retirement now, really, shouldn't he? To be absolutely honest.
I don't think that's gonna happen. at all. I think he's going to go through.
I mean, he's.
I don't think. I actually know. I know for 1,000% fact he's going to go through the bare knuckle thing because he told me.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is he's a millionaire, isn't he? He doesn't need to fight again.
I mean, he is, but I mean, I'm not sure how much that of all that money he actually kept. I'm not sure if he was smart with money. I know
he got it. Yeah.
I do know that he recently, like within the last couple of years, bought a really nice house in a really nice part of Florida. So I'm not sure if he's gonna pay any of that off or what the situation on that is. It's not my business, but like I know he bought a house. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I just know that he's somebody that likes to live a very extravagant lifestyle, and that's.
But what I don't understand is it's a shame he never got to, get that final hurrah against for the WBA title.
Oh, against the Kendo?
It's a shame he never got that far.
He blew that himself, though.
Yeah, I know he did, but it's a shame.
It is a shame. I was there at the press conference. I was hyped for that fight. I was going to go to that fight. I was going to be right here.
I think he would have won that fight.
I don't know. I don't think he would have won. To be honest with
you. No, because
I think Fres would have beat him. To be honest with you.
Only because of the gas tank issue and the age and that lot and the level and his stamina. That was the only reason.
Maybe, I don't know. I've heard. I mean, listen, the boxing world is really small, so like I hear things all the time, but I never really know what's true because people always make up things. But like, someone told me that Shannon, like someone that's actually close to Shannon, told me that Shannon is afraid of Fred Kendo. That's what I heard. I don't believe it, but. Hello? Hello?
Did he say he's scared of him?
The person told me that, the person told me that Shannon was, I guess, afraid of him. Like, he said, like, Shannon didn't want to fight him.
That's crazy.
That's what I heard.
I'm shocked to that.
At the press conference.
Yeah.
That press conference between him and Fred Kendo was hilarious, though. This dude took his shirt off and he started saying, they never see anything like this.
Do you think that? I mean, obviously, his legacy is he's a former world champion and everything. IBC world champion and WBO. I mean, he's got a pretty good legacy, hasn't he? He's had some good wins over Sergio Lakovic and George Foreman. That's a Hall of Fame. He could be a Hall of Famer, isn't he? Really?
I don't think he's going to the Hall of Fame. No way.
I mean, he got that world title. I mean, he had more talent than a Frank Bruno, or someone like that.
He did.
He got his world title.
He did. He beat George Foreman, but like the majority of people thought that was a controversial fight. And then when he beat Liakovic, I mean, look, Liakovic is good, but like, I mean, he won. I'm not taking like he never made a successful title defense because the next fight he got his ears boxed out by Ibrahimovic.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky to even win the title off Liakovic, weren't he? Very lucky.
He knocked him out in the 12th.
Oh, in the last second of the fight, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, Lamont Brewster, he was God. He have you ever met Lamont?
I never met him, but I've been in the same room with him.
He's a decent guy, Lamont.
I've heard he's a great guy.
I mean, he made 3 defenses of the title. Then lost to Liakovic.
Mm-hmm.
But with Shannon, I mean, I was surprised he lost his title so quickly. I mean, who was Sultan of Brigabov? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I never got that.
He has a gym here apparently. I was gonna go to before the coronavirus stuff happened.
Sultan of Brigabov.
Yeah, I just
Really?
found out that he has a gym. His gym is like the location of it's hilarious too because like it's like right near my old neighborhood, and I never knew it was there, but apparently like it's new.
I'm just gonna put you on mute so you quickly go to the toilet.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's your boy BC. We're here. 7 hours in. I told y'all this is gonna be a long live. I told y'all. Sometimes in life you just know things. Sometimes you know things are gonna be long and drawn out. But Ray Diology says Shannon showed where he played poker. No. Shannon said that he banged some chick out like half a block down from where I lived when he dropped me off home that one time. That was pretty hilarious. But man, what time is it? It's 12. It's 12. So hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to Ray D and Lee West and G Boogie and GMB Catastrophe. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't already. I mean, I highly doubt that none of the 9 people that are here aren't subscribed already. But if you are and subscribe, go subscribe. Super chat if you feel led to. I'm not gonna get mad at the super chat, but yeah, coronavirus boxing. I mean, this is like the 6th or 7th stream that's been this damn long since I've been on quarantine. It's been a lot of these. It's been a lot of these recently. You know what I'm saying?
Hello again.
What's up, Nathan?
You're right. Yeah. So this coronavirus, God, it's killing everything, isn't it?
Everything, man. Everything.
We had the government, what was it, Boris Johnson was saying today we're going to have like the shops and the pubs, the main shops and pubs are not going to open until like July.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Seriously, he said if the pubs are not going to open until like July at this point.
Yo, if I was Boris Johnson, I wouldn't even like tell the British public that, because now the suicide rates are going to increase even more. No pubs till July. It's bad enough. It's been as long as it's been.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I do think it's, when you go in supermarkets, you have to do the social distance 2 meters from everyone. Have you got the same thing?
Yeah, we got it's like 6 feet. So yeah, I think it's about 2 meters, 6 feet. It's trash.
Complete nightmare. I hate it.
Have a little blue line. Like, it pisses me off. I walk halfway up the street from my house to go to the supermarket sometimes. And then like halfway up the street, I forget that I don't have my mask, and you can't go into none of these stores without a mask now.
Crazy.
Honestly, I don't even put the thing all the way on.
But just do it. Don't put it over your nose. You can breathe once it's on your nose.
You
put it over your nose, it steams your glasses up.
Yeah, that will happen, and it's too much. It's way too much. I hate it. Like, in America, at least. I mean, I don't know about England, but I know in America, if this continues for like another month or so, it's gonna get bad here. People are gonna lose. People are gonna lose it. People are gonna get fed up and lose it and start rebelling. I might be one of them. Straight up.
I think, to be fair, can you still go on the beaches at this point or not?
No, the beaches are closed. The beaches are closed. Off. You can't go to no beaches.
Couldn't you sneak on, or would the police catch you?
You'll get arrested. If you want to get arrested, because they normally have like 3 or 4 cop cars around the beach. So if once you go on, you get arrested.
In England, like, you could go around at midnight in England or 2 in the morning, go around robbing people's cars, and no one would stop you. You could even go on the beach because the police ain't going to do shit. In England, I've seen people in England, the police, and people laugh at the police.
Well, unfortunately, here in America, at least in Miami and South Florida, the beaches are very important. The beach is very important, so that like at a time like this, they're gonna have policemen protecting the beaches all the time. Like I drove down to Dania Beach, which is where I'm from, my hometown, which is like 40 minutes north of where I live now.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's insane. They had freaking 4 or 5 cop cars right there when you enter the beach. So you can't go to no beaches, none of that stuff.
It's crazy, isn't it? I'll be glad when it's all over, all this nonsense.
Yeah, my thing is this though, like I don't know, man. It's just too much. Like, I was watching a video and they were saying that like the actual like the death toll is like exaggerated, because what's happening is the doctors and the nurses are being incentive, like they have incentives, like if somebody dies from natural causes, like whether if they die from heart attack or the things they normally die from, if they die from one of those, they're being if they mark it down as a coronavirus death, they can get upwards of $13,000.
Well, that's wrong. That's
if they put now if they put somebody like if somebody's having problems and they put them on a ventilator, they can get $39,000. They die. It's crazy.
Dear
We're literally being incentivized to mark things down incorrectly. So then what winds up happening is you got everybody just dying from natural. Because it's funny, right? Think about it. Before this damn thing happened, when people die, they die from natural causes, like heart attacks and cancer. Nobody dies from cancer anymore. Nobody dies from heart attacks anymore. It's all coronavirus.
I mean, I'll give you an example. My brother, right, recently, I think they found a tumor in his brain.
Okay.
And they basically said that, so he got to see a doctor a bit quicker. So if this coronavirus wasn't happening, he would have been waiting longer on the list. By then, the tumor could have kind of grown. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, he rang me to tell me that the other day. I mean, he's like 60. He's same age, similar age to your dad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my oldest brother, right? So basically, he's telling me he's got like this thing we don't know if it's malignant or whatever. It was a bombshell to drop on me, but that's life, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
As they say. But so yeah, this corona thing, but marking people down and getting extra money because they're dying, it's wrong, isn't it?
Huh?
It's just pure greed. It's pure greed.
It's greed at the highest order, especially the whole damn ventilator thing. That ventilator thing pisses me off because it kills people, and they get $39,000 for it. And then what's crazy is like what they're not telling you on the news is like there's certain bacteria that only exist outside that your body needs to function properly. So if you quarantine yourself, your immune system actually goes down. So if there is a second wave of whatever, your body will actually be more vulnerable if you quarantine yourself the whole time and didn't go outside.
But I'm of the exaggeration. If you get it and die, you get it and die, don't you? There's nothing you can do about it. Life goes on, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like that, and that's nothing. Like since when did the government care about people's well-being?
They never cared. That's the whole thing.
So now they want to say, "Oh, well, you we care about you. Stay at home, and here's a stimulus check."
I mean, your president's got to be the dumbest guy alive. I mean, telling people to inject themselves with oh my god. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's the dumbest guy. I think I got taken out of context what he said.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, that's how it's portrayed over here.
That's how it's
portrayed. Just an idiot.
That's how it's portrayed on most of the mainstream news because they're out to get the guy. And I like look.
I mean,
I'm not like the biggest fan of the guy, but like, I mean, it's so clear to see that like everything he says is like it's gonna be
exaggerated in a joke. Yeah.
I mean, literally, I kid you not. Every day since he's been president since 2016, I always hear people say, "Did you hear what he said today?" I'm like, "Oh my God, what do you say now? What do you say now that's got you in your feelings?"
He's not a politician, is he? Not really, not by any stretch. He's a man who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, that made a lot of money, that's had more bankruptcies than anyone I've ever known. He's a good businessman, but he's made, like I say, he's a billionaire and everything, but he got handed 400 million.
The reason he won the election was because he wasn't a politician, because Americans were sick of politicians. So they said, let's go with the businessman.
But it's backfired. It's backfired, isn't it? Really?
I don't think it has. I don't think it has. I think it has now because of the freaking coronavirus. But before the,
I still think Obama was a better president than him. At least Obama actually gave a shit about people. The economy and everything.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into the politics, but
sorry.
I don't think. I don't want to get too much into it because I know people are gonna have different opinions, but like, it's different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into that anyway. What I really think about Trump and such because it would be too controversial.
Me neither. Because then what's going to happen is there's going to be somebody from the LDVC, and if I say one positive thing about Trump, they're going to say, "You see, he's a racist."
How can you be a racist when you're Puerto Rican, mate? Do you know what I mean? It's shocking, that, isn't it?
because anybody who likes or says anything positive about Donald Trump in America to a certain segment of people is a racist.
Nah, nobody's. Again, we're on this LDBC thing, which I find hilarious. Oh dear.
Yeah.
That guy earlier had on, he was definitely LDBC, weren't he?
Oh, Raekwon?
Yeah.
Oh,
not
absolutely.
Raekwon. Who was the other guy?
Oh,
I've forgotten his name.
I don't remember his name
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I don't know if he is, but if he is, he's actually one of the coolest people I've met from the LDBC.
Did you hear him said, "Oh, I'm going to get off this podcast because it's too hostile"? I had to laugh when he said that. I was only joking with him, man. And he thought I was actually.
I think he was being a bit sensitive.
Yeah, and then the other guy said I was being a bully. Deary me.
Yeah, a lot of people. You know what it is, Nathan? I'll tell you what it is too. A lot of Americans don't understand British humor. They don't.
Is that all it is? Oh,
I
sorry,
mean,
I didn't realize.
Well, that's part of it. No, that's half of it. Half of it is just them being sensitive. The other half of it is them not understanding British humor. Like I've had British people come on here, like yourself and other people coming here and joke around. I understand it because I understand the culture. I understand. I dealt with the people and whatnot, but not everybody's gonna understand it. It is what it is.
I think my biggest problem is I do go a bit too far sometimes.
Yeah, you push.
I'll admit that.
You do push the envelope. I'm not even gonna lie on that one. You push the envelope.
I shouldn't do it really, but I'm being sensible now. The times are like, dear. I think I do it to try and make people laugh. I mean, I shouldn't do it. But
That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing though. I mean, that's
but there's
why
a limit to it, isn't it?
People are like, yeah, you gotta kick this guy off.
I know I shouldn't do it.
And I was like, no, let him have at it. Let him have at it.
I try and break the air, like when I was saying to Thunderdome, aren't you going to say something? I tried to ilk him to, because when the guys are arguing, you can see Thunderdome. Did you see Thunderdome's face?
He was like, what the fuck going on?
And I said to him, mate, I said to Thunderdome, aren't you going to say something? You're the main guest on the show. Do you see me do that, how I turn the attention to him?
Yeah.
I think if you can do that, it's like sometimes when I'm doing it, I'm like thinking, I'm looking at you in the camera and I'm like thinking, Brendan, you need to tell me to calm down now.
Yeah, I probably should.
I can see what it's like. Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm just like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit carefree, but like, I just let unless people get racist, like I just let people say whatever. It doesn't really bother me.
I think you're a good host, though. You put on a good stream. We have a good laugh of it. We talk the boxing, talk the life and everything. It's good. I enjoy these podcasts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A lot of people enjoyed it. One guy said earlier that it was like the best live he's seen all week. So I appreciate that. Nice.
But we need some more LDBC guys, and so I can bully them.
Yeah. That would make it better. That would make it better.
So if we could get more LDBC guys and get the most pro LDBC guys on it, it makes it funny, doesn't it? And then where's the other British guy?
The most pro LDBC guys would never come on here. I get like they would never do it. They don't have the balls.
But it's funny though, isn't it?
I'll go on their channels, but they'll never come here.
Yeah. What did you say? Sorry, Brendan.
I'm saying the most pro LDBC channels would never come on here because they don't have the balls to.
Yeah. I do find it amusing because they're the easiest to bully, aren't they? And wind up the LDBC guys,
Yeah. Did you see when I went? Did you see when I went on what's his name stream and I asked him why he's mad?
Oh, him, yeah. And he told you to shut up. And I'm like, listening, I'm thinking, I was laughing all the way through that.
I wasn't on camera, but I almost burst out laughing because I was smiling the whole time.
But to be fair, he's given you some abuse, hasn't he? For no reason, you don't deserve.
I mean, listen. He can say whatever he wants to the internet. He's not like that in real life. So
No, of course he's not. I mean, I found the guy. Like, I went on his show, and I just called. I said, "You're just talking out your ass," and he said, "Oh, you English muppet, go away."
Yeah.
So I put in the comment, "You're just such and such," and this and that, And I don't very often drop the M-bomb, but with some people, I can make an exception. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, I thought it was hilarious, that show.
Oh, it's
because
hilarious.
you showed him up so much. It was funny.
Yeah, because like the thing is, he didn't answer my first question. Because he had a video where he's driving around in a car, and he's literally saying, "Mike Tyson is not a good boxer. He's not a great boxer. He's not a good boxer. I don't give a fuck what you say."
But he was just giving himself a stroke, weren't he? He thought he was going to have a stroke.
Yeah, it was bad. There's this what's funny is I was on YouTube the other night, and I actually found there's a channel that has like 9 subscribers, and all they do is listen to his show, and they pull the most absurd shit he says and put audio clips.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty bad, isn't it?
Absurd things he says.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? I mean, these LDBC guys, they don't help themselves, do they?
No.
But one of my friends was telling me they make it all up for just for an audience. It's not real. They're just putting an act on.
Yeah, it's like it's awesome for them. They're like what's his name? They're like like Jesse Jackson. They're like race hustlers.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like,
yeah, I do just have to laugh at some of them. I mean, we ought to do a stream. I'll have to get my friend Spencer to come on and my friend Tom. The other guys in main event.
Yeah.
They're a good laugh. They don't troll.
They don't troll.
No, they're all good people. Tom, you get on with Tom. He's got so many stories about boxing.
I'm
I mean, he actually knew Archie.
All the people about boxing, they always have interesting stories.
He knew Archie Moore. I've seen a picture of him and Archie Moore and George Foreman.
That's insane.
Together. So he was also on the set of Raging Bull as well.
He was on set?
But yes, of Raging Bull, but he was never ever he was never his scenes were never shown. What I'll do is when you next have a stream, and I'll get him on if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
His knowledge of boxing surpasses what me or you know. Do you know what I mean? With certain stuff.
I like talking to people that know more about boxing.
Mate, he's more old school.
Hold on.
He told me stories.
Thunderdome just commented. He said, since I was a guest, I had to bite my tongue. Hold on. He said, I had to bite my tongue because I didn't want to be rude. It was also hard to get a word in at times because they would just talk over and interrupt everybody. Yeah, that's my fault, Thunderdome. I probably should have muted them or taken more control, but like I was just like, I guess lackadaisical.
But I'm going to apologise to him as well because I was being a bit of an arsehole. So
yeah,
I apologise.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, thanks for coming on, Thunderdome. By the way, Anthony, if you ever want to explode, I'll give you the green light. You get the green light to explode.
But I was looking at Thunderdome thinking, you're the host, say something. Why Brendan's not here, say something. You've got the power.
Yeah, I should have. That happens. I'm getting better at hosting though, because I remember when the first time Raekwon Bell came on here, I had like 5 people on, and he was just going on and on and on. And Mark on Rival Box, like he had the same problem. Like, BT, you wanted this to continue. You should have ended it earlier. And I was like, well, I wanted the man to speak his piece.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny. But the thing that makes me laugh is that, I mean, Thunderdome he's very good. He knows his stuff. He knows it quite a lot more than what most people do.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched his channel a few times, but whenever I've seen him, he's worn sunglasses.
Oh yeah, well, you never seen him without the iconic sunglasses?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure he's made video. I know he's made videos before without the sunglasses.
It was quite funny, I thought.
Yeah.
With the sunglasses up. I mean, my friend Dave Champion has done a few videos and watched a few videos and said some things to him, a few times.
I've always got along with him. I've been getting along with him for 5 years now.
How many subscribers has he got?
14. I think he's around like 13 or 14,000, something like that.
He's been going a lot longer than you, hasn't
Yeah, like he's not really like active like that. He's got other more important things in life now to worry about.
I haven't seen Travis Scotty for a while.
Travis? I mean, I saw him.
Travis Scotty.
He went live because I'm still subscribed to his channel. I have the post notifications on. He went live like a month ago, and I watched like 30 seconds of it. Oh no, like a minute of it just to see what he said. And apparently, like he's just been going through legal problems. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I think he had his time. He had his time.
But then there's Mr. IOTBA. I don't watch him anymore.
I've only watched him a couple of times for comedic reasons. It's your boy, Mr. IOTBA, touching down for the 214. And I'm on that bullshit again. And I'm on that bullshit today. Y'all know how I do.
And then there was somebody else as well. I'm trying to think who else there was. Sporting Icons.
I like Sporting Icons. I never talked to him, but I like him.
He's all right. And Tom Boxing Gossip, who's an English guy, used to do it, but he hasn't done a video for about 2 years.
Yeah.
You've probably never heard of him before. He's pretty good.
I have. I know who he is.
Prodigy Boxing.
I know Prodigy
Boxing. With Bo Bland.
Mm-hmm.
I used to get on with him, but I've fallen out with them as well.
I'm trying to think. Have I actually ever fallen out with anybody on YouTube? I don't think I've fallen out with anybody on YouTube. Ever.
Bo Bland, me and him had a big fallout. You know, he came on my show a few times and that lot. And then one time, the guy from Prodigy Boxing, the other guy who's a journalist as well, the same as you, he came on the show. And one of my members who used to do a podcast with me was LDBC. And he gave him a hard time. So he never came on the show again, pretty much.
I feel you.
So that's pretty much over. But no, YouTube's hard now to make any sort of headway.
Say it again?
It's hard to make any headway on YouTube now because the views are so low.
Yeah, it's tough. It is a grind. It is definitely a grind. That's why I'm waiting for these gyms to open, because I know once I'm able to get back in my routine and go interview people like I normally do, I'll be more than fine.
I mean, my channel's more or less shut down now. I mean, I started a new channel. I still do the odd podcast. But at the minute, I've just been doing a podcast once every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I used to do them 3 times a week, but then it just got too much.
Nah, I know how it is.
And so, you know, it got to the point where I just gave up with it. But I still do the odd show.
Yeah, there's literally nothing going on in boxing, like nothing at all.
Sorry.
McDonald's Friday drive-through only.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to make any sort of videos. I'll see you tonight, Georgiana.
Like legit, I think if nothing starts happening soon, I'm gonna start making videos about. I'm gonna start doing live streams about other freaking sports.
Well, like basketball as well and things. And what about UFC? Or you do UFC?
No, I don't watch UFC. I tried to yesterday. I couldn't do it. It was too much. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this.
I want to do a wrestling channel as well, and mixed martial arts and video games.
You know what I might do soon? I might start watching old wrestling matches and do classic reactions to old wrestling matches.
I can do that if you want. I mean, we could do a couple of videos like that.
I'm gonna do Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock at WrestleMania 17.
Oh, gee. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that when Austin sold his soul to Vince McMahon and Vince McMahon helped him cheat to win.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That makes me feel young.
Yeah.
So that was 17. That was 2000. Jesus, that was 19 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, 18 years ago.
I'll start watching Scott Steiner promos.
Oh Jesus, he was funny, weren't he? Scott, do you remember WCW?
Did Scott Steiner?
Do you remember WCW in the last couple of years of it? You know, last year or so.
Vaguely, because like when in the last years of WCW, I was young. So like when I started watching wrestling, it was like I was like 6. So for me, it was like 2000, 2001, like late 2000,
So I was born in
2001.
82.
Yeah.
So I was born in 82, so I'm 37. I started watching wrestling in 88. In
Okay.
Britain, the first time I saw it was 1988. My brother got a tape from a friend in America, and we started watching. The Ultimate Warrior was wrestling. Hulk Hogan was in his prime. You know, it was a different era. Today's wrestling, I still watch it, but I think that today the guys are more athletic. But it's not as entertaining as it used to be. You know, say 20 years ago.
Trash. They have no mic skills because WWE tells everybody what to do and how to be. Like it's
Scripted, yeah. Stone Cold was the last era of top guys, weren't he? Him and John Cena.
Yeah.
The last era of top guys.
For me, like I watched wrestling until about like 2007, and then I stopped around that time.
You stopped that long ago, jeez. It started to go crap in 2007.
Because like I mean, I was 6 years old, so like I started watching wrestling like towards the end of the Attitude Era, and then like towards the beginning of like what they call the Ruthless Aggression Era. So like,
yeah,
I remember
John Cena, yeah, when he came about in 2001.
I remember John Cena before he became corny.
Yeah. I mean, but by then I was like 19, 20, so I should have stopped watching it long before, you know.
Yeah.
But I just continued to watch it because it was entertaining. And
yeah.
Do you remember the Ministry of Darkness?
I do remember the Ministry of Darkness. Vaguely, I remember.
Oh,
Paul
Bearer was my favorite.
I actually went to the 2006 Royal Rumble in Miami.
Yeah.
Probably the greatest. It's probably the greatest sporting event I've ever been to. The 2006 Royal Rumble, the best thing I've ever been to in person.
Didn't Rey Mysterio win that one? Yeah,
that was one. Rey Mysterio won, and I think Rob Van Dam was in that Royal Rumble. Chris Benoit. I saw Chris Benoit wrestle in person. That's crazy to say.
Really?
Yeah, because
he was a great wrestler. He was awesome. He was one of my favorites.
He was in that Royal Rumble.
But he was awesome, weren't he, for a guy who's only 5'5" or 5'6"?
Mysterio?
No, what's his name? Chris Benoit.
He wasn't no 5'5". He was like.
He was about 5'6". He was about my height, 5'10". 5'10" or something.
5'10", yeah. He was crazy. He was crazy athletic though, Chris Benoit.
Oh yeah, I mean he reminded me of the Dynamite Kid, who was a British wrestler. You've heard of the British Bulldog, haven't you?
I've heard of the British Bulldog, and yeah, a lot of people say that Benoit reminded them of the Dynamite Kid.
Oh yeah, he did the flying headbutts. I mean, obviously that's before my era, really. Mm-hmm. But I also remember that Benoit, the way he died. And if you ever get to see Dark Side of the Ring, it has his son talking about his dad.
Yeah,
you know how much he misses him and everything. Yeah.
I don't like watching anything about his death. It's depressing because Chris Benoit,
it's so depressing.
When I was a kid, Chris Benoit was one of my favorite wrestlers. So when I found out he died, it was like one of the saddest days of my life. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It was pretty sad.
I mean, I was gutted when he died. He was such a talented guy, but he took too many hits to the head. He took too many stories. Even Eddie Guerrero. I liked Eddie Guerrero more.
Yeah,
Eddie was cool.
Thunderdome says that Ultimate Warrior was his favorite, and then when he left, that's when he quit watching wrestling.
Really? That's 30 years ago. Jesus.
Yeah,
Ultimate Warrior was a nasty man. He wasn't a very nice guy in real life, from what I get told, or from what I've heard of interviews.
A lot of the
wrestlers are not very nice.
No, that's what I hear. Like I watched I remember about a year ago, I was with my dad, and me and my dad, we watched the whole documentary about the the Von Erichs.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, I watched the whole like 5-part documentary on the Von Erichs. That was pretty sad to watch. They had
your dad will remember them. When he was a kid, he would have watched it.
Yeah, my dad was huge into wrestling as a kid, so he knows about Von Erichs and Jimmy Superfly Snuka and Sergeant Slaughter and all them guys.
But it's just an era. In the 80s, everybody in America and Britain was into wrestling. It was the rock and roll era of Cyndi Lauper and all the goofy shit they did,
Cyndi Lauper, yeah.
Dude, Roddy Piper. I remember one time, Roddy Piper painted himself half black. Thunderdome will remember that.
I don't remember that.
Oh, 30 years ago. But anyway, back to boxing. Who do you think you were saying that the guy was saying that Errol Spence Jr. is the best?
Who was saying that? The guy was here earlier.
Yeah, and I said I thought Crawford was.
Oh yeah, he was saying because he was bringing up opposition. He was saying that basically, Errol Spence has fought better people.
Yeah, because he's been at the weight longer.
He's been at the weight longer, and all the best fighters are signed to the same promotional company, so it's easier. There's no political games.
And to be fair to Crawford, this is his third weight world title or fourth weight world title. It's third, isn't it? He was started at lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when I look at Crawford, I mean, he came out of nowhere. I remember when he fought Ricky Burns. I'd never heard of the kid before. I heard that he was good, but when the way he beat Ricky Burns, I was shocked because they said he was good, but I didn't realise he was going to be that good, you know. So when he beat Ricky Burns, we knew he was going to beat Ricky Burns, but we didn't know he was going to go on and do, unify the 140 division or anything like that.
Nah. I recently was binge watching a bunch of Terence Crawford fights like about a week and a half ago. I watched his fight against Andre Klimov. I rewatched his fight against Delorme, and then I watched his fight when he was a prospect. I watched his 16th fight when he fought a guy named Andres Gorgeous. Have you seen that fight?
No.
Yeah, he's got in that fight. He has dreads. Terence Crawford has like dreads, and he fights this guy named Andres Gorgeous on the Brandon Rios Richard Abreu undercard, and that knockout was one of the most vicious knockouts I've ever seen before. He made this dude face plant with a right hand.
But how much credit can we give him for beating that Ndongo guy? I mean, obviously we knew he was far better, but does that win really mean anything apart from the 2 belts he added?
I mean, Ndongo was coming off of wins against what's his name?
Troinovsky and Burns.
Troinovsky and Ricky Burns.
He didn't look great against Burns, did he? He didn't look that great at all.
He won though. He won pretty clearly to me.
Surely he should have knocked Burns out, made a statement in that fight.
Yeah.
But the win against Troinovsky, was that just pure luck? Because I'm starting to wonder that might have been a bit pure luck.
What, the Ndongo thing?
Yeah, against Troinovsky, yeah. He caught Troinovsky cold or whatever, It just seemed a bit weird to me. I mean, Troinovsky wasn't a strong champion, but neither was Ricky Burns.
Troinovsky won the belt by beating he won the belt vacantly by beating freaking
Argentinian guy.
Yeah, Rene Cuenca, the guy who was like 43-0, whatever it was. I used to joke around and say he was TV.
The joke, yeah.
See, Crawford. Keen Mitch says Crawford gets credit.
Me.
See, he stops this guy. He stops these guys late, but he usually stops his opponent. He does. He's one of the most consistent finishers in boxing.
I'll tell you what Crawford would be better at doing. His mic skills are terrible, aren't they? He's not a good talker, is he, Crawford? At all.
He's not really about that. He's not really with that talking. He's about that action.
But I mean, if he wants to be box office like a Mayweather, surely he might want to put himself out there a bit more. He's got the talent to be a massive star.
I don't think he wants to be box office like Mayweather. To be honest with you, I think all he wants to do is just fight. He doesn't.
I mean, he's meant to. Yeah.
Like I've watched interviews and he said it himself. Like I don't really care about being a star. I just want to fight the best people and prove to everybody that I'm the best and beat their asses. That's what he said.
But what's the best? What's the point of being the best if you don't get financially secure? And you know what I mean? You can't. Isn't it about boxing's a business, isn't it? It's about securing your family and your legacy. It's important to make money as well.
But maybe he's of the mindset that if he's out there proving that he's the best fighter, then the money's gonna come anyway, which it has. Terence Crawford, he's made some good money in his career.
Oh, he's made great money. But what I'm saying is Mayweather selected his opponents a lot more than what Crawford does.
Yeah.
Crawford said he doesn't have that much input to who he fights, does he?
Not really. They offer him a couple of names and he has to pick.
I mean, look, he's a great fighter. I just want him to, I don't want him to burn up his career fighting people like Ndongo. And, he needs to get in there and fight a Garcia or a Porter, not a Porter, a Garcia or a Spencer as soon as he can, unify those belts.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Everybody in the comments is still talking about wrestling.
Deary me,
See what we started?
I can tell everybody about Dino Bravo, Dark Side of the Ring. Watch that. He was a Canadian guy who was married into an Italian mafia family.
Yeah.
And he ended up smelling, when he got fired by the WWF, he ended up smuggling cigarettes, right? So what he would do is he'd smuggle all the cigarettes in through the Indian reservations in Canada. So basically, some other guy came and said, right, I can throw a bit of cocaine in this that you can transport. So he crossed the guys. They shot him in the head 10 times with a remote in his hand, apparently.
Yeah.
You know, it was pretty brutal.
There
was the other one who,
do you remember William Regal?
I do, yeah. Great guy.
I remember when I saw William Regal on television, he was probably the second British person I had ever seen in my life besides Austin Powers.
Oh dear. Do you remember when Chris Jericho pissed in his tea?
Yeah.
Do you remember? He pissed in his tea. And that was crazy. That's what, oh Jesus, that's 20 years ago. Jesus.
Yeah. One of my favorite moments in wrestling was when when Booker T was in the grocery store and Stone Cold Steve Austin got in the and then he found Booker T and he threw him into the area with all the vegetables and fruits and into the produce.
That was funny.
It started pointing.
I do think Booker got a raw end of the deal when he joined the WWF though. They didn't book him right at all.
No,
he could have been as big as Rock. They buried him.
Yeah, his mic skills and all that stuff was impeccable. And plus, he was the five-time WCW champion.
But in WCW, they booked him so you could take him seriously. But when he got to WWF, he was like a cartoon character. And remember when he became King Booker?
Oh my God!
And then he beat Rey Mysterio for the world title.
They made him British.
They took the piss out of him, didn't they? Made him look like Sting said it best. The WWF wouldn't know what to do with Booker T.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Such a talent, such a talent. Pretty much.
Oh God, yeah. So what WWE did then? Anybody that was WCW, they'd just fucking bury them. Basically, they did it with DDP,
Goldberg, Scott Steiner, all of them.
No, Goldberg. They actually did protect Goldberg, but they made him the champion recently. I don't know if you knew that he recently was the Universal Champion.
Wait, he's wrestling right now?
Yeah, he's still wrestling. Yeah, he comes back and does appearance. He's won 2 world titles in the last 4 years.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
You don't follow it. I don't expect you to. You know?
Yeah, I'm talking about when he came to the WWE in like 2004, whatever it was.
Oh yeah. He did get buried a little bit then, you know.
Yeah,
Triple H had a match of it at SummerSlam, hit him with the sledgehammer, you know, the old trusty sledgehammer.
He fought Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20. Remember that really well.
I do. They were both leaving, weren't they? At the end after that match, they both left.
Yeah, I used to watch wrestling hard as a kid. That was mine.
I used to have all the VHS tapes.
Every wrestling video game that came out on PlayStation 2. I had it, all of them.
Do you remember just Here Comes the Pain? That was a good game, wasn't it? Here Comes the Pain.
That was my favorite one. They used to have this one. They used to have the what was it? The brawl. I think it was called
the Elimination Chamber.
No, not the Elimination Chamber. There was one that was like a brawl of some sorts, like where like you'd be backstage and there was like a motorcycle
hardcore match.
Yeah, it was like a hardcore match. You could be in the hardcore match, get on the motorcycle, you could snatch somebody by the neck and throw them. That was my favorite part of the game.
Yeah. I used to have the PlayStation and that lot. Wasn't the old PlayStation 2. I used to love playing the wrestling games. Even the boxing games. I used to love my boxing games. Let's talk boxing games. That's boxing related.
Oh, boxing.
So,
I had
boxing games.
Fight. I mean, obviously, Fight Night. Oh wow, Thunderdome saw Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan in person. That's legendary.
Was that in 90? Was that a WCW event? Can you ask him, or a WWF event?
Thunderdome was a WCW, WWF. And shout out to my man Rafael Calvo, Rex Righteous. What's up, champ? But yeah, I mean, boxing games. I had the first couple of fight nights on PlayStation. I had obviously the ones that came later on Xbox, but that's about it. I didn't have like I know there was Knockout Kings for EA Sports. I didn't have that game, and there was like Ready to Rumble Boxing. I didn't have that one either.
On the Dream, I had that. I'll tell you what I did have: Evander Holyfield's boxing from 1990.
Oh, that one. Did you have Ready to Go Boxing?
No, never. I don't think it got released in, but we had Buster Douglas boxing.
Oh God,
that was dreadful because Buster Douglas obviously he wasn't supposed to win that. He was meant to be at SummerSlam. But anyway, back to the boxing.
He got a video game. That's pretty cool.
It was pretty awful though. I think it was only came out in America as well as England. I can't really remember. But then we had Legends boxing. We had You had Julio Cesar Chavez boxing for the Super Nintendo back in the day. You had even had a Mike Tyson boxing game, right? That was just Mike Tyson.
Punch Out.
Not the NES game, but for the original Xbox. And it had Audley Harrison on it as the first opponent.
I don't know that. I don't know that game. What game was that?
Just Mike Tyson's boxing for the original Xbox back in like 2000. Then we had Knockout Kings 2000.
I know
you
that.
won't remember that.
No, I do know that game. I remember I used to see it all the time at the store. I never got it though.
It was a good game. I mean, I bought it and that it had all like Marciano on it, Frank Bruno on it. Frank Bruno had a glass jaw on it though on the game.
Yeah, like I know about a lot of these games because I've seen them, but I just never had them. Like I know. We got this is G Boogie. We got somebody else here, Nathan. G Boogie.
Brilliant. Let's talk boxing.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. This Andy Macho Man Savage. Yeah.
Say your prayers, vitamins, brother.
Let me tell you something, Hulkster. I'm going to take you down, me and Miss Elizabeth. Ooh, yeah, brother.
You know something, brother? I'm Hulk Hogan, the 24-inch pythons, Ultimate Warrior. Do you want to live forever? You warrior.
What you gonna do when the 24-inch is for you, brother? Ooh, yeah.
This is Dusty Rhodes, brother.
I wish my dad was awake right now. He has the best Hulk Hogan impression of all time.
Yeah, it's just back memories, man. I remember those days, dude. I remember the first.
I think I'm gonna do an old school wrestling a live stream this week.
Dude, I remember Bobby Backlund. I remember Mil Macara. Fucking when
Mil Mascaras.
I saw fucking what's his name? The announcer. Y'all said it earlier. Gorilla Monsoon.
Yeah. He was a legend, fucking legend.
Yeah, and then Andre the Giant with Hulk Hogan on the dude. Even Hulk or Terry Hogan said, man, Andre could have smashed any one of us if he wanted to.
Yeah, he had giantism, and so he died at like 43.
Yeah.
You know, everything.
That's to French. Andre.
Oh yeah, he was a legend, isn't he?
Yeah, man.
Do you remember the Mountie? The Mountie. I am the Mountie.
Yeah. Earthquake. The Mountain.
Yeah.
What's that? Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, I can name all the old guys, man.
You're going like way beyond. You're going way beyond.
Dude,
the ultimate, the ravishing recruit.
Yeah, ravishing.
I heard I have a story about him. He beat the crap out of the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, he beat the crap out of him backstage apparently, because the Warrior was really weird. He started saying the stars are aligned and all this stuff. And Rick Rude was actually a tough guy. In real life, he beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. Shit, fucking who remember Mr. Wonderful?
I do, yeah. Orndorff, Paul Orndorff, yeah.
Yeah, dude. That dude was a monster.
I've heard stories of him beating the shit out of Big Van Vader. Do you remember Vader?
Yeah, I remember Vader.
He slapped the shit out of him. Seriously, he beat the shit out of him. Vader wasn't that tough.
Yeah. I heard Vader used to be a collegiate wrestler before.
Yeah, he was wearing his spin there.
Yeah.
Man, who else was there?
Yeah, man. It was sad to see Benoit do that to himself and his family. You know.
It's the saddest day of my life. One of them.
Yeah, man. That was crazy, man. But I think you know what took him over the top on that is because Eddie Guerrero passed away and he was there to witness it when it happened.
Yeah. Well, it was a lot of things too. I think it was Eddie Guerrero passing away, but then it was also, because correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he win like the heavyweight title at WrestleMania that year or a couple years before that?
A couple of years before.
He had like a bigger role. He had like a bigger role in he had a bigger presence within WWE. Like that's a lot more pressure to deal with.
Yeah, the pressure plus, you know, his best friend passing away and stuff.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It was crazy. Allegedly, they had, you know, wrestlers take steroids. Allegedly, so you know, he also influential on their.
They're
training.
definitely on roids. Them guys are too damn. Their bodies are too abnormal.
Problem was that Benoit's body was only designed to be like 220 pounds, not 250 pounds of muscle.
Yeah. Shoot, look what's that one wrestler? Forgot his name. Damn it! That he, as soon as he got out of wrestling, I mean, all his he has limited mobility because of all the allegedly steroids that he used to take.
Trying to think. God.
He had the long hair.
Lex Luger.
Yes, Lex Luger. Yes.
Right, the last time I saw him, he in his prime he weighed about 275 pounds of pure muscle. Next time he's like 10 stone, or about 190 pounds, and he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah,
and he's so frail. It's shocking to see him look like that. You know, he looks like he's dead.
Yeah, I think he had like I forgot what the illness is called, but one of his hands it like almost looked like a patient with polio that have limited mobility on that arm, and or almost like you could say a heart attack victim that had a massive heart attack and one side is like numb, but it shrunk. The muscles shrunk.
I read his book, and it said that the only thing stopping him from being paralyzed was the fact that his muscle mass was keeping his body up. You know, it kept his body together.
Wow, that's crazy.
That saved him. So he had a stroke.
Hello?
I think he cut out.
I cut out or he cut out?
I think he cut out. Or because his mic is on, so I don't know.
Maybe it's that British internet. Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back. Right here. He is.
Yeah.
Nathan. What's up, Nathan?
Oh no, why have I got two? There's two things with me on the thing.
Yeah,
Jesus.
You're pulling a Raekwon Bell right now. You got two things open at the same time.
Oh Jesus Christ! Can you? Oh no! Oh dear. What I'll do is I'll cancel both of them, and then I'll come back on in a second.
All right. Because that's what he does. He comes in here and then like he'll go on mute and then I'll open up another tab. He does it all the time.
That's crazy.
Yeah. How's your night so far, G Boogie? How's everything going?
Blessed. I was about to go to sleep and I said, "Damn, he's still on shit. Let me get back up on there and start reading."
Honestly, man, like when it comes to quarantine and all this BS, like these lives are almost like always 7 or 8 hours long.
Bloody thing.
Oh, good.
Here he is. He's back.
Oh yeah, I'm Tom Walls again. Bloody
Tom Walls. Who is Tom? By the way? Who the hell is Tom Walls?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just made it up.
Okay.
Who else was it? Jesus. I used to like Roddy Piper.
Oh yeah.
I like what Keen said here because I mentioned Edge in the comments. He says, "You remember when Edge used to come out with his little brother Christian?"
Yeah.
I remember that.
Edge, that dude was
Do
crazy.
you remember when Edge had he first broke out and he started winning the Intercontinental belts and he on his way up to the world title?
Yeah, you think you know me?
That was it. Yeah.
No, I mentioned in the comments how I went to the 2006 Royal Rumble with my dad. My dad took me, and I saw John Cena give Edge the FU in person. That was priceless. That was great.
Hey, I don't know if y'all probably know. Y'all probably do.
Who else was it? Yeah. That era when John Cena was champion, I wish we could have that era back, to be honest. I liked it. It's better than the shit we see today.
What's funny is like when John Cena was champion, they were saying that he's trashed and they had the old era back. So now it's like funny how time progresses. Now you wish you had John Cena back.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's crazy, isn't it?
Did y'all know Roddy Piper was trained by Gene LaBelle?
It is what it is.
I didn't see much. I didn't get to see much of Roddy Piper.
No, I'm saying Roddy Piper.
He was great.
He used to be trained by Gene LaBelle. Gene LaBelle also trained Ronda Rousey, and they all knew each other.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No, I never knew that.
Yeah, because you know who Gene LaBelle, right?
Gene LaBelle?
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't.
Okay, Gene LaBelle is a stuntman. He used to be a stuntman. He was also like 9. I'm hearing background.
Who else was the god? Trying to think who else it was.
I think that's Nathan. Is that you with the background noise?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut my mic off for a minute.
Okay, go ahead. Yo, Keen Mitch is just naming all the wrestlers. He named D'Lo Brown. He said Ken Shamrock, the Dudley Brothers. He said Nation of Domination.
Look, I could tell you a story about Ken Shamrock. I met the motherfucker.
Uh-oh. The way you said that.
Okay. I was in San Diego that time. It was back in I think it was 94. I'm not mistaken. 94. This is when Tanaka or Takara sent somebody to challenge Hickson Gracie over there. And a lot of people don't know Hickson Gracie was the dog of the Gracie. Every Gracie will tell you the number one Gracie is Hickson.
Okay.
Everybody calls him Hickson. You know, they pronounce the R as Hick in Japan. In America, we'll say Rickson, but in Brazilian they call him Hickson because like Royce, everybody called him Royce when it's actually Royce. You know, so okay. So check this out.
Okay.
I went to the Lions Den just to check, see how it is, how the format was, because I was training under Danny Nasanto, and Dan sent me to Rickson and the Machado brothers, right? So, while I went over there just to see what he's about, man, I went in there, motherfucker. I said, "Hey, how you doing, man?" Blah blah blah. He looked at me, he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" Right? I was like, "Damn, you got that fucking type of attitude with people coming into your shit?"
Yeah.
Dude, I said, "Man, you ain't shit, bro." I told him just like that in his fucking face. He was weighing 210 pounds at that time. Solid muscle, the way he used to look, all steroid up. I didn't like the motherfucker.
Yeah, I could hear it in your voice.
and that's why I was like, when UFC came out and they sent Hoist to go in there and fuck his ass up, and took, because Horion set up the whole tournament. Horion is the eldest of Elio Gracie's sons.
Okay.
I believe they have 7 of them. I don't recollect because I'm not too immersed into it anymore. You know what I'm saying? But I trained with Hickson. I also trained with Jean-Jacques Machado, which I also trained with Hickson Gracie's #1 trainer, which is Pedro Sauer out of Utah.
Okay.
And I started with Frank Cucci. Frank Cucci taught me first. Then I moved on and started training with Eric Paulson was one of my classmates. Eric Paulson, shit. You got Turner. Scott Turner, he was the Pan American champion for 2 years, and he also won he won on an Extreme Fighting Challenge one time. And yeah, it's hard for me to remember all these cats, man.
Thunderdome said there's endless stories of Ken Shamrock being a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, dude. He portrays himself, you know, hey guys, it's Ken Shamrock, you know, because he's older now. And you know, the more older you get, the more mature you get, and the more respectful and mindful, because your time on this earth is more is about to come to end. You know what I'm saying? Your time here on earth is short.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I met that dude, man, he had the personification of a pure asshole. I never liked the dude. Ever since that moment, I never liked the motherfucker.
Yeah.
But he might have changed. I'm just saying. I'm just saying from my experience when I met him. You know, at that time frame, it was. You know, you're establishing a business and all this stuff, and then you're gonna speak to somebody that came out like that. Now I understand if somebody came in your shit, trying to belittle you and shit. No, I came in there with the utmost respect, and I just wanted to see. And when he in his way of presenting himself as a businessman, as a whatever, you know, it was appalling to me. And then I had to let him know. And if you were such a big bad man, why the fuck you ain't do something? Oh, that's right. Oh, you think you scared? Nah, I'll sign the motherfucking paper. I'll roll with your ass. Trust me. You're gonna be surprised.
Ala Pal said, "Damn, you're still on." Yeah, man. We are the freaking coronavirus. There's nothing. What am I in a rush to get to tomorrow? Like I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna make YouTube videos when I wake up. Like it's the same. That's the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing every single day.
I'm gonna wait and go on the computer and then do a little work shit and then go back and doing nothing.
That's right. And I'm gonna. I mean, I'll probably go for a run and work out a little bit. But that's really about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe call my mom, or my grandmother.
I'm gonna probably hit the beach or something. Yeah, fuck that.
Wait. Oh yeah, because you're in where you at? You're in Jacksonville or Clearwater?
Yeah, I'm near Pensacola.
See, you guys have the beaches open out there. It's not here in Miami, not here in South Florida.
Yeah, I heard. Plus, y'all got storms coming over there. Y'all should be getting rain. It's coming out.
We got rain today. It was dark and depressing outside all day today.
Yeah, it's coming out of the Gulf and Cuba.
Brendan, what computer do you use for editing your YouTube videos?
What computer do I use? The computer that I'm using right now. I have a HP computer.
You don't use a Mac? Oh, you're not possible like me.
I don't have a Mac. No, I probably should get a Mac, but I don't have a Mac.
Well, it's
you need to get one, man. They're good.
Depending on the program you can use for editing, it depends. You know,
So are we talking boxing or wrestling, or what, or just the world?
We're talking about computer right now. What you?
We're talking about electronics.
Because that's So let's talk the computer fight between Muhammad Ali and Rocky Marciano.
The computer fight?
Beat him.
Yeah.
Is that the one that did Marciano win the computer fight?
I believe so, yeah. That's correct.
Do you think it's BS?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it was.
of course it is. I mean, it was filmed. He lost three stone in weight for that fight and wore a toupee on his head.
I don't think Ali versus Marciano was as lopsided as everybody says, to be honest with you.
No, I don't think it would have been. I think it would have been close. I mean, Marciano was just a naturally tough guy, you know, hit like a train.
Dude, from what I hear from Rocky Marciano, and I saw some of his literature, Rocky Marciano was a monster at 180, 185, sure, but that motherfucker hit you like his power generated from his legs, man, because he has some tree trunk legs, almost like Pacquiao.
Yeah.
In reality, I will think that Muhammad Ali will beat him because he will.
Is M6 still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Or not?
Yeah. Hello.
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 Yeah. I said I think that Muhammad Ali will beat Marciano. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, where's M6 gone?
I'm right here.
Is he still there or gone or what?
He is here.
Can't hear him. Okay. That's the problem with AirPods. They're cut off sometimes.
Yeah.
I've never used them. Are they good?
Yeah. They're about $150 or something. The ones
Yeah, I probably won't be using them anytime soon at those prices.
You need to get some. Apple is the future.
It's the future?
That's what Steve Jobs said.
You sound like Steve.
Well, I've got everything. I've got the iPad. I've got everything.
This ain't the Steve Jobs movie. Was it Ashton Kutcher played Steve Jobs in that movie too?
Yeah, that's hilarious. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
I look at it like this. If Muhammad Ali fought Rocky Marciano, both crime for crime, it will be an interesting fight, but Muhammad Ali will not allow Rocky Marciano to get into his
Right,
wheel.
guys, I'm going to switch to my iPad because the iPhone's run out of gas. So.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, Rocky Marciano, the only way he can get to Muhammad Ali if he comes in from mid-range to close up. And then that's when Muhammad Ali will have problems with him. You know what I'm saying?
God forbid that he close that range though. Otherwise, Ali would be in trouble.
Yeah, man. That's like, it will be like George Foreman, but not like fucking what do you call it? The Rumble in the Jungle.
It's gonna be freaking Rumble on cement. So that's what it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Rumble on cement.
Shit. Because, man, I saw this one exercise program that Rocky Marciano illustrated. I forgot where I saw it at. I apologize for that. But he used to take almost like a 60-pound rock, put it over his head, hold it over his head, jump into a ditch that's 4 foot deep,
and jump. Marciano?
Yeah.
Okay. He jumped into a 4 foot ditch?
Yeah. Into a 4 foot ditch that, like it's about I'll say let's just say 4 foot, maybe 4 to 3 feet wide, 4 foot deep, and he'll carry the rock and jump in and out of that motherfucker 100 times. That motherfucker, bro, he generated power from his legs, bro. And when he pivot into his punch, he pivot. I mean, to like murderous intent.
He's getting everything behind it.
Yeah.
Every last ounce of strength and fiber of his being is being put behind them punches.
It's almost like the punch when Mike Tyson did to Francois Botha. He went, oof.
I was watching Mike Tyson versus Buster Mathis the other day.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. That uppercut he hit him with, that was ridiculous.
Oh man, dude. It was he sidestepped to the left,
Yep.
hit a body shot and an uppercut.
Yeah, the uppercut right with his right hand. But what was funny though is Buster Mathis, like the referee started counting extremely fast. So it was a quick count, and he beat the. If he counted normal, he would have beat the count. But the referee counted so damn fast.
Yeah.
He's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Totally. If you go back and watch it, I don't remember, but if you go back and watch the count, it was Frank Cappuccino won.
He hit him with that combo, that sidestep, body uppercut. You saw him just like almost put his hand, Mathis just put his hand and then just almost cradled into a fall. Boom, he falls. It was like it's like imitating somebody about to go take a shit.
Yeah, but when he got dropped, he got up pretty quickly. But the referee counted so damn fast.
Yeah.
Frank Cappuccino must have had a hot date that night or something like that.
I don't know. Somebody said, "Yo, make it. We need it by this time." Okay.
He said, "Make it snappy," because Mike was on the comeback trail, so they were trying to prop Mike up.
Yo, dude, that shit when Tyson fought, I don't care what anybody said. I think it was a long count when he fought Buster Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
When he knocked, when Tyson, me and my brother was watching this shit. We was like, "Oh shit!" I had money on Buster. No, I'm serious because of the fucking odds. I was like, "Oh my god, this is incredible!" Fuck that. I'm dropping some on there, and I'm dropping on Mike because you ain't really gonna win nothing with Mike. So drop some on Buster too. But when I saw him uppercut him, gave him that uppercut, bah, and Buster fell, I was like, I was counting that shit. I was like, 1, 2. I counted motherfucking 11. I was like, yo, that's some bullshit. Me and my brother was punching each other like, yo, that's some bullshit. He got up and fucking he fucking came in the 10th round and came back and just what? Yo. But I saw that documentary he had with I forgot what's the guy's thing. I put it on Discord. And he was talking to Buster Douglas and telling him how did he feel, and Buster was very emotional, man. He looks like a good dude, in person, like the way he was articulate and the way when the guy was the interviewer was asking him questions and he was coming back with firing back and letting them know, and he was real honest about everything, man. Real honest. He got much respect though. But yeah, fuck all the old fighters, man. These young fighters nowadays, well, I can't consider them young because most of them are in their 30s. And they're almost out the door. They need to step up for real, man. I know it's a money thing. I know it's cash grab, and I know everybody blames boxing and the public could do better. And no, it's it's up to the fucking fighters. If the fighters want to get it done, they'll get it done.
Yeah, the thing is though, like especially when you look at the younger generation of fighters, like your Devin Haney's, your Ryan Garcia's, it's almost like they're a lot more entitled. Like these guys getting 7-figure checks and they haven't beat anybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you're getting 7-figure checks and you haven't beat anybody, then like what the hell is it going to take to get you to fight good people?
Yeah, back in the days, man, Yo, the fighters, Leonard, Hagler, all of them used to make commerce, bro. They made commerce, and they say, yo, okay, if I beat this motherfucker, I'm gonna knock him out. I'm gonna devastate him or do whatever I do, and I'll move on to the next one to make the big money. These guys don't challenge themselves now. And that's why I give mad respect, no matter what people say about Pacquiao. Look, he's fucking 40, almost 43.
He's not even a full-time boxer anymore.
Yeah. And he's coming out here, yo, I'll fight you. He never turned. If he turned down a fight, I never seen it. You know, I don't see the contracts or anything, but yo, this motherfucker for everybody. Everybody.
Everyone, I agree.
Everybody. And you know, a lot of people say, oh, Mayweather, you know, look, we all know Mayweather is a defensive genius. We all know, but we also know that Mayweather ducked a lot of fights. He ducked a lot of fights. And
is there one that sticks out in your mind more than others?
yeah, why he didn't fight? Oh, let's see. He didn't fight Casamayor. He didn't fight Asalito Popo Freita. He didn't fight Costa Zoo. He didn't fight
Spadafora?
Yeah, Spadafora. Definitely after that ass whooping that Spadafora did to him in that fucking sparring session when Roger said he needed that shit. He needed that ass whooping. You know, he didn't fight champions at his present time to challenge himself. You know what I'm saying? He always had the A-side advantage, which I understand. He's a brilliant promoter for himself, and ever since he left Bob Arum and started doing that, and then got involved with Al Heyman, because he's the one that made Al Heyman what the fuck Al Heyman is. Al Heyman is the business guy getting the fucking money from the fund money to upfront it, but they needed Mayweather to be that entity.
Yeah.
Thunderdome can back me on this, right? Thunder. I can't see your comments, but trust me. Thunder, no.
Floyd ducking fighters?
Oh, dude. Bro. Thunderdome broke down. I think it was a video he did.
I've seen the videos. I've seen his videos. Listen, Thunderdome is probably my favorite YouTube channel ever, so I know all those videos.
Yeah. He broke it down so eloquently. It's not one-sided thing. It's just that he showed why. You know, and at the present time when I was watching Floyd from Pretty Boy Floyd was a nasty motherfucker, man. You ain't want to fuck with that motherfucker. But then when he became Floyd Money Mayweather, it was a different story. He started ducking people because I think he was blaming Bob Arum that he was advancing him too much, like how Lomachenko was doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Lomachenko, he's willing to put up his skill level to beat you.
Oh Lord, that's not Thunderdome. That's not Thunderdome, is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks like it.
It's not. It's probably Nathan. Surely. Thunderdome. He says, "Yeah, it is." LOL. Thunderdome, is that you?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell? You had it on mute?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
Because I was like, because Nathan's been trolling the whole show. I'm not sure what to think anymore.
I figured I'm typing too many comments. I might as well just drop in if I do want to say something.
Yeah, this is Nathan. Nathan's Sanjay Patel now.
Oh jeez.
Hello, this is Sanjay Patel.
Oh Lord.
How are you doing, my friend?
No,
I'm right now. from 11.
Sanjay Patel, why you insult me?
You sound like half of Birmingham, Nathan.
I am here to talk about Amir Khan
Oh no.
and his steel chin.
What do you think about his chin? Okay. Anyway,
He was glass.
what were you saying, Thunderdome, earlier?
Oh, nothing specifically. Man, Amir Khan though, and his chin, you know, he had a tremendous amateur style. But just he can't take a punch, man. Never could.
Well, if that is your opinion, I do not agree with you.
Oh man.
All Muslims are the best.
Allah Akbar.
Oh no.
M6, you can suck my Pakistani dick.
Oh.
Amir Khan is number one.
Raphael, this is we're on StreamYard. We're on StreamYard. If you want to join, Rex, links right here.
Man, I really would though. I don't care. I really would like to have seen Mayweather versus Khan when that fight was being talked about. That would have been interesting to see how Floyd would have been able to deal with that style.
Yeah, with the speed and whatnot.
Yeah, the speed, the reach, the straight down the middle punches. That would have been very interesting. He probably would have threw up the high guard and just walked them down. But you never know, man.
It probably would have been similar to
that's
the
your
fight.
opinion, Thunderdome. How dare you insult me?
I don't know why Khan won't fight Brooke. That I don't know. It's such a huge money fight. And he told Brooke, if you win a belt, I'll fight you. He did that. And he's like, or beat someone in the top 10, I'll fight you. He did that. Get a belt, he did that, and then still wouldn't fight him. I don't get it. He must hate Brooke and not want to give him a payday or something.
That's literally what it has to be. Either that or he's
You know what? You do not know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't think it's fear because the guy got in the ring with Canelo.
Yeah.
I'm telling
you. You better listen to me.
Khan is foolish. He has a glass jaw.
And you have a big mouth. You're American. In my country, Pakistan, we do not.
I am not American. I am Pakistani.
No, I am Pakistani.
We turn the live into the Quickie Mart.
I know.
Gandhi is a beautiful people.
I wish I could do the Indian accent. I can't do the Indian accent.
Now. I will not tolerate this shit. Goodbye, you asshole.
Goodbye, Sanjay. That was Sanjay Patel, everyone.
Go take up and clean your hotel.
Yeah, Slim Shady, huge Amir Khan fan.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's like, I'm part of the Khan army. We ride with Amir Khan. I remember. Yeah, he's still a huge Khan fan too. So all respect to him because Khan's like I used to be a big Khan fan, but Khan's like you can't defend Khan at this point anymore. You can't.
Yeah, Khan was an interesting character. I like him, in a way. I'm not sure if he's a good person or not. But he's interesting. There's something about him.
Yeah. I like Amir Khan, and his problem was that he never listened. He has a good combination. His straight punch combinations, and he knew how to move. But his problem is that he always. When he threw his combination, it was like he's falling forward. Never took Freddie Roach's advice.
Yeah. That's a rookie mistake too.
And then he got with Virgil Hunter. Virgil. And it was a wrap from there.
Yeah, this is Virgil Hunter, the silent whisperer. Look, Khan, you gotta do what I tell you, okay?
The best thing
he is so creepy.
What he said, I like when Virgil gets hype and he yells at his fighters. He says, "You got a family." Gotta be a shark in the ocean. Be a shark, man.
There's something about Virgil that rubs me the wrong way.
I met him once.
Yeah.
I met him
What's he like in person?
He ran the hell away from me. I tried to interview him. He ran up the escalators.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I met him at the Kovalev Ward weigh-in for that fight, and he saw me there, and I was like, Virgil, can I interview you? He was like, yeah, when I come back out, because I didn't media pass, so he came back out. I said, Virgil, you ready to do the interview? And then he's like, oh, who are you with? And I'm like, True School Sports. And he's like, oh, well. And then he went up the escalator.
Should have said Fight Hype.
I should have said Fight Hype. Yeah, I'm Ben Thompson's cousin.
Yeah. He would have gave you 2 hours then.
He would have said, well, I like when he gets into like the just boxing technique, and he's like, well, that's one of those old school tricks, and if you touch a guy here, it's his pressure point is here under his esophagus.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's just something about the guy. Not even boxing wise, just him personally. There's something about him, man.
You've got to watch these crazy Pakistani fans, haven't you? My God, man.
Yeah, these
Pakistani. Crazy.
Raphael said he's not a big fan of Angel Garcia. I love Angel Garcia. I think he's hilarious.
Dude, he reminds me of an old Tecato up in fucking New York, bro.
Yeah. Angel Garcia
standing on the corner talking shit.
Angel Garcia reminds me of my dad, honestly. He reminds me of my dad. That's why I like him.
He's like, no nonsense, tell you in your face. It just, you like it, don't like it. Oh, well.
Yeah. Raphael said, if you would have said Fight Hype, you would have got real open.
Man, I hope someday someone can get like a Mayweather. He'd be the best one, obviously, to get to sit down for like a true, just open book interview.
Oh,
like I'd love to do it or something like that.
I'd love to do that.
I don't think Mayweather will do that.
I don't think he ever will. That's the thing. Like maybe someday. I don't know.
Maybe
doubt it.
And his megalomaniac tendencies goes away.
Yeah, exactly. Like if he hits the phase where Tyson's at now, maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, I made smart investments, and that's why I was able to make upwards of $1 billion in my career. You ever see when Floyd goes on his UK speaking tours and he gives the same interview in like 5 different cities, and people they pay to watch him and they clap and go crazy.
Like his interviews are pointless to watch. They're fucking pointless.
Yeah, it's like you reading off of a script.
Yeah. It's like his 5 cue cards, and he's been using the same ones since like 2012.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Even though I know what he's gonna say, I still enjoy his interviews somehow. I don't know how, but I love when he says I make smart investments. But he never tells you what they are.
Oh, that he should think he could beat me. I like hearing that. It lets me know he's confident.
Yeah, I miss 24/7. I miss 24/7. Floyd on 24/7. The best thing he ever said was when he was it 24/7 with Oscar De La Hoya. He's like, yeah, Oscar De La Hoya. He wants to get on this camera and say shit, bitch, fuck, but he can't because he has to maintain a fake image. But I'm real, man. Floyd Mayweather, steak and potatoes for life. He said that part always got me.
Keen has a good comment there. Angel's a trip, but he got Danny's back 100%. That's what I like. Not a control freak like other fathers. I do respect the shit out of him for that, because that's how I'd be with my son if he was fighting, man. I really would be. I'd probably be the laughing stock of boxing because I'd be all emotional and shit.
Yeah, that's true about Danny Garcia's father, Angel.
No, he's amazing.
He talks a lot of shit to protect his son, and he does all the shit talking for his son. But Danny, he leaves it up to him to do what he's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. You
Have
just focus on your job. I'll take care of the other stuff, the media stuff.
You tell
train.
Ponytail, my son gonna whoop his ass from pillar post.
Hey, ponytail.
Yo, is that a real video where Angel Garcia punches that barber? Or was that like
No, that was he was just trolling.
okay, that's what I heard. I wasn't sure though.
Yeah, but no, my favorite video of Angel Garcia is when he talks about Terrence Crawford and Danny Garcia and the amateurs. Have you seen that video, that interview?
No, I haven't.
There's an interview where he talks about when Danny Garcia fought Terrence Crawford in the blue and gold championships, like in the amateurs. And he always talks about Terrence Crawford. He's like, Terrence Crawford, he couldn't afford a haircut. He had nappy dreads.
Damn.
I can imagine him saying some shit like that.
It was amazing.
Yeah, he don't know how to bite his tongue. It's just like, let me give you a scenario of this. Angel Garcia reminds me of my father. You know how he was calling out Thurman, and then he used the N-word and shit, and people got all outraged on him. He said, "Look, I'm from the street," which is true. In the streets,
yeah.
When we grew up, I grew up around Black, Italian, Jewish, all that stuff. If we was in that inner circle, we call us each other's that. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't a term of trying to disrespect him. It was just that was my boy, and that's how we spoke, especially in New York. East New York shit.
Especially in New York.
Yeah, especially in the Northeast, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So, let me give you a scenario why I say that. My father, I have a stepbrother, but I consider him my brother because he's been there ever since I was born, and he's like 7 years older than me. My mom adopted him when he was 6 years old, and because he was a best friend of hers, and she couldn't deal with it because she had a couple of kids, and she was like, "Nah, I won't leave him with y'all." So she gave custody to my mom. And my dad, people say, "Oh, your dad is racist." And then one time my dad said, "Shut up, you dun." I said, "But Pops, why are you speaking to them like that? Isn't Michael black?" And he said, "That's different. Shut up. You don't know." Like, whatever, dude.
M6, are you black or white or what? I know it's nothing to do with anything.
Nationality wise, I'm an American. I'm also, I took that what do you call that shit? That fucking
23andMe.
Yeah, I took that shit. Yeah, that shit. I got 29% Iberian, which is Spaniard. I have 36% African descent. I also have 26% Native American.
Oh wow!
And I also have that's the 13%, which is the Irish and British.
Thunderdome's Aryan, isn't it? So
I mean, nobody said anything to Big Pun and Fat Joe.
Yeah, they Puerto Rican, Rican, but but still, those are all the ethnicities in me. So I cannot denigrate anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because through my history, family and stuff like that, I have Asian. My kids are half Asian. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
I mean, my family's completely messed up. My adopted dad's Jewish. I've got a sister who's Chinese that was adopted. I'm half white and half black myself. All my family are white and Jewish and God and Chinese and half black. Messed up. I've even got a Somalian cousin.
Sweet.
Remote.
Yeah, I got my cousin, I ain't gonna say her name, but she was married to a Jew. And the Jew guy, I don't want to say his name neither. So I'm sorry if I'm referring him as a Jew. Is not
They're all racist anyway.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like that, but whatever. His family was cool as shit. I was his ring bearer. This was back in 1970 something. And to this day we still talk. So
that would make you about 50 then, would it?
Yeah, I'm 51.
Really, you don't sound it.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Thanks, man.
Thunderdome
How do you sound 50?
I wasn't talking about his. I guess the words he uses, not necessarily like an aged voice, but yeah.
But when he talks, when M6 talks, he sounds black. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, that you got to understand. That's my New York side. Sometimes, like my family members in Puerto Rico and shit, when I went seeing them, they call me gringo. Okay, so
yeah.
And I can speak their language. I can speak. I was born and raised being able to speak Spanish, so I know how to speak Japanese. I know how to speak Spanish.
Brendan, you can't speak Spanish fluently, can you?
Who, me?
Yeah, can you?
Nah. I can understand it perfectly though, but it's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's kind of a good thing because sometimes my family be talking shit about me because they don't think I understand what I'm saying, and then I tell them in English. I respond to them in English, and they get all surprised sometimes. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, that's just like my brother Mike, my older brother.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he put it this way. He looks like Keith Sweat, right? So, I'm serious. I'm telling you, bro. He's right now 58, 59, maybe. I don't know. But dude, everybody like some Dominican guys or somebody, they think he don't know Spanish and he don't say nothing. And I'm looking at him, he's smiling, he's like, watch this. And somebody said something off the wall on him and he just come back and hit him with Spanish. They looking at him, oh man, I thought you were black. He said, yeah, I am black, but so what? My mom is motherfucking Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Yep. It's good to understand it perfectly though, because some of my family might be getting out of pocket.
Thunderdome. Before tonight's podcast, I always thought you were like the opposite of the LDBC. I don't know why, but I'd heard so much bad stuff about you.
Yeah, it's just people say that instead of actually talking to me.
Yeah.
But one of my friends, his name's Dave Champion. He does a channel called Championship of the World. He said, yeah, he sounds like one of them pro sort of such and such dude, the opposite of their LDBC.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's an unfair. I mean,
it all stems from my criticism of Mayweather back when the Pacquiao Floyd thing was going down.
Yeah, and then that was also the same time.
And it was just like an easy way to attack me over like an opinion I had.
Which is wrong, isn't it? I mean.
Yeah, it's whatever though. It don't bother me. I mean, it bothers me to a bit, but on here it's like whatever. I get it.
Okay, who gives a damn? I've been criticized and hating on everybody. So,
do you guys want to laugh? I've just seen something about Adrian Broner. It says Adrian Broner demands $10 million from Al Heyman and Showtime for his next fight.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Pretty crazy.
And he says if they don't give it to him, he's going with somebody else.
Yeah,
and gonna make him end up paying double that. It's like, what? I don't know what his plan is there. Maybe he's just saying that so they just up it like a few $100,000 or something. I don't know. Has to be a negotiation tactic, right? He can't truly think he's getting that kind of money.
What's he worth now? I mean, his value's gone down so much in the last year or so, the last 2 years.
Yeah, and there's a couple of those big fights, like the Pacquiao one and the Porter one, especially. I mean, they were kind of they're kind of stinkers on his half anyway.
As soon as he went up to 147, it went wrong for him, didn't it? As soon as he went up to 147.
Yeah. He should have. He couldn't have stayed at 35, but he just, I guess he just didn't have the discipline to stay at 140, but that's probably where he should have belonged. He probably could have been a dominant force down there.
Well, they were talking about him fighting Crawford at 140 at one point. That was supposed to be a big fight.
Yeah, I remember the little talk about that. I don't remember whatever happened, though.
Broner got fat.
Yeah,
and got
yeah.
off the division. I think G Boogie dropped out. G Boogie dropped out.
Yeah, I haven't. You know what, man? Broner's everyone. Yeah, everyone loves to have fun hating on him. But man, I actually felt so bad for that guy. Do you remember that video where he was at like the bar with that? I believe the guy was a drug dealer because Broner was talking about how he's going to go back to the streets with the guy and start selling bricks. Yeah. And he was talking about how he's like just broke and how he owed Al Heyman money at that time. And I mean, I'm sorry. I don't care how much, you're fun to hate or whatnot. There's no way that, you should. And he was probably terrible with his money. I get that. But I still feel bad for a fighter having to, literally put his health on the line and basically deteriorated for our entertainment. And then he's kind of just left out to dry.
Yeah,
I still felt bad for him. And I still kind of do because I'm imagining he's still in that position.
I mean, yeah, because he took a lot of money. He took a lot of his money off, and then he's got a wife and kids, and it's a lot of things he has to deal with.
Are you talking about Broner or someone else?
Broner, yeah.
You know what? Do you remember when his truck had bullets in it? When somebody shot his truck?
Yeah, I remember that.
You know what? I'm surprised he's not dead. I think before the age of 50, he'll be gone.
You're right about that. It's actually surprising that nothing ever bad happened to him with how loud he was.
That is true. I mean, he's still wild.
Yeah, he is. He is.
It's not like he's calmed down too much.
And look, and Gervonta Davis was mixing with this idiot. No wonder Mayweather cut him loose.
They're best friends.
What, Davis and Broner?
They train at the same gym in Florida.
He needs to get away from him. He needs to stop mixing with him.
Well, I think Gervonta's just wild on his own. Even if he's not around Broner, he's also someone who needs to settle the hell down, man.
Gervonta Davis.
Raphael, what's up, man?
Hey, Rex.
What's up, Rex?
Okay, right.
I mean, Mike Tyson will tell you firsthand that he's totally surprised that somebody didn't murder him. And I mean, that doesn't happen all the time where you can live just treating people however you want and escape unscathed. I mean, but I don't even want to think about it. But yeah, AB and Gervonta really need to settle down. There's something bad. Oh man. Could likely happen.
They're both caught up in the celebrity of being famous. They came up with being famous.
And like hood famous too.
Hood famous, yeah, because Gervonta's over there hanging out with Trina and he's in the Drake videos. And, like it's crazy.
Look, Mike Tyson's homeboy, Jesus, is his name. And this was up in Bronzeville, up near Mother Gaston and stuff. He used to hang around out there next to Pinkin. And when I met Jesus and I found out that homeboy was fucking Mike Tyson's boy, which he introduced me that one time. And I ain't gonna say why I know the guy. I know Jesus. Put it this way, he was a big time drug dealer over there too. And he was copping off some things from my peeps. and you know, that's how I knew the brother. Okay, and there was shit that Mike, when he was famous and he came down, he was untouchable from that sector because when he used to go to Simon's right off of he used to get all his sneakers and shit like that. He used to go over there with Jesus. Bro, they shut down everything. The block, everybody gave him props that he locked the whole block locked up. You know what I'm saying? And they gave, if you wasn't down with people over there, you wasn't getting into Simon. And when you come out, if you ain't no people, you getting got. If you don't understand what that means, all my New York brothers know.
You just bought someone else's wardrobe.
Yeah. Rex, you there?
He's muted right now.
Yeah.
You hear any stories from the Jesus dude?
Oh, dude, man. I wasn't really tight with him, but he used to roll with he had a fucking, I forgot what kind of Mercedes Benz back in that. This is in the 80s. He had a big body Benz. It's all white with the curtains in the back. Tinted, the back windows tinted, not the back, but it had a curtain, like a white curtain.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And he was a pretty motherfucker. Tall, 6 foot, like probably 6'2", green eyes, Puerto Rican kid, flashing jewels. My brother knew him because
Yep.
So because I could tell you, man. I even knew Grisella Blanco. I met her face to face.
Who's that?
Godmother.
Oh shit.
From your neighborhood. Originally from the city.
Yeah. She came from Colombia, came over to Miami, and then ran shit out of Cocaine Cowboys and all that bullshit. But then she moved upwards up to New York and set house up there. You know what I'm saying? So then when she got out of the game, she bounced back and she got killed in Colombia. But bro, mad fucking crazy shit I saw in New York. Shower posse when it first came from Jamaica, try to come down and take shit over. Nah, we ain't having that. You know what I'm saying? All the over there, we weren't having that. Trust me. I know people heard of the trench coat mafia when they used to come in. They were part of the shower posse. They were there like how the MS-13 is for the Emin. They were the enforcers.
Jesus, they sound like really nice people.
Very rambunctious people, yes.
Did y'all see AB's post today?
What's up, Adrian Broner? Nah. I'm gonna check it now though, since you mentioned it.
Yeah, he actually cursed out a couple of people in the Al Heyman crew and Showtime and stuff like that.
I'm checking it out
now. Are you talking about the video with him and Espinoza?
No, it was like a text. It was like a black screen and white text, and he was just going all out. He was saying he was gonna go to another promotion.
With the 10 mil.
I got it right here. It says, if I don't get 10 million in my next fight, I'm not fighting. So Showtime Boxing, Al Heyman, that's where I'm at with this boxing shit. Or I'll just go do my own thing and start over. I will be champion again.
I don't know about all that.
And then the caption says, I'm not fucking playing no games. Y'all put me up against the best in the world, and I never turned down a fight. Now it's time to come correct or leave me the fuck alone. But I will become champion again, and I promise I'm gonna go make y'all pay double the price. # about billions.
Yeah,
I don't think he's never he's taken every fight, but I don't know about making all that money again like that.
I think isn't he have a problem with Al Heyman and them that they didn't pay him money or something? That's what I was getting before? Is that any relevancy to his argument or something?
I feel like he feels at this point in his career that he's taken all these tough fights and he wants to be compensated to a higher degree. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I've done so much work for you, helped your little company grow to where it's at now or whatnot. And I kind of feel you owe me.
No, but didn't he said that they owed him money?
Oh, yeah, he has said that before, but I know he runs through his money so fast, and then he'll take out like basically a cash advance until like a $300,000 or something until his next fight. But yeah, I think it was like, I'm thinking like $1.5 million. I remember him saying he was owed. I'm not sure where I'm.
He was saying that he didn't get paid for the Pacquiao fight.
Yeah.
I think he got paid pretty good. I don't remember the number, but I remember him getting paid well.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know he got paid, but he was supposed that they didn't give him all of it or something. And I don't know where the 1.5 number is coming from, but that's in my head. I don't know if that's true or not, so don't quote me on it. But
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's again, you feel bad for these guys, but at the same time, the dude's had ample opportunity to just settle down, buckle down, train, fight, get that money, save up, invest,
and work out.
Yeah,
he doesn't work out.
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. Dude, if I was making the money that these guys are making, bro, and that's my bread and butter to go just work out and stay in shape, why not do that? Why not take like Floyd Mayweather? I say some good things about him, but then again, I do say good things about him because when he fought, and even though he ducked a couple of people, he always stood in shape. He always did what he had to do to get the money. Yeah. So why, if you have the man in your side, why you don't follow that blueprint? Mike Tyson even tell people, yo, this is what I've been through. Yo, stay the fuck away from this. Take a heed from that. I understand you come from an inner city and shit like that. Yo, I came from an inner city, bro. I changed my whole fucking life around, bro. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you got kids. That should be motivation.
Absolutely.
BT, what do you think? What do you think AB should have done?
With his money?
I mean, with the direction, because he's M6 was talking about the direction that he should have gotten from Mayweather, or something went wrong.
I think he should have just stayed his ass in the gym and out the strip club. It's that simple. That simple. Stay out the strip club. Stop going to basketball games, drinking Coca-Colas and eating popcorn, and dedicate yourself to the sport.
Just imagine if you could get, on average of $2 million to $6 million fights a year, because that's what Al was basically paying him around there, depending on the opponent and whatnot. But at least 2 7-figure paydays a year to get in the ring with guys who you can beat. It's hard for me to even understand, kind of screwing that up.
Yeah, and then he's having kids every year too. So I'm not knocking anybody that has kids, but if you're not in that
and who are you having these kids with? Are these women gonna just try and fleece you?
Yeah, because I don't want to sound fucked up, I
think all of his kids are from the same woman, though. I think all of his kids are from the same. That one chick.
Really?
I think so. But I don't know. I haven't heard otherwise.
Yeah, I don't even know anything about his family life, but
I know he has like 6 or 8 kids, bro.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I probably am wrong.
Even if they are with the same woman, I just hope she's, a good woman, I guess. It don't matter because that one woman can still fleece you.
Exactly. All it takes is one situation, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel the way I used to feel. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's it. This new guy shows me more attention. Peace.
Yeah. This new
I
guy.
think Mayweather kind of set up AB though with the whole Maidana thing, because there was no way that he was gonna beat Maidana, man. He showed his heart though. AB definitely showed his heart in that fight, but man, there was no way he was gonna beat him. I don't think so. He wasn't prepared for that fight.
Yeah.
Like, so
I look at it like this, from my perspective, you know, being an inner city kid coming out of the thing. All right, people may think that you don't have the proper knowledge and the attentional fortitude to succeed. When you do stupid shit, you the one that's proven them right. Okay, a hustler that used to sell, let's say, organized crime. Their goal is to make that illegal money to make the legal money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Switch. Yeah. Change.
Yeah. So here you coming from nothing. You said you busted your ass through the whole thing. Okay. So what is it being conducive to you if you know you have a certain time frame to do your work, get out, cash out, and retire, and you good? Okay, you think is that conducive going to spending all this 100,000 on strippers and shit just to what? To look flamboyant and to show everybody, oh look, I'm still hood. No, that to me as a man, as an elder man,
Yeah.
looks you foolish. You know, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful to him. I'm just saying from my perspective.
You know what he says though? He says, you know, I ain't never had money when I was growing up as a kid, so I'm gonna spend it like I never had it before.
Well,
but he's had money for so long now. It's like you can't really say that no more.
Look, I grew up from a family that had, and then that shit went away, and I was hustling in the streets at age 14, bro. I was in the grind, didn't know where my food was coming from, couldn't go to nobody, and then the person that cared for me died. Now who the fuck I had? So I had myself, and I had to get myself out that shit. So that's an excuse.
Yeah.
Thunderdome, what do you think about AB's amateur career? I hear that back in the days, he used to fight a more conventional style. He didn't fight with the shoulder roll and all that. He used to actually fight like, you know, kind of like Sean Porter or something like that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've never seen an amateur fight of his, to be honest. And if the little stuff I have seen was just like clips of it. So I don't know much about that, but his style per se. But you know, he definitely modeled himself after Floyd, and he didn't really know how to work that shoulder roll either. You know, that took years upon years of training and practice.
From what I understand, he has like around 100 fights or 100 amateur fights or more.
Yes, yeah, I just don't know. I mean, he has ability. There's no question there. We know that. Who was it here? Scott Browns was in the comments, you know, pay Broner an amount per punch, and maybe he'll actually throw the hands and not just try to not get KO'd, which is somehow that's the route he now goes. I mean, if it's a tough fight, he just kind of shells up basically and tries to survive. You know, clinches a lot, moves a lot, you know, pitter pat just to keep you occupied and then run away type thing. I don't know what happened there, or if he's maybe worried if he does, you know, expend too much energy that he's going to gas and then he's going to get knocked out. So that's really what he's worried about. I mean, it's a wild case. He's a, you know, especially with the amount of, because he's not so talented to where he should have this many opportunities or should have gotten that many opportunities, but he got them regardless. And
he got them because he's freaking a lunatic, and people are interested to see what happens to him whenever he has a fight.
Yeah, but
you're
BT,
probably right.
don't you think that like by now he should be like the aging veteran like that's fighting like Devin Haney and those guys? Like he should be, I don't know, maybe he should be even demanding a Lomachenko fight, not going up and up and up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all he's been doing is going to the big guys. Like, yo, you need to relax, bro. You don't got that kind of power.
I think his ass should be on the undercards of PBC cards. I don't even think he should be headlining. He shouldn't even be a headlining fighter anymore.
But the whole
He's
thing
a
is,
gatekeeper.
he's not disciplined enough to be able to go down to the 135, 140. It's just like Tank Davis. He's not disciplined, and kudos to Leo Santa Cruz for getting him to sign that contract if he wants to fight him. Come at 130. But I just look at it like this, man. I just hope all of them the best, and I wouldn't want nothing bad to happen to them, regardless of what people think of them, because honestly, nobody knows personally who they are unless they with them.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, you're right.
That's true.
Yeah, everyone got their own little, inner struggles too. We don't know theirs, but I don't know, man. You'll see these fighters every now and then, though, that they just don't have the discipline, whatever reason, whether it's they're, just too wild or just lazy, whatever. Everyone has their own little things. Like Buster Douglas, was infamous for just being lazy, didn't want to go to the gym at all. He wasn't necessarily wild though at all either. He just kind of liked to stay home. But
yeah, his whole body.
Yeah, there's the different types. I mean, and he was also a very talented fighter, very talented. I'd really like. I don't know that mindset enough because it's not really even studied. Haven't even studied it as much as actual successful fighters. But it is interesting just that these guys can kind of have like lottery tickets in their hands and just throw it on the ground.
You don't even know it.
Yeah, it's
take it for granted.
Yeah, you're always gonna have the opportunity to get back in the ring for a 7-figure payday. Like that can pass you by tomorrow, man. Like you got to strike while the iron's hot.
I think what changed Broner, and what I mean by that is the way he's now more not wanting to throw and engage with people. The last fight that he really, you brought it up, Rex Righteous.
Yeah.
When he fought Madonna, and he showed that he has the ability to do that and the mental mindset to do it. But it's like after that fight, I heard he got his jaw broke too on that fight.
He has a lot of heart, man.
Yeah,
still to this day, I still think he has a lot of heart.
Yeah, he has a lot of talent, and it's just sad that he don't take it like what Thunderdome saying. You got certain much money. Yo, live up to it. Stay in that path, and really do it. Because it's all gonna run out at the end.
Yeah, the window's only so big. It closes. These guys seem to think it's always going to be open. Like
boxing is a young man's game. They must forget about that.
He did say that he was like, what was it? Like judging boxing fans and saying that if you have a O and you lose or whatever, he's like, that's it. You're mean nothing now. But it's funny that years ago, that's what made him famous. And he was with guys that made him, you know what I mean? Like he was with Al Heyman and Mayweather.
Yeah,
like,
he's one of the guys that helped to create that mindset amongst fans.
Now he's
mad. And then now he's on the outside, like, yo, why do UFC fighters get to have 3 or 4 losses and they still get money? It's like,
and that's why these fighters gotta be very careful when they start talking all that undefeated shit.
Yep.
Because they could be the one with 4 losses before you know it.
Yep. And that they might be the best they've ever been at that point in their career too.
Mm-hmm.
But the fan, their fans who they had, once told that I'm, my worth is basically my 0, and now that I have 4 L's, them same fans are looking at him as, yo, you ain't shit.
You're gonna say,
yeah, you're like yesterday.
You got lost, please.
You're old news.
Yeah, but how many fighters have became the best versions of themselves after a loss or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, 6 even,
George Foreman, man. Look at George Foreman. He got a couple losses, and then monster career, monster record.
Yeah, yeah. It's quite common. I mean, like the saying is, you can't fix anything that ain't broke. You got to actually see the mistakes. So once they actually lose and they're like, oh, that's where I screwed up. That was my weakness. They can then strengthen it. And now next time they get back into the ring, that weakness ain't there no more. They're going to be harder to beat now. I mean, but,
That's called owning your skills.
Yep.
I want to ask Broner one day. I want to ask him, is it true that you used to fight a conventional style and not always the Philly shell? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and see what he thinks, because if he went back to that, like the conventional style where he just, maybe it would be better for him, a better turnout for him,
I got to interview Broner when boxing opens back up. I know where he trains at.
He's not gonna let you ask. He's not gonna let you ask a straight question for like a good 5 minutes, bro. He's gonna play defense all day. He's tricky. He's a tricky guy. But like, if you get cool with him, yeah, that's a really good interview. You'll get a lot of views from him.
That is true. That's why that's one of the reasons I want it.
Yeah, you'll get it.
I gotta do it for the hood, man.
Yeah.
I gotta do it for Dania Beach, man.
He would be a fun interview.
Beach House.
That's right.
Shit, I feel old as a motherfucker. Every place you name it, I'm like, damn, I lived there.
Well,
yeah, it's definitely okay to let people know you're undefeated, Keen. Definitely agree with you there. I'm just saying, if I was fighters, I wouldn't want to make that your entire worth.
Facts.
Yep.
Damn, man.
Like that O is like the equivalent of like a woman. Like you could like it and enjoy it, but don't make it the center of your worth. You can't do it.
Yeah.
I heard somebody said this, and it makes a whole lot of common sense to me. The people that protect their O, they challenged themselves. The people that lost, they challenge their abilities.
Yep. And that's when we can truly rate how good you are, because we get to see your limits. And then when you come back, did you push your limits and now learn more, or fix whatever, cost you the mistake you made, or the flaw that you had? Is it now fixed? I mean, it's part of growing as a fighter. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's necessary, but it kind of is.
Like why we call Muhammad Ali the greatest, not just because of what he did outside of the ring. We're talking about inside of the ring. He was magnificent. He lost. He had his loss. He came back from exile, lost to Frazier, came back and whooped ass to get back that Frazier fight and beat him. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And then Mike Tyson, look what Tyson did. He
lost in the Olympics.
Yeah, he did what he did. He came back. He won the undisputed championship, went to jail, came back and still won some belts, and was still fighting top fighters.
Every month.
He lost.
From every month he was fighting, man. Yo, Tyson's the man.
You know?
Yeah.
Wouldn't he fight like 5 times a year? How many times a year in the beginning?
Tyson?
Yeah, he was.
fought
It
like
sounds
7
like he did.
times first year as a pro.
What's that?
His Mike Tyson's first year as a pro, he fought like 15 or 16 times, whatever it was, something like that. His first year as a pro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they tried to get him, keep him in the ring every month. I don't remember the exact amount, but yeah.
That is savage.
I think he started his professional career. I'm not sure. Y'all can correct me. I think in '86.
I think it was 85, but yeah, somewhere 85, 86, yeah.
Yeah, because I think Tyson is.
I think you're right, actually. I think it was 86.
He's 3 years older than me. He's my brother's age.
But Mike was a young gun in the Olympics, no?
Yeah.
He was like 15, 16 in the
Yeah,
Olympics.
16, 17, something like that. Yeah. Young.
Super
he
young.
won the belt at 19.
Super young.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He was the man.
That's some pressure though, man. He really champed it out.
Bro, it's just like Wilfredo Benitez. First championship, he was 17. and we talking about when the Killers was out there from
Killers everywhere.
Yeah, he was surrounded by killers, and he came out there as a young man. You know, whatever. It just tested his attentional fortitude. You know what I'm saying? And I think Broner, he gets a bad rap because of his the way he his personification.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just like I heard somebody said about
The way he presents himself.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
His attitude, the way he go about it. You know, we all know. Yo, I came from the hood. So what, man? Yo, fuck that. I'm gonna tell you right up. If I go up, motherfuckers are gonna be hating on me. You know, moving up in the hood. So you know, yeah, I'm hood at heart, but I'm a man first.
You don't want to stay there.
Yeah, I'm a man. I want to progress.
Absolutely. Plus, like in the hood, like when you start becoming successful, they say, "Man, you changed, man. You getting soft."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's always gonna be whispers. Yep. They judge everything you do. If you buy this car or that car, or if you start this business or that business, everybody's checking you out.
That's why I say to everybody and all the young men and all the young women growing up, just be you. Don't change yourself for nobody. If you are that same loving person, but you know when a motherfucker is trying to be in your pocket and you set that motherfucker straight, set him straight.
I want to ask everybody in the chat: Does Broner deserve to be a Hall of Famer one day?
Absolutely not.
No.
I mean, by
I wanna see
today's
what they think.
standards, he'll probably get in, but
That's why I ask, because there's always that. You know.
To me, later on in first pick, second pick, no, he ain't gonna get in. But
to me, he's not a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Like never will be.
They're gonna say this guy was a box office attraction like no other.
Let's just say he retired tomorrow. Then in my book, he would never get into the Hall of Fame.
He's taking some big L's, big L's.
And the only reason that they would even put him in is for winning belts in 4 divisions or whatever, or 4 division champion. But he's not really he won belts in 4 divisions, and what were those belts really? Like, you know,
right?
Doesn't have the
and
same
how long
meaning.
did he hold those belts and whatnot?
True. Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, I know what you mean.
How about this? Is what's his name from the Cincinnati Reds? Is he in the Hall of Fame yet?
Pete Rose, no. I don't think he'll ever get in.
Wow, that's a hard one.
Truth.
Oh yeah, he's one of the best ball players ever.
He's the hit king. Damn it.
well, every year he makes a case for himself, especially with the Astros and doing what they did.
They're
Yeah,
gonna,
it's- yeah, I know.
they're gonna wait till he dies. Appointment. That's how it's gonna go.
It's ridiculous. That's ignorant as
unfortunate.
hell.
They're gonna say, "Man,
Stupid.
we were wrong. We got to put Pete in the Hall of Fame." And then,
I never thought of that, but you're probably dead on, man.
and they're gonna say, and then ESPN's gonna have all these specials saying,
"Yep, 30 for 30s and all that stuff."
Pete Rose played the game hard. He was an honorable person. Yeah, he made a mistake, but he deserves to be in the Hall. But they're not gonna tell him that when he's alive, when he can actually be appreciative of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, like Barry Bonds, he's gonna be in Hall of Fame. Yes.
And like honestly, he bet on some games. Even if he bet on his games, there is zero evidence that he did anything to make or to help his team lose a game. None of that. He might have put down money saying we're gonna win, and then went out and tried his hardest.
He never threw a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't.
So I don't even see the problem with that. Like, even fundamentally, I don't see a problem with that.
Baseball is like the hardest sport to get into the Hall of Fame and without all the controversy. So when you have controversy surrounding you like Pete Rose, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, that's what. Max Berry, he's a big baseball guy. He explained that to me.
Baseball is one of my favorite sports. I grew up playing baseball, so like I know how all that works. Like
He's in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Is he?
At least he's in one Hall of Fame.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, jeez.
I only bring it up because earlier we were.
Earlier
WWE.
the WWE stuff.
I guess it's the same for Barry Bonds. Now, Barry Bonds is an actual case you could make against him.
No, he should be in the Hall of Fame too.
Even though I think he should be too.
But he has two parts of his career that, one part he was playing clean.
Yeah.
Well, I would think so.
He was in Pittsburgh then. That's when I got to see him.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
Yeah.
He was the MVP. And then there was when I was a kid, I used to watch when he was in the Giants. I saw him play a couple times in person. And listen, Barry Bonds is the truth. He literally carried baseball on his shoulders for a couple of years as far as popularity. That within itself, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
His swing was a thing of beauty, man. Unbelievable player.
Could you imagine if the NBA kept Michael Jordan out because he was a gambler?
Or Ken Griffey. Remember when Ken Griffey was the man?
Yeah, I sure do.
He's the truth.
They couldn't take him out like that. Ken Griffey.
Griffey was squeaky clean though. He was clean.
No, but going back to Thunderdome's example, if let's say Ken Griffey was, rumored as gambling or whatever.
Yeah.
Could they actually do that to him?
You talking about Ken Griffey Jr.?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah,
let me know if I'm correct on this. The press, they have a major part in the Baseball Hall of Fame, right?
They do. The baseball private association.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of the same thing as boxing. How the Boxing Writers Association of America has Fighter of the Year.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in baseball, but they have there's I forgot what the exact percentage is, but you need I think 80% or something like that. 80% of the 80% of the writers that have votes on the Hall of Fame need to agree that you're a Hall of Famer for you to get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I guess Bonds didn't have the greatest relationship with the press either.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah.
Supposedly he was a dick or whatever it's there.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Speaking as a kid who used to wait outside a Pro Player Stadium and get autographs, I can confirm Barry Bonds was a dick.
Damn.
I haven't forgot to this day.
Scott Brown just said, "Don't you dare talk about my side piece."
Oh snap!
My side piece.
Paulie Malignaggi.
He's doing acting now. He's doing some sort of show on Showtime now. I forgot the name of it, but He's doing this show where he plays some Italian guy.
Pete
It's
Rose?
not boxing related.
No, it has nothing to do with boxing. It's he plays some Italian guy in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, which is perfect for him because that's what he is.
Yeah. Huh.
Talking about Pete Rose?
I'll have to check it. No, Malinaji. I'll have to check
Oh,
that
okay.
out.
Funny shit about Bensonhurst. That's where fucking what's those guys? Damn it. The rappers, that group, fuck.
Rappers from Bensonhurst.
They're from
Where?
Benson.
Beastie Boys?
Beastie Boys?
Yeah, Beastie Boys.
Bensonhurst?
Classic group.
Yeah, Bensonhurst is near Shipsay Bay.
Yeah, I love Bensonhurst. They have my favorite pizza place there in New York.
Yeah, and near Coley Island area.
Yeah, shout out to LMB's Pizza.
Yeah.
I love that place.
Damn, it's been a minute since I've been to New York.
Dude, I remember back in the days, bro. Buffy, Marky D, Smitty, they all used to go. This was on the top of their game back when they were the Fat Boys. They used to go to Thomas Jefferson High School. My brother went there with them.
Thomas Jefferson, Riddick Bowe went there.
Yeah, that's in East New York, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then okay, I fucking knew Twan, the guy from Salt and Pepper video. Salt and Pepper, I knew Deborah after this was later on in late 80s because I met her from Twan. Twan used to go to my PS school. He went to elementary school with me and middle school in Walt Whitman Junior High School. And then I knew fucking RZA because they used to
from the Wu-Tang. Yeah.
They used to hang out in fucking RZA used to go to Rasmus Hall High School, which that was my high school after I got out of Walt Whitman when I used to b-boy and shit back in the days. Right? So so look, bro, over there, man, I met so many fucking famous faces, and then I didn't treat them like, you know what I mean? Like a fanboy. I just walked up to what's up, you know?
Yeah.
Cool. They were cool fam, man. They were cool.
Crazy how you went to school with all those famous people because like me, like the most famous person I went to school with is this chick that's on the Young and Restless these days. This chick named Sasha that I know.
Sasha.
She's on the Young and Restless. I was watching the Young and Restless like 2 months ago just because she was on it.
Were all the schools like kind of messed up back in the days in New York, or was it like,
bro, you
had specific? I remember there was a high school called West Side. The West Side, was it? Am I getting it wrong?
The schools I remember is Grady, Rasmus Hall, Boys and Girls, Thomas Jefferson. That was in my era. You know what I mean? And then
the bad schools or the good schools?
Boys and Girl High. Y'all remember fucking Biggie's from over there. Biggie, what's his name used to be over there too? Fucking
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's. That's that's the school that Biggie went to.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's around Crown Heights around there. You pass is up more. What area was that? It was the borderline of East New York and Brooklyn, Flatbush around there. Because I was born and raised up in Flatbush. But I always used to, like, when I break dance, I used to go out to East New York. I used to go up to the Bronx. I used to chill up in
you ever been to the tunnel?
Yeah, man, the tunnel was Roxy's, bro.
Oh shit!
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yo, I knew Big Pun and fucking. I even met fucking when he was a bouncer, Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Did you used to be a bouncer for fucking Lamplight, the tunnel, Lamplight, the Bond, Remember the bond before it turned into a gay bill?
The Bond. Nah,
Yeah.
I never heard of the Bond.
No, we never heard.
Like even the Red Parrot when the Red Parrot got shot up.
The red. What the Red Parrot?
Yeah, those are clubs over there. The Red Parrot had one day, like I think it was 2 days. It happened in '88. I was the day that it happened. We went to the Red Parrot one day before. The day before, the next day happened. My cousin said, "Yo, you want to hit up to the Red Parrot?" I was like, "Nah, we got some shit going." So what happened was they killed. Somebody walked up over there and shot 25 people and killed 20 people.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a drug war. It was a drug war thing. They knew one of the dudes that was over there, and it was big news, bro. It was back in '88, bro.
G Boogie, is Vin Diesel really 5'6"?
5'6". No, Vin Diesel was like 5. I think he's like my brother's height, 5'10" and a half.
Oh, okay.
He wears like fucking like what's his name? He wear platforms. Yeah, like
did you ever
Joe
meet Big L?
Rogan?
No, Joe Rogan is like 5'10", I believe.
No.
5'10", 5'8". I don't know. I ain't never
He's
met
probably
him.
like Pacquiao's height.
Yeah, he's like 5'5".
I
He
ain't
looks
never.
like he's like
I'm
Pacquiao's
5'8".
height.
I'm 5'8". I never
He's
met.
just very wide.
Yeah. He's like 200 pounds.
Yeah.
G Boogie, did you ever meet Big L?
Who?
Big L, the rapper, Big L from Harlem.
Oh, my brother introduced me to Craig Mack.
Yeah, Craig Mack.
Yeah, he introduced me to Craig Mack. We went one time to Richmond out there, and we peeped him. We hanged out with him on that one shit. It was back in 1990s, 91, maybe 92, some shit like that. In the pinnacle of his career.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, man. Yo, bro, in New York back then, if you was around the scene, you see the famous people, like LL Cool J, fucking Big Daddy Kane, motherfucking
Rakim?
huh?
Rakim?
Yeah, like Rakim. Oh, dude, Rakim
DJ Red Alert.
for New York, man. Marcy Projects, bro. Because that's where we used to stomp at too, Holy Island. That's Marcy Projects out there. Yo, Rakim, Eric B. Eric B used to live up. My brother used to his baby mama. I ain't gonna name a name, but she was Louis Gossett Jr.'s niece.
Okay.
You know who's Louis Gossett Jr.? You ever seen that movie Alien? Enemy something? Louis Gossett Jr. He's a very well-known actor. That's after fucking what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, dude, he was in that great fucking boxing movie, where he's the aging fighter that got to fight like 30 dudes in a day. Diggstown.
Yeah.
Remember that shit? Oh, I love that movie.
That's him.
Oh, I gotta watch that movie.
Yeah,
That's not a great movie.
I used to oh, it's real good. It's early 90s, but it holds, man. It does. It's not like a great, but it's a classic. I'd watch it.
I
watch it anytime, man. It's a great
part
movie.
of that movie. I never watched it from.
What was his name, man? I used to on fight night, I would make his character and do a career with him. I can't even remember his name now, though. Oh, I gotta look it up real quick. It's alive.
I can't remember half the shit from one day to the next.
Yeah, I've seen that movie so many times.
Yo,
GMB says,
like,
yeah, he was in the movie. What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was reading one of the comments. This dude GMB said, yeah, he was in the movie Officer and a Gentleman. Some thug. He's underrated. He's the original Tekashi 6ix9ine.
What the fuck? Yeah.
What?
He drill sergeant. Yeah.
He was the drill sergeant and officer and a gentleman.
I remember that movie too.
That's Louis Gossett Jr. Yes.
Oh, Honey Roy Palmer. That was his name. Yeah. I'm gonna watch that tonight when I'm falling asleep.
Like, yo, I could tell you where Spinderella, she used to be the Project Ho up in Pink Houses, bro.
Who?
Spinderella.
The DJ for Salt and Pepper.
Yeah, the DJ for Salt and Pepper. She used to work. Look, I'm gonna tell you.
A darker skinned girl.
Yo, look, I'm gonna tell you. She was working. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
She's the darker skinned girl out of all the three.
Yeah, she's fine. She's fine as motherfucker. But I'm just saying, she used to work in the vending truck. You know, one of those vending trucks that you should pass around and just have sandwiches, fucking ice cream, shit like that. No, that's inner city shit. So she used to, dude, she was passed around from my cousin to my brother to my other cousin.
Oh wow.
Oh, she used to call her the Project Ho. That's what we used, you know.
So that's how she got the name Spinderella.
Oh.
and that's how they came up with the hit song "Push It."
I don't know. But, this was a interesting that anybody that knew Spinderella and that been in the Pink Houses, Pink Houses is right off of Linden Boulevard, and Sutter Linwood Projects is right next to it. They used to rival a lot, and then you got Sutter and Rutland down the street, and they used to rival. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, bro. Pink Houses, that shit.
Shout out to Pink Houses.
Yeah, you still go there, man. You go to your cousins or somebody, your relative's house. You knock on their metal door. You see bullet holes still on that motherfucker.
Oh man.
Yeah, a lot of tells come out of there.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, man. It's just like Farragut, man. Right now in Farragut, you go out there, that's gun central. And New York ain't supposed to have guns, right?
Yeah. They try to regulate the gun control out there.
Yeah.
It's like Chicago, in a sense. Like Chicago's the same way.
Yeah,
but they'll still go by it in Indiana.
That's right. Hey, yeah, because my best friend, shout out to Paul. Paul lives in Indiana now, and he came away from Chicago, so he always tells me the stories about how people, from Chicago, they get the guns from Northwest Indiana, and they just come back to Chicago.
Yeah. I remember when they called it, Chirac?
Chirac, yeah.
And then
when Chief Keef started blowing up and everybody started doing drill music.
Shit, at one time, Chicago was the murder capital of the world.
They're still rapping his style, bro. That
They
style,
are.
they still rap like that, man.
I listen to Chief Keef every time I clean my house.
Get that blood pumping, huh?
It is.
Right.
I listen. That's that shit I don't like.
Yeah, dude, that's on my playlist to this day, honestly.
Yo, when I vacuum my carpet, that's all I'm listening to.
That's that dirt I don't like.
That dirt I don't like. I gotta get this place cleaned up.
Yo, when I used to want to fight somebody, my hype song, if I would have had an entrance song, it would have been motherfucking, even though a lot of people don't like them, it'll be Onyx.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love Onyx.
Yeah, they used to make fight
Sticky
music.
Fingers can rhyme his ass off, man.
Yeah, Sticky Fingers, yeah. And fucking Bamboo used to go against Keith Murray. Lately they had, like, I think it was a year ago, they had a rap off and they were going hard, boy. It was Keith Murray versus Papoose from Onyx. Oh,
yeah, what? Who won?
Bamboo. He destroyed Keith because
He
Keith.
just started Keith Murray.
Yeah.
He did my boy. I like Keith Murray.
Yo, you gotta see the video. It's on fucking YouTube.
I'm a huge.
Was it like a battle at one of them like battle events, or was it just some off the cuff thing they had just started? They ended up doing.
No, I think Bamboo or Papoose, as he fucking challenged him. He said, "You ain't." Keith Murray said, "Yeah, fuck that." So they were putting money down for this shit, and then went at first round. Yo, they started getting Bamboo started fucking pushing up on Keith. I mean, like they were gonna fuck type shit. You got to see that shit. That shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Keith could rap.
Tommy Hill.
Okay.
Yo, what's going on, Tommy?
It's Nathan. It's freaking Nathan. British.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can barely hear him though. It sounds like he's.
I think it's that British internet.
Sounds like he's outside jogging.
Probably.
Yeah, I can hear him a little bit. It's very faint.
So,
Yeah. Hear me better now.
I can't hear anything.
You hear me better now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So where are you talking about now? Because I've been away for a bit.
We're talking about rap music right now.
All kinds of random shit.
We're just going everywhere right now.
What y'all know about Earl the Goat Manigault?
Earl the Goat. Oh my God, that dude, yo. I didn't get to see him in Rucker, but my cousin was talking about him, saying that yo, that motherfucker used to touch the top of the backboard, yo.
Yeah.
Damn.
The Jordan that never was.
What fucked him over? He had heroin problems.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Earl
Manigault.
I never heard of him. He was nice.
Oh yeah, he's a legend, streetball legend.
He's a Rucker king, bro.
Really? Is he better than Pee Wee Kirkland?
I mean, yeah.
Dude, he was the Michael Jordan of the street Rucker. Okay. Ain't nobody back then, even the new guys coming up, they give homage to that motherfucker.
I don't know why, but I'm starting to think that the movie Above the Rim could have been about him.
Yeah,
Is that possible?
Kind of. Not. They probably, took a
Inspired?
little bit. Yeah.
Right.
Something, the
Got
character.
inspired by him?
Yeah.
Movie about him, or depiction of his life.
Yeah, they did, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did a movie. I forgot what it was called because, like I said, I don't fucking remember shit.
I
see some stuff saying that like there's an interview with CNN.
It's called Rebound.
Rebound.
Yeah. Rebound. The Legend of Earl the Goat Manigault came out in 96.
I've seen that.
Wasn't Martin Lawrence movie called Rebound?
Oh, no.
96.
Let me see. Forrest Whitaker, James Earl Jones, Don Cheadle. Yeah, he plays Earl. He plays Earl Manigault, actually. I did see this.
Oh, it has to be a good movie then.
Yeah, a bunch of all-star actors.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to watch. Now I got two things to watch. Nice.
What's your guys' favorite boxing movie of all time?
With Rocky out of it. You can't say Rocky.
Yeah, you can't say right. It's bullshit.
Raging
Rocky's too classic.
Yeah, probably Raging Bull.
Mine is Cinderella Man.
Oh, that's a real good one. That's a good one.
I have to think because there's so many.
Oh, and Great White Hype.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, that is a kind of a good movie, huh?
Samuel L. Jackson with Wayne, one of the Wayne.
Yeah. David Wayans, yeah.
And what's his name is in it? The Fly.
Comes out with his belly.
Nathan, what's your favorite boxing movie of all time?
The one with James L. Jones in, the one where he plays Jack Johnson.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
That's a classic.
The Great White Hope, it's called, I think.
yeah, that is what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original.
Oh, you know what's another good one? What's her name? That Sinisa Estrada actually put me on to this movie a couple years ago. The Champ. You know The Champ with Ricky Schroeder?
I never saw that.
Seen it.
I think I saw it, but I don't remember it because
I never
Muhammad Ali.
I never heard of it.
man.
I never heard of it, but I was interviewing Sinisa Estrada, and that came up in our interview. And she's like, "Yeah, this movie, The Champ, with Ricky Schroeder." I'm like, "I never heard of it," and I watched it. It was great.
All right, how about I don't know if you guys, some of you might have seen this. Tommy, Boogie, you guys might have. I seen it once. I can't remember the name of it though, but it was with. All right, you remember the Raging Bull, the scene where he's at the end of the movie, he's just basically quoting that scene about I could have been a contender. You know, I could have been somebody. I could have been a contender. Well, that's like a quote from an original Marlon Brando movie. It's like Down by the Docks or something.
Yeah, Down by the Water.
That's it. That's a good ass movie.
That's when Marlon Brando.
I don't know. I don't recall much boxing being in it, but it's still a good ass movie that is, revolves around a fighter.
Yeah, like same with the movie Ali. There's not so much boxing in it. It's a lot of dramatizing stuff.
I literally just watched the Ali movie for the first time in February when I was in Texas. Like I was.
Well, the one where he plays himself.
Yeah, James Tony was Joe Frazier. I never knew James Tony was in that movie.
Oh,
ever.
that one. Yeah, it's not the best.
When I saw James Tony, I lost my mind.
The best movie is where he plays himself in the 70s. It was made in 75. That one was the best one.
The best Muhammad Ali anything was the cartoon.
Oh yeah, they did a couple of series of that in the 70s.
Cartoon. Did you guys like Hands of Stone?
I haven't seen it.
It's pretty good.
I liked it because it showed the trainer when he was combing his hair, and he fucking Roberto Duran, or the actor that played Roberto Duran, said, "Yo, why you always combing my hair?"
I liked both Creed movies. I thought were pretty good.
I think they need to redo another Tyson movie. That would do really well right now.
Oh fuck yeah!
Not a documentary, but like an actual movie. Like
didn't Jalen White play one of Mike Tyson? He did a movie playing as Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it was like a Fox special. I remember that.
Michael Jay White played.
Yeah, Jay White, the martial artist.
Yeah.
He was pretty awful.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. They could have done better.
Yeah, that was an HBO movie. That thing was huge back then for an HBO movie, though. Everyone was so hung. Yeah.
There's a line in it where he says, "Robin Gibbons, you're a cunt." He calls her a cunt. That's the only. It's pathetic.
They were hyping a Tyson movie like 2 or 3 years ago, or maybe more, but then all of a sudden it slowed down.
Jamie Foxx was supposed to play him.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And they shut the project down.
Another good movie is Unforgivable Blackness, the thing that came out 15 years ago about Jack Johnson. That film they
I
made.
didn't see that one.
I've never seen that. Yeah.
Just like a documentary. And it goes on for about 2 hours talking about his life and everything, and about how he got arrested and how he married all the white women and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I saw that one. And how he used to be a racer. He used to race professional guys with his vehicle that he had.
Did you know he actually created the monkey wrench?
No.
Really?
He actually created an invention, yeah. The monkey wrench.
What's the movie called, or the documentary, whatever?
Unforgivable Blackness.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
I'd imagine I saw it, but I'm gonna have to watch it again to see if I did or not.
Unforgivable.
I've seen so much on him that that kind of all blends together.
And also, while we're talking about films, books, I mean, I've read some books in my time. The Muhammad Ali book, the book on, what's his name? The guy who beat Sugar Robinson, the British guy. I forgot, Randall Turpin.
Turpin, yeah.
Yeah, I've read the Lennox Lewis book. I've read the book about James Braddock's life, Joe Lewis. It's all interesting if you read all these separate books.
It's crazy. Jack Johnson was only 6 feet tall.
Yeah, those guys weren't big, like by today's standards at all. Like Boogie was talking earlier, I think Marciano is like 5'9", 180
He's 5'10",
pounds.
yeah.
5'10", 180 pounds, 190 pounds.
He's like Murat Kassiev. He's like smaller than Murat Kassiev.
Yeah.
It's just like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson ain't that tall. People think he's tall. He's only like 5'10" and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that he's older, he's probably fucking 5'9" and a half.
But you don't get small heavyweights like that anymore, do you? With that scale, I mean, Michael Hunter would be considered one of the smaller ones, wouldn't he? Now at 6'3" or whatever he is.
What is he, like 6'2", Michael Hunter?
Yeah, 6'3" or something, 6'2", 6'3".
He's still a big heavyweight.
Andy Ruiz.
Joseph Parker is a small heavyweight, and he's like 6'4".
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
How tall is Randy Ruiz?
He's about 6 foot.
Oh,
And
that's it?
Junior? No, I think he's 6'3".
Oh, he's 6'2".
I thought he was
6'2".
5'10".
No.
Everyone's all over the place. I have no idea.
I kind of thought he was like in his 6 foot. He's a tall Mexican.
Yeah, I thought he was like 6'2" also, but who knows?
You're right.
He's bigger than Canelo. He's taller.
Yeah.
Bigger than
Canelo's only like 5'9".
Yeah.
5'9", 5'8". He's probably my height.
Yeah, Andy Ruiz is the tallest Mexican I've ever seen in my life.
He's like the modern version of Tony Galento, isn't he? I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I got a homeboy that when we was in Afghanistan, he's tall too, man. I was like, God damn, man, how the hell you a Mexican? You that tall? Fuck you, man.
There was a heavyweight though that he was about to become the first Mexican champ a while back, like before Andy Ruiz. I think he fought Roy Jones.
John Ruiz. And
John,
Arreola.
but he's like American or what? What is it?
Yeah. John Ruiz did win a title though.
Is John Ruiz Mexican? I thought he's
Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican.
Oh, is he Puerto Rican?
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican.
In blood.
Yeah. Just a quiet man like that ever again.
Mr. Jab and Grab.
I love Norman Stone as trainer.
Oh, he was hilarious. When Valio beat him, he tried to get the belt back off Valio.
Yeah,
it's
that's
hilarious.
funny.
I know so many people that remind me of Norman Stones because he's from Massachusetts and like I have a lot of family over there. So like whenever I see Norman Stones clips, I feel like I'm back visiting my family.
Fucking Roy Jones Jr. said, "I love that guy."
He's like, I didn't do nothing. He's in the locker room. They put him on the. I didn't do nothing. What I do?
He's like, "You fucking jerk off."
Yeah.
Hey, what did I say? I didn't say nothing to him.
I called him a jerk off. What did I do?
I'm gonna fucking sue you for everything you got.
Is he still alive? Is he still coaching, or is he retired, or what?
Yeah, I'm still alive.
He's got a boxing gym in Massachusetts. He still trains like amateurs.
Oh dear.
The Hurricane. That's a good movie.
Is John Ruiz the only world champion he's ever trained?
I'll be honest with you. I don't really know of anybody else he's trained besides John Ruiz.
Yeah,
I agree. That's a damn good movie.
And how the hell
Denzel Washington
Ruiz get 2 world titles? My God, the division must have been pretty terrible back then.
Don King, baby.
Don King.
That's be another good movie. A lot of cocaine and money.
What movie?
A Don King movie?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Just
that
straight,
would be a good one.
Just him.
Mm-hmm.
Like his perspective, because wasn't he a pimp?
Yeah,
and then a bookmaker.
What the hell? He really was a pimp, huh?
Yeah.
He stamped a guy to death.
Yeah, pimp, a bookie,
But then he gave his life to God.
a straight
Oh
murderer.
yeah, that's right.
Ridiculous.
That motherfucker is like Mike Tyson said. John Keane, he's a wretched, he's a filthy person.
He'd kill his own mother for $1.
Damn, that's low. Shit.
I've never liked Don King, but I'll leave it there.
I know if I was to interview him, as soon as he starts talking, I'm gonna just feel like he's lying. It doesn't matter what he says.
I've been begging Stacey McKinley to give me that interview with Don King.
Oh, he's a terrible interview, man.
I want that interview really badly.
He never answers the question. He just goes on a rant about whatever he's trying to promote.
Only in America.
Yep.
Only in America.
Oh, and no, I remember one interview he had, or he was talking, and he went back to some writer. He said, "That's some slanderous shit." Something. And the guy was like, "Get him out of here! Get him out of here!" And his
son.
Yeah, his son got the everybody to take his credentials off of the dude.
Yeah, I think they were even trying to take his camera for the film. I remember what you're talking about.
Too?
Well, yeah, he was his lackey, so yeah.
He's like
the worst person. The worst interview is Chris Eubank Sr. He quotes. He'll sit there and he'll say such and such from the book of. Oh dear.
He's just so weird. I mean, he basically like grew up in New York City and then just totally acts like this sophisticated British guy. It's so weird. Like that's
very weird.
Yeah, that's a psychological character study for the ages, right there.
He's a street guy, though. He's a street.
Yeah, if you like look at his life and his childhood and stuff.
You talking about Senior?
Yeah, Senior. Yeah.
He doesn't want to be that guy. He wants to be the sophisticated guy.
Oh, that dude, he kills me, man. When he had that monocle.
He looked like an idiot. In Britain, we all thought he was a fucking dickhead. You know,
are you talking about
Eubanks? I loved his fight, but he's a dickhead.
He dresses like a jockey.
I didn't know he was raised in New York, though.
He used to drive around a truck, right? In England, he used to drive around in a big lorry, and he called himself the sheriff as well. The
I didn't know that.
He walks around with the sheriff's badge, and everybody calls him English. And he walked around the sheriff's badge. He actually applied to be a sheriff.
And just think, he was able. He was able and still is able to live that way, all because he could fight. Like, think about it.
That's right.
Wow.
To be a complete madman.
Let's get some parliamentary procedure. It's the Warriors Code.
I feel sorry for his son. I really do. You know, his son
had a very interesting childhood.
Yeah, he's a bit more normal, I'd say, the son is.
If I ever get a chance to interview Chris Eubank Jr., I'm not going to ask him no questions about his career, only his childhood.
Wow.
That would be a good interview, though.
Hell yeah, because nobody probably.
No one ever talks about that. Yeah. Ask him about his the years growing up in New York City.
To be fair to Junior, he's not. He's okay. He's a European level fighter at best. You know, he's done okay. He's made some good money.
Better than Chavez Jr.
Yeah, he's won the illustrious IBO belt.
I want to see him fight Chavez Jr.
Yeah, they could.
That's actually a good one.
That could happen.
Yeah, the Suns. I mean, hell.
Yeah.
I want Chavez Jr. versus Eubank Jr. on an undercard or like somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere
they can't do. They both their egos are too big for them to be on an undercard.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can main event somewhere in America and have all the Mexicans and Brits come out.
And
Texas.
And plus,
there you go.
And plus, Senior ain't gonna have that.
Make it on IT
dear.
for the IBO title.
Against Ronald Quinlan. Oh dear, I had to pay for that crap.
Against
sure-
Ronald Quinlan.
They could probably get a nice little payday if they did that over in England somewhere.
Yeah.
And Chavez
do it
fucks up
over
in the
at,
weigh-in again.
British casuals over here. I tell you what, the amount of people I've spoke to in pubs and they said Chris Eubanks this and that, and I looked at them and said, "You don't know your boxing." I asked them who was the first WBO heavyweight champion, and they said they didn't know. Did you know what I mean? Then I ended the conversation and walked away. And they said Eubank was going to be the next undisputed super middleweight champion. I looked at them and said, "Okay." I had to walk away at that point.
When I
Seriously.
went to England and I went to the pub for the Joshua Ruiz too, I remember I was surprised with how casual some of the fans were. Like, they didn't, like, a lot of people I talked to didn't know a lot about boxing. They were just behind Joshua because he's their guy. He's British pretty much.
Yeah.
But these people don't know anything. The people I spoke to in the pubs, all my mates, they're clueless. So then I start going and talking to them about the history of the belts, and they're like, they don't have a clue. You know, do you know what I mean? Do you find it hard to talk to other fans about boxing? You know, when you go into a bar and you're going to watch a fight, they don't know what they're talking about, and it's like they don't know the history. You know, they don't know do you know what I mean?
In my experience, absolutely. I literally ran into. I remember one guy. He was like a hippie, an old hippie type dude, and we were watching Paul Williams fight Margarito in the bar, and he knew everything. So I was like, yes. He was really, the next several times I saw him, we'd talk boxing in there. But outside of that one guy, I've really never run into somebody just on the fly in a bar who actually knew boxing like any of you guys. They're all basically casuals.
I remember, I'm gonna say this is like when Amir Khan fought Canelo a couple of years ago. I went to a movie theater to watch it, and I ran into like two people who knew about boxing, and that was pretty cool. Like when you actually run into somebody who knows about boxing, it's like, wow.
Yeah, it is.
He knows about boxing. Like there was an interview Floyd Mayweather did a couple of years ago on Fight Hype where he's getting his head, like, I guess, a haircut, even though he had no hair to cut. And Paulie Malignaggi calls him on the phone, and you can't hear Paulie saying, but Floyd's like, he knows about boxing. He knows about boxing.
Yeah, so we all feel that way then.
But the worst one I ever had was when my friend invited me into a group of chat, right? They're all talking about boxing. They all started to talk about such and certain. They were trying to say that a certain British fighter was world class, and I looked at him and said, "No, he fucking isn't. Look at his record. Look at the past fights." And these guys, they didn't even know who Eamon McGee was. You know Eamon McGee, the old super middleweight, British super middleweight.
Yeah,
he was a WBA champion. He lost to Keza. Didn't even know who he was. And at this point, I had to walk away. They said, and I said to them, who did Chris Eubank beat for his first world title? They didn't even know that.
See, I don't know how it is over there, but the way I imagine is that, Englishmen, I just kind of think the way I perceive it is that they all do know their boxing, or at least a lot more than the average American man.
Yeah.
Can't.
Queensberry rules.
But you go into a pub in England, listen to stuff like, I remember watching the Anthony Joshua fight against Klitschko, and one guy said, "Oh, Klitschko's going to wipe him out in 2 rounds," and I'm like, "You really don't know anything, do you?" Gee.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, Anthony. When I went to England, I don't think, and this is my personal opinion, I don't think the Brits know more about boxing than the Americans. I just think they're more aware of who the fighters are in their country more so than the Americans.
I got you. Yeah. I can see that.
Because like I remember, I'll never forget this. This is a really like a aha moment I had when I was in the UK. It was like 3 a.m. one day, and I was watching Sky Sports, just like doing nothing. It was like 3 a.m. And I was and there was a commercial on TV, and it was the commercial for Josh Warrington. I said, "Josh Warrington has commercials on here."
Wow.
I lost my mind. I'm like, my mind was blown.
But all I ask is that people know their Kid Galahads from their Arthur Abrahams. You know, it's not much to ask. It's not much to ask.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. I remember I actually went to a fight party for Mayweather versus McGregor. So just imagine the amount of casuals I had to be around. I remember someone was like, Mayweather beat McGregor, but he could never beat Muhammad Ali.
Wow.
Oh, you remember Diggstown, Scott? Scott said Diggstown, LOL. Honey Roy Palmer. I'm telling you, if you guys never saw it, watch it, man. It's entertaining.
Yeah. Oh, and then I remember there was one kid that was at this fight party, and he was like, "I'm with the money team. Now listen, everybody's who's on the money team this side of the room, and everybody's on McGregor on this side of the room."
Jeez.
And then you have people actually in Conor was in a beat Floyd Mayweather in a boxing match, and I was trying to bet. I was trying to bet anything I could. They would have bet with me though.
Like, I'll put my car against $20.
Yeah. And then I remember sitting there thinking, you know what, Floyd's got to win this, man. He's got to win. He's carrying boxing right now.
Yep.
The fate of boxing is in his hands.
Oh, I was rooting for Floyd so hard, just
won?
based on that. I was rooting for him the whole way. Yeah,
I was a Flomo. I was like, TVE.
No doubt.
Never lost.
So true. Yeah, he couldn't lose, man. If he lost, they would have never shut up. Like, I'm sorry, I started paying attention to the UFC, so I have to, talk to their fans in some of the comment sections or whatnot, or at least read them.
Thunderdome.
What's up?
Do you remember a boxer called Roman Greenberg? Heavyweight.
Roman Greenberg.
No, I don't.
You don't.
Roman Greenberg, was he in the 70s?
No, he was a heavyweight in the early 2000s.
Roman Greenberg.
Roman Greenberg, that's not. Nah.
Where was he from?
Is he British?
He's from Israel.
Israeli. Wow.
Yeah. That fought in Britain and America as well.
No, I don't.
He was.
You're gonna make me want to go look back at him.
He was tipped to be the next big heavyweight.
Wow, I gotta look him up real quick. How can I not remember him? Remember Sergey Lyakovich?
Of course.
I do.
He fought Shannon Briggs and Wilder.
Who was the? Oh man, who did Sergey fight? He was in one of the best heavyweight fights I ever saw. For some reason, I'm thinking Layman Brewster.
Yeah, Brewster.
Yeah, their first fight, because they fought twice, right?
Who? Brewster versus who?
Sergey Lyakovich.
No, they. Let me think. God, yeah, there was only one fight.
Was it only one? Okay, that was a good fight though. I still think about that fight. That was really exciting.
I think Lamont should have won. Really, he shouldn't have lost that at all.
Yeah, I can't remember who I thought won it, or who even won it. I don't even remember. Okay, I got him pulled up right now. No, I don't remember him. Roman Greenberg, that is. Looks like he even won the IBO.
Yeah, IBO International. Something.
That's right. Best belt, IBO, South Florida Stand Up. Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
The Jerusalem Post gave him he could be the greatest Jewish sportsman since Spitz. Huh. No. That's wild.
Sad that I remember all this, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's surprising he slipped by me.
2000? Was that his career, early 2000s? So 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Nah, 2000. I wouldn't remember. I was in boot camp back then.
Another one was Georgi Kandelaki as well. Another heavyweight, Georgian heavyweight, was the WBU heavyweight champion. Fought a lot of his fights in Britain.
Nah, I don't. We didn't. We definitely didn't get much news on those guys over here. I'm not joking. I'm just saying we really didn't.
Yeah, isn't there a 8-hour difference from East Coast to
I wish we did.
England?
It's 5.
Yeah, but it's 8 o'clock in the morning here.
Is what time?
It's 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock in the morning in England.
Okay, so it's a 6-hour from where I'm at.
5.
Because I got 2:06 right now, my time.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
3 a.m. here.
I keep forgetting, bro. You're in Pensacola, so you have Central Time Zone. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What? Wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You would, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. It's right off of Central Time, which is Tennessee time.
Yeah.
You're on that Alabama time.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. That's where my sister lives, right in Nashville, so I just kind of drew a line straight down.
Yeah, Alabama is only like 20 miles away from it. Oh, Deontay Wilder. I could say, hey, what's up, Deontay?
I'm bringing back the excitement back to the heavyweight division.
Division.
But I'm gonna bless him with an opportunity right after I unify the division.
Okay, here's the question I have for you guys. GMB left a comment. Vladimir Klitschko versus Brewster. Brewster won the first time, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, you're correct. Now, if you guys remember that fight, what do you think there was anything suspicious in that fight?
Yes, the thing was drugged. The pad, they were saying the pad was drugged.
Yeah, dude, I was watching it live. I even invited one of my good buddies over to watch that fight because I was like, you got to see this guy. He's, he's the next heavyweight king. You got to come see him. And he's sitting there looking at me like, this guy, he's a bum. He's a joke. He don't even have coordination. And I'm like, this isn't him, man. I don't know what's going on here. But this ain't him.
You talk about when Layman Brewster beat Vladimir Klitschko?
Yep.
The first fight.
Yep.
Yeah, the first fight. Yeah, that was a destruction. It was like he didn't look. He looked at fatigue soon as he got off the first. Oh.
Yep. Now there is a Klitschko documentary out there where Margaret Goodman, she used to be the Nevada State doctor. Remember?
Vada. She's the Vada.
Yeah, her. She used to be the ringside physician for Nevada as well. She was the ringside physician in that fight, and she is on video in the Klitschko, one of these Klitschko documentaries. I've even searched for it and I can't find it, but it's out there. She's talking about how she says he was drugged, but Klitschko, Vladimir wouldn't. When they got to the hospital, first of all, she thought he had a brain bleed or something like that, to where his brain was swelling, because that's what all the symptoms showed. Either that or he was drugged. So they rushed him to the hospital after that fight. He gets to the hospital, so he sobers up. And she's asking, can I run a blood test on you, whatnot? And he declined and just left. But she was like, it was absolutely all the hallmark signs of it, but we weren't able to prove it because he wouldn't allow us.
I can tell you something about Lamont, right? I interviewed him about 3-4 years ago, and he told me that he was more or less legally blind in his eye when he fought Robert Helenius. After the Robert Helenius fight, he was blinded.
Yeah, and they fudged. Heyman had them finagled some stuff to get him past the physical too.
He shouldn't have been in that ring.
No,
he should have retired long ago.
Yep. And if you remember, he used to rail against Al Heyman for putting him in that position too. But then Heyman ended up hiring him in some capacity, and he basically retracted everything he said.
Isn't it crazy how Robert Helenius has made a career He's the only heavyweight I know to never sort of fulfill his potential. He knocked out Peter and Brewster, and yet people were talking about him in the magazines like 12 years ago that he was going to be the next big thing. Do you remember?
Hellenius, yeah.
Yeah. Now,
And
now,
now,
he's getting folded up by the Joe Washingtons of the world.
and yet he goes and beats Kalnacki, and now he's the WBA gold champion. What a weird world we live in.
It's overrated to me.
He was never that great anyway. I mean, Derek Chisora beat him the first time.
Yeah, but Derek Chisora, that dude is a monster, man.
How does he keep going? He's got more lives than Batman.
He's nuts.
I don't know, brother. I know one thing. That motherfucker ain't no joke, man. I can believe him when he used to put on that British mask.
Oh, I believe.
When he first started, I said, "Yo, that dude he ain't no joke."
He was doing the quarantine mask before there was even quarantine.
But the problem with Chisora is that he I just don't think he's ever believed in his own ability until now, until David Haye got hold of him and taught him, how to do things right and everything.
Yeah,
he's a different fighter.
But he didn't like David Haye before.
He hated him.
Yeah.
Who did like David Haye that was fighting back then?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Remember when he told Klitschko, I remember when Max Keller asked David Haye, why don't you like Vladimir Klitschko? And he said, because he's a dickhead.
But to be fair to David Haye, I mean, he overachieved in his career. He did well, really well.
He did.
To get as far as he got in the heavyweight division.
British public in the process, too.
But you know who reminds me of David Haye?
Who?
Keith Thurman.
A little bit.
So?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I could see it, I guess.
The injury prone.
But if you look at David Haye now, I mean, it's hard not to feel sorry for him a little bit now when you look at Joshua and all the other British heavyweights and Dillian White.
Yeah, that is true. He kind of just, I mean, even though he did get he made some good money, but kind of did come around the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, he picked the weakest champion out of the lot, and he did the trick. That was an awful fight.
Yeah,
I like when fucking Shannon Briggs, he went to England. He's like, "Where he at? Where he at? Let's go check."
And then he pulled one and he said, "What's stopping you, champ? What's stopping you? What?"
Shannon Briggs, man, he's funny.
But it's hard to believe Haye was ever a world champion, isn't he, really, at heavyweight?
Yeah, it is.
He didn't he beat the great Nikolai Valu after he become champion?
Yeah, he beat him, and then he beat John Ruiz and Audley Harris. Oh dear, Audley Harris.
David Haymaker.
Embarrassing.
The Haymaker. Shout out to Haymaker Promotions.
Big ups.
Big up.
Yeah, that reminds me. Nathan, do you remember when Chris Eubank lost to George Groves and not seen him?
Oh, I do. Yeah. Oh, that was embarrassing.
You gotta have a get on the jail free card in boxing. Bruck him up.
he couldn't even beat a dislocated past it. George Groves with a dislocated. Oh dear. Couldn't even finish him off. Ridiculous.
I saw that on Instagram today. And I was pissing myself laughing. He said, "Bruck him up."
Bruck him up.
To make it worse, George Groves vacated the IBO title and said it wasn't worthy of him.
Wow. Yeah, I eat what you eat, champ.
Yeah, I eat what you eat, champ.
When he pushed him off his little waterboard, though, with the boat, that shit was funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he was so pissed, man.
Yeah, he was.
He's like, cross the fucking line.
Yeah, he crossed the line. Oh, that was good.
Adamir, you can't swim. You can't swim.
I like when he went to the restaurant and he said, I told you everywhere you go, I go, champ. What you eat, I eat, champ. And then Klitschko pours water on his head. He's like, you put water on my head? You put water on my head?
What about when he put Vladimir in the pool and in the river and he made him drown, nearly drown?
Yeah, that was my favorite. That was my favorite by far.
Didn't he cut his foot or something when he went to sit down with Vladimir and he said, everything you eat, I eat, champ. And he got cut. His foot got cut. He wearing sandals or some shit.
Yeah. I cut my foot, champ. Oh man.
Yeah, he was off the chain though, man.
He still is off the chain. He's still off the chain.
Yeah.
I always liked Vladimir though, to be honest.
Like Vladimir?
I always respected him, yeah.
I met him once. I interviewed him once, and he was super nice to me. So I have nothing bad to say about Vlad.
Dude,
No,
I'm sorry.
Probably the cleverest world champion in history.
Dude, what'd you say, Tommy Hill?
He was probably one of the most intelligent world champions in history because he could speak like 4 languages and everything, and he had loads of degrees.
His brother is doctor, have PhDs.
Yeah, they're very close.
Both do, yeah, both Klitschko's.
And then Vladimir, Vitaly, I saw on one of their, he had a debate in because he's in one party and somebody came up to him and they threw, I think they tried to throw a punch or something. He threw a punch back at them. It was a debacle in one of the Senate meetings or whatever parliament.
I remember that. I think someone in the streets also sprayed him with a fire extinguisher.
Who the hell would be stupid enough to run up on Vitaly Klitschko and throw a punch at him?
I know, right?
Listen, that's one of the only fighters I've seen in person where I say, yo, that motherfucker's scary.
6'7".
That's one of the only guys. Yeah. Pissed off all
the time. I'll back up off of that big boy and be like, yo, don't step any closer. Double tap in your head.
Yeah.
But I like that fight with Vitaly because they used to say that he didn't have no heart, and then when he fought Lennox Lewis and they stopped it because of the cuts and shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that showed his heart in that fight. His brother didn't get better until he met Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah.
Emmanuel got him right.
Yeah. It was one fight. I forgot which fight it was. He's like, Vitaly, you ain't doing shit. I mean, Vladimir, you ain't doing shit. Gotta punch him. You gotta punch him.
Oh, I love Manny Stewart, man. Love that guy.
I was watching. I think it was. I was rewatching Gotti Ward 1 the other day, and I think it was like the 10th round or the 9th round of Gotti Ward 1.
Yeah.
And like, stop the goddamn fight. Going in.
Thank God they didn't. That was round of the century, damn near.
Hell yeah, man. Even he was like, when they was going at it and going toe to toe, he's like, hey, Gotti, come back! Come back! He was fucking, I know his blood pressure was like.
Yeah, he's my favorite color commentator, just boxing commentator in general of all time, man.
Yeah, I love Manny.
And also, obviously, as a boxing trainer, a pure trainer, he was just phenomenal.
Yeah, that he was. When I interviewed Evander recently, he was talking about Manuel Stewart in our interview a lot, actually.
Brendan, this is 10 hours and 20 minutes, mate. Jesus.
Has this been nonstop?
Yeah, it's 10 hours.
Oh
and 20
yeah, it
minutes.
says Doris says up here live 10 hours 20 minutes.
Jesus.
Crazy.
I've been on here for like 8 of them.
Right, I'm absolutely knackered. I'm going to go to bed now. See you guys later. Bye.
All right, have a good night, man.
All right, Nathan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
What's funny is this isn't even the longest live I've had since quarantine started.
And either you guys putting on weight in this thing?
I don't put on weight unless I eat amount of food.
Okay, you got a good metabolism.
Yeah.
The way I eat it's almost like a ketosis type diet.
I got you.
You know, it regulates my, because I'll eat meat like a carnivore diet and supplement sometimes vegetables and stuff. I don't eat starch. I don't like eating starches. And then like I'll take me and my daughter before she gets up, I'll go take a run, like a 2-mile run, and then come back, and then later on me and her walk in the park and shit.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's good.
The most I ever weighed was like in late 2018 when I whenever I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, and then I was all depressed and stuff, and I started eating like crazy. I think I got up to like 143.5. That was the heaviest I ever weighed. I felt fat.
Yeah, I got fat once in my life. I went up to like a 180.
The heaviest I got was when my first son was being born. I went up to 205 at 5'8" and a half.
Yeah, that's thick. That's definitely thick.
I can't imagine having 200 pounds.
I'm 5'9" and a half, so yeah, 180. It wasn't quite there, but it was there, boy. I was getting titties.
It's a funny thing for me though. It's like I don't get fat face or anything like that. I'll get like little bit of love handles type shit, but it's like
thighs and ass.
No, I say more stomach and chin.
Okay.
The stomach and under chin.
I have one good picture for when I weighed like 180, and my face is the same. My neck's way bigger though. It's ridiculous. It didn't even look right. It looked so wild. But yeah, everything down was just blown up. But yeah, my face didn't get fat at all. Like at all. It was weird.
But it's weird. Like people look at me, and they'll be like, "Oh, you weigh probably 160." I'm like, no, I'm like 175, bro. They like, what? Dad, you look lighter. You know,
Carry it well.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just me, And ever since I had fucking my knee operations and my torn Achilles, my legs got smaller. Because I used to have the fucking running back legs and shit. Calves.
Extra Walker legs.
Yeah. I used to hate that shit because when I used to box back then, I used to that was a regimen of mine. One day I'll ride bike, one day I'll run. I'll run with my dog. So I used to, every other day I used to bike ride close to 100 miles in one day. And then the next day I'll go fucking run 12.6 miles. But I was,
Yeah, that's what I got to start doing. That I was just talking to my son about it. We're gonna start running. I have to.
Yeah, like when I was in the military, I used to take my son was even talking about that with me today. He was, Dad, you remember the days we go? This was in Colorado. We'll go. I'll take them. They were like 6 years. My oldest son was 6. My youngest son was 4, going on 5. And we used to do light jogs and shit. But it was light jogs, but they didn't know we were running like almost 3 miles.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
that is crazy.
Keen asked you, how was that Achilles recovery?
Oh, it was the worst shit I ever experienced in my life. How it happened. It was in 1998. The day before I was going to go to boot camp. I was, I was supposed to. Next day, boom, lead the family. We was in a church picnic, and I went and dunked on one dude because people don't believe that I could dunk. I'm like, okay, right? So
You talking on dudes at the church picnic?
yeah, I dunked on this one dude because he was talking shit. He was like 6'3" and shit. And he went up on base. And I said, I'm gonna dunk on you. I'm gonna dunk on you. Don't let me that baseline. Next thing you know, whoop, whoop, dunked on him. He got mad. I know personally he got mad because intentionally, when I pump faked him the second time and I went up to go dunk on him, I pump faked him. He landed on the back of my Achilles. I mean, full weight. He jumped up, and picture this. I'm with a bent knee. My right knee is bent, getting ready to spring up. So he landed. As he landed, I sprung. And as soon as I got halfway, I felt my chest pop. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck was that? And then I laid it in. When I landed, I didn't feel my foot. Like it was nothing on my foot, but I was standing on my foot. And then one guy said, yo, walk it off, walk it off. As soon as I went to sit down and was rolling my socks down and try to relieve pressure because I had high tops on, and that shit just swole up. I was like, yo, something ain't right. So I started walking to like fucking barely. I said, yo, somebody, dude, I went to the fucking emergency care that same day. I had to get emergency surgery. They did a titanium anchor stitch on my Achilles. And then they had to call MEPS and tell them, yo, he ain't coming. And it took me 8 months to recuperate from it. What was funny, I got a video of my mother-in-law saying, let me massage it. So I got those old wooden spoons that be hanging up on the
Yep.
Yeah, I took one of those shits.
What, rolled it?
Yeah, I took this the fork. I was like, you fucking get off of me. And she laughing her ass off. I'm like, no, get off. She said, oh, you got a hole. My mother-in-law is she delivered babies in the Philippines. She got her own hospital, and she used to be
Damn, her own hospital?
Yeah, dude, my mother-in-law and my mother-in-law side of the family in the are rich, well-off people. Their descendants, basically, they own hectares of land over there that they cannot separate the land. It have to be a family congregation meeting to sell a portion of any land. And it's only the elders that could do that. Yeah, it's crazy. But yo, you don't never want to have what? Kobe Bryant had a fucking Achilles rupture. How long did it take him? And he was an athlete. How long did it take him to come back?
Yeah, that's one of the scariest injuries to get, man.
Yeah.
Some people never fully recover from an Achilles.
No, I'm fully recovered, but the thing is, still, because what they had to do with mines broke off right where the heel just starts to come into the Achilles. Like if you touch my shit right now, even though this been since 1998, you touch my Achilles and touch my other side, you'd be like, holy shit, this shit is thicker than the other side.
Yeah.
You know, and plus
What
I'm
is
not.
that from like scar tissue or the fiber having to build itself back up and doubling up?
Yeah, it's the fiber plus the titanium that I have in my that held the stitching to.
I got you.
You know, hold the ligament there.
Yeah. I hear for those type for really any injury, but especially, you know, significant injuries like that, I guess there's major strides with stem cells.
Yeah, well now. Yeah, we talk about when I went to the military, I had to wait a whole year and joined in 1999. MEPS had me do the duck walk, all that stuff, because they knew I had to let them know that I had a torn Achilles. That's why I didn't show up the last time. And ever since that, you know, I forced myself. That's why people used to think that I was crazy in boot camp. I used to dare the drill sergeant, like he'll come up, like, okay, there was in AIT, that's training. You know, when you go after you got boot camp to get you physically fit or mentally fuck you. But you know, I was a grown man, so they didn't fuck with me. But once you leave boot camp, you go. They call it. You got to go to your MOS training. See, my training was a year, 53 weeks long. I was a 27 Echo, 27 Mike, which is a electronic land combat missile system repair specialist and a MLRS multi-patriot missile launcher tech. So I used to force the drill sergeants to smoke me. You know, I challenged them. Like, I'll step on their fucking drill sergeant patch, and they had 13 stars on that patch. You're not supposed to walk on that drill sergeant patch. You're supposed to go around that shit. I used to step in the middle and say, drill sergeant, you can't smoke a rock, drill sergeant. So for each 13 stars, they make you do 10 push-ups for each star. I was crazy like that.
Yeah.
But they didn't know that I was doing it to challenge myself to get physically fit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Dude.
You know, I used to run, age 30. I was doing my 2-minute push-ups. I did 120 push-ups in 2 minutes. I was running.
Damn, that's good.
My 2-mile runs, I used to run 10:30. 10 minutes and 30 seconds, 2 miles. And my sit-ups, I used to max it. I did like 92 sit-ups in 2 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah, they call that a PT stud. When you do that, it's over a 300%. You get a patch. You're 300.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you get a patch.
You got the patch?
Oh hell yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Still got my motherfucking
that'd be a dope patch to have.
my 25-mile ruck march with the Rock Soldiers.
That'd be a great patch to have.
You get a belt from the Rock Soldiers, the Korean elite soldiers. They call them the Rock Soldiers in Korea, the South Korean Rock Soldiers. They the guys that stand with the fucking Ray-Bans with their fucking Jimmy hats, and they stand like the way they stand. Your feet are shoulder width apart, and you stand like with your hands almost like instead of by your side, you put your hands in a ball, and they stand there for hours, bro. Those motherfuckers, bro. I saw a Captain Rock Soldier. They were in formation, and one guy had one shit wrong, bro. He smacked the shit out of him. Smacked him in his face. Bow! His glasses upside down on his face. He's like this, still in his stance, and he ain't moving. And the guy just walked by because he had his uniform out of spec. That's how the motherfucker get down. And when I'm telling you, those dudes ain't no joke.
I believe you.
The 25-mile ruck march is for the Korean. Shit, I forgot what was the patch. The patch is it's like an eagle, or no, excuse me, a chief head or something like that, and it's black.
Keen said you got that Leonidas patch.
Yeah, that's a good term for it. Leonidas patch. That's Spartan child patch.
Nah, the 25-mile ruck march with the rock soldier, it's a belt. And what you do is you double timing with a 57 to up to 100-pound ruck on your back with full boots, full battle rattle, and you doing 25 miles. Non-stop.
That is so far.
Yeah, it's like a marathon with full battle rattle on you.
Yeah,
that all sounds great, but I like my honey buns and my chocolate donuts.
There's cupcakes and Pepsi.
Right, parades.
Yo, dude, I'll tell you some story, man. Yo, this one guy we call him Andres. Well, shit. I'm gonna say his name. Fuck it. His name is Andres Jokob. This kid, look how smart this motherfucker was. He hacked, and he lived in Germany. He had double
citizenship.
Yeah, double citizenship. He was German American because his mother is German and his father was American. So whatever, he was in Germany. Motherfucker got caught age 14. He hacked a national bank that was over there for $6 million. Opened up an account. So at the same bank that he hacked, and then they kicked him out of Germany. So his mom had to move out of Germany. Wow. So put him in jail. Then she's told him, you got to join the army. Well, he was my battle. A battle is like my guy that they team me up with. Okay? So he was so fucked up. He used to tell the drill sergeant, "Oh, you calling the drill sergeant Scheisskopf. Scheisskopf means shithead." Right?
Yeah.
So this motherfucker couldn't do one push-up, bro. They told him the only way his mom let him get out of the military, she said, they got to kick you out. He was only like 17 going on 18 and shit. So he used to look, bro, he used to fucking take his BDUs, all his shit. He'll throw it under his bed, sleep on top of them, throw it on all wrinkled, trying to get them to kick him out. And then the funny shit is, drill sergeant passed his ass from boot camp. The motherfucker made it he made it to Toftoy, which is AIT. And in AIT, we had this one motherfucker look just like I called him DSP, which is Drill Sergeant Parker. He looked like fucking Jimmy Walker. You know, for Good Times.
Yep.
Kid, right? Yeah. That motherfucker used to tell Yokum, he's like, Yokum. He said, yesterday, Sergeant. You know, he said, Yokum, when you go do this? He said, I do not waste my time with you Americans.
Jeez.
Yo, the dude, right now, motherfucker works Silicon Valley. He wound up getting his mail order bride, his Japanese girl. And that dude is making over 6 figures for Dell.
Well, at least he landed on his feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he found his way. Thank God. Thank God for that.
Wrinkle in your BDUs though. That shit is funny.
Dude, he used to fucking drag his polished boots. They tell you to, you're supposed to have some polished boots. Well,
yeah.
To do, I'll have one polished boot. I'll buy a pair, have one polished, keep it in the closet, and then wear the other ones. So when they do an inspection, I just switch up. Boom.
Ah, yeah.
So this motherfucker, he used to take his boots and drag it like how
Damn.
he used to drag it on the rocks.
Just gouging them.
With wrinkle ass suit, and he'll come up to the drill site. The drill site, yo, that dude, man, he was hilarious, man.
Yeah, he had balls.
Yeah, man, he was fucking funny, dude.
That's brutal. I wouldn't even have the heart to do that. Even if I wanted out, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, that was his way out. Like I was there. If y'all check. Remember when the Air Force Base, Peterson Air Force Base, and all of them, they got fucking hemmed up for 66 people got hemmed up for selling drugs.
Nah, I don't remember.
I remember that now.
Yeah, that was shit. What year was that? 2000, I think. So anyway, no, excuse me.
What, were they smuggling it? Or
No.
just selling on the base?
No, these guys was they was in the academy, because Peterson Air Force Base is an academy that you getting a college degree, but then after you go, you're going to be servicing, being a military personnel.
Okay, I got you.
Officer, it's more like a candidate school, officer school. And you're getting your degree. So these motherfuckers were selling fucking heroin, ice, all that shit.
Oh,
they got it's a big ass fucking shit on news. And then the guys that I was with in basic training, there's one guy named Rackus. I ain't gonna say his full name. Rackus, and these other young cats, they got hemped up in fucking in shit. Where's that place? Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh.
Yeah, they got hemmed up because what they were doing was counterfeiting cat cards.
What are those?
Cat card is a government card. You can't even
get on base or something.
Yeah. You can't even take a picture or nothing off that shit. You can't be in a photo with that shit. You can't. You cannot print or make copies of it.
Yeah.
Because that's automatic 15 years of Leavenworth. Yeah. These fucking young cats, because they wanted to go to a strip club, and they got caught. It was like 20. No, excuse me. It was close to 50 people was caught in that sting. And Rackus was one of the ringleaders. Dude, man, they hemped him up. He's done. I mean, even when he gets out, they black flag you.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
For 40 years.
Damn. To this day.
To this day.
To this day. Oh, geez, you left that one wide open. To this day.
He didn't say 400, but 40 was pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So figure you got 15 years to serve time, and then when you get out, you got a 40-year sentence that you can't even work in McDonald's.
Yeah, no, that's it's probably looked at as right under treason.
Yeah, almost you could say,
Yeah.
But treason is more severe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Ugh.
Young kids, just because they want to go to a titty club.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like, come on, man.
I wouldn't mind going to a titty club right now if it was open.
BT at a titty bar.
Bro, we talking about Huntsville, man. They probably got some backwood girls with teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. it's pretty sad because when there really aren't too many women on the streets here in South Florida. I'm used to seeing beautiful women on the streets all the time, so it's like it's weird.
Yeah.
Especially over there, shit. I got
Not even by the beach. Like I remember me and my pops, we drove down South Beach one day, and it was like it's like nobody there. There's like barely anybody on South Beach. It's sad.
Shit. I'm seeing that.
Huh?
I'm married, so I can say, hey, I can just
look but not turn your head.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
God gave me eyes to look.
That's right. Luckily, I'm young and I'm not married, so I'm gonna worry about that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You good, bro.
Everything is fair game for me. Well, as long as they're not married.
Yeah.
Steve Irwin, Crikey, the lion is prowling through the shrubbery. You're the lion.
Yeah, lions only. What did the Charlo say that one time? They asked Jamel Charlo about Chaim Munguia, and he said, "Oh, you mean that kid at HBO? Yeah, we know that kid. Man, we young, prestigious champions."
Jeez.
He actually used the word prestigious. I'm like, I didn't know Charlo knew that word.
That's awesome. So what's the shit that Jaime Munguia want to fuck around, call out Canelo? What's up with that?
Yeah, it's probably Oscar telling him to. The way they have probably trying to build an easy opponent up for Canelo.
Yeah, they're trying to build a future Cinco de Mayo super fight here.
Yep, that's the way I saw it.
Shit, I would like to see Jaime Munguia against aging Golovkin.
Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah.
I want to see Jaime Munguia.
At least it's going to be action packed.
I want to see Jaime Munguia versus Chavez Jr.
Fuck. Chavez is gonna come in at weighing 185 pounds.
Yeah.
He's gonna come to the ring look like a fucking gargoyle. Damn gargoyle. He big as hell.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna get to bed.
Later, Ant Man.
Yeah, this was good though. This was good. I'm gonna get to bed, BT.
Yeah, me.
What happened?
Yeah, I got some stuff I gotta do with my son tomorrow, but in the evening I'll be free. If you're online, I'm gonna hop on again. But yeah, I'll check you out. See what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, man. Have a good night. You too, bud.
Having you, man.
Have a good day tomorrow, fellas.
Yeah. I'll sleep through most of it.
Yeah. That's why I gotta get to bed now. I gotta get up fairly early. Be a little rough, but it's no biggie.
I gotta get up in another 5 hours.
5, yeah, I got a little more than that. If I fell asleep within the next 20 minutes, I'll get like 7 hours of sleep. I can handle that.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, Anthony.
All right, man. All right, I'll talk to you guys.
All right.
Have a good one. Peace, buddy.
Yeah, there you go. Then there were two. And then there were two.
Yes.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm getting a bit drowsy myself.
Dude, I'm already been drowsy. I was supposed to go to sleep about 3 hours ago, bro.
These lives are too lit.
Yeah.
These lives are too lit, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to sleep, man. I think I'm gonna call and wrap it up.
Me too, man.
Yeah. All right, G Boogie. All right, well, there you have it, guys. Listen, I told y'all when this shit first started that this probably wasn't gonna be a short type of live, and god dang it, we're almost 11 hours in, and I'm proven right once again. So it's another edition of Quarantine Boxing Talk here on True School Sports. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm putting in overtime. But on that note, I'm gonna get my ass some sleep because it's imperative for my health. Anyway, y'all have a great night. Like I say in every single one of these videos, you can love me or you can hate me, But I'm just giving Daniel. So until next time, take care, guys. Oh man.